What a spectacular day in Bloomington, Minnesota at Metropolitan Stadium, which is packed for the contest between the 4-1 Dallas Cowboys and the 3-2 Minnesota Vikings, led by Tommy Kramer, the youngster from Rice. Bud Grant, the head coach on the Minnesota bench, looking on at the moment, and Tom Landry in front of the Dallas bench. And good afternoon. I'm Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire. I can't remember a better day than we've had up here than this one is going to turn out to be.
And you know, Bud Grant has a funny philosophy. It's a new one, a new team without Fran Tarkenton to get the ball control passing. And he said he doesn't believe there are any more super powers in pro football, meaning that any team can be knocked off on that certain Sunday. And I would imagine that's the best way to face Dallas today for the Vikes.
If there is a super team, I guess Dallas might fit into that category. Raphael Septien will kick off for the Cowboys, as we're about set to start this contest, a rather unique series. Here are the game officials: Chuck Heberling, the umpires Ed Fiffick, Ray Jodez, the head linesman, Bruce Alford, Paul Batts, Dave Perry, and Bill Stanley, the rest of the group.
By the way, this is natural grass. This is regular old stuff just like you have in your front yard, hopefully.
They've done a super job sodding the baseball infield as Jimmy Edwards is deep for Minnesota. A high, good kick by Septien, puts him back at the goal line. Edwards with the ball. Edwards with some running room, and Edwards just tripped up at the last minute. He almost broke it. It was Guy Brown who tripped him up, the backup Dallas linebacker, but a good return for Minnesota.
He's only 5'8", 185 pounds. From northeast Louisiana, and he wears high tops. And I can't remember the last player in this league who was wearing high tops, but Edwards is flying in them. Look at this run.
Last one I remember was the center who just retired from up here, Mick Tingelhoff.
Maybe they're Mick's old shoes. Look at this.
No, he didn't move them that fast. Chuck Foreman starting in the backfield along with Ricky Young as Tommy Kramer goes right to work, or tries to in the air. Ricky Young's reception. Just barely took it away from D.D. Lewis, who finally ran it down. Here is the offensive line for Minnesota.
Very strong. Riley, his neck's all right. Goodrum, Swilly at center there in place of Tingelhoff, doing an excellent job. Hamilton, Ron Yeri, and of course Bob Tucker, the former Giant, at tight end.
And the backs, quarterback Tommy Kramer, Ricky Young and Chuck Foreman, the runners. Wide receivers, very good ones, Ahmad Rashad and Sammy White. 2nd and 2 situation.
He used both backs coming out of the backfield that time, huh?
Shy of midfield, first down Foreman in Dallas territory. This has been one of the problems that the Cowboys have had this year. They get off to a slow start. The other team seems to break on top. There's their defensive line.
Larry Cole, Dave Stalls, the young men on that left side. Randy White, Harvey Martin, 2 off-rows, but they're having to face double blocks a lot.
The linebackers, Henderson, Bruning, and Lewis, all mobile and good. Secondary.
Barnes played the left corner, but he still has trouble with that ankle, the calcium deposits. Kyle at the other corner, and of course Hughes in for Charlie Waters, and they still miss him.
It is 1st and 10 at the Dallas 46 for Minnesota. Tommy Kramer, straight back, throwing on first down. Both times so far. Intended for Sammy White, the good coverage by Aaron Kyle.
Kramer is 6'2", 200 pounds, out of Rice. He only threw 77 passes before Fran decided to call it a career. And he's not quite the sprint-out man that Tarkenton was. He might have a little stronger throwing arm, perhaps deep. I'm sure he does. But Bud Grant thinks this young guy's a winner, and he's going to stick with it.
He has a very quick release. And when you ask him how strong Kramer's arm is, he says it's strong enough. 2nd and changes. Cowboys in their flex defense now as they shift around. Put the 2 tackles off the line of scrimmage this time, and Foreman goes straight ahead in that area. Thomas Henderson, the first man to make contact with Foreman. 4th quarter score, New England 21, Detroit 17. The Lions had been leading 17-14.
That last play is one that's becoming very popular, and I think Seattle showed the entire country this. It's called a quick draw, to where you take it back to that deep back, and if it's somebody like Foreman, he just picks the hole wherever he wants to go. Here it is, the man in motion gets the man through the backfield. Look at this now. Foreman picks up a good block by Swilly, and gets about 4.5 yards.
So we'll make it 3rd and 5.5. Kramer straight back, both backs out. Thrown high, intended for Chuck Foreman, but too high as Cliff Harris made contact I beg your pardon, it was Ricky Young, the intended receiver, circling out of the backfield.
Little hurry up by Tom Landry's rookie Thornton, number 77. He put the very fast move on Kramer and made him hang it up a little high.
There is the dapper Dallas coach. There was Tom Landry.
Steve Wilson, deep for Dallas.
Greg Coleman, number 8. The punt. The high spiral. Bouncing, and out of bounds. Taken out of bounds by the Vikings, number 35, Robert Miller, but a fine punt by Coleman. Wilson was the deep receiver for Dallas, by the way. 0-0 as the Cowboys will operate after that 36-yard punt from their own 6.
New England face the Denver Broncos 3-2, and the black armband that Craig Morton is wearing, as we told you in the pregame show, in memory of the Denver Broncos public relations director Bob Peck, who passed away on Tuesday of this week. It should be an inspiring football game, to say the least. A must-win on both ends. The Broncos not wanting to fall 2 games behind San Diego, yet the Chargers, Bob, desperately wanting to open that 2-game gap. Here we go, and Roy Gerela kicks it deep into the end zone. And out of the field of play, and Denver will start from its own 20-yard line. Roy Gerela replacing Ralph Benushka, who is on the injured reserve list and will be out for the rest of the year. The young man will undergo surgery, in fact, for Crohn's disease next week. Bobby?
There's the offensive backs for the Denver Broncos. Norris Weiss, who is the scrambler, the more mobile of the 2 quarterbacks for Red Miller and the Denver Broncos, so he'll start. But the Broncos do have a relief quarterback, and that's Craig Morton. We'll see.
First down at their own 20. They send Rick Upchurch wide left, Haven Moses to the right. Lytle 41. Jensen 30. The setback sits Jensen to about the 22-yard line, maybe the 23. So it'll be 2nd down 7. An outstanding core of receivers have the Denver Broncos. And if Weiss can get him the football, this team can score a ton of points. Haven Moses, the veteran, probably the most respected receiver on this ball club.
From San Diego State, too. Played under Don Coryell down there.
Moses is wide left. Now he slots inside of Upchurch. Both receivers split to the left. 2nd down 7. Weiss trips as he rolls out. Throws a quick pop to Riley Odoms. He dropped the football and fell on it, but the catch is not allowed. It goes as an incompleted pass.
Sam, if I may notice something here already, I think the Denver Broncos realize they're going to have to come with something on the last page of their playbooks to kind of trick the San Diego Chargers. That is a trick play. That is not the way the Denver Broncos normally play football. Normally they play it pretty close to the vest. There's Dave Studdard. Now we have an interesting confrontation here. A young man, Studdard, going against Fred Dean, who weighs about 215 pounds and is an awesome pass rusher for the San Diego Chargers.
3rd down 7, Denver. 23-yard line of Denver. What a great day here. 85 degrees. Winds at 16 miles per hour out of Denver's back. That would be the northwest of the stadium. Weiss play action. He's got room he can run for. Hits the 30 to the 35. 1st down, Denver. Excellent decision by Norris Weiss as he rolled to his right, had plenty of room and ran for the 1st down.
And Sam, that's exactly why Red Miller likes to start the football game off with Norris Weiss, because of his mobility. Craig Morton is the leader at the quarterback position for the Denver Broncos, but there is no way Craig Morton can run when he gets in trouble. Last year, the Denver Broncos were sacked 48 times, and most people believe it was because Craig Morton was so immobile. This guy does not have a great arm. He has a good arm, but he is mobile.
At the 35, back live from the I formation, Rob Lytle, 41 is the deep back. Larry Canada, number 35, gets the call in front of him to about the 36, maybe the 37-yard line. A gain of 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8. The Broncos, a 3-2 football team, coming off what has to be described as an embarrassing loss at Oakland last Sunday. Wilbur Young is the man who has made the front four go, strange as it may seem. The ex-Kansas City star replacing All-Pro Louis Kelcher. He'll have to do it all year, Bobby.
And Louis Kelcher is on the sideline, I suppose, for a little psychological lift for his team. Underwent knee surgery. He is out, and Wilbur Young is a giant, Sam.
2nd down. Let's call it a long 8 at the Denver 37-yard line. This is Lytle. Inside, an excellent block to the 41-yard line. I think the block came from Claudie Miner, 71, and Lytle cut it up for a gain of about 5.
And there was also a great block by Riley Odoms, who is one of the premier tight ends there is in the business. A good block on the defensive end. You won't be able to see it here. Denver's success this year running inside has been because of the emergence of their offensive line, and most of the offensive linemen at Denver give the credit right to their coach, the offensive line coach, Whitey Dovell, who came from Baltimore. There's the linebackers for the San Diego Chargers. Should be busy today.
And number 55, Horn, made the tackle on the carry by Lytle. So it's 3rd down and about 4 now for Denver at its 41-yard line. They put Odoms in motion and Weiss back to pass. Has a man wide open. Lytle at the 50, can't hold on. That ball may have been stripped by Willie Buchanan. If so, it was an excellent defensive play by the all-pro cornerback of the Chargers.
Sam, let me say something here. I may be wrong. When I watch this play, I'll know better. But I think Norris Weiss, suffering from a very average arm, that ball should be rifled in there. I think Rob Lytle was looking for Craig Morton to rifle it in there. That ball is not coming. That's a heavy ball to catch when they throw it, not with the real spin on the ball like Craig Morton has. But he should have caught it.
So the rookie Luke Prestridge, number 11, back at his own 25-yard line, will kick it to Mike Fuller, number 3 in the AFC in punt returns. Prestridge is the rookie, and Fuller driven back to his 14, 20. 25, gets outside and out of bounds at the 27. Another excellent return by Fuller, who's averaging 11.5 yards. He doesn't waste any time. The minute he lays hands on the football, he is gone. 45 yards on the punt by Prestridge, a 15-yard return.
And yet Rick Upchurch constantly gets the publicity, and Mike Fuller is actually doing a better job this year.
The man who has made the offensive San Diego go, Bill Walsh, the head coach of the 49ers, says that Dan Fouts is the best leader in all of pro football.
Completing 64% of his passes. Double tight end.
And the give to Mike Thomas to about the 27-yard line, and I take it back. It's
Clarence Williams.
Clarence Williams, number 40, the ball carrier, so he gains a couple of yards.
Sam, last year, here's the wide receivers, J.J., 13 receptions last year for touchdowns as a rookie. But let me tell you about this offensive lineup of the San Diego Chargers. Last week, Oakland embarrassed Denver by using the double tight end offense. Obviously, the Chargers feel they can do the same thing.
There's a great wide receiver, J.J., number 83. In motion now to the right. Thomas, 22, Williams, 40 to setbacks. Mike Thomas, the ex-Redskins star, darts to about the 34-yard line and just a little shy of a first down. He's stopped there by Bernard Jackson, 29, the free safety. And so it'll bring around 3rd and very, very short yardage for the Chargers. As you look at the men who make it go up front, one of the biggest offensive lines in all of pro football.
Also one of the most experienced, Doug Wilkerson in white there. He had surgery on his knee 5 weeks ago and is playing today. That is incredible. Russ Washington and Billy Shields are probably 2 of the biggest offensive tackles in professional football.
Don't believe the story on Wilkerson. That's somebody else in his body, I'm sure.
No, that's him. That's him.
3rd down and 1. John Grant, 63, comes in at nose guard for Denver. 3rd and 1. Williams stuck his head in there, but I don't believe he got it. He crossed the 35, but if he did, he crossed it by inches. He needed to get to the 35.5, and the placement is all important here. And while they decide where to put the ball, let me give you our officials. The referee is Red Cashin. The umpire, Art Demas. Our head linesman is Ed Marion. The line judge, Tom Dooley. Back judge, Jim Fouch. The side judge, Nate Jones. And the field judge is Bill Kingzett, as they bring the sticks into measure here.
One of the tough things for San Diego today, Sam, is that Denver is allowing their opponents only 98 yards rushing per football game. And, oh, they made the first down.
They did
by about half the length of the football. San Diego's a very multiple offense. They will run it. They will throw it. And some of the problems with the Denver defense has been with Reuben Carter because of his injuries. In the last few years, the Denver defense has turned the ball over consistently to the offense in good field position. They're not getting it this year, and it's because the nose man has been unhealthy. 34 defenses rely on a very good nose man.
Let me also tell you that Gradishar is not in there to start. Larry Evans, 56, playing one of the inside linebacking spots. Flag is down. Fouts has a man wide open. He gets it to the 43-yard line. Charlie Joyner, the receiver. But their flag is down, and this may come back after Joyner picked up 7. Now let's go back and talk about Gradishar for a moment, because it is impossible to think the Denver Broncos can play as well as they're capable of playing. A legal procedure. You see the indication from Red Cashin. Without the best inside linebacker in pro football.
Well, he missed most of the preseason with a foot injury, and then he played 4 games, and just because of nagging injuries, he's not healthy. He's just now rounding into shape. He had surgery on his ring finger. Here's the call.
2 men were moving by the offense. All of them were not set. First down.
1 man has to be set before the other one goes in motion. Anyway, Randy Gradishar had surgery on his ring finger, and they have a cast. He can play, but they don't want him to start.
Now they go to 4 down linemen. They bring in Bruce Radford, 78, so it's Chavis, Carter, Manor, and Radford up front. They take out a linebacker. And the handoff. Clarence Williams stopped right at the line of scrimmage by number 68, Reuben Carter.
And as soon as you say there's something wrong with the player, he comes up with a great play like that. Reuben Carter out of Miami. And as I said, there's the linebackers. Larry Evans replacing Randy Gradishar. They have Larry Evans is the only linebacker listed right there that weighs more than 230 pounds, if you can imagine that.
I want to tell you something about Tom Jackson, too. You know he's one of the outstanding outside linebackers in the game. He was quoted this week as saying, "We are an overconfident football team, and we better get our act together." He knows where the problem lies. Thomas in motion. Fouts has all day and hits his big tight end at the 40-yard line. Bobby Klein, number 84, that'll be shy of a first down. Stopped immediately by number 51, Bob Swenson, and Bernard Jackson, 29. It'll be 3rd down and about 5, San Diego.
And there's the defensive backs. Bill Thompson will be on Klein, Bob Klein today, and also a young man, their first-round draft choice for San Diego out of Missouri, Kellen Winslow, most of the day. Thompson's an all-pro strong safety. Wright, probably the best cornerback there is in the business. Foley.
So a fairly big play early here in the first quarter. No score. Another capacity crowd. They've had 68 straight sellouts since the year 1970. Fouts, little pressure, throws it out to Charlie Joyner. He didn't get the first down. What a play by Foley, number 43, on Charlie Joyner, who appeared to have the first down but didn't get it.
Lots of motion trying to confuse the Denver defense. The best thing they did was when J.J. came in motion, that's Jefferson, they jammed him and he couldn't get across. And I think Charlie Joyner's a secondary receiver, and that's a fine open field tackle. Now here comes a real important point. Here's Jefferson. Watch the chuck he gets here to keep him from going downfield. This is how San Diego's going to win the ball game. They got it. Jeff West has got to kick the ball very high, keep it away from Rick Upchurch.
And that is Upchurch, number 80, in single safety, deep for Denver. West, a great high spiral. He boomed it, driving Upchurch back to the 5 and in. Oh, it took a San Diego bounce. And they kill it at the 6-yard line. Hank Bauer, number 37, and West kicked the daylights out of the football. He got it up another mile here at Mile High Stadium.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Don Quirky with John Brody. We're delighted you can be with us because when the Steelers and the Browns hook up, it is usually a very good one. These two teams are about as emotionally high as two football teams can be, and the fans are right up there with them. John, when you look at the Steelers, you have to admire their head coach, Chuck Noll. He's a quiet guy. He doesn't get a lot of press, but what a motivator, what a leader.
Don, I think he's the best-kept secret in the National Football League. He's been the best coach over the past 8 or 10 years. He's got them ready every week. He's not only a technician, he's also an administrator. It's a rare quality. He is, right now, the premier coach in the game.
Well, injuries are going to be a factor in this football game. Both teams are hurt. You won't believe this crowd. It's unbelievable. They're really up. The Steelers have good backup people. They've lost starters, and yet their backup people have come in and played like all pros.
I think the Steelers, that's the name of the game. We talk about key injuries. A key injury is an injury that you can't replace. So there is no such thing in Pittsburgh. A kid like Tom Beasley comes on as a down lineman, starts playing great football. Gary Dunn plays great football when he's asked to play. Banaszak's having the best year of the whole defense. We already know about Lambert. We already know about Green. But when you ask a guy like Dirt Winston not only to play the middle, but today move outside and play, and their level of play doesn't go down, you're talking about a world champion.
Well, Sam Ratigliano and his Cleveland Browns have the same problem. They've got people hurt. They have to rely on backup players today.
I think in order for them to get into the league that Pittsburgh has now attained, they've got to play some of their first draft choices. You're going to see a kid like today. You might see a Willis Adams. He's a 4'4", 40-yard runner, a guy named Cody Risen. Cody is a guard. He's got to be doing some playing. Their offensive line is good. For it to get over the hump, a kid like this has to come along and play well for him.
And John Smith will be in there also. You need everybody you got. It gets to be a game of attrition after a while. Who do you have less? Well, these two teams have two good ones coming in, like Willis Adams at wide receiver.
Well, Willis Adams has played very well, but he hasn't been given a chance to play in the games. He's the kind of guy everybody expects a lot from. We'll see today. They need somebody to expand the defense.
And we've got two fine quarterbacks, as you know. Terry Bradshaw quarterbacks the Steelers, and Brian Sipe does a big job for the Cleveland Browns. And they're ready, and so are we, and we're glad you can be with us. Stay tuned now as we're almost set to tee it up. The Browns versus the Steelers. This is Don Criqui with John Brody. Cleveland Stadium, as the Browns and the Steelers have it teed up and ready to go, and that's how it stands right now in the AFC Central. At the moment, Houston is beating St. Louis 14-7, so the winner of this game will have at least a share of first place of the AFC Central. Barr kicks off. It carries deep, and newly acquired Dino Hall starts back upfield for the Cleveland Browns. He's got some room as Hall is out across the 30, out to the 34-yard line. Keith Wright, the brilliant young punt returner, kick returner for the Browns, is out for this season after undergoing knee surgery earlier this week. So Dino Hall has come in. That's how the offensive backfield looks.
All right, Calvin Hill's the man that's in place of Greg Pruitt. Brian Sapp's been having a great year. He's carried him, actually, and if Cleveland's going to really be in the same league with Pittsburgh throughout the afternoon, the rest of his club's got to come up to his level of play.
Well, they got the field position. The Browns come out of the huddle. They had an off game last Sunday at Houston. Were beaten for the first time this season. The Steelers had their 12-game win streak broken last Sunday at Philadelphia. Both these teams are way up for this game. Here's a handoff. Pruitt runs hard. The Steelers have given up very little to the run this season. The straight ahead carry is out across the 35-yard line to about the 37.
Don, talking to Jim Schaffner and Sam Ratigliano before the ball game, he said, we know we can go to these fellows. These are our big play people, Rucker, Logan, Newsom. But what we've got to do, and it's an old cliche, is establish that we can run. He said previously in the last couple games we've established we could not, and that's not the way we wanted to go.
Well, if you can establish you can run against this outfit, the Steelers, you get some offense. Calvin Hill aligns now behind Pruitt. I formation, two wide receivers to the left. Pitch back Calvin Hill. They come back to the weak side. And Calvin Hill drives the ball on a 2nd and 6 carry out across the 41-yard line. The Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers have been meeting since 1950. This is the 59th meeting in the series.
And these are the fellows that have to move people around. George Beeler has moved his spot from right guard to left guard. He feels like he's playing better. Tom DeLeon is the real spearhead in the middle. Henry Shepard's moved from guard to tackle. They're a pretty solid offensive line. They have to be a little bit better to compete with Pittsburgh today.
Now Rucker comes out wide to the right. Moving out to the left flank for the Cleveland Browns is Ricky Feature. It is 3rd down and about 3 for the Cleveland Browns. Somebody jumped in early. No marker down yet. Free football, and the Steelers have the football. Apparently that Steeler who jumped in jumped back in time. So the first break of the game goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they don't get breaks, they make them.
I think, Don, what you're going to see is a lot of times fumbles happen because people get to the ball carrier before he's ready to have them do so. It wasn't the case this time. Dirt Winston just got a good piece of the ball when he tackled Pruitt, caused a fumble. The first big turnover is Pittsburgh's.
Chuck Noll now congratulates his defense as they've come up with a big play again. They've allowed only 71 points this season as the Pittsburgh defense, and a lot of those are resulting in turnovers, giving the other team good field position. Steelers have turned the ball over 16 times this year. It's 1st and 10 Pittsburgh, no score. Sidney Thornton averaging 5.6 yards a rush, takes it inside the 30, inside the 20. And Thornton, the big back, is not done yet as he brings the ball all the way down inside the 20-yard line.
Don, Joe Gordon, the PR man for Pittsburgh, has stated so. He says he can't understand it. We all know about Rocky Blyer, Franco Harris. He said Sidney Thornton is carrying this club offensively right now. You can see he turns a 4-yard gain into about a 25-yarder, and he's been the big play man for Pittsburgh. It's Bradshaw, Thornton, and Harris in the backfield.
And so the Steelers, capitalizing on an early turnover after Cleveland's first possession ended in a fumble, are now starting to challenge with no score in the first quarter. It's 1st and 10 at the 17-yard line of Cleveland. Franco Harris drives the ball down to the 10-yard line. Charlie Hall, Cleveland's leading tackler coming to the game at the left linebacker, 59, was on the hit for the Browns. So right away, the Steelers come out. They want to run the football. They'd like to keep their offense on the field, and their beat-up defense give it as much rest as they can.
Okay, it's a pretty windy day. Bradshaw would like to throw sparingly. He's got an outstanding receiver in John Stallworth. We know Swan's hurt. Jim Smith's a pretty good fill-in. And Randy Grossman is playing fine football. Look for number 89 late in the game, however.
John Stallworth comes on the left flank. Jim Smith out on the right flank. It is 2nd and 4 for the Steelers. Draw play, Thornton right up the middle. And he takes the ball down to the 12-yard line. Cleveland's regular middle linebacker, Dick Ambrose, will only be used for spot duty today. He's got a back problem. In there instead is 56, Robert Jackson, a former #1 draft choice out of Texas A&M. And he just went against an all-pro center in Webster, and Webster won.
Well, that lineup right there, if you're playing defense, you know these fellas are going to trap you. The problem is you don't know when and you don't know who. But when you talk with these fellas offensively, they can trap with anybody in the game.
The left tackle is a great football player for the Steelers, John Kolb. Now in the backfield, Sidney Thornton and Franco Harris in an open set. It is third and less than a yard for the Steelers. No score first quarter. Bradshaw looks into the end zone. Over the middle, touchdown. He broke the plane of the goal.
I think they signaled it touchdown.
Danny Cunningham had it long enough. He had possession when he crossed the plane of the goal line, and the hands went up. It is a touchdown, Steelers. John?
I think he was going for a little spike action as he crossed the goal line. It's a good thing he did it before after he got there. I've seen several guys go through their act before they got there,
right.
And then it would have been a 6-point mistake. Because you watch Cunningham pick up the ball, a little bit low throw. Ooh, he just got there, I'll tell you.
He hit it with his knee, actually.
Yep.
I think he was going to go into one of those stands.
This is just a little delayed block, Don. He tries to let the linebackers get into their drop. He comes across the middle. It's 6-0. Now it's 7.
Matt Barr hits the extra point, and so the Steelers capitalize early on a Brown fumble. And the Pittsburgh Steelers go out in front, 7-0. We'll be back at Cleveland Stadium.
The Los Angeles Lakers, San Diego Clippers, Magic Johnson. Watch him in his professional debut against the San Diego Clippers, hopefully led by Bill Walton. There are some reports that he might not be able to make it. Injured again. Billy Joe Dupree looked to be in motion as he started upfield before the Dallas Cowboys snapped the ball. Robert Newhouse, the ball carrier. I'd like to welcome those of you who watched the Atlanta Falcons beat Green Bay 25-7.
Very large win indeed. Now Atlanta goes against Oakland, and looks like there'll be a lot of teams still in the chase.
Atlanta's record now is 3-3.
Yep.
So big win for the Falcons. We're in Metropolitan Stadium in Bloomington, Minnesota, for the match between the 3-2 Minnesota Vikings and the 4-1 Dallas Cowboys. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire. Opening moments of the first quarter, the first offensive series for Dallas.
Dallas showed Minnesota 57 different formations the last time these two teams met.
Offsetting penalties, I'm sorry, Tom, on that last series of downs. This time Dorsett comes in motion. Staubach gives this time to Scott Laidlaw, who breaks for good yardage. Out past the 15, almost enough for a first down. It might be Mark Mullaney on the tackle.
Good wrinkle, the man in motion being Dorsett. He's got to make some things happen. Again, it's the quick draw out of that I series where the fullback, the upback, or the only remaining back in this case, can just pick his hole. And again, if it's a young defense, and that's what the Vikings now have, they might over-pursue a little bit. Let's see who overruns it. Seaman gets cut off. Good block by Fitzgerald before he spins out.
And good running by Scott Laidlaw. By the way, as they measure for the first down, not quite enough. Dallas is shuffling fullbacks today, and that's the way they're getting the plays in from Tom Landry to Roger Staubach. So Laidlaw and Newhouse will alternate. Newhouse started, so it'll be, for the most part, Newhouse on first down and third down, and Laidlaw on second.
Big Cosby just came in, too, so we got the double tight end situation.
Really, three tight ends. Jay Salvi is also in, so it's Dupree, Cosby, and Salvi, all in the game. Newhouse and Dorsett, the runners. Newhouse straight back of Staubach at the moment. But Dorsett gets the carry, and he will have the first down and more. And Dorsett breaks out of the pack all the way out to the 35. They said he was just starting to come on, and he gave you a good example. Tommy Hannon on the tackle.
Good tackle by Hannon. I believe Dorsett was going to step and go. Now, he's limping a little bit as he goes off. Again, he had the broken toe, that hairline fracture. Maybe he's re-hurt it. He doesn't say he likes natural grass like artificial, but I'll be darned if I can see him slowing down. He's a blur on our replay. Good play by Hannon. Young safety man from Michigan can hit.
Dorsett is out, Tommy, and Ron Springs is in, along with Laidlaw.
The rookie from Ohio State, that's Springs.
And that's Laidlaw banging straight ahead for 3 or 4, stopped by James Duck White.
Pretty good looking early drive by Dallas, considering you take the ball over deep in your own territory after the Coleman punt.
They started at their own 6. Here's Tony Dorsett being looked at. He did limp back to the huddle just a bit.
How about that crazy stat that in the games where he's carried the ball over 20 times, the Cowboys have won 11 of 12 football games.
That's pretty impressive. I believe I'd studied that if I were the head coach and study it carefully. Pittsburgh 7, Cleveland nothing. First quarter. Here is Ron Springs, the rookie. Cuts back inside and gets good yardage. Springs put his head down and bull.
First rookie, I guess, it started for Tom Landry in years and years. He started that opening game against St. Louis.
The last one to start in that position was Calvin Hill. So it has been a while.
Pretty good country running back, right? Here's the defense. Jeff Seaman in there. See McNeil and company. And remember, these linebackers for the Vikings, even though they're behind a young defensive line, the linebackers are excellent, and they know what they're talking about.
It'll be 3rd and 3. It looks like just above Tony Dorsett's right knee. That's the problem. Maybe he took a lick there. It doesn't look like it's the knee joint itself, and that's encouraging. Here's Springs, first down and more. Ron Springs breaking tackle. Inside Minnesota territory all the way to their 42. Paul Krause had to make the tackle, the free safety.
Again, it's almost a delay. And what you do if you get people that overread, watch the delay. Now watch Roger take it all the way back. A little sidestep by number 20. Now he comes out and picks the hole wherever it turns up. Sutherland had a pretty good shot, the defensive tackle. And Springs just high-stepped away from him. And you'll notice he does keep his knees high. He's sort of a classical running back, the way he high-steps.
Haven't had a chance yet to set the Dallas offensive line. We'll do that in just a minute. They've been moving the ball so well, so quickly. We haven't had that time. Springs goes deep in the I formation behind Newhouse this time as Drew Pearson starts in motion. Newhouse gets the carry, and Newhouse lunging backwards for about 5.
Offensively, that's Donovan at left tackle, Herbert Scott, Fitzgerald, Rafferty, and Jim Cooper, who's doing an outstanding job at right tackle, a young man from Temple. And that's the quarterback, number 12. I think that's rather obvious by now.
The word on Dorsett was that his right knee was bruised, but he's back in the game now, along with Laidlaw. Raphael Septien in his little house over on the Dallas sideline.
Dorsett had 81 yards in the first quarter a week ago. Said he was thinking about a 300-yard rushing thing.
He goes in motion now, not limping. Staubach's first pass. For Dorsett, knocked loose. That'll be called incomplete. Hit by Matt Blair, fine linebacker for the Minnesota Vikings.
Pretty cute little throw this time. Put number 33 in motion and see if the whole world goes crazy. Now he'll just go inside, turn up. He's a safety valve. Roger looked downfield. Everybody was covered, and he just sort of slipped it off to him. And the one problem that Dorsett has is holding on to that thing.
Just looking at the scoreboard, they got our names up there. Welcome, Summerall and Brookshire, and the CBS TV broadcast crew. Merrill Swanson, who does such a fine job for the Vikings, said he hates to see us come to town because our names don't fit on the scoreboard.
They have to hyphenate them a lot, don't they?
From the shotgun. Staubach fires outside, caught by Butch Johnson, who just came back. The inbounds. Nate Wright, the tackler.
And early in the year, Roger was having to carry the team with those 200-yard passing days. Now that's over with the rushing game back. Good protection that time. Fitzgerald and Rafferty really set up. An excellent throw on the sidelines. And the leaning tower gets it. What a great play.
Good job by Butch Johnson to keep those feet down in bounds. Watch this.
He was reintroducing himself to everybody. He came over and said, "Hi, I'm Butch Johnson." I said, "I know, Butch. Nice to see you back."
And out with a broken finger. He had a spectacular training camp. He's got 3 fine wide receivers, Dallas does. Roger Staubach with the first down. And Robert Newhouse runs into a lot of Vikings right in the middle. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League. It's intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Minnesota Vikings and the National Football League is prohibited.
Well, Landry's team is doing exactly what they like to do. They lead the league in possession time, 34 minutes of the game. And the ball is in the Dallas hands, and it's very hard to score against them if you don't have the bladder, you know.
1 yard for Newhouse on that carry. 2nd and 9 at the Minnesota 24. Staubach to Dorsett. Dorsett carries the whole left side of the Minnesota defense for about 6 yards. James White made the initial contact. The rookie from Illinois.
Well, he has a lot of pizzazz. He's going to be at Dallas uniform apparently for a long time. He's an emotional player, you know, a great young pass rusher.
Bruce Thornton. It's 3rd and 2. 7 for Dorsett on the last carry. As Laidlaw brings the play into Roger Staubach.
The backs get in with that play a little earlier than the old guards used to. I guess that's a pretty good idea to have the backs sprinting out there with it, huh?
They like it, or at least Laidlaw says he does. Gives him a chance to get in the game, number 1. And number 2, it gives him a chance to get a little bit warmed up. And it gets the message to Roger a little bit more quickly. Fake to Laidlaw. He lofts out of bounds. Intentional. Tony Dorsett, the intended receiver, New Orleans, on a 3-yard run by Tony Galbraith, leads the Rams. Big game for them, too. They can tie the Rams for first place if they can hang on to that.
Inside the 40, Raphael Septien is 5 of 6. He does have a 51-yarder this year, and on the natural grass, any advantage or disadvantage for a sidewinder?
A little bit of a disadvantage. The ball doesn't sit up quite as well as it does on that artificial turf. Danny White, the holder. It'll be from 34 yards out. He lines it good. Raphael Septien, good, and he had a lot left too. So, with 6 minutes, 46 seconds left in the first quarter, field goal by Raphael Septien puts Dallas ahead 3-0.
This is Don Criqui with John Brody. Steelers capitalized early. They're in the end zone right away.
They knew they had to get started fast. They did it.
All right, we're ready now for the Steelers' second kickoff of this football game. Dennis Winston recovering that fumble on Cleveland's first possession. Now back again is Dino Hall to receive, and Matt Farr, who hit the extra points, ready to kick off for the Steelers. He's into the football. Sun's starting to break through. A lot of wind here. It's going to be a factor as the game wears on. Hall loses the handle. He's got a problem now. Dino Hall does get across the 20-yard line. We got some great NBC pictures of that last touchdown, the first of the game. Watch this now.
We mentioned Benny Cunningham. He was in for Grossman. 2 tight end situation. He blocks, lets the linebackers clean out. Then when he comes across, it's very difficult to tell whether or not he just crossed the goal line or whether he just got there a little prematurely. But you can see he's letting the linebackers go, beating the flow. You see the ball got hit. He's trying to get control of it. He was in, ruled by the referee. That's all that's counted.
So you see it a couple different ways. Our producer here today for NBC is Larry Cirillo. Our director, Ted Nathanson. We're in the first quarter. The Cleveland Browns have their second possession now. They've had a problem moving the ball. Up the middle, they go back to Pruitt, and the Steelers close it down fast and hard. They're looking at Joe Green. I think they're going to double up on him this afternoon.
Joe Green has played very well against the run. You can see he stands up the guards. It's very difficult when the man you have to pick on is an 8 to 10-year veteran, number 75. They've been running at him. They haven't run effectively at him all year.
He only goes to the Pro Bowl every year. Joe Green, back in good health. L.C. Greenwood is back in the Steeler lineup too. He's at left end, missed 4 games with injuries. Now the Browns try to go to the run, and there's nothing there. Calvin Hill gets a full load, and coming up to get him is John Banaszak, back in his hometown of Cleveland, Ohio, playing the right end for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Defensive line of the Steelers.
We mentioned Gary Dunn, Banaszak, Beasley. They're not the fellas that you're associating with the greatness of the Pittsburgh defenses over the years, but the Pittsburgh defense has not dropped in its play, and it's changed in its personnel. John Banaszak having his best year of all time.
It is 3rd down and 7 now for the Cleveland Browns. End up. Here's Dino Hall in the backfield. They're going some high speed, and Hall takes it out across the 30, and he might have a first down. Now, as you know, Greg Pruitt is out for Cleveland. They're a great little scat back. So they picked up Hall, and he provides some of that outside speed, which the big backs don't have.
He's got excellent speed, and he needed it that time. He just outran all the pursuit. Ham's got a little pulled hamstring. Jack Lambert's playing injured. Dennis Winston had to move over to the corner. So you see they've got kind of a makeshift defense, but they've still been tough.
Here's some guys that can play football. J.T. Thomas starting at a corner for Ron Johnson. Mel Blount, consensus All-Pro year in, year out. Donnie Shell, Brown coaches think he might be the best guy back there, the strong safety. A lot of football talent in the secondary of the Steelers. Whole roster, 45. They all are outstanding. They're the world champions and expect to be again. This is a confident football team, but right now on a first down carry, the Browns move it out again. They get good blocking from the left side. The tackle is Deacon, number 73. The guard is Beeler, 64. And DeLeon moved out nicely at center and hit the middle linebacker of the Steelers, Jack Lambert.
They're going to have to get that kind of movement out of their offensive line. They put a big burden on them. They said, you fellas have to move their defense backwards in order for us to move the ball and control it. If we can't throw when we want to, if they're dictating to us when we have to throw, we're in trouble.
Ryan Sipe now sets down his Cleveland Browns on a 2nd down and long 5 play at the 36-yard line of Cleveland. Pitch back here is Mike Pruitt. The big back from Purdue is stopped by Dennis Winston. The outside linebacker Winston got him first and then knocked him down. So right now we have 9 minutes and 50 seconds left to play in the first quarter. The clock is running. Cleveland and the Steelers are in the lead 7-0. A little short touchdown pass over the middle, rifled by Bradshaw to tight end Benny Cunningham. Got it into the end zone.
Let's see what they do.
Ricky Feature and Reggie Rucker, the wide receivers. Sipe gets some time. He's got a man open. Delvin Hill was there. Delvin Hill was open, but Sipe had to come in high as the big Steeler linemen were in his face. It's very difficult to handicap this wind, as you know, John. I've been down on the field looking at it closely and feeling it on the playing surface. It's a swirling wind coming off Lake Erie, which is 100 yards away. Johnny Evans hits the punt. An up bounce. Didn't help anybody on the hop. Now takes a little Cleveland roll inside the 30. And the Steelers will go back on offense 1st and 10.
We'll bring you up to date on all of that. Now let's go back down to the floor of Mile High and let's see what happens with Denver and Norris Weiss. 7-yard line is a line of scrimmage. 1st down, Denver. Second back through Jensen. Pulls his way out across the 10 to the 11-yard line, but a flag is down. See whether or not that will be allowed. Jimmy Jensen was a former #1 draft choice or #2 draft choice of the Dallas Cowboys. They don't make mistakes like that, Bob. How do you ever get away?
Well, they also made a mistake with Jim Zorn in Seattle, so they do make some mistakes, but
that's what I said.
Not very often.
They make mistakes, but not very
They just have so many good football players that they got to give a few up. Holding against Denver. Oh.
Let's go through our final scores that we have. Trumpy, let's hold
Holding by the offense, number 60, 1st down.
1st down again. Trumpy Cincinnati Bengals were beaten. There are no longer any undefeated teams in the NFL. The Giants upset Tampa Bay. 17-14. The Eagles in a walk over the Redskins. They are for real. More in a moment. From the 4-yard line. A little daylight out across the 5 to the 6. It's Otis Armstrong, the ball carrier. The rest of the finals today, New England squeaked out a 21-17 win over Detroit at Foxborough. Poor Monty Clark. And in the wind and the hail at Rich Stadium, Orchard Park, the Bears blanked Joe Ferguson. I think he was something like 4 for 20 today throwing the ball.
What's even more amazing is Buffalo held Chicago to only 7 points. There's another 3rd quarter score. Houston 14-10 over St. Louis.
Here we have 2nd down 11. Larry Canada in the backfield along with Otis Armstrong, and Denver will shuttle their backs. Canada, quick hitter to maybe the 9-yard line. I don't think he got that far. Stopped there by middle linebacker Bob Horn again. Preston has played just outstanding, the left side linebacker. Don Good went down before the season began. Preston opened up the year in Seattle, and Good has not gotten back in there. That's a 3rd quarter score. Houston leading St. Louis, that at the Astrodome. And also, Pittsburgh has gone out on front of the Browns in that bloodbath, the Turnpike rivalry, 7-0 in Cleveland. 3rd down and 10. Crowd gets a little noisy, as they frequently do, but Weiss will not put it up. Armstrong to about the 14-yard line. Far short of a 1st down, but he didn't want to gamble.
I do think it's a characteristic of the Denver offense that when they're in the minus field position, that is the field position by their goal line, they are very, very conservative. Once they get to the 50-yard line, then they will be a little more outgoing. Here's the middle linebacker, Bob Horn. His job is to pursue laterally across the line and try to make the tackle. Takes on a block, overruns it a bit, but he's done an excellent job for San Diego in the middle.
Prestridge, the rookie out of Baylor, a 7th-round draft choice, in his end zone. Kicking to Mike Fuller, and a great punt by Prestridge over Fuller's head. And Mike's going to let this bounce. How's that for getting out of trouble? Inside the 25-yard line. It rolls dead at the 23. Prestridge has boomed one here, much to the liking of the partisan, 64 yards.
Kansas City, under another coach you don't hear a lot about, but he really has his team prepared, Marv Levy. They win their 4th game of the season. Kansas City beating Cincinnati 10-7. Now dropping to throw on a first down play is Terry Bradshaw. Home run ball. Starworth is out there, and he has it inside the Cleveland 30. John Starworth on a straight fly release. Coming down, little turn, and Bradshaw with that gun arm puts it right on the numbers.
What a beautiful throw. It's the kind of throw that nobody had a chance to catch the ball but Starworth from the time it was thrown. He saw them in a double zone coverage. 2 people trying to play center field. He's got a good play action pass, looks off, got Tom Darden to react down toward the left side of the field. If he can move his eyes around, get Darden reacting to him, he can have a big day. If he can't, he's trouble.
Bradshaw's primary problem this year has been interceptions. He's been picked off 8 times. Franco Harris gets the call. On a first down carry, he advances the ball close to the 27-yard line. Charlie Hall, 59, made the stop for the Cleveland Browns. But right now, the Steelers have been dominating this football game. On Cleveland's first possession, if you joined us late, a fumble. Dennis Winston got it for the Steelers. 4 plays later, they were in the end zone. On the payoff, and it was Terry Bradshaw to tight end Benny Cunningham. So it's 7-0 now, and the Steelers stout come out a second challenge. Lynn Swann, of course, their all-pro pass catcher, is not in this game. He's out with a hamstring. Franco Harris, good fill by the Cleveland linebackers. For our football game, the Eagles upping their record to 5-1. Rocky Blyer's in the backfield now. He catches the ball on 3rd and 4. Here's the pitch, and Benny Cunningham has another one. He is stuck in hard. Oliver Davis came up and banged him, but it was too little too late as Cunningham makes the first down reception at the 15-yard, about the 12-yard line.
Let's keep in mind, Cunningham weighs over 250 pounds. He's an outstanding athlete. He can run patterns across the middle, and he is the leader when he's going across the middle. Those defensive backs aren't going to wrap him the way they'd like to wrap those little wide receivers. When they do get a piece of him, they better hang on.
There's a lot of Benny, 250 pounds. Jim Smith from Michigan, the man that Navy coach George Welch called the best receiver he's ever seen in college football, is to the right. Sidney Thornton runs the football. On a first down carry, he got about 3. It gives you an idea how deep and how strong the Steelers are when a guy that one top coach assesses the best college receiver he's ever seen only gets to start when somebody's hurt.
But when Swan has been hurt, Smith has played extremely well.
There's Lynn Swan wearing his number 88 and his Willie Stargell hat.
Looks like he's getting ready for the World Series.
They have a few champion spanners hanging at Cleveland or Pittsburgh this year. As Bradshaw looks into the end zone, he's got an awful lot of time. He's going to beat you when you give him this much time. Touchdown, Sidney Thornton. So Bradshaw strikes early and often in this football game with 5:52 still to play in the first quarter. The Steelers are out in front 13-0. John Brody.
You just can't ask your linebackers to cover all over the football field. Both his wide receivers were covered just like a blanket. Bradshaw wants to go out to the right, then he comes back. Now finally he comes over to Thornton across the middle, who went out to the right side. It came all the way across the field, found himself open. Bradshaw hit him. Let's take a look at Robert Jackson. There's going to be a burden on him. See, he runs right in. Now he's already run his pattern. This is one of those 7-second patterns.
Back to the live coverage of the extra point by Barr. It is up and good. And so the world champions have taken command of this football game, but we've got a long way to go. It's 14-0 Pittsburgh over Cleveland. We'll be back in a moment.
So it becomes 2nd down and 10 again at the Cardinal 30-yard line for the Oilers, who lead at 14-10 with 37 seconds to play in this 3rd quarter. Burrow goes wide to the left side. Castor comes out wide right. Into the right slot is Mike Barber. The tight end has seldom been a target up until the previous play, when he was very much a target. Pastorini takes the give and goes back to throw, and a screen set up, and he flares it back off. Tim Wilson, the big fullback, is hit by Calvin Fabron and driven down at the 34-yard line. The rookie linebacker stayed with Tim Wilson, the big fullback, and drove him down for a loss of about 4 to the Cardinal 34.
That was a superb play by the rookie Calvin Fabron, and you've got to be able to move, first of all, to get over there where Tim Wilson is, and then to bring a big horse like that down in open field, you've got to be a football player, and that's what Calvin Fabron was on that play.
He's got to be a little strong, and he is strong. Third down conversions, 2 out of 7 for the Oilers. The quarter comes to an end. That's the end of the third quarter here in Houston. And the score, the Oilers 14, the Cardinals 10.
There's Louis Kelcher and Louis Kelcher.
That's a whole football team, and
well, by himself, he's a whole football team.
From the 23-yard line, San Diego's second possession of the game as J.J. goes in motion. And the give to Clarence Williams. Cuts it back at the 25 to the 27-yard line. Good lateral pursuit by the down lineman, and there are 4 of them for Denver at this stage. Latimer 72, Chavis 79, Grant 63, Bryson Manor 66. Manor is an interesting story in himself. He has the unenviable task of replacing Lyle Alzado as you look at the stats on Clarence Williams.
And you can't even get anybody from the Denver Broncos to mention the name of Lyle Alzado, but I do think it has an effect on their defense. That's why they're not quite as successful getting to the quarterback this year.
Jefferson goes wide left, Joyner to the right. 2nd down and 7, San Diego, and they send the tight end Bob Klein in motion. Fouts, quick out pattern. He's got his man on the far side and out of bounds at the 32-yard line. That's running back Mike Thomas, the 5th-year pro out of Nevada, Las Vegas. And he will be close to a first down, run out there by Louis Wright, who some people feel is the best cornerback in the National Football League. Have any idea who Louis Wright considers the top 3 receivers in the National Football League, Bob? And I'll give you a clue. You're not among them.
Thank you very much. I think he considers Haven Moses one of them.
Nope. Number 1 is Lynn Swann. Number 2, Nat Moore of Miami. Number 3, John Jefferson of San Diego.
Well, he's going to see plenty of him today.
3rd down, a long one for Fouts. Going to throw it. Out here again, and he overthrew. He had 2 receivers in the same zone. I don't believe that was meant to be. 2 people were over there, and he overthrew them both. So Jeff West will have to punt it again.
Great coverage by the Denver defensive backs. 5 guys back there. And I'm telling you, sometimes when you run patterns against that 34 defense with 5 nickel backs, it looks like there's 20 guys out there. That's not a bad start. 62-yard kick for the first one. He's got to keep doing it all day long to keep it away from Upchurch.
West average of 48.7 in San Francisco on 3 punts last week. That game was in San Diego. But he ranks 13th in the conference. He has not had what you would call a banner year. Upchurch at the 30. 35. And they gang tackle him shy of the 40-yard line. Even in traffic, Upchurch gets 9 on the return. A punt of 40 yards by West. Denver goes on the offense again. We'll return to Mile High Stadium in a moment.
Again, we'll kick off for the Cowboys. The story of that Dallas drive, which was a very handsome one.
5:56 on the clock. That's time you don't have to play with the ball if you're in purple.
Raphael Septien kicking off in the direction. Edwards lets it bounce into, and it goes out of the corner of the end zone. But it got in, and they'll bring it back to the 20, where the Vikings will take over 1st and 10. Over on the Dallas bench right now, things are pretty calm and pretty happy.
Everybody usually packs up long-handled underwear coming up here, but this is one of the most beautiful football days you'll see anywhere in the country.
61 degrees, very little wind.
Natural grass and a young quarterback from Rice.
Both benches on the same side of the field. The only place in the NFL that exists.
Let's take a look and see, as in that first drive, if the young man tries to use his backs coming out of the backfield more than he has in the first 5 games, at least of the season.
Tommy Kramer from Rice, where he had a spectacular career. Gives to Chuck Foreman, and Foreman is down in the arms of Bob Brunig and D.D. Lewis, the 2 linebackers.
Brunig was in on 12 tackles, 8 solo a week ago against Cincinnati. And this man just came into camp a little bit heavy. In fact, Patrick, he looks very chubby, to be honest, Foreman.
He came in about 220, or perhaps a little bit more than that. Now has got it down to about 215. But in previous years, he was played just around 200.
Shouldn't he have gone on the Scarsdale diet or the Minute Bloomington diet or some darn thing?
Something.
Serve good food around here.
Tommy Kramer with the ball on the 16, 2nd and 14. Straight back is Kramer. Chased by Harvey Martin, got away from him. Now chased by Larry Cole, Sammy White. Pass interference is going to be called against Aaron Kyle. He backed into him. He did not mean to do it, but there was very little he could do about it.
Sammy White is the young, smooth runner. He caught 6 passes the last week against Detroit. Rashad gets a lot of double coverage. You better keep Sammy under control at all time. A great play by Kramer.
Harvey Martin.
Pass interference. Deep. Number 25. First down.
Aaron Kyle could do about that. The ball is underthrown just a little bit. And Sammy White started to come back.
Here's Harvey Martin now. Again, he's trying to pick up where he and Randy White, you can see, left off a couple of years ago. Good spin out by Kramer, and it's lofted. Now let's see the contact. Yeah. Kyle sort of hit him with the right elbow as he turned into the ball.
Steve Riley that was trying to contain Harvey Martin. That's Ricky Young, the ball carrier. D.D. Lewis, the tackler. 5:40 left in the first quarter. The Cowboys lead it 3-0.
And the reason the people are not seeing young Teddy Brown is that he has a tender knee. He got nicked against Detroit a week ago. He's quite a young back.
It'll be 2nd and 8 as the New England Patriots continue to lead Detroit 24-17. 2nd and 8. The line of scrimmage is the Dallas 49.
Pat, throughout the afternoon, we'll watch Ricky Young, too. He's a great blocking fullback in there alongside Foreman.
Motion is Bob Tucker, the tight end. Again, both backs out. Penalty flag is down as Ricky Young makes the reception. Lunges down near a first down. Bob Brunig, the tackler, along with D.D. Lewis again.
Ricky Young caught 88 balls a year ago. He's not quite catching the ball as much with young Kramer that much. Let's watch it now. He just circles out of the backfield. Both backs are out. Penalty sounds like it's against Dallas. Pretty good recovery by Brunig. It's a little short, isn't it?
A little bit. Will appear to be. By the way, we were talking about Tarkenton, and we have mentioned him a number of times. Houston leading St. Louis 14-10 in the fourth quarter. They're going to retire Francis Number at the halftime. The first Viking number that's ever been retired.
I tell you, that's such an active number. I don't know if you can get it into a box that way. It may jump back out. It was number 10, wasn't it?
It was number 10.
It'll always be number 10 around here then, right? That's great.
First and only.
A different team, though. He used to have ball control with the short passes, the little sprint.
Offside. Defense. Lined up offside. Number 63. Refused. 3rd down.
Larry Cole lined up offside. The words of the referee Chuck Heberling. Pittsburgh now 14-0 over Cleveland in the first quarter. Touchdown passes by Terry Bradshaw. 3rd and short. The Dallas 42. Foreman. Looks like the likely ball carrier. It is. He goes up over the top. I don't know if he got it or not.
Foreman used to get all the way over the other side. That time, on that dive, he might have gotten about a 9-2.
He got enough. The indication tells us.
They'll tell you that Dallas is not tough physically, but when you try to really push it down their throat, they can get a little nasty. Watch the action on the line of scrimmage. You go up and over. It's Brunig is meeting Foreman right on top. He made it by inches.
I don't know how you can play for Ernie Stotner, the Dallas defensive line coach, and not be tough. Was he something?
Yeah, he wanted quickness against the large offensive line for Minnesota.
He did not get it. Cowboy defensive unit very upset about the measurement for some reason, but they do indicate he did not get it. Let's look at it. Here's the play again.
Here's the play before, and obviously at this juncture, your offensive team has to go for it if it's 2 or 3 inches. There it is, right up over the top. That's Brunig making the contact. He's made 2 big tackles already in this game.
Same formation for Minnesota. Bob Tucker is lined up as a flanker, a near flanker on the right side. Same play. Over the top, and this time the indication would be, I believe, that he did get it. Guy Brown made the first contact that time.
Boy, I don't know. It looked to me like he was wading in water about hip deep. Let's see how much forward motion you think number 44 gets. That's 34. It gets most of that. I believe it was Brunig again that was really had shoulders on the thigh guard. That's a good tackle again.
Measure again.
Guy Brown was making the tackle.
He just barely got it. Just barely.
You saw by how much.
He's got to be forward of the stakes just by the tip of the ball.
Well, I wish you'd look at those stats. Total yards, 316 for the Cardinals. Oilers, 185.
And look at the score.
Oilers come out. It is 3rd down, and a little bit better than 13 to go. from the Cardinal 34-yard line. As Pastorini goes back to throw and pumps one and looks in the middle and fires for the end zone to Barber. And it is broken up in the end zone. Back deep. Ken Stone, one of those back deep to help break it up, has an interception. The other was Carl Allen, delivering a fourth down. I see no flags anywhere, and I'm almost to the point where every play is run. I'm looking for a flag somewhere, Bill.
There's been an awful lot of yellow out there, and now let's see if the Oilers are going to attempt a field goal from here. Tony Fritz is in. The mark is that the ball is at the 34, 7 yards back. It's going to make it the 41. This is going to be a 51-yard attempt.
A 51-yard try for Tony Fritz.
He can hit it there, too.
Gifford Nielsen. Gifford Nielsen is a quarterback. He is the holder. So keep an eye on Gifford Nielsen. Snap back, the ball down. The kick by Fritz is long. It is high. It is good. From 51 yards away. Tony Fritz. This one from 51 yards out to give the Oilers 3. With 14:49 to play in the ball game. There's an official timeout on the field, and the score now. The Oilers 17, the Cardinals 10.
The old foreman would have spun up in there and danced outside and might have turned that into a long gainer.
Greg Landry, to Reese McCall, a touchdown pass of 17 yards as Baltimore leads the New York Jets 7-0. 41-yard line of Dallas. Sammy White started in motion. Ricky Young, the ball carrier for 2 or 3, not much more. D.D. Lewis made the tackle.
A lot of people think you can run straight at the flex defense, especially on first down, and do decently and not run wide. So actually, Kramer has the right backfield going for him. Ricky Young and Foreman inside, and a pretty good trap blocking offensive line that's big. Johnny Michaels thinks this young line is going to be as good offensive line as he's ever had up here.
3-yard pickup. 2nd and 7. 3 minutes, 45 seconds make it left in the first quarter. Cowboys lead 3-0. Kramer, Harvey Martin is behind him. The pass caught. And what a catch by Sammy White. Cliff Harris protesting that he's out of bounds, but what a catch from Sammy White.
The other receiver, right? Ahmad Rashad gets a lot of publicity, and he deserves it. But this young man can really go. Watch how smoothly he keeps his eyes on the ball. And this is an incredible catch. That is a good catch. Good pass protection. Let's see what happens on the left side where White and Martin might come. Looks like somebody might have fallen down there on the...
Benny Barnes.
It's a great grab by Sammy White, his 14th catch of the year.
And a good move before he...
270.
First down at the 20-yard line of Dallas for Minnesota. Kramer throws outside to Young. D.D. Lewis right there with him.
You know who Ricky Young used to play in front of? Walter Payton. He was the blocker for Walter.
Walter carried the ball, 39 times today as the Bears beat Buffalo 7-0.
He had 155 yards rushing, somebody said.
51-yard field goal by Tony Frisch puts Houston ahead of St. Louis now 17-10. Bud Grant looking on.
2nd and 6 for the Vikings.
2nd and 6.
Good-looking drive by Minnesota.
Kramer is 4 out of 6 for 37 yards. He sends Sammy White in motion this time. Going to throw back across the field, and does, and open. There's Ahmad Rashad, and a good throw by Kramer. First down.
And what a pattern by Rashad. He came all the way inside and then rolled back outside. Now watch the action. This looks a little bit like number 10, doesn't it? A little spread out. The shorter strokes with those feet. He sort of shortened that stride. Now Kramer throws back. And now Rashad is starting away from Runick and right into D.D. Lewis. Good tackle by D.D., but an excellent offensive play.
What a year he's having. Ahmad Rashad, that's the career that he's going to add to it this year. Tommy Kramer has it first and goal on the 6th of Minnesota. Dallas leading now 3-0. Vikings moving in. Ricky Young to about the 2, maybe more. Thomas Henderson on the tackle.
This time Ricky Young got right in behind Swilly and Hamilton, the big guard, and Ron Yary. And it opened up a little bit in the middle of that 4-man defensive front. He just slid in behind it. You're right behind Foreman as the fullback goes through. Pretty good looking offensive line of scrimmage that the Vikes have today.
We talked a little bit earlier about what a good-looking drive Dallas put together. This one looks good, too. Tommy Kramer, first and goal, the line of scrimmage at the 2. Foreman, the fullback, Young, the halfback. The fake from Kramer. Bob Tucker wide open. Nobody else even in the picture. Touchdown, Minnesota Vikings.
And Kramer really took it easy on that. The young quarterback might have overplayed it. Watch how calmly he loads it up, cleans it off, and waits for the tight end coming across. You can't drop that one.
Hard. Threw it perfectly. Bob Tucker, 80 yards, 11 plays they went. New England beat Detroit 24-17. Rick Danmeyer adds the extra point for the Vikings. They now lead 7-3. We have 2 minutes left in the first quarter. Good-looking drive from Minnesota.
As you look at the respective coaches, Coryell and Miller, let me give you some partial scores. First quarter, Baltimore, winless, has gone on top of the Jets 7-0. Landry to Reese McCall. And New England 24-17 over Detroit with a minute to play in the game. We're back live here. It's scoreless. Denver starts at its own 39-yard line. Norris Weeks. Rob Lytle, the ball carrier. No play action. Fooled me completely, but he did not fool number 68, Leroy Jones, who threw him down for a huge loss. Freddie Dean there also.
That was pretty tricky. It almost fooled us. But as I said, once Denver gets away from its goal line, fooled our cameraman too, but we can't fault him. Leroy Jones on a hand tackle. But as they get more towards the middle of the field, the Denver offense is a lot more open.
More partials. Third quarter, Houston leads St. Louis 14-10. Pittsburgh 14-0 over Cleveland in the first quarter. And New Orleans is going on top of the Rams 7-0. Tony Galbraith, a 3-yard run. 2nd and 21 now for Denver. Weiss sprinting out, throws it out here to Keyworth, and he's out of bounds at the 35-yard line. Did not even gain back the yardage he lost on first down. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League, and it is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Denver Broncos and the National Football League is prohibited. Mile High Stadium, Denver, Colorado, 85 degrees. Sam Nover and Bob Trumpy delighted to bring this one to you, and it's going to be a dandy, I guarantee it. 3rd and 15, Upchurch wide left, Haven Moses to the right.
San Diego with 5 defensive backs in the ballgame, Sam.
Fake the blitz. Weiss forced out of the pocket. He's got all day if he wants to throw it. And runs out of daylight and room at the 41-yard line. Excellent coverage in the secondary by Glenn Edwards and Fuller, particularly the strong and weak safeties, and he had nobody to throw it to.
He made yardage, Sam, but they're not going to win a football game by him scrambling time after time, and I'm sure that's what Red Miller is telling him. They're using a half rollout to try to get away from San Diego's awesome pass rush, but it's not working. They got to get the ball down the field. Here we go.
Prestridge will kick it from about his own 30. He has averaged 55.5 yards in 2 punts today. Kicks this one almost to the end zone. Oh, absolutely remarkable. I think it hit inside. No, they kill it on the 3. Let's see whether they allow it or not.
Get the line.
They do not allow it. It went into the end zone. It'll be a touchback. A 59-yard punt by the rookie from Baylor.
Overplayed it.
They didn't call it either way.
Though we have seen 2 bumps so far today, neither one called. Ray Brown bumping Billy Waddy on a pass in the end zone, and now this one with Ike Harris and Pat Thomas. So it is 3rd and 6 from the 8. Big play now for Archie Manning. Manning from his end zone is throwing deep, and Chandler no good, and he was double covered. Osteen is there along with Eddie Brown, and Chandler never had a chance. And by the way, when you look at Wes Chandler, Chandler is the only wide receiver in the National Football League who has caught at least 4 passes in every game this year. Baltimore running back Don McCauley has at least 4 in every game, but the Rams really put a squeeze on him.
Osteen had good position on him. They went deep on Osteen with Chandler.
Rick Partridge, who's from Newport Beach, went to school at Utah. Will try and punt it out of the New Orleans end zone. We'll see if the Rams are coming. And he gets his protection and kicks it to Eddie Brown. Brown calling fair catch, and it hits on the 40 and takes a Ram bounce backwards, and they'll down it inside the 40 at the Saints 38. So the Rams in very good field position.
Great field position. Here's where you got to take it in now.
1 minute and 53 seconds in the first quarter. New Orleans 7 and the Rams nothing.
With John Brody, this is Don Criqui back at Cleveland Stadium. The Steelers have taken command of this game in the first quarter, 14-0 as Barr kicks off again. Dino Hall waits the ball at the 5-yard line. He's to the 20. Got that good second move and accelerates ahead across the 20-yard line out to the 25. Draft choice number 2 coming down, and he makes the special teams hit.
And that's the only way you can make the Pittsburgh team. You're not going to get right into the lineup playing either offense or defense. You go down and you take on a few wedges. You find a spot for yourself on the roster. Zach Valentine made a great play.
John, at this point now, does Cleveland have to come out of its game plan and start firing?
Oh, I don't think so. It's a little early to get out of whatever design you've had going into the ball game. They wanted to run it. I think they've shown they can, but Sipe is the thrower, and he's been getting this team by on his arm, and I think you're going to see more of it.
Well, the Browns said the coach was probably last week they had to come out of the game plan early. Here's Ozzie Newsome, and he catches the ball on Wagner. It's a first down for the Browns. Ozzie Newsome, a strong tight end who's got the excellent speed, gets down. Here's an upset. The Chicago Bears in a hailstorm at Buffalo on a 1-yard run by Walter Payton with just over a minute to play in the game. Beat the Buffalo Bills 7-0. Atlanta back on track now after Green Bay's big win Monday night over New England. Atlanta on the home field beats the Packers 25-7. Atlanta now 3-3. The Packers are 2-4. Brian Sipe with the big throw to Newsome has a first down. Draw play. Look at that play by Joe Green, but Mike Pruitt does well to elude Green momentarily and get ahead for yardage as Green had him at the line of scrimmage.
A very nice 4 or 5 yard gain. We mentioned Dirt Winston. He's got to play the outside, see how he does. Number 53. You can see he doesn't go for much. Calvin Hill's trying to get a piece of him. See if he can't help Mike Pruitt. He does his job. Pruitt picks up 4, but it was a nice run to get it.
So far, both teams have run 10 plays. But the Steelers have the lead. There's Greg Pruitt on the sidelines. The all-purpose back. He has a strained knee. There was some concern he might need surgery, but that is not the case. He might be back as early as next week. Brian Sipe looking long. Lets her go. A penalty marker is down in the secondary of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We could have a call going against Pittsburgh, which would be resulting in a first down at the point of infraction. Referee today is Jim Tunney. He's going to give us the call. Going to go against the Steelers, John.
It is. It's going to be first down for the Browns. They need to sustain a drive here. They've got to get some points on the board.
5 yards, first down.
It's a Sipe alternating wide receiver. Newsome is aligned to the right. Wind is really gusty now. It's going to be tough to throw in this football game. Sipe's going to try it again. He looks. He lets her go long. Ozzie Newsome is out there. Feature is out there and loses the ball. But there's a penalty marker down. Ricky Feature was interfered with. It is a first down for the Browns, so now they mount a challenge.
It was not a well-thrown ball by Sipe, but it was a very well-fielded ball by Feature. What he did is he goes down the field, little play-action pass. He freezes the linebackers, gives himself quite a bit of the field to play with. If he's thrown the ball a little more in the middle, Feature's got it on a dead run. However, Feature did slow down enough to force Blunt to come over the top of him, drew a penalty, keeps their drive alive.
Sure does. The best field position of the game now for the Cleveland Browns. They have the ball down to the 21-yard line of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We have 4:11 left to play. First quarter. Steelers jumped out in their first 2 possessions to a 14-0 lead. Bradshaw gunning the ball into the end zone both times for the touchdowns. Cunningham got the first. Sidney Thornton the second. It's 1st and 10 Browns at the 21-yard line of the Steelers. Here's a pass, and out there with the football is Calvin Hill, and he's down inside the 15-yard line. Superb execution as Sipe stood tall against the big rush.
It looked like an audible. Now, you don't hear much about audibles, Don, anymore, but it looked like Pittsburgh was in a blitz, a 6 or 7 man blitz. Lambert was the only one that was in the middle of the field. That puts Wagner man-to-man on Calvin Hill, a perfect throwing situation on a play-action pass. He took advantage of it.
So the Browns have something going now as Cleo Miller goes into their backfield. Number 30. Calvin Hill is in there with him. Rucker is wide to the right. Dave Logan, who can go up in the air and get the ball. is on the left flank. On 2nd and 2, Cleo Miller runs the ball. You run into the heart of the Steeler defense. You don't get hit once. You get hit 1, 2, 3 times on that play, and down goes Miller. He did get a couple. Cleveland in white and orange in possession, trailing 14-0 in the first quarter. Pruitt runs hard. He gets inside the 10. He's got a first down for the Browns.
Good offensive surge. Both guards.
Really
and
did.
the center, Tom DeLeon, just enough surge to pick up a first down. That 1 or 2 yards is not an automatic. It's not easy. Here's Henry Shepard on the right, 65. Jackson on the right at the right guard. DeLeon, real good offensive surge. Gave Pruitt a chance to pick up the first.
So now the Browns are challenging. There's 15,000 here from Pittsburgh. Trying to get somebody elected. I'll tell you one thing, you get a pretty good football team out of some of these hombres that come in to follow the Steelers.
They were ready last night. I don't know if they're ready today.
They were really ready last night. Sipe looks into the end zone. Yeah, ball is tipped. The Steeler linebacker, Jack Lambert.
People talk about how good Lambert is at stopping the run, but he's one of the most effective linebackers patrolling that middle. He gets in the proper lane all the time, and he's very tough to throw on, and it really helps those safeties.
It's interesting, Jack Lambert grew up not far from Cleveland, was a Browns fan all his life, never missed a game. No Browns fan anymore. These two teams don't like each other. They get after it. Jack Lambert, the middle linebacker, dropping back in that zone coverage, and he tipped the ball. So now it's 2nd. Conceivably, the Browns could get a first down if they get to advance the ball inside the 1. It's just outside the 10-yard line. Now it's 2nd and 10. Pitch back goes. Here is Pruitt running hard. He's got everybody out in front of him. He's down to the 6-yard line. So a 3rd down play comes up. And I think, John Brody, we could see Sipe throw into the end zone.
Well, certainly we could. It's no easy trick to pick up 5 yards when you're down on the 6-yard line on 3rd down. It's the toughest situation for a quarterback. I'm sure that, you know, teams get into drills where you say inside the 10-yard line, what's our best 3rd down play? You're going to see it right now. And
why
I don't
is it so
know
tough
what it
for
is.
a quarterback? Why does
well, you run out of room.
Yeah.
Everybody crowds you. And there are no patterns that you can run effectively down there. You just have to get one-on-one situation somewhere and hit them. That's tough.
Yes, it is. Right now, it's going to be tough for Brian Sipe and the Browns offense. 3rd at the 6. Into the end zone he throws. Rucker can't hold on to the football. A little bit high. I think he would have come down outside the end zone, so the kicking team goes out.
Would have been a great catch, but Sipe did throw the ball the only place he had a chance to make the reception.
So now a very capable place kicker, particularly when the weather's bad like it is today with this gusting wind. Don Cockcroft comes on the playing field for the Cleveland Browns as Sipe goes out. He actually threw the ball over 40 times last year, considering the number of plays that were called back on penalties. And Sam Ratigliano says we don't want to be throwing a football 40 times. You usually don't win a game when you do that, and they certainly did not last week. Here's Cockcroft. He hasn't missed many, though. He hits it. He's wide. Don Cockcroft doesn't get it there in the swirling wind. He is wide, and so a good Browns drive comes up empty. 1:22 left to play in the first quarter, and the Steelers give up yardage, but they do not give up points as we watch that kick again. We'll be back in a moment.
This Friday night at 11:30 Eastern, take in a magic show. Magic Johnson's scheduled TV debut as the Lakers take on the Clippers. You'll say you saw it on CBS Sports.
That'll be something to have a look at Magic Johnson against Bill Walton as a Clipper. The Lakers and Clippers Friday at 11:30 Eastern Time right here on CBS. Scores: Chicago 7, Buffalo nothing. New England beat Detroit 24-17. Philadelphia over Washington 28-17. They play each other again in 2 weeks. The Rams now in perfect field position. As you look at the bench, you see Ike Harris along with Archie Manning, backup quarterback Scott. But here come the Rams and Hayden. 1st and 10 on the Saints 38. Nelson goes to the right side. Cullen Bryant bumping into people and keeps on going. Dragged down as he crossed the 35-yard line. Bordelon at the bottom, along with Don Reese.
Well, the Saints defense said pretty good. The Rams have been in that formation with the fullback in the fullback spot twice, and both times Cullen Bryant has carried the ball. They're 2 for 2 running to the weak side. That's one of Cullen Bryant's better formations.
Bryant picked up 5, so it's 2nd and 5 on the Saints 33. Waddy is left and Jesse is right. 7-0 New Orleans. 1:18 left in the first quarter. Wendell Tyler, and he got away from McGill, and now he gets away from Gray, and he's finally brought down at the 14-yard line. Both McGill and Gray had him, and he got away.
You want to tackle a guy like Wendell Tyler high, but watch Wendell Tyler slip underneath. Watch him go right underneath.
That's McGill.
On McGill, tackle him too high, and he almost broke it all the way. 18-yard run. Big play.
So it is 1st and 10 for the Rams. The ball just shy of the 15-yard line. Nelson, the tight end, goes to the left side and then moves the other way. Picked up by Ray Brown, the strong safety. Wendell Tyler dragged down Danny Reisig, who is an inexperienced guard, number 54, tried to pull and throw the block, and he couldn't quite do it, George.
Yeah, that's tough. Danny's learning 3 positions. Watch him come out, 54. Ray Brown played that pretty good, 27. He got across, forced it deep. The way Ray Brown played that allowed the defensive man to make the tackle.
So they spot the ball at the 17-yard line, 2nd and 12. And we have time running out as far as the first quarter is concerned before 71,000 in the Superdome. New Orleans 7, the Rams nothing.
From Mile High Stadium in Denver, Sam Nover, Bob Trumpy, a scoreless football game. The story here has been punting. The rookie Prestridge has averaged 57 yards of punt in 3 kicks for Denver. Jeff West kicking into the wind, 45 on 2 punts. Fouts fakes the end around and hits Charlie Joyner for a first down at the 35-yard line. And the big story defensively, Bob, is that Randy Gradishar has made his first appearance in the Denver linebacking core in this ball game.
Well, he is the core of their defense, Sam, in that 34 defense. He and Bob Swenson make about 75% of the tackles for Denver, and he's an inspirational leader for them. He had surgery on his finger, his ring finger, earlier in the week, and they did not want him to start, but Randy Gradishar wanted to play, and in the end result, it is the player's choice.
Boy, the Lions gave New England all they could handle today. It's final, the Patriots 24-17 over Detroit. Mike Thomas to the 40-yard line. He's like a little water bug. 5 quick yards for the former Washington Redskins star. They have a wealth of running backs in San Diego. Lydell Mitchell has yet to see the light of day, although he did have a staph infection that's carried on to the regular season.
And I still wonder how Gene Klein got Mike Thomas away from Washington for a 5th-round draft choice in 1980. What a steal. That may be the secret to San Diego's offensive threat this season.
Kellen Winslow, number 80, the huge tight end, playing wide receiver. Apparently Charlie Joyner got injured on that last reception. Winslow. Clarence Williams now to the 43-yard line. He'll come up a couple of yards shy of a first down. So it'll be 3rd down at about 2 for San Diego. And we'll look at it again. Boy, how'd you like to have Winslow and Bob Klein with Winslow running out of the wide receiving spot?
Tough on you. There's Randy Gradishar down the line, but his job is to flow along the line and try to make the stop as close to the line of scrimmage as possible. An excellent tackler, but he got cut down by Doug Wilkerson here. That's a story in itself. Doug Wilkerson, 4 weeks after knee surgery. He is playing.
3rd down and 1. Williams. I don't believe he got there. He crossed the 30 or the 45. But again, it was like a situation early in the first quarter when they needed the same kind of thrust from their running back, and Williams got it for him. Let's see about this one.
Well, this is the tough part of professional football with all those fat bodies down there. Mike Thomas threw there. I don't think they made it. But I'll tell you what, Sam, San Diego's offensive backs, that tandem of Mike Thomas and Clarence Williams, Williams is averaging 4.5 yards a carry, Thomas 5.1. So they're going to get their yards. This is going to be close. He
got it again.
By a thumbnail.
And what is very interesting is that Oakland ran the football so effectively against Denver last Sunday. San Diego's great success has been throwing the ball. However, I guess taking a tip from Mark Van Egan and Stabler and company, they're trying to run it down their throats.
Well, I think Don Coryell is saying if we haven't won here in 10 years, let's take what everybody else is doing and use it to the best possible way we can. So therefore, 2 tight ends and keep running the ball down their throat. That's going to make their passing in the second half a lot easier.
And Jefferson is the only receiver as Thomas goes in motion. Fouts a little flare pass to Clarence Williams. Across the 45 to the 48, Steve Foley closed very quickly from his right cornerback spot and made the tackle after a gain of about 3 or 4. So it'll be second down for Fouts.
One of the real pluses for the Denver defense is that with that alignment that they have in there, with the linebackers they have in there now, they only have one guy over 230 pounds, and that's Randy Gradishaw. They have probably the most active linebackers in professional football with Swinson, Rizzo, Tom Jackson. They can run with any running back there is in the game.
Rizzo has come out of there again, and they go to 4-down linemen. They have done that frequently in certain situations here. We are running out of time in the first quarter. It has come to an end. So, scoreless football game at the end of 1 quarter. We'll be right back after these messages from your local stations.
Rick Danmeyer will kick off. Deep for Dallas, Steve Wilson and Ron Springs. Those of you who watched New England defeat Detroit, welcome to our broadcast.
Look at that time of possession by that Minnesota drive.
There have been 2 long drives. One by Dallas, one by Minnesota. We're at Metropolitan Stadium in Bloomington, Minnesota, and Steve Wilson is the ball carrier. He's out to about the 25. Score here is 7-3 Minnesota with 1 minute 52 seconds left in the first quarter.
Hey.
Tonight on CBS, 60 Minutes, Archie Bunker's Place, one day at a time. Alice, the Jeffersons.
Trapper John, M.D., Archie Bunker's Place. We've been in a few places that look like Archie Bunker's Place.
I think I saw Archie there.
We left him in good shape, right?
It's a nice place.
By the way, that field goal by Dallas, the first point scored all year in the first quarter against the Minnesota defense.
Line of scrimmage, the 26-yard line of Dallas. 7-3 Minnesota lead. Dorsett and Newhouse, the backs behind Roger Staubach. The throw. Maybe. Going to run. Out of bounds after about 6 by Mark Mullaney.
Mullaney really gave him a shot. The big defensive end from Colorado State. Now, one thing a quarterback doesn't want to do is get some of these guys angry. Watch the top of your screen. You can see Cooper, 61, battling Mullaney. And now, there's Dave Roller going by. Now Rogers got to decide. Nobody's open. He almost tantalized himself into a problem. Here comes 77. Look out. Train comes through here on Tuesday, huh? Be careful.
Roger Staubach's counterpart over on the Minnesota bench. That's Tommy Kramer. 2nd and 4. Roger Staubach got 6 on that carry. Gives to Dorsett. Dorsett gets almost nothing. And he is run back by James White.
Duck White. The biggest problem Duck White has had is that number 72 there is that he replaced Alan Page, the big 260-pounder from Oklahoma State. You can see he gets a standoff on the line of scrimmage and makes an incredibly good play and keeps his feet. Look how he keeps that balance.
Just overpowered Pat Donovan.
Which is not easy to do.
I'll say. 3rd and 3, Cowboys. At their own 33. They trail by 4. 1 minute to go on the first quarter. Straight back, both backs out. Billy Joe Dupree will have it up for the Dallas first down.
Tommy Hannon had good coverage. Again, it was not from the shotgun on 3rd and about 4. Straight drop back, excellent protection, and a big target that is really experienced. An excellent tight end. All right, here's some of that blocking up front. They ran a twist, a stunt. That's Dave Roller, tamed from Green Bay. You can see Cooper's in good shape on Mullaney. Pretty good offensive play.
7-3, the Minnesota Vikings over Dallas. At the moment, Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire on 1st and 10. 20 seconds left first quarter. Dorsett in motion and Staubach brings the ball back to Scott Laidlaw, who picks his hole nicely. He is hit by, I believe, the offside linebacker, Scott Studwell, who is alternating most of the time, or much of the time, with Jeff Seaman.
Vikings once in a while have been slipping into a 3-4 front. Right now, Rogers going to find out, huh?
You'll find out going in the other direction. That's the end of the first quarter with Minnesota leading Dallas 7-3.
Here is the seemingly point-blank field goal attempt at Don Cockcroft, but as we see, it just goes wide to the right.
Hit it pretty solid, but you can see it comes in a little late.
And Mr. Cockcroft, quite disappointed. He doesn't miss him from way out, let alone in close, but oddly enough, he's 0 for 2 from that distance this year.
First 3 games of the year, he put him on the win column.
That's right. They won on Cockcroft field goals the first 3 weeks, once in overtime at New York. Bradshaw goes to the run, and now the Steelers use their power game as driving straight ahead into tackle Sims and Shirk is Franco Harris. NBC Sports World coming up in 2 weeks on October 20th. You'll see 2 of the hardest hitters in boxing go toe-to-toe for the WBA Heavyweight Championship of the world. Undefeated Big John Tate goes against undefeated Harry Kotsia, live from Pretoria, South Africa. And also you'll see action with the legends of bowling, plus the possibility of a celebrity poker tournament. But a world championship fight coming up October 20th on NBC. Thornton runs. Boy, he's a big guy, and he hits people, and you got to really question who is the hitter and who is the hittee when he runs into a defense, because he's dealing it out too. Jackson got him finally along with Ron Bolt, but there's good yardage. The New England Patriots had to work hard and come from behind to beat Detroit today, 24-17. Lions lost another quarterback. Homelow went down in that game. It's 3rd and less than 2 yards now for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The ball at their 29-yard line. The first quarter is in its final seconds right now, and the Steelers are in the lead 14-0. And to Franco. Oh! Look out, look out, look out. It's a foot race now. And the big guy from Penn State is going to take it the distance on 3rd and short yardage. A 235-pound fullback turns out to be the fastest guy in the field.
We mentioned 71 yards for a touchdown. A guy, as you said, at 230 pounds. Tom Darden is a free safety. Free safeties are known for their speed. He did not have more than a stride on Darden as he left the line of scrimmage, got through the secondary. He maintained it and extended it once he got down the field. Now here's a man can fly. He stated in his own words, he's gotten off to a slow start. He certainly hasn't started slow today.
Interesting, the longest run in his career prior to this was a 75-yard touchdown run, and that was against the Cleveland Browns. So now, Barr is out to try an extra point again as Pittsburgh, world champions that they are, has taken command of this football game on the last play of the first quarter. Pittsburgh extends its lead to 21-0. End of the first quarter, Pittsburgh 21, Cleveland 0, and we'll be right back after these messages from your local station.
The second quarter ready to go. New Orleans 7 and the Rams 0. The Rams have it 2nd and 12 on the Saints 17-yard line. And Hayden, who has a -1 yard in passing up to here, hits Billy Waddy at the 12. He's inside the 10 and dropped at the 8-yard line. It was Ken Bordelon, number 50, who brought him down.
You know, Pat was very smart there. He came up, and watch him. As soon as he puts his hands under the ball, is snap. Caught the Saints napping. He had the time to throw because he went on a quick count. Waddy was open. Fine play by Pat Hayden.
So Hayden, who had a -1 yard net passing in the first quarter, picks up a big 9 yards with that. So it's 3rd and 3 on the Saints 8-yard line. Bryant and Tyler, Jesse Wright and Waddy left. And again, they're jumping around, and it's Barry Bennett, I believe, who number 63, who's offsides for the Saints.
That's, again, smart football on Hayden's part, stupid football on the Saints' part. You may be fooled once or twice, but you can't repeatedly give them 5 yards in tough territory like this.
It's a different man each time. First it was Derlin Moore, then it was Don Reese, and this time you watch Hayden again, and Barry Bennett, number 63, was guilty of the infraction. So Hayden giving him a bad time.
Watch Pat's head. See, before he went on sound, now he went on a long count. He's got him on defense.
So it is a 1st and goal from the Saints 3. The Rams trying to tie it up. 14-18 left in the second quarter. Jesse and Nelson on the right side. Charlie Young on the left side. Tyler and Bryant the running back. And it'll be Wendell Tyler bouncing off people and is dragged down at the 5. Jim Merlo, number 57, hit him low, and that was enough to stack it up.
Well, there was no hole there. Everybody was charging to the inside, and Wendell tried to bounce it outside where he is dangerous. When the hole is clogged up, Wendell is very dangerous, pushing off and turning a broken play into a long game.
That ball is just about on the 5-yard line, so he lost 2. 2nd and goal from the 5. Again, Charlie Young on the left side. Preston Denard goes on a wing outside Terry Nelson. Bryant is in motion. Hayden pitching to Wendell Tyler, and Tyler is going to go the other way. And there's nobody over there. He's gone. And what a block Doug France finally threw on Eric Felton, and it was all over.
Just what we were talking about. When the hole is jammed, Wendell turns a broken play into a big gainer. No chance. He's going to lose yardage here. Reverses his field. This is sheer speed and quickness.
Watch 77, Doug France, lay out Eric Felton right there. Felton was right on the goal line, and Wendell went by.
Perfect defense, but a great runner like Wendell Tyler will turn it into a long gainer.
Now the Rams' Frank Corral trying to tie it up. The kick is up. The kick is good, and we're all even 7-7. Wendell Tyler's 3rd touchdown rushing of the year. The Rams 7, New Orleans 7, 13:30 to the half.
Our creepy camera from the end zone gives you a look at this play as an offensive back would look at a defense. When he breaks through there, you can see you just need one little crack. There's nobody in the secondary. They've got 10 men at the line of scrimmage doing all they can to stop him from making a first down, but they didn't stop him from making a touchdown. Sam Rutigliano on the left, Chuck Noll on the right.
Brown, the right tackle, threw a great block, as did the tight end Grossman, who blocked down on the linebacker, and it's 21-0. Now Dino Hall has a problem with the football, and the Steelers have it. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they have the football at the 12-yard line. Well, the world champions misfired last week, but man, they are unbelievable, and 15,000 people can make a lot of noise because it sounds like this is at Pittsburgh.
Well, I think Pittsburgh did what was so untypical of them last week in the dressing room. For some reason, they were unaccustomed to being the way they were. They were a little nervous, a little tense, just kind of ready for the ball game. They knew this was big for them. Look at the way they get after that ball down the field. Dino Smith didn't know where they came from, but they did get the ball.
Rookie linebacker from Michigan State. Tom Graves was on the football, so now the Steelers challenge yet again. 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line of Cleveland. Thornton dips outside. Good play by Hall. Caught him from behind, outside linebacker 59. Charlie Hall gets big Sid Thornton. So far, the Browns have turned the ball over twice. The first one was converted into the first score of the game by the Pittsburgh Steelers. And now, as we're early in the second quarter, it is 21-0 Pittsburgh. Now, if this game should get any more out of hand, we're going to switch out to Denver, where the San Diego Chargers and the Broncos are hooked up in a scoreless game. That's if the Steelers start to blow this one wide open, if they have not, in fact, done that already.
Well, 21 is, you can come back from there. 28's a little more difficult.
Bradshaw wants that 28. Out there is Jim Smith. Diving catch, touchdown, Pittsburgh Steelers. Woo. Boy, they're just eating it up today.
I think he's the replacement for Lynn Swann. Now, that's about as fine a catch as you're going to see all year. He knew he had it all the way. He dove. The end zone's a little bit soft in there. Bradshaw made a pretty good throw, but it was a great catch. Little play action. He's putting the ball the only place anybody can grab it. He beats Bolton. You think Terry cares?
I tell you, they say another big factor in Pittsburgh's success. They all believe now in Bradshaw. A few years ago, he'd have the great game in the off game. They know that he's going to take them the distance. He's done it. Here's the extra point attempt. It's wide by Barr. That wind down at that end of the field. The open end is going to be a factor. But with 14:07 left to play in the first half, the Pittsburgh Steelers have moved out in front 27-0. We'll be back at Cleveland in a moment.
Pittsburgh 21-0 over Cleveland, all in the first quarter. And that game being played in Cleveland. And Minnesota leads Dallas 7-3 in Minnesota. Also, Houston has gone on top of the Cardinals now 17-10. That game is in the fourth quarter. Here it's scoreless. Fouts on 2nd and 7. And did he catch it? Incomplete. Intended for Mike Thomas on the far sideline. And he was double teamed by The outside linebacker, Tommy Jackson, and free safety, Bernard Jackson. They were both there.
And Fouts took a chance on that one, Sam. Thomas was covered, but he still tried to get it in there.
Also, New Orleans 7-0 over the Rams. Tony Galbraith, a 3-yard run. Baltimore winless in 5, beating the Jets 7-0 on a Greg Landry to Reese McCall pass of 17 yards. Here it's 3rd down and 7 from the San Diego 48-yard line. We haven't had much offense. We have had no scoring whatsoever. Thomas in motion. Kellen Winslow one-handed the ball. 25. Carries a man to the 21-yard line. The remarkable rookie from Missouri caught it with one hand.
And what San Diego is doing is putting Thomas in motion. That's taking Jackson out of the middle line. You see Jackson go with motion. That means single coverage. Kellen Winslow on Bill Thompson. And this is a finely thrown ball, but look at that catch. Goodness gracious. First-round draft choice out of Missouri, 6'5", 255 pounds, and he's a backup wide receiver. Not bad at all.
And Tom Jackson was hurt on the play. He's over on the sidelines kneeling. 4-down lineman for Denver. Jackson is out of there. 1st down San Diego, the best scoring threat of the day at the Denver 22-yard line. Jefferson is the only split receiver, and Thomas dances to the 20 and no farther. Evans 56 there, making sure he doesn't go any further. And from the bottom of the pile, I believe it's Reuben Carter, 68. Now Carter comes out, replaced by Don Latimer, 72. He was our #1 draft choice 2 years ago from Miami, Florida.
Sam, those statistics are much misleading. San Diego, with the exception of one pass, is not doing very much offensively. They're not able to run the ball against Denver at all, and they have to do that to set up their passing.
2nd down, 8 San Diego. Jefferson again, the lone split receiver. Williams carries people to the 16-yard line. Stopped there by Gradishar, 53. We'll give him a gain of about 4. Clarence Williams played at South Carolina, was a teammate of Kevin Long, who's established himself as one of the better running backs in the National Football League with the New York Jets.
Along with Scott Durkin, that is a fine backfield.
Yes, it is indeed. And Williams' fort, I think, is his outstanding quickness off the ball.
And he had knee surgery in 1978. It's pretty difficult for a guy to come back and be shifty the year after knee surgery.
Jefferson in motion, 3rd down and 5. Over the middle, Williams to the 5-yard line. An excellent catch by Clarence Williams, and Fouts threw it right where he had to. Right in the seam of the zone. Gradishar made the stop.
And that's one of the things about the San Diego offense that I like and like a great deal. They will throw it to anybody. Backs out of the backfield, wide receivers, tight ends, and he is an excellent receiver. That's why he's starting ahead of Lydell Mitchell, who was only last year carried the ball for 244 times, 820 yards, and caught 57 passes. And here Clarence Williams, that's why he's keeping him out of the lineup.
Tom Jackson, we understand, has a bruise under his right eye. He will be back. 1st and goal, San Diego at the 5. Fouts is 7 out of 9 throwing it now. Hank Bauer, no, to about the 3-yard line. He is an inspirational ball of fire. Number 37, Hank Bauer, 5'11", 200 pounds, a 3rd-year pro out of Cal Lutheran, carried the football.
He is also a short yardage specialist for the San Diego Chargers.
And he was stopped by Louis Wright,
who will stop anybody.
Almost on every down now, Bob. Miller is substituting 1 or 2 people, making it extremely difficult for our spotters and the San Diego Chargers. 2nd down and goal at the 3. Bauer and Williams are the setback. That's Williams. He lost yardage. Just a great defensive struggle by the entire left side of the defensive line of Denver. Chavis was there, Evans, Swenson. And we'll have to see where they spot the football, but somebody is still down for Denver also, and they call for some help on the field. Get the glasses down there. He is laying face down. It's scoreless. We'll return to this drive by San Diego, and great scoring threat. It'll be 3rd down and goal when we come back. 3rd down and 4. Denver apparently looking for a pass here.
And I would expect Dan Fouts to call a draw play right here because they are looking for the pass, Denver is.
Look at them spread out across the field. 4 linebackers. Fouts on the quarterback draw. They got him.
Gradishar. What a play.
San Diego came out in an offense that spread the defense of Denver from sideline to sideline, and Fouts had him on the quarterback draw, but Gradishar was not fooled.
This is a heck of a play by Randy Gradishar. He's got pass coverage on one of the backs out of the backfield, but I think Danny Fouts is too quick in declaring what he's going to do. You see Gradishar on the read. What a play. What a big play for a guy who wasn't supposed to start.
And so the former Pittsburgh Steeler, Roy Girella, will attempt a 23-yard field goal. He is 1 for 2 as a San Diego Charger. Fuller will hold. The kick is blocked. A flag is down. Denver has blocked the field goal attempt, but a flag is down.
Sam, that ball didn't get more than 6 feet off the ground. And it appears to be on Denver. Offsides, Denver.
What a great break for San Diego. That will give them 3rd down again, half the distance to the goal line, and they'll move it to about the 2-yard line. I beg your pardon, it'll be 4th down again. And they'll have the option of whether to go now for the 6 points or let Girella have another crack. What would you do, Robert?
I'd go for this. I'd go for the 3 points. No way would I go for the touchdown. 3 points ahead right now with the way that Jeff West is punting the football. I got to go for it.
And so it's offsides against Denver. And now Girella will have an attempt of 20 yards out of the Fuller hole. Placement, the kick is up, and it's no good. Girella has missed a 20-yard attempt.
Sam, I talked to Roy Girella before the ball game. He, of course, is replacing Ralph Panerska, who was out with stomach surgery, and Roy Girella was out-kicked by about 7 or 8 different people before he got the job here in San Diego. He may get another chance to try somewhere else.
So the Chargers have missed a golden scoring opportunity.
And it's 1st and goal to go for the Cardinals, trying to tie this thing up with 8 minutes and 34 seconds to play. They're down by 7. 17-10 Houston. Full house backfield. Harrell is in there running with Otis Brown as well as Wayne Morris. The give. 2nd man through. Morris dives up and in. Touchdown. Wayne Morris countering off the left side. Dived up and over and in for the score, and we're 1 point after touchdown away from a tie ball game.
Well, the Cardinals have fought off adversity. They have fought off their own silly mistakes. They have taken it in on a 74-yard drive, but it isn't tied up yet. It's 17-16, and at 8:32, Steve Little has to put through a very big 1 point right here.
Roger Woolley in the hole. The mark will come at the 10-yard line. Little to try to tie it. All set. Snap back. Ball down. Kick is up. And it is good. With 8 minutes and 32 seconds to play in this ball game, there's an official timeout on the field with the score now. The Cardinals 17. The Oilers 17.
By the way, we were talking a little bit earlier about the fact that Bill Walton, San Diego Clippers, might not be able to play because of an injury. We've inquired a little bit further and found out from a San Diego source that it's a day-to-day proposition, and he might be able to play and he might not be able to play. But anyway, the NBA begins next week on CBS. 2nd and 7 in Minnesota. Dallas and Minnesota as Tony Dorsett cuts to the outside and is taken down by Jeff Seaman. A fine tackle.
Great tackle by the middle linebacker. Seaman's being pushed a lot by Studwell, the young guy from Illinois, but watch number 50 show up and make the tackle. You've seen the Vikings lose some Super Bowl games and all, but you never saw number 50 do anything but play pretty decent middle linebacker. Every day out. Good tackle.
Chuck Foreman, who for so many years up here performed so well. Who's to say he won't be back?
He's got the Dunlop disease, hasn't he?
Second quarter, that score is still the same. New Orleans 7-0 over Los Angeles. 3rd and 5 here. From the shotgun, Staubach operates. Pressure from Roller, but they had a screen pass called at a good time. Dorsett At the Minnesota 40-yard line, more than enough for a Dallas first down. Tommy Hannon made the tackle.
Of course, everybody remembers the 91-yard Dorsett carry of a screen pass a year ago in the opener, but he can really change gears in the middle of a run. Here's Pittsburgh now, really laying it on Cleveland.
21-0 now. Franco Harris has just scored on a 71-yard run. That'll help your average.
From the shotgun. You'll see Rafferty and everybody releasing outside. Scott on the outside, good block. And great running by number 33, back to line.
And on first down, Staubach again gives to Dorsett with a blocker out in front, and Tony turns it on. Another Dallas first down before he's tackled by Paul Krause, but Krause just barely got him.
How about back-to-back screen passes? I don't know if what computer must have spit out information like that.
There's that final score, Chicago Bears over Buffalo. Walter Payton, as we mentioned before, carried the ball 39 times in that game. It was played in a hailstorm, by the way.
A hailstorm?
Right.
Today?
Buffalo? Who knows? 155 yards Payton gained, 39 carries.
Staubach is 4 of 6 for 51 yards. Looks like he's warming it up.
First and 10 at the Minnesota 24. The Vikings lead 7-3. Again, Dorsett will get the call. Dropped it. I think he got it back. Maybe picked up a yard chasing that fumble.
When you're taking a jump shot, they say don't put it on the floor. He does dribble it a few times, doesn't he? Honor of Fran Tarkenton, who's here with us today.
We'll be having a visit with Francis in the third quarter.
You know, Bud Grant says it's a fun young team he's coaching up here now. A different one than he's ever had before, and different people are seeking the leadership role and trying to be that.
Grant's expression never changes. They call him Mount Rushmore.
He's a good guy, though.
Yes. Quite an athlete. Played professional basketball and football. Fake is to Drew Pearson momentarily. Now another screen, this time to Laidlaw. Laidlaw, another Dallas first down about the 12-yard line before Matt Blair made the tackle. How about that? 3 screens out of the last 4 plays.
And you know how disciplined your team must be not to go downfield. The linemen are releasing. To the right, you'll see Rafferty now releasing. Fitzgerald out there. Now they stay just on that line of scrimmage and now go ahead and they're cut loose by the receiver. Usually yells block. Here is that from a close-up shot. Roger faking the end around, the reverse. 3 screens in a row. It's like Bobby Lane's football.
Dorsett lines up deep, just to the edge of your picture at the moment. Robert Newhouse is the ball carrier at the moment. And Newhouse all the way down to the Minnesota 5. James White made the tackle. We may not have another punt in this game, the way it's going right now.
And long drives, ones that errors usually wipe out. Newhouse is averaging, as you see, a little over 4. He did get his patella hurt in the opening game of the season. You know what the patella is?
No, I was afraid you were going to ask me that.
Oh, he's limping off again. That's the kneecap.
Maybe it's hurt again. Listening to a little music, perhaps. Scott Laidlaw is the other Dallas fullback, and then there is Larry Brinson. And this will be Dorsett cutting back and in for a touchdown. It's Tony Dorsett. Dorsett just put his head down, found his hole, and got in for 6.
Cincinnati people said Dorsett was almost breaking away on every play. Watch this, his first touchdown of the year. And as we said before the game, Danny Reeves said, I think Dorsett is just coming out of training camp. What a threat that is to people.
That might not be too bad with this long season. If he can avoid another injury, watch this. See who got the key blocks.
Rafferty does the job. Fitzgerald's up there.
Herbert Scott, key block.
And Donovan, they say, is ready for all-pro status this year. The big left tackle.
I'll be surprised if he's not recognized at that. Danny White holding Raphael Septien. 74 yards, 11 plays for Dallas. They kept the ball 6 minutes, 25 seconds. Fans enjoying the sunshine, but not now enjoying the Minnesota lead anymore. Dallas ahead 10-7.
And now, Matt Barr is ready to kick it off once again for the Pittsburgh Steelers as they've taken command of this game 27-0 early in the second quarter. Don Quickie with John Brody at Cleveland. Dino Hall, who saw the last kickoff return result in a fumble, subsequent recovery, and then on to the touchdown. The Browns have done that twice in this game. This telecast the Steelers have. The telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Cleveland Browns and the National Football League is prohibited. So Barr will do it all over again back at the 30. John, the Cleveland Browns aren't sure what's happened to them, but they know it is not good.
And Pittsburgh has not made one mistake all day long. That's throughout a whole first quarter of football. They scored a touchdown every time they got their hands on the ball, and they haven't allowed Cleveland's offense to really move the ball effectively. And
Coach
there's
Noll,
the man.
You wouldn't know if he's ahead 27-0 or behind, but he doesn't change. The interesting story about when he was hired by the Steelers back in 1969. They interviewed him the day after Baltimore had been upset by the Jets in Super Bowl III, and his composure, in the opinion of Dan Rooney, was so great. So this is the kind of guy I think we might want leading us out of the wilderness, and he's done that. Been the winningest coach in the NFL since '72. Dino Hall's not done yet. The little guy comes out across the 35-yard line, gets to the 37. Randy Grossman playing special teams. He goes both ways for the Steelers, made the hit. So now Cleveland will try to get something cooking again. They've not moved the ball at all. They did the one possession, you remember, got it down close, and then the field goal attempt by Cockcroft was just wide.
A lot of good things, Don, have got to happen for Cleveland to even get back in the ball game. They've got to score twice. Not an easy group to score against.
And the weather is just like the Steelers like it. It's getting a little ugly now. Gusting winds as Brian Sipe has to throw into it. He's looking, loops it out. Well thrown ball. Calvin Hill makes the reception, and the big guy from Yale is down to the 32-yard line. Nice play for the Cleveland Browns, and they'll need many more of those.
Calvin Hill runs patterns with any halfback in the game. He gives himself a lot of room when he gets by the linebackers. Little play action pass. You can see both Dirt Winston and that is Jack Lambert out there trying to recoup on and make a big play. Just a very well thrown ball.
Browns think they could get an overmatch there. Winston, normally a backup middle linebacker, is outside right now. Starting today, Houston leading St. Louis 17-10 fourth quarter game, so the Oilers looking to hold to their share of the AFC Central lead. It's first down and 10 now for the Browns, 32-yard line. Pittsburgh, and Ryan Sipe's going to go down slowly and almost in pieces.
Well, bad snap from the center. When that happens, get what you can, fall on the ball, and go back and regroup.
7-7 is the score at the Superdome in New Orleans. The Rams and the Saints. Galbraith ran in for a touchdown for New Orleans. Wendell Tyler came back and scored for the Rams. 5-yard run. Sam Ratigliano, quarterback coach Jim Schaffner, your old pal from San Francisco, John.
They're looking a little glum right now.
You got to go way down in your bag of tricks to get back in this. As the Steelers have commanded the game 27-0. Second quarter. Second down and 8. Forward run. Williams throws up the middle, gets a hit for a first down to the 21-yard line. So the Browns moving nicely off the snap of the ball, get the break in the Steeler defensive front. Donnie Shell and Mike Wagner, the safeties, were on the tackle. It's going to be first down now for Cleveland as they've advanced the ball to the 21-yard line of Pittsburgh. First half clock shows 11:55 to play. Cleo Miller comes in the backfield of the Browns.
Don, there's so much time left that just a little bit of a letdown by Pittsburgh could allow Cleveland to get back in the ballgame. We've seen a lot stranger things happen. Houston won after being down 24-0 just a couple weeks ago.
That's right. Ryan Sipe takes a look. They're taking care of Ryan. He's got time. That's a rip. There's a man open. Cleo Miller. Somebody else came from off the play, made the reception, and it's going to be a first down inside the 5-yard line. Ozzie Newsome came from off the play. The ball was intended for another guy, and Newsome grabbed at it and made the reception.
It was intended for Miller, but Newsome came back. He was simply a decoy on the play, kind of bent back around J.T. Thomas, made a fine play. He didn't even know Cleo was in the area.
So the big guy from Bama, Ozzie Newsome, brings the Browns down close. They'll have it first and goal from the 2-yard line. Temperature in the 40s. Winds are gusting. Lights are on. The Browns as close as they've been in this football game. Ryan Sipe rolls out, takes a look into the end zone. Intercepted! Donnie Shell intercepted the football. And they're up and swinging. Mike Pruitt lost the ball, came in a little high, had both hands on it, though. He should have caught it.
Well, when it rains, it pours. You know, the ball was thrown a little hard. Sipe actually had a lot of time. He didn't expect to have as much time as he was given, and Shell just kind of ran into a bobbled ball. Take a look. Here's a little bootleg play. He's got Rising out in front of him. He finds Mike Pruitt in the end zone. A little bobble allows Shell to get on the ball, and they get another turnover.
So the Steelers are getting it every which way. The Browns have been down close twice, have come up empty. It is 20-7 Pittsburgh. We'll be back in a moment.
There's that Dallas drive that they just finished, culminated by a 5-yard run by Dorsett. Raphael Septien kicks off. Jimmy Edwards should handle it and does at the 5. With a good wedge in front of it, Edwards almost broke the opening kickoff. And this is another good return out to the 30. Steve Wilson made the tackle. Let's watch the chief headhunter on the special teams, Bruce Huther, number 57.
He gets the award, doesn't he, week after week? Here he is. One of Ditka's darlings, they call him down in Dallas. And I'll tell you, you've got to play on this team for 2 or 3 years before you could even think about the starting lineup. It is roughhouse football. Huther is on the move. Gets it off the play.
You've got to be a special kind of person to run down in the kick.
Oh, you do. Wacko.
In addition to the kicker also being mixed up in the Viking backfield. Somebody went the wrong way. I don't know if it's Foreman or Ricky Young, but finally Larry Cole leads the Dallas defense in taking him down, along with D.D. Lewis.
I think Foreman might have gone the wrong direction. You know what it did was foul up the defense, because Dallas is so sophisticated. They're reading what they should be seeing, and they couldn't believe that it would be the old crossbuck.
Well, it would mess up your keys a little bit, wouldn't it?
They did recover, though.
Yeah. Los Angeles is tied New Orleans 7-7. Second quarter score. Pittsburgh 27, Cleveland nothing. Another touchdown pass by Bradshaw. 2nd and 8. Bob Tucker in motion. Kramer with no backs in there. Overthrows Chuck Foreman. Bob Brunick on the coverage, so he had the matchup he wanted.
That was a great example of what's happened to Randy White and Harvey Martin this year. That time, the center Swilly and the offensive left guard Goodrum both doubled on Randy White. And White gets about 4 solo tackles a game, and he keeps beating on you, but they are really doubling on him. That's very difficult, even for an all-pro.
Everybody does it now.
3rd and 8 for the Vikings at their 32.
So it'll be 3rd and 8 with the Vikings at their own 32. St. Louis has tied Houston. A touchdown for the Cardinals by Theodus Brown. Kramer under pressure. Flag is down, and so is Kramer.
That big Thornton is around that pocket to get on the pass rush.
Forget about the flag.
Larry Bethay on the bottom looks like he might have been hurt. Oh, he got a face mask?
No, I think they picked the flag up. Somebody dropped it inadvertently.
It's a dangerous thing to do.
Yes.
Here they're getting ready to punt.
Steve Wilson deep for Dallas. Greg Coleman slices it off the side of his foot. It goes out of bounds over in front of the Dallas bench. And the Cowboys will have it at pretty good position on the field. They still lead 10-7 with 9 minutes and 23 seconds left to play in the second quarter.
Tampa is going to lead the ball game. A 3rd down. And 5 situation for the Oilers from their own 43-yard line. They're 2 out of 7 in 3rd down conversions. Burrow's wide left, Castor wide right, Barber's in the right slot. Coleman's in there, and a passing situation. Her pass screen, he goes back to throw, and his pressure, but fires up and over the middle, tipped up and away. Intercepted by Kyle Allen to the 50, back to the 45, to the 40-yard line of Houston. Allen with the interception, and the flag is thrown back around the point of the toss. It is going to go against Houston. It'll be declined by the Cardinals, and the Cardinals have it 1st down at the 40-yard line of Houston on the pass interception by Kyle Allen. You said flag, and you scared me, Mr. Carr. Castellini went back, and he fired it right over the middle, but Eric Williams got a finger up, tipped it, and Carl Allen made a one-handed interception and returned the ball back to the Houston 40. 6 minutes, 36 seconds showing on the clock here at the Astrodome in Houston. The ball resting at Houston 40-yard line. Cardinals trying desperately to win their 2nd ball game of the year and bounce back from a terrible loss last week to the Rams where they didn't play well. And they have played well here this afternoon in spite of making some mistakes and costing themselves some yardage and penalties.
Here's another look at the marvelous legerdemain of Wendell Tyler. running, as McKay calls it, to darkness, so he decides to go the other way. Wendell just reversing, and all he did was outrun everybody. And then for good measure, Doug France, who is 288 pounds, just knocked Eric Felden right out of his uniform, and Wendell Tyler goes in for the score. So we're 7-7 with 13:30 to go to the half. Frank Corral ready to kick off. Deep is Maudy, flanked by Wilson on his left and Holmes on his right. Knuckleball down the middle, and it's picked up by Holmes at the 12, to the 20, 25, bumps and hit by Andrews, the first-year man who knocks him out at the 30. George Andrews, the first-round draft choice of the Rams, met him head-on. There you can see 6 plays by the Rams covering 38 yards. It took 3 minutes and 23 seconds, a big chunk of time considering how far they had to go. A 20-yard return by Holmes. Let's duck in some score.
Well, Pittsburgh's leading Cleveland 21-0.
Meanwhile, Houston is over St. Louis 17-10 in the fourth. And there you see the Pittsburgh game. 1st and 10 on the Saints 31. Manning play action fake to Muncy, rushed by Larry Brooks, intercepted by Jim Youngblood. Youngblood to the 45, to the 40, and down at the 38-yard line. Jim Youngblood intercepting Archie Manning, who has already thrown 7 this year.
Well, what Youngblood did on this play-action pass is he got real good depth. And when a linebacker gets that deep, now the quarterback has to throw over him, and he couldn't do it. He threw into a crowd. Nice return. The Rams again have great field position. Here it is again. Manning was rushed just a little bit by Larry Brooks.
That's a 15-yard return by Jim Youngblood. Now to live. 1st and 10 on the Saints 39. Hayden fakes to McCutcheon. Over the middle, juggled and dropped by Terry Nelson, the tight end. He had beaten Federspiel, but he just didn't look the ball into his hands.
Well, his head, watch, good call by Pat. Again, play action, 1st down. Watch Terry Nelson's head. Watch his head. His head does not come down looking the ball in. His head is straight downfield.
So that's a break for the Saints because he had pretty good yardage on middle linebacker Joe Federspiel. 2nd and 10 on the Saints 39. Waddy is left and Jesse is right. McCutcheon is in there with Bryant. And it'll be McCutcheon. And he is swallowed up by Derlin Moore, number 74, at the 36-yard line.
Well, that's a good call. That keeps the Saint defense honest. They're playing pass. He runs a fast trap on him. Even though you only make a couple of yards, it still takes the rush off.
St. Louis coming back now with Houston to tie it up 17-17 in the 4th quarter. We have 3rd and 8. The ball is on the Saints 37-yard line. And Hayden down the middle, and he's got Jesse, and he's down at the 25-yard line. That's plenty for the 1st down. Ralph McGill made the tackle. McGill playing for Tom Myers, and they really miss Myers, don't they, Coach?
They sure do. He's a good football player. Has the experience, doesn't make mistakes.
Next week, the Rams will be playing Dallas, and Dallas leading Minnesota 10-7 in the 2nd. The Saints will be at Tampa Bay. And you can see Baltimore leading the Jets 10-0 in the 1st. 1st and 10 on the Saints 23-yard line. Bryant and McCutcheon are in there. And it'll be Colin Bryant. And he just runs over people over the 15, but there's a flag on the play. And it's a holding call against the Rams.
Well, they were in the what we call a brown set where the fullback is in the fullback spot, and again Bryant carried the ball, and that's a real effective formation for him. They're going to come back to that. It's going to be a successful play all afternoon, whether he goes weak or cuts back over the middle. They're running the ball, Vinny, like
offensive holding, number 75, 1st down.
Like we thought they could, and Pat is mixing his play action in there just enough to keep the Saints defense off balance.
Well, John Williams, number 75, you can take a look at in the left side, you'll see John Williams. There he is holding up Derlin Moore. Good block by Rick Saul to open it up, but it went to no avail. Hayden down the left side to Billy Waddy, and make it Preston Denard, who's in there now to make a great catch inside the 20-yard line. Denard, a gutsy catch.
Well, that ball was thrown perfectly. That ball was thrown as his back was to Pat Hayden. He turned around, the ball was right there, and again Pat went on sound. He's keeping that defense off balance. Watch him turn. Well, you can't see it all the way. The ball was thrown when his back was turned.
He held on to it. A great job by Denard. So it is 2nd and 6 on the Saints 19. Nelson moving to the left side. McCutcheon hit and tripped up by Ray Brown, the strong safety, who came up on a blitz to bury him.
One of the best trades the Saints made was getting Ray Brown from Atlanta. He forces as well as anybody in football. Number 27. He comes across like a linebacker. That's the way Kenny Houston of the Redskins force.
You know, Brown used to be a running back at West Texas State and in the same backfield with Dwayne Thomas and Mercury Morris. Now he's a strong safety. 3rd and 9 from the 22. All even up 7-7. Hayden under 8. Throws in the middle, and he's got his man. And it's Billy Waddy making the catch inside the 15-yard line. Wow. And it looks like Pat can pick it up when he needs it.
Yes. Well, we knew the Saints had problems on defense. The Rams offense should have a big day this afternoon, both running and passing. But first, get the running game going, and that's what they're doing.
It's a first down. Waddy maybe getting a poke in the left eye, but he's staying in there. It'll be 1st and 10. On the Saints 11-yard line. 2 big catches by Preston Denard and now by Billy Waddy. Jesse is on the right side. Waddy goes left. Bryant and McCutcheon are behind Hayden. Cullen Bryant exploding to about the 6-yard line, and there's a flag on the play. And it was so late, we'll wait and see whether it was a face mask.
Then that's that same formation where 32, Cullen Bryant, is in the fullback spot. He's carried the ball 4 for 4. Good yardage every time.
Cullen Bryant now has handled it 6 times for better than 20 yards by the time they mark this ball down. Wendell Tyler has carried 10 times for 35 yards.
Face mask on the defense. 1st down and goal.
It figured to be a face mask. It was so late, it was either going to be a late hit, and we couldn't see that, or the face mask, and sure enough, the guess was right. So it'll be 1st and goal for the Rams on the Saints 3-yard line. And the Rams, who just woke up to score, now trying to take a lead for the first time today. McCutcheon is behind Bryant. 2nd man is McCutcheon, but he's not going to get anywhere there.
You know, the Saints defense has been on the field quite a bit. They can't take that. Their offense, the only chance they have is for their offense to move the ball and keep the ball away from the Ram offense.
The Rams are 2nd in the NFC in ball control. They average better than 32 minutes a game. Only Dallas holds the ball longer as Ray Malavasi looks on with a 2nd and goal. Jesse on the left side with Charlie Young. Nelson, the tight end, on the right side. Hayden to McCutcheon, and McCutcheon is stacked up as he tried to follow a Cullen Bryant block. The Saints are giving up yardage grudgingly. 8 minutes and 55 seconds to the half, and it'll be 3rd and goal.
Here comes Wendell. Here's where Wendell goes over the top real well, Vin. If they're in the I formation, watch Wendell Tucker, 26.
It is 3rd and goal. The ball is just inside the Saints 2-yard line. And we'll see now if they want the jumping jack, Wendell Tyler, who scored the other Ram touchdown. It's Tyler. And spun in. He almost lost the ball, but he did get it across the plane of the goal line, juggled it, and somehow held on to it. Take a look at this ride with a hot potato.
Well, that's what they did. They were in the I formation, gave the ball to Wendell. He followed Cullen Bryant.
There goes the ball. He
spun and wiggled over. Nice play.
So Wendell Tyler has scored twice, and the Rams are out in front 13-7. Frank Corral, who has already kicked 1. He's kicked 10 out of 11 this year. Trying to make it 11 out of 12. Nolan Cromwell the hold. the snap, the spot, the kick. It's good. So with 8 minutes and 25 seconds left to go to the half, the Rams, who were down 7-0, have asserted themselves, and they're leading New Orleans 14-7.
Now the Cardinals have come back, tied up Houston 17-17 in the fourth quarter. The Otis Brown went in from 3 yards out for a Cardinal touchdown. Got to have a very direct bearing on the outcome and the standings in the American Football Conference Central Division that game. Hand off to Thornton, and he rips up the middle. Gets out on a 1st and 10 play to the 27-yard line. They say Ted Marchibroda's job is on the line. Should Baltimore lose this week, they're in front of the Jets. Dallas holding to a 10-7 lead over Minnesota. Second down and 3. Franco runs. Gets the ball out to the 28-yard line. Now the Browns dig down. Linebackers come up tight. It is 3rd and 2 for the Steelers. They go to the power run. Thornton puts his head down. Cleveland's there to hit him, knock him down short of the 1st down. So the Browns will get a ball back now on the punt for the first time in this game. Nicky Sims, number 78, the left tackle, made the hit. And also on to the Cleveland Browns. They'd cut him earlier. Of course, Keith Wright, the fine punt returner, is down for the season with a knee operation.
This is the way the punter sees it, Don.
Line drive punt by Colquitt. Dino Hall is going to have a problem here as he eludes the man who came down to make the first play. And Dino Hall's not done yet. Lost the ball again briefly, but got it back. He's out to the 39-yard line. Down first for the Pittsburgh Steelers was Larry Anderson, but he missed him. And right now we'll take a break in the action with the Steelers still in command, 27-0.
Looks like a nova from outer space, but that sunlight comes sort of cross field and is right in the eye of the quarterback if he's trying to throw it. And I've always wondered how the quarterbacks can load it up and throw accurately looking into that glare. I don't know.
Roger Staubach is the quarterback right now. 5 out of 7 he is. With lots of time, he fires out to Dorsett. Fred McNeil, another fine linebacker for Minnesota, made the tackle on Dorsett. Baltimore 10-0 over the New York Jets now.
Good tackle by McNeil. He's got bruised ribs. Had 2 sacks a week ago against Detroit. But you just don't get much of a chance to miss Dorsett. Kid arm tackling. Very little fabric to grab.
Make it 2nd and 11 for Dallas now. No shotgun. Running backs this time, Laidlaw and Dorsett. Scott in motion to the left. And Dorsett sort of drifts out to the right. There he is, and here come the blockers, and Dorsett gets behind him. Tony Dorsett got that wave of blockers coming out in front of him and cut behind him. Scott Studwell made the stop. Not enough for a Dallas 1st down.
The Vikings went with 3 down linemen that time with the extra linebacker in there. Notice the 3, and the 5 blockers will take care of these 3 people freelancing rather easily. It's not enough for a 1st. Boy, that Mulaney really chases the play, that defensive lineman. I tell you, by the end of the year, the Vikings will make it very interesting in this division.
10-7 Dallas. We're at Bloomington Stadium, Metropolitan Stadium in Bloomington, Minnesota. At Summerall with Tom Brookshire. Scott Laidlaw is hit in the hole at the line of scrimmage and really popped by Jeff Seaman. He got nothing. Danny White, who had such a good day punting last week, will enter the scene. It'll be 4th down.
Again, watch Seaman, number 50. As soon as the blocking started, the veteran really struck it in there. Watch number 50. The best way to make a guy play to his potential is to put a young linebacker behind him, and Studwell's been sort of pushing Jeff Seaman.
Jeff Seaman sort of pushed Scott Laidlaw. Danny White, number 11.
Laidlaw used to be about 6 foot tall. Now he's about 5'7".
Danny White, of course, got some action last week for the first time this year. His fingers apparently healed. He's going to run it. Danny White will have plenty enough for a 1st down. White inside the 20 and out of bounds. Danny White, who is a marvelous athlete, just showed you why he is so highly regarded by Dallas.
Obviously the first rush of the year for the quarterback, holder, backup quarterback and also the best punter in the league. Look, you can see the right hand is still wrapped, but he had the fracture on. Well, that's a pretty good run. He is a good athlete. His daddy was a good athlete, too.
The Vikings trumpet. Right now, they're going to have to do more than that. Dallas had the first down inside the 20.
He's calling for help.
6 minutes, 52 seconds left in the first half. How about gives to Dorsett, who breaks a couple of tacklers down almost to the 10-yard line, about the 11. Randy Holloway made the tackle.
Natural grass. That's supposed to be the only defense of the Cowboys. They're 18-17 on regular grass playing fields, but they look like they've made the adjustment rather easily today.
And now Tom Landry is alternating Larry Brenson and Scott Laidlaw with the plays for their Dallas offensive unit. 2nd and 2, 8 yards for Dorsett on that last carry. 4 for 41 he has on the day. I beg your pardon, that's in receiving. 7 for 44 running. It's Dorsett again, and Tony inside the 5 to about the 3 very quickly.
The cut he makes at the line of scrimmage, you do not coach when you can draft it and afford it. And of course, Mr. Murchison in Texas can't afford him, but boy, he makes cuts inside those shoes that are just incredible. Maybe we'll see it in just a second. LA's on top of New Orleans now, 14-7. Watch the little move. It's not a big juke. It just makes the difference between a great player and a good one.
And it makes it so much easier to block when you've got a back that'll set things up like that. Newhouse, by the way, has an injured foot, and perhaps he will be back. We don't know for sure yet. Timeout has been called by Dallas. It's 1st and goal at the Minnesota 3. 5 minutes, 35 seconds left first half. Dallas leads at the moment 10-7.
Jim Hart, 22 of 37, 242 yards and 3 interceptions.
O.J. Anderson is back in there now. They drop out Paris. They bring in Steve. It is 3rd down and 7. They're 7 out of 12 in 3rd down conversions against the Oilers. And they have a 3rd and 7 at the 23-yard line of Houston with 4 minutes, 43 seconds showing on the clock. 17-17. Anderson and Morris are the running backs. Chili is wide right, and to the left slot is Steve. Wide to the left side is Child. Jim Hart takes the snap and goes back to throw and has the time and fires complete to Tilly in at about the 13 and driven back, but he'll be given to the point of the reception at the 13-yard line, and that will be a first down for the Cardinals at the Oilers 13 as he was driven back, but he got the reception to the 13-yard line.
Pat Tilly has made 2 very key 3rd down possessions, one at the other end of the field and right here. As Jim Hart went back, O.J. Anderson gave him a block at the line, stayed with this man, and Hart threw a bullet right into the chest of Pat Tilly at the Oilers 13. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go and counting.
They mark it at the 13. Tilly has had 6 catches for 69 yards. Wide to the left side, Childs. Paris back in, setting tight on the left side. Tilly is wide right. Back split. Into O.J. Anderson, cutting to the left side. Tries to spin. Can't get anywhere. He got to about the 11 for a gain of a couple, but no more. As he was horse-collared. Ted Washington, the linebacker there, number 59. One of the Oilers is slightly shaken up. Darrell Hunt horse-collared him as well. And underneath is Ted Thompson, or Greg Bingham, I should say. And they'll mark it at about the 11. A gain of about a yard. Bill, 2nd down at about 9 as Harold comes in and O.J. Anderson trots out. And an official calls time to give O.J. a chance to get off the field. They stop the clock with 3 minutes and 32 seconds to play in this ball game.
What a courageous effort by number 32 for the Cardinals.
He's a little shy of salt, I think, Bill. He's just cramping a bit. Wide to the left side, Tilly. Wide right, Child. Harris cuts out of the Y and sets tight on the right side. Back split. Hard on 2nd down and 9. Gives on the draw up the middle to Morris. Morris cuts down to about the 5-yard line. Wayne Morris on the draw, dragging tacklers with him. Gets all the way to about the 5-yard line before he is finally stopped. Making the play was Darrell Hunt, the linebacker. They'll mark it at the 6-yard line. 3rd down. And what would you say, Bill? Close to 4 yards to go.
About that. Here is how important that 7 points would be. Only 2:51 and counting. Man, with 7 look good right here.
2 minutes and 45 seconds to go and counting. They shift out of the Y and they go to the right side with Paris tight there. Tilly wide left. Take the give inside. Go to Morris. Morris cuts to the right. Cuts down to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown. Wayne Morris ducked inside, then danced to the outside and went in from 6 yards out. And the Cardinals take the lead with 2 minutes and 35 seconds showing on the clock.
A Carl Allen interception on a tip by Eric Williams led to this touchdown, and the Cardinals desperately needed that one as Jim Hart and his teammates jumped into the air as a great piece of ducking and dodging by Wayne Morris gets him in.
Well, he kept stringing it out, but as they strung it out, his interference seemed to string with him. Here's the point after try by Steve Little. It is up, it is good, and the Cardinals have the lead with 2:35 to play in the ballgame. There's an official timeout on the field to score. The Cardinals 24, the Oilers 17.
Action on NBC. First at 12:30 Eastern Time, NFL 79 with Brian Gumbel and Mike Adamle. And a look at Wild West football, Canadian style in Calgary. Then most of the country will see the big interconference matchup between the high-powered Patriots and the Bears with Walter Payton, who won the game today at Buffalo. Other key games, Buffalo at Miami, the Seahawks and the Chargers, Denver versus the Chiefs. Now, Pruitt comes out wide, and he is down inside the 45-yard line before Lambert finally ran him down. And there again, they're trying to pick on Dennis Winston. Now, he's an outstanding middle linebacker. He hasn't played the outside. He has to go in because 2 or 3 injuries have occurred. They have been able to isolate him a couple times. When they have, they've been effective. Still haven't got any points on the board. It's a long way back from 27-zip. Oh, man, that is a big hole you've dug yourself. 27-0, Pittsburgh is in the lead. The Browns have moved the ball on 2 possessions. Once they were down point-blank range. An interception in the end zone stopped them. Another time missed field goal. Here's Pruitt. He gets some open room. And Pruitt on a first down carry rips ahead for close to 10 yards. He got 9. It'll be 2nd and 1. Dennis Winston, 53, made the tackle. Pruitt comes into the game as Cleveland's leading rusher. He's averaging 3.5 yards a carry. He's up close to 300 yards for the season now after his efforts here in the first half. The Steelers with Banaszak at right end. Down at right tackle is Furness. Joe Green and Greenwood, the front 4. Now Gary Dunn. He's gone out, and Beasley has come in. He's playing the left end. Goes and over the middle goes Calvin Hill, and he's down close to the 32-yard line. Calvin Hill gets a first down for the Cleveland Browns with 7:06 to play in the first half. I really think Cleveland has a chance to get back in the ball game. It's very difficult to keep your intensity level as high as they have. The Browns should have 10, but that Pittsburgh defense denied them, and this field goal also stopped a 3-point attempt. And here is Sipe as a penalty marker goes down. He's lofting it into the end zone. Rucker is in there, but there is a penalty marker down. Penalty marker is down on the field. It's a touchdown. Looked like a defensive penalty, and that's what we're talking about. That time, Rucker goes down, beats a little double coverage. There was really nothing to it, and he just ran a simple little pattern. He was down there beating 2 people and Sipe threw the ball. It's like, oh hum, how easy it is. Here we go, Reggie Rucker. This is a double coverage. He's got Donnie Shell, who thinks he's going to make the cut down about 15 yards deep. He just turns it out. Sipe throws him the ball, and they've closed the gap a bit. They have indeed. Here is a good throw, and Rucker right out there takes it, makes sure he's got it into the end zone. He goes. So the call was against the Steelers, and the play goes, and the Browns are on the board for the first time in the game. Cockcroft ready to throw the point after attempt with Logan holding, and he is right through the uprights. So it's 6:28 left to play in the first half now. The score is the Pittsburgh Steelers 27, the Cleveland Browns 7. We'll be back at Cleveland Stadium in a moment.
Sam Nover, Bob Trumpy back in Denver. It's scoreless.
Sam, you talk about momentum, switching from side to side. San Diego had the ball for 7 minutes and 58 seconds. That drive started from their own 20, but they get no points. That's going to help Denver.
Norris Weiss now at his 20-yard line, splits both receivers out left and gives it to Otis Armstrong. Breaks into the open to the 25 and brought down to the 27 by Woody Lowe, the linebacker. Let's quickly run some scores down. Dallas has gone on top of Minnesota. Tony Dorsett, a touchdown run, 10-7 Cowboys. Baltimore now leads the Jets 10-0. That's a first quarter score. Houston and the Cardinals tied at 17 midway through the fourth quarter. And the Rams in New Orleans are 7-7. Wendell Tyler, a 5-yard run. That game at the Superdome in New Orleans. And Pittsburgh leads Cleveland 27-0. Bradshaw has thrown for 3 touchdowns, and Franco Harris has run 71 yards for another score.
Philadelphia just made him mad last week, Sam.
They got their act together. 2nd down and 3, play action. Weiss throws it out here to Rob Lytle, and he couldn't hold on. Bob, I think the criticism that you had of Norris Weiss earlier really applies there. He floats the football. He doesn't have the strong arm, and it gave the defensive back a chance to come up and really give Lytle a hit.
And Sam, I'm going to go out on the limb when you talk about designated quarterbacks for start and finish of the game. I don't think that's good football. If Craig Morton has problems with mobility, then you got to set the offense around the guy that can throw the ball the best. You're not going to win football games, 16 of them in the NFL, with a quarterback who is just on the field because he's more mobile than the guy that can throw it the best. That's the man I'd have on the field 4 quarters a game.
And you can address your letters to Bob Trumpy, care of NBC.
No, don't do that.
3rd down and 3 now for Norris Weiss. Dumps it over the middle. Look at the hit on Otis Armstrong. Just an outstanding tackle by Woody Lowe. And that probably brings to 5 now the total of great hits by the Chargers that have jarred the ball loose from Denver receivers.
I expect to see Craig Morton in a hurry here because San Diego is waiting for the Denver receivers, and they got to have a quarterback that can zip the ball in. Here we go with Prestridge on his 56-yard punting average. See if he can up that a little bit.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult. He's kicking into a 16-mile-an-hour wind. That's what he did his first 3 times. I guarantee he will not do it this time. That wind is very, very strong in his face. Mike Fuller in single safety at his 35-yard line. Prestridge, an excellent punt nonetheless, drives Fuller back to the 20. I may have to eat my words. They got him back to the 20-yard line.
Great coverage.
And a super punt by Prestridge. This kid is for real. 53 yards. I apologize to the rookie from Baylor. He almost made his average, and Glenn Hyde was down there, the former Pitt star, to make the tackle. Don't forget that next Sunday there's another outstanding lineup of exciting NFL action on NBC. We begin at 12:30 Eastern Time with Bryant Gumbel and Mike Adamle. A look at the Wild West football, Canadian style in Calgary. Then most of the country will see the big interconference matchup between the high-powered Patriots and the Bears with Walter Payton. Other important games, Buffalo, Miami, the Seahawks and the Chargers, and Denver and the surprising Chiefs. All on NBC next Sunday afternoon. In and out of the hands of his intended receiver, Charlie Joyner.
Drop passes everywhere, and I played for 4 years with Charlie Joyner, and I want to tell you, he is one of the most consistent receivers there is in the game today. This is all on Charlie Joyner. Dan Fouts rifles it in there. Should have been caught. Should have been caught. Sam, most professional quarterbacks will tell you get 6 chances a game to score. San Diego just missed 1. They got 5 left.
And they have a 2nd down at their own 20. Fouts starting to put the ball up a little bit more frequently. Artie Owens, number 24. Clarence Williams, number 40, the setbacks. We still have not seen Lydell Mitchell. And we were told he would play today and play often. Fouts, Joyner, same play. This time he holds on at the 35. He runs right into Joe Rizzo, the linebacker, but not before he got a San Diego 1st down. And I love Fouts coming back with the same play.
Absolutely. That was a delay pass to Charlie Joyner. Artie Owens comes underneath. Oh, that's a fine catch. That's good concentration on the football, and he made up for the one he dropped.
Let me tell you something about Danny Fouts. I saw his debut in the National Football League in 1973. He came in the 2nd half at Pittsburgh, trailing 38-0. All he did was put 3 touchdowns on the board, threw for 1, went 11 out of 21 for 180 yards, and you knew he was going to be a player. Clarence Williams gets almost to the 40-yard line on 1st down. And that would be a win in anybody's book, getting 4 yards or more. Reuben Carter gets off the bottom of the pile to make the stop. 7:59 on a turning clock to go in the 1st half. A very rapid 1st half, basically because there's been a lot of running and no scoring. It is scoreless, in fact, if for any reason you just joined us. 75,101 in Mile High Stadium for the 68th consecutive time. The entire decade of the 70s, there has been nothing but sellouts here in Denver. Williams on the draw, nothing doing.
Gradishar again. And Denver is going a lot more to the 4-man line. They have not been able to get to the quarterback with great consistency this year. Last year they had 30 sacks. This year they only have 6, so they're going with 4 defensive linemen. But there is a guy out of Ohio State that can play football, called the premier in professional, the premier middle linebacker in professional football, and for good reason. Look at the cast on his left hand there to protect it. He's not going to catch many, but he'll stop a lot of them.
3rd down and 6 for San Diego. Jefferson in motion. Hasn't caught a pass today, I don't believe. Fouts
dumps it off to Williams, and he dives for the first down. I believe he got it. In the grasp of number 40, Charlie West, who's had to replace the injured Bill Thompson here at strong safety. And West hanging on for dear life. I think Williams got the first down.
First down.
Now Thompson comes back in the ball game.
Sam, I think you're seeing why Dan Fouts has got such a high completion percentage, and that is he's not afraid to throw to the backs out in the flat. A lot of people say that's not very good football, but you are making Denver's defense make the tackle. If they miss one, Clarence Williams has got 40 yards.
Had a brief shot at Don Coryell, the San Diego head coach, as Artie Owens goes in motion. First down. Fouts over the middle. He's got his big tight end, Kellen Winslow, for 10 yards. He is an incredible specimen, 6'3½", 252 out of Missouri. San Diego traded #1 draft choices. You know the story very well in San Diego, but for the rest of you around the country watching and you don't know, they traded up 7 spots with Cleveland to get Winslow.
Now what they're doing here is they're putting a running back in motion. It was Artie Owens this time, and that singles up Kellen Winslow on a free safety. Bernard Jackson, who is not used to covering anybody man-to-man because he is back there playing center field, and they're going to be able to do that all day, and until Denver stops it, they will do it all day.
You know that Winslow wasn't a bad discus thrower back at East St. Louis, Illinois High School?
Yeah, let me tell you one other thing, Sam. Somebody asked him, he appeared to have very good hands, and he says, I have soft hands. And the guy said, well, why do you have such soft hands? And he says, because my mother made me do dishes.
I love it.
So at 6'5", 250, he knows who's boss.
And who's going to dispute his macho image for washing dishes, huh?
That's right. Mr. Winslow is a large fellow.
Wendell Tyler has scored again. The Rams now lead New Orleans 14-7 midway through the second quarter. Here, it's second down, less than a yard, San Diego on the march again. Williams diving for the first down to the 41. And San Diego starting to move into scoring position for the second time today. They had it. First and goal at the 5-yard line earlier in this quarter, could not score, and they're moving again.
Watch the noseman here, Don Latimer. That's the secret to that 34 defense. That guy has got to control the offensive center, Don Masick of San Diego, but the whole San Diego offensive line, Wilkerson, Shields, Ed White, Russ Washington, a lot of experience, large in size, and very strong.
There's a bigger man than Russ Washington, 6'7", 288. I want to see him. There is Milton Hardaway, but he's on injured reserve. Breaking tackles, Artie Owens dives to the 30-yard line. Out of West Virginia, Artie Owens running for what appears to be another San Diego first down. Tackle made by number 59, Joe Rizzo, the inside linebacker. But Fouts now mixing the pass and the run very effectively.
Exactly, Sam. And when you talk about Artie Owens, you look at the backfield of the San Diego Chargers. Lydell Mitchell, Artie Owens, Mike Thomas.
And you can toss in Bo Matthews because he's in there now.
And Don Woods, who was the Rookie of the Year in 1974 for the San Diego Chargers, gained 1,000 yards.
Matthews coming home to Colorado, gets the football. He starred with the Buffaloes 6 years ago. And he gets a couple of yards inside the 30 to the 28. Latimer again making the stop. Now, I've got to tell you something honestly. Coming over here this morning, I turned to Trumpy in the cab and I said, why does Denver's Red Miller substitute so frequently? And your answer to me was?
Well, it's not a very good answer, but he thinks that the altitude has an effect on his players, and when he runs them in and out, it keeps them fresher. I don't agree whatsoever. If San Diego's playing with the same guys, why can't Denver? They practice it.
I would think you'd lose the continuity of your defense.
I agree totally.
Fouts throws it down here for J.J. Oh, just off his fingertips. And I believe even if he had caught it, he would have been out of the field of play, but a great effort by Jefferson.
This young man in his second year last year, 56 catches, 1,001 yards, probably the most 13 touchdowns, probably the most acrobatic receiver in professional football today. Great speed, long strides, and it's tough to concentrate on a football when you're running full blast. You got to keep your head still. Look how still his head is. And he's trying to stay inbounds and catch the ball too, and it's just impossible to do.
And let me tell you, when Louis Wright was quoted as saying that Jefferson is the third best receiver in the league, he knew what he was talking about because J.J. beat him clean on that particular pattern.
And not many people do that to Louis Wright.
Third down and 7. Big play. 3.5 minutes left in the half. He throws it into a crowd. It's incomplete. Almost intercepted.
intercepted. He tried to set up the screen, I believe, to his running back, Bo Matthews. He never got the football to him. Gradishar may have knocked it down. Fouts is now 10 out of 15 for 108 yards, but he hasn't put any points on the board.
And I do think the San Diego coaching staff showing a great deal of confidence in Roy Girella. He missed a 20-yard field goal. Now he's going to try for a 25, 35, 45-yard field goal.
Let me tell you, watch the snap from center from Ralph Coretta. Our spotter, Al King, pointed out the first two were badly snapped. They were high floaters.
That's
this
a good
one's
one.
a little better. Girella's got it on its way.
Oh! That's two they've missed. They got 4 left.
Well, that's maybe the reason why he was cut by the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's had 1 block and he's missed 2.
Steve Little is set to kick off. Back deep, Ronnie Coleman and Carter Hartwig to return for Houston. The Cardinals leading 24-17. 2 minutes and 35 seconds to play. And, man, they can be the longest 2 minutes and 35 seconds you've ever experienced, Bill.
Say that again.
Here's Little's boot sailing down, but returnable to Hartwig. He takes it at the 1, back to the 5, to the 10. Hartwig to the 15, cuts up to the 17, and down at the 18-yard line. As he was horse-collared and dropped coming down, Sean Clancy got an arm around him. Also, Dr. Doom, John Bearfield was there to get out on the hit. So the Oilers have it on their own 18-yard line with 2:25 to play as they will put the ball in play at this point.
0-0 Kenny Burrow along with Mike Barber, the tight end, can be a real handful. They've been here before, so this ball game is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
They come out with Burrow wide to the left side, head and head with Roger Worley. Wide right is Rich Castor. Barber's the tight end setting in the right slot. Back split. Behind Pastorini from his own 18-yard line. Pastorini back to throw. Looking for someone up the right side and fires out there to Tim Wilson, the fullback, and he went to a knee to get it at about the 19-yard line. He'll pick up maybe a yard, but no more than that as he slipped when he made the play. I'm not sure he would have gained much. Allerman was out there along with Ken Green, Bill. I'm not sure he'd have got more than a yard or two.
It's just natural instinct to catch the ball in whichever way you can.
They're going to let it go now to the 2-minute warning, which they do. And the whistle blows. So there's an official timeout on the field with the score. The Cardinals 24 and the Oilers 17.
Rams leading New Orleans 14-7. 8 minutes and 25 seconds left to the half. Frank Corral kicking off, and very deep is Rick Mauti in the end zone, and he decides to gamble and take it out. To the 15, to the 20, to the 21. Reggie Doss almost knocked him right out of his helmet on the 21-yard line. The Rams, 9 plays to go 39 yards and 4 minutes and 46 seconds ball control.
Well, what we've seen is Pat Hayden taking advantage of great field position, putting 14 points on the board. The Saint offense, except for that first series, has not done a thing.
It'll be 1st and 10 on the Saints' 22-yard line. A 26-yard return by Rick Mauti. Muncy and Galbraith behind Manning, who was intercepted, remember, by Youngblood the last time the Saints had the ball. Galbraith, Mike Fanning, among others, in on that. Big 79 riding Hurd on top of him. What the Saints need, I guess, George, is to rekindle the spark that they had when they led 7-0.
When the Rams tied it up, Archie tried to get it back with a big play, and Youngblood picked it off. Jim Youngblood picked it off. You got to grind it out a little bit and then throw the football.
2nd and 6 on the Saints' 26. And here goes Muncy. And Jack Reynolds had him from behind.
Saints have lost something, Vin. They're not the same offensive team now.
And another thing, of course, you notice it is relatively quiet here in the Superdome.
Yeah.
When the game started, the 71,300 were very evident, and the cheering apparently had the adrenaline going. But now that the Rams have taken the lead, the crowd is quiet, and the Saints have suddenly lost a wing.
Eddie Brown in with 5 defensive backs.
Harris is left. Chandler is right. Manning getting some heat, and down he goes, and what a job by Bob Brzezinski. It was Brzezinski, number 59, who came in on a dog, and even though Brzezinski was blocked and picked up, he is still able to grab Manning at the ankle.
Well, they're in the nickel defense, and they dogged one linebacker. Brzezinski kept coming and rolling and made the play. A great play by number 59, Bob Brzezinski.
So because of Brzezinski, the Saints must punt, and Partridge standing on about his 2-yard line. Eddie Brown is standing on his own 49. Partridge hanging that ball, and Brown back on the 40 is hit immediately. It was Rick Maude who made the hit, and a flag on the play.
Good coverage. Eddie Brown did a good job to hang on to that football. He was hit just as they caught the ball.
Tremendous hang time by Partridge.
Here it is. A lot of return men would have missed that. 84 is Ron Smith. This is his first game.
Rick Maude, of course, making that key tackle. He's the kid who donates money on tackles to the Cancer Fund. And
$10.
he's the spark plug.
Yeah.
Maude out of Penn State. A 43-yard punt. The hang time was 5.4. That's very good.
That's excellent.
That's Ray Guy country.
It sure is.
Rick Partridge, the kid who booted that, was an 8th-round draft choice from Green Bay, cut loose and picked up by the Saints. Let's wait and see now. Personal foul, a clip. Looks like offsetting penalties are going to do it again. Yep, that's what
again,
it's gonna be.
Van, we've talked about this. With the new rules, there's so many penalties on the kicking game.
So Partridge, who had to kick out of his own end zone and did a beautiful job, will now be challenged. The officials, by the way, Bob Frederick is the referee. Sid Seaman is the head linesman. Bill Swanson, the back judge. Bob Workman, the field judge. The umpire is Lou Palazzi. Line judge is John Everett. Side judge Vince Jacobs.
Personal foul on the receivers was a clip. Running in, it was an interference with a fair catch by the kickers. The play is nullified.
I'll tell you what they called. They not only called a clip, but they also claimed that Eddie Brown had called fair catch, so that when Maude hit him, the penalty was against New Orleans.
They got 2 men on Maude. Let's see if we can see this. 84 for the Saints. The Rams got 2 men on him to hold him up, to prevent him from getting downfield to cover the kick.
Partridge kicking from his 5. And he hangs another beauty, and Brown has to retreat to his own 30, fumbles, picks it up, and down he goes.
Maude was still down there. Maude did a great job on that.
Maude got down there. Tinker Owens made the tackle, but the Rams are leading 14-7.
A half by Denver thus far, other than the punting of their great young rookie Luke Prestridge. He's been their biggest offense.
But Sam, I repeat once again, this is all fine and dandy. They are not going to win a football game with a quarterback who scrambles for yardage time and time again. Everybody is covered downfield. He is not giving his receivers time to work against that zone that San Diego is running. And if he doesn't get hurt like that,
Scores and highlights of all the games around the National Football League. NFL 79 at halftime with Bryant, Gumbel, Mike Adamle. Weiss lost the ball, lost it again, and San Diego's got it, I believe. He lost it twice, and the second time was fatal. At the 45, the Chargers have it.
Woody Lowe got it. Weiss is saying that I was going forward with the football, but he made a mistake of picking it up himself.
Got to be a frustrated young man. Let me give you a tease on some scores as you look at Weiss again. Let's hold off for 1 second. Go ahead, Bob.
When he goes back, he's going to pump here. I wonder what size hand this young man has, because he cannot really. There you go. You see it bounces out of his hand, a la Terry Bradshaw a few years ago, and he misses it again. He's frustrated out there. There's no doubt about that, Sam, as you said.
Fourth quarter, Cardinals have gone on top of Houston 24-17. Dallas leads Minnesota 17-7 nearing the end of the half. Cleveland has scored 27-7. The Steelers lead the Browns. First down, Fouts with a great opportunity to get something on the board before halftime. But Pass to Williams. I started to say the Denver defense has been nothing shy of outstanding. Let us pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
KOA TV for Denver.
Sam Nover, Bob Trumpy, we're at Mile High Stadium. We're delighted to have you with us. We build this game as potentially an outstanding offensive show, but it has not been that, as the score would indicate.
2 minutes left in the second period, Sam, and San Diego has 170 yards total offense. Denver 70, no score. San Diego driving again.
Here's Robert Newhouse, number 44.
That's Gil Brandt in the T-shirt there. He's got a book tucked in the back. He's the scout, the super sleuth for the Dallas Cowboys.
Got a bad back.
He's a good handicapper among human athletes.
First and 3. First and goal at the 3, more correctly. Larry Brinson and Tony Dorsett, the running backs, and Dorsett twists his way into the end zone for his second touchdown of the day. Dallas looking good.
Jim Marshall, number 70, who's been here forever. He came over with Hagar, I think. But watch him. He has him wrapped up on the line of scrimmage, and Dorsett just spins right on through. It's actually Turner, the young cornerback, that can't control Dorsett. He must be stronger than he appears, too.
He certainly gets it done, doesn't he?
So quick.
It is now Dallas 19, Minnesota 7. And Dallas 20. We have 5.5 minutes left in the first quarter. In the first half, beg your pardon. Dallas in command.
Honey, is this homeowner's insurance high?
I knew something was wrong when I gave that score a minute ago as 20-7. The scoreboard was wrong here at Metropolitan Stadium. They have corrected it, and I'd like to too. 17-7.
Can't trust anybody anymore. Even the scoreboard was wrong.
Septien to kick off. Trying to kick away from the return man and does kick it out of bounds. He'll go back to the 30 now. Jimmy Edwards back there along with Robert Miller and Brent McClanahan. Tomorrow night on CBS, The White Shadow. A death on the basketball court creates a frightening dilemma for The White Shadow.
It's a great show, and people are really beginning to watch it. Big numbers.
MASH follows that. Radar says goodbye. And the 13th annual Country Music Association Awards, hosted by Kenny Rogers.
The gambler.
Gotta know when to fold him.
He's a sports person, too. Rayfield has been told by the kickoff team, don't fool around. Kick it down there, let's get it, cover it, and don't let a guy like Edwards, who's already turned on to long kickoff returns, put Kramer and company in pretty good shape again.
So Raphael Septien will kick from the 30-yard line this time.
Look at those high cuts.
Jimmy Edwards, that looks funny.
Unitas shipped him those old shoes.
I remember when everybody wore those. Anybody that had low cuts was considered to be a little bit strange. Edwards at the 10. And the far sideline stepping, knocked out of bounds by Guy Brown, I believe. Might have been Mike Hegman.
The Vikings are really complaining that it was a long way out of bounds when the last shot was taken, but Edwards doesn't back off from anybody. He's only 5'9". Look at this. They knocked him clear into the bench.
Clanahan still in some kind of a discussion, but no flag is down.
Interesting to see if young Kramer begins to fill the air maybe and gets the game completely out of whack, or if he settles back to a game plan.
St. Louis has taken the lead over Houston with 2 minutes and 35 seconds left to play in the game. Wayne Morris, a 3-yard run, got it done. Young trying to find the running room, but Randy White and Bob Bruning converge to knock him down.
Well, to play the flex defense, Landry knows you have to have people like Randy White and Brunig. You must have outstanding tackle play to play that flex defense.
Pittsburgh now 27-7 over Cleveland. Brian Sipe has thrown a touchdown pass for the Browns, second. And we've got 11, but I don't think it's quite that much.
Rashad's only caught one pass so far today.
Here's the blitz by Henderson, and Kramer just barely got rid of it. He gets it out to Ricky Young, who ducks, drops the ball. Dallas picks it up. That's Benny Barnes. Benny Barnes might get in. No, Kramer's over there, but still. Touchdown, Dallas. I believe the players have signaled that, but I haven't seen it officially from the referee yet.
Remember a year ago when Harold Carmichael caught a pass and dropped the ball back inbounds? And I think it was Waters picked it up that day. This is what happens. It's a short out. The total blitz is on. You can see Dede Lewis and Harris both getting there. Watch Aaron Kyle now. Decides to take Sidney White. Hits it with his left knee. Coughs it up. Here comes Barnes. Where he's not supposed to be if you're an offensive thinking person. It's a good run back.
I'll say. Tommy Kramer, who hit him at the goal line, and then Sammy White, who caught the pass originally. But Benny Barnes gets in, and now it's 23-7. The Cowboys lead the Vikings. Raphael Septien with Danny White holding. Blocked. Still 23-7. Viking fans finally now have something to cheer about.
Matt Blair, who's made a great career out of blocking field goals and extra points. Let's see if Blair comes up over the top.
It was Matt Blair who got his left hand on it, knocked it away. It's 23-7.
That last punt was 54 yards.
Rick Partridge kicked two beauties. One on double penalties. He had to kick over, and he came right back with another, which is very tough for a rookie. 1st and 10 on the Ram 33. They lead 14-7. 6:27 left to the half. McCutcheon and Bryant. Colin Bryant wrestled down by Derlin Moore at the 35-yard line. They picked up a couple of yards. On the sidelines, J.T. Taylor, a two-year man out of Missouri, had a magnificent year last year. He was on the UPI all-rookie team, and he's getting wrapped. He's 6'4", 265, and evidently took a lick around the ribs. 2nd and 6 on the Ram 37. Jesse is wide right and Waddy left. Charlie Young, the tight end, in there on the right side. A fake to McCutcheon, and they set up a screen for Bryant. Pat Hughes is there, however, to fight off John Williams. Pat Hughes, number 54, fought off the attempt of John Williams and broke up the screen.
That time, Pat changed his tendencies. He went with the Brown set, faked the ball to number 32, Colin Bryant, and then screened to him weak side. Good call.
Picked up 2 yards on the play. So 3rd and 3 for Pat Hayden and the Rams with 5:41 to go to the half. There's Charlie Young in there at tight end for Terry Nelson. Now McCutcheon goes in a slot left inside Waddy. In motion is Waddy. Colin Bryant rolling in front of Hayden, trying to block, and Bordelon finally chased him out of bounds. Bryant never could get the angle on Bordelon to open up the lane.
Excellent call by the Rams, by Pat Hayden. Poor containment. 72 goes inside, 78 goes inside. All Pat has to do is run the football and get a first down.
There's Bordelon trying to fight off Colin Bryant and finally pushing him out of bounds, but it's an easy first down.
When that happens, then you can come back with that play again and it'll be successful. You can repeat that. The way they defense that, they had no chance to stop that play.
The Rams started on their own 33. They've moved it to midfield, 1st and 10. Rams leading New Orleans 14-7. Preston Denard wide left with Jesse in motion to the right. Charlie Young is on that side, and McCutcheon hit and falls into Saints territory, and actually when he took that flip from Hayden, he caught it on his hip. He almost dropped it.
He caught the tail end of the ball. Pat's running the ball in running situations. The Saints defense has given up 4.9 yards per try, the highest in the National Football League. So Pat has taken advantage of that. Now it's 2nd down and 8. Let's see what he does.
The ball in Saints territory on the New Orleans 48. Jesse right and Denard goes left. Hayden got out of the trap, and he can keep it to the 40-yard line before Fetterspiel tries to get on top of him at the Saints 40, so they picked up 8.
What's happening is the Saint defense has lost continuity. They're guessing. They're not playing team defense. They're really on defense, and that's what you don't want. You don't want to be on defense. You want to be on offense when you're on defense. You want to think taking the ball away, dictating to the offense.
We're going to measure now to see if Hayden, who has already run for 1 first down, has been able to negotiate enough real estate to pick up another, and as you can see, he is shy by a couple of inches. Ron Jesse coming over to take a look.
The tide has changed completely, Vin.
Totally, and the best the Saints can hope for, it would seem right now, is to get out of this first half alive. The crowd is down, and the Saints defensive squad has spent an eternity out on the field. And the Rams controlling the ball and controlling the flow, and there's not much Dick Nolan can do about it except to exhort his troops to hang tough. It's 3rd and inches for the Rams. Ball just shy of the Saints 40.
Give the ball to Mr. 32.
2 tight ends, Nelson and Young are in there, Jesse on a wing, and it's Cullen Bryant, and he's got the first down. They try to hammer him back, but he has already picked it up. Cullen Bryant,
the fullback,
you might be surprised about this, he has gained more than 10 yards just twice on 63 carries this year. He's averaging only 3 yards a carry, surprisingly.
Yeah, but he very seldom makes a mistake. He gets extra yards because of his strength and power in his legs.
Ray Malavasi sees his Rams holding on to the ball. They have had it for 38 offensive plays. The Saints have had it for only 14. Malavasi still looks a little steamed. 1st and 10 on the Saints 39. Play action fake to McCutcheon. Hayden going deep to Jesse. Touchdown.
Well, Pat did a good job running on first down, hammering the runs. We talked at the top of the show about running and then play action passing after you set the run up, and that's what he did. He faked from the I formation, which is a big running formation. Jesse's wide open. Got right behind the corner, no chance.
Clarence Chapman badly beaten that time, and look at the time that Pat had to arch his back and really let one fly.
That's because of the good run fake.
67 yards in 7 plays for the Ram, capped on that long pass to Ron Jesse. Now Corral trying to make it 21-7 in favor of Los Angeles, and there were quite a few boos heard on that touchdown pass. Cromwell holds, the kick is good, and with 3 minutes and 51 seconds to the half, it's a question now whether New Orleans can regroup or whether the Rams, coming off a shutout at St. Louis, can have a rout.
There's Dan Fouts talking to Jim Hannafin, the assistant head coach. Don Coryell on the right, Hannafin with the headset on, trying to figure out exactly what they want to do here with 2 minutes left in the first half, no score. I'd throw it to J.J. every time.
2nd down, 3 San Diego at the Denver 38-yard line. Fouts throws it down here, and nobody's there. Jefferson may have run the wrong pattern. Or maybe Joyner did not get to where he was supposed to be. The ball was not within 15 yards of anybody.
Sam, I think it was Kellen Winslow who was supposed to be down the middle. They were clearing out on both sides. Winslow, I do believe, was the primary receiver. And with a young guy, you're going to miss a couple of assignments. Ran into some traffic across the line of scrimmage. Denver's linebackers are really tough on tight ends once they get 5 or 6 yards down the field. Just a note for you, Denver's leading rusher is Norris Weiss. 4 carries, 38 yards.
And incidentally, Barney Chavis really gave Fouts a rap after he delivered the football. Danny is now 11 out of 17, 115 yards. 3rd down, 3. They got to think about the first down before they think of the touchdown. They did not. They're going for all of it to Joyner, and he just couldn't get there. He had the single coverage. A flag is down back in the backfield of San Diego.
Holding on San Diego, but you'll see the pattern by Chuck. Goes down, gives a little outside fake, and goes by Foley, and he was open. The quarterback's supposed to get it there when you beat him by that much.
By the offense,
just an inch.
number 70, penalty is declined. 4th down. down.
So the holding call against Russ Washington declined by Denver. It'll be 4th down, and Jeff West is on to punt it with 1:49 to go first half.
I would imagine Denver will keep their defense in here thinking that something funny might happen.
Well, Bill Thompson has gone back in single safety. They don't even have Upchurch on the field here. So they're thinking defense, get the football safely here. Let's see what happens. It is a scoreless football game at Mile High in Denver. West trying to float it and drop it inside the 20 if he can. But it takes a Denver bounce into the end zone, and the Broncos will have it at their 20-yard line after the touchback. So with 1:39 to go, a punt of 38 yards by West. He's done his job today. No complaints from the special teams on either side. It's been a great defensive battle.
Strained knee for Cleveland's all-purpose back, the former Oklahoma Sooner. Boy, can he play. Not big enough to play, they told him. He was a 5'2" tight end in high school.
He was probably taller than the other guys, though.
About 80 passes. Hotcroft kicks off and kicks off well. He drives it into the end zone. This won't come back. Larry Anderson fields it over the shoulder. I'll tell you, the Browns might be down, but they're pretty high as their defense now comes running out onto the field. So it will be 1st and 10 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have a 27-7 lead. They've converted 2 Brown fumble recoveries into subsequent touchdowns. They've done it without Lynn Swann, who stands on the sideline. Winners tell jokes and losers say deal, says Lynn Swann.
Yeah, but this game's still in, you know, we're still playing this game. 2.5 quarters to go.
80,000. This arena has been sold out for some 6 weeks. Start up now as Harris goes wide. And the Browns finally knock him down, but 5 yards downfield. Here's a penalty coming in, John, after the play.
I don't think it was for anything after the play. I think it was a holding penalty. We'll see. This is a big series of plays for Cleveland. You know, they could have 17 points and be right in the thick of things, but they're playing well offensively. Their defense knows it. If they can hold them as they did the last time, they can still get within reach. You know, 13 points is not out of reach. They only need 1 touchdown to get within that area.
There's Jim Tunney, our referee.
Holding, 10 yards, number 38, still 1st down.
Sidney Thornton was caught holding, and so now the Steelers are set back to their 10-yard line. It'll be 1st and 20. We'll look at it again.
Let's take a look. Sidney Thornton's the man that got called.
He was
trying to help out his back.
Clay Matthews. Paul, Jackson, and Matthews backing the line for the Cleveland Browns. Bradshaw guns the ball out to Benny Cunningham, and he ran into his own tackle, Larry Brown, and also into Clarence Scott, the strong safety who came in for the Cleveland Browns. So the knockdown is made, and the Steelers fall. You know, you get a funny feeling about this game, John.
You just have the feeling sometimes. You could almost feel Pittsburgh just get a little bit listless after they got their 27th point, and now Cleveland getting 7 points on the board is kind of pumped up. They know they have a chance to get back in it. It's a home crowd, and a lot stranger things have happened.
Now some new people come in on the Browns defense. Rich Dimler, a big, tough tackle from Southern California, comes in. Sims comes out. They go to a 4-1-6 defense. They've got 6 defensive backs in the game. Clinton Burrell comes in the game, rookie from LSU. Here's a handoff. They go to the draw, and there's nothing there. Browns shut it right down, and they're really starting up in Cleveland now. Jerry Shirk, number 72, an all-pro football player, makes the big play.
You can tell the people in the stands feel the same thing. When you get a 27-7 game and the home team's got the 7 and the fans are as excited as these people are, there's something going on here that I'm not quite aware of, but they're going to get the ball back. They've got plenty of time to put another drive together.
There's something happening here in Cleveland now as Shirk makes the big play. These Browns are hanging tough. A long way to go, 4:50 to play in the first half. Now it is 3rd and 23 for Bradshaw and the Steelers. They go to the run, and Rocky Bleier gets some of it back, but not nearly enough, and the Browns will get the football back. Lyle Alzado, 77 on the stop for Cleveland. Jerry Shirk's a tough guy to block.
Well, Shirk gets good penetration. Sam Davis trying to handle Shirk alone is a tough thing to do. He does his job. He gives Blyer a chance to get into the secondary. Just too many yards to pick up.
That Matthews will hit somebody, 57. He comes over the top. And now Colquitt standing back almost at his goal line. They've got Ozzie Newsome in the return punch. Colquitt, boy, he can hit it. Newsome signals for and makes a fair catch. So now the Browns go on offense 1st and 10, and we pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
This is WIC-TV, your new spirit station in Pittsburgh.
Here's a big score. 4th quarter, Astrodome, Houston, Texas. Cardinals 24, the Houston Oilers 17. Wayne Morris just scored with 2:35 left. So that holds up. The winner of this game will take over sole possession of first place in the AFC Central. 2nd quarter, the Chargers and Broncos still have not put points up. That was a 48-yard punt by Craig Colquitt of the Steelers. 1st and 10, Cleveland Browns at their 37. Sight takes a look. The completion is made to Mike Pruitt. He is ahead to the 41-yard line. Didn't get much, got some, got 3. Scores coming in as the 1 o'clock games are winding up. 2nd quarter score now. This was a 2 o'clock kickoff at Baltimore. The Colts are leading the Jets 10-0. Baltimore winless going into the game. Dallas has now moved out in front 17-7 over Minnesota. They're playing at Bloomington, Minnesota. Dorsett has run for 2 touchdowns for Dallas from 3 yards out both times. The last time Cleveland played at home was a Monday night game against Dallas when the Browns scored one of their biggest wins ever against John.
Pigs turned around just the other way, and you can see Dallas trying to come back.
It's 2nd down and 6 now for Cleveland. They go to the run. Pruitt dips outside. Mike Pruitt running hard. Puts his shoulder into Mel Blount and into Jack Lambert and takes the ball to the 50-yard line. It's a 1st down for the Cleveland Browns.
Offensively, Cleveland is moving the ball. They're probably as effective as anybody's been against Pittsburgh all year long. And they've, as we mentioned, they've got over 30 minutes to play. They've got over 3 minutes in this half. And they're moving.
They really are. They're moving the ball against the Steelers have all game, but have not been able to get any more than 7 points. Now getting out of bounds, Pruitt not only got the 1st down, but he stopped the clock with 3:13 left to play in the 1st half. Sam Rutigliano seeing his offense come to life now. Browns scored in their last possession. They're at their 49-yard line, 1st and 10. Sight drops. He's looking at Logan. Logan over the middle. It's too much on it. And Mel Blount, an all-pro cornerback, almost had the interception. Mel Blount, 6'4", weighs 218 pounds. He's a cornerback.
And he can fly.
He can get downfield. They say, John, on one-on-one coverage, he's as good as there is.
I think he is as good. Lewis Wright is outstanding. And Jimmy Johnson. It's funny, all those fellas are built alike too. They're over 6 foot tall, long legs, and they can really cover. Usually you don't see the long-legged fellas playing corner, but these are exceptions.
Steelers are very seldom, though, in man-to-man coverage. They're in that zone most of the time. I guess just about everybody.
Well, they put Blount one-on-one a lot.
When they blitz,
he's so good.
When they blitz, he'll be one-on-one. Penalty markers go down. Ozzie Newsome was running a deep pattern. He's always a threat. He could be more as the game wears on. Last week, when they were upset by the Philadelphia Eagles,
defensive encroachment.
Defensive encroachment, a 5-yard assessment will be marked off against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Last week against Philadelphia, Krefley, the tight end for the Eagles, on a straight release in the tight end position, got 92 yards and 4 catches.
Encroachment 75 and 68. Still 2nd down.
Rich Kotite, one of the assistant coaches for the Browns, says the guy they're really concerned about is Shell back there. Look at this.
Tells you how good Pittsburgh has been coming into this ball game, and Cleveland's moving the ball.
2nd down and 5 now for the Cleveland Browns. 46-yard line of Pittsburgh. Sight, play faking. He's got a problem. He unloads. Newsome catches the ball. So Brian Sipe did very well not only to elude the rush, just to get rid of the ball. It is a completion.
He sure did a good job to get rid of the ball. He had none of his receivers open. He was caught. This is when you're having a little problem. You don't have any backs out. He kept a few backs in to help block. Greenwood got by a few blockers early. When he did so, Sipe made a fine play just to get rid of it.
The one thing, John, you have to be concerned about when you play the Pittsburgh Steelers is the 4th quarter. This year, they've outscored the opposition in the 4th quarter 52-7. So they come at you in the last 15 minutes hard.
They came at the Browns pretty hard in the 1st quarter.
Did they? It was 21-0 at the end of the first quarter, and a couple plays into the second quarter it was 27-0 Pittsburgh. Now it's 27-7 to Sipe on 3rd down and 7. Arcs a long one. Little bumping downfield. J.T. Thomas was on the coverage of Rucker, but it's clean all the way. The official right on the play.
Don Rucker's had a little leg problem. He hasn't been able to run at full speed, which is the reason we mentioned you might see a Willis Smith or a John Smith or Willis Adams. You can see right now he's one-on-one. Sipe's got the defense he wants, but Rucker can't outrun J.T. Thomas. And if you get the right defense, you still have to be able to execute.
He's a great comeback story. His career was over last year because of a blood disorder, unusual illness, but J.T. Thomas is back and playing strong football for the Steelers, and now the Browns will have to punt with 2 minutes left. Oh, they're going to throw the ball. Johnny Evans, first down. Great play. He goes to feature. Johnny Evans was a quarterback at North Carolina State. He goes to rookie feature for the first down.
And Schaaf said he may be an outstanding quarterback before he's through, but when your punter can throw the ball, boy, is that an edge. And he hasn't shown it all year long. That's the first throw he's made during the regular season, right on the money. And Cleveland keeps its drive alive.
So with 2 minutes left to play in the first half, the Browns get it going now, and they're starting to mount another challenge, looking to get back in this football game. The first NFL completion for Johnny Evans is a big one, and we'll be back with the Browns with the 1st and 10 in a moment.
Second down and 9 yards to go for the Oilers on their own 19-yard line. Comes Perry Smith in, along with Lee Nelson and Ron Jankowski, as the Cardinals go into a prevent defense, dropping out Fabron, Steve Meals, and Kurt Elliman, the linebackers, with 2 minutes to play in this ball game. 2nd and 9 for the Oilers from their own 19-yard line.
I think I smell a blitz coming on here, Mr. Starr.
Ooh. Let's have a blitz or an incomplete pass.
29 first downs to 11, the Cardinals favor. 445 yards total offense to 194, the Cardinals favor. And the scoreboard reads 24-17, the Cardinals favor. But the Oilers have 2 minutes in their favor, and they can do an awful lot with that. So let's see what happens.
So we're ready to go into the final 2 minutes of play. Some of the Oiler faithful headed for the exits. Not many, but some did on that last Cardinal touchdown. So they're ready to go. 2 minutes to play. 2nd and 9 Oilers on their own 19-yard line. They are 4-1. Cardinals 1-4. Philadelphia has won today. Dallas is winning. Washington lost today. They have Castro wide right. To the left side comes Burrow. Into the right slot is tight end Mike Barber. Pastorini on 2nd and 9. Back to throw. Wings out. A fake to the left side. Back to throw and screens it up to the right side to Wilson. The big fullback turns it up to the 20 and driven out of bounds around the 24-yard line, and a flag is thrown at the point of the tackle there.
Carl Allen threw an elbow, and that's what it's going to be.
I'll be done. A flag over at the point of the tackle on the sideline. They had him hung up shy of a first down by about 5 yards. They let him get out of bounds, and a penalty to boot. It's going to move it out to the 38-yard line. We'll pause 15 seconds for station identification. This is the Cardinals Football Network.
KMOX St. Louis. The forecast clear to partly cloudy, warmer through Monday. Low tonight, low 50s. High tomorrow, around 80. There is a chance of showers on Monday night. Cooler Tuesday, mid-60s for a high. Right now in St. Louis, it's 75 degrees.
Oilers first down at their own 38. Pastorini back to throw. A minute 50. Up over the middle. Batted up in the air. And a flag is thrown at the point of the throw.
Because Pastorini caught his own pass. Or is there a holding?
I think it was a holding call, Bill.
Yes,
Pastorini caught it on a bounce, I think.
Yeah, he didn't throw it again, so that's no penalty. You're right.
It is a holding call against Houston. The Cardinals have 9 penalties for 103 yards here this afternoon. And I would have to venture to say that most have come from simple over-exuberance. And you cannot, I guess you'd call them errors of commission rather than omission.
Ace Racer filters to keep your engine clean. Ace Racer filters for speed or track machine. Racer means performance, the best that you can buy. Ace makes the Racer filters cause you won't find them out.
The Oilers have the ball at their own 35-yard line. 3rd down, 13 yards to go. We have 1:20 to play in this game.
Oilers have 2 timeouts left, and right now they have about 65 yards to go.
They're 2 out of 8 in third down conversions. They send Castor wide right. They put Barber tight on the right side. They have a slot left, and Ronnie Coleman's in the slot. The lone running back is Carpenter. Wide left is Burrow. Pastorini back to throw and sets and steps up and throws over the middle to Carpenter. Fumbles the football. Loose ball, and who has it? Who has it?
Cardinals have it.
Recovery.
Cardinals have
the 49-yard line of Houston.
Cardinals recover the fumble, and what a big fumble recovery that was. It looks like Ken Stone is the man who got it.
Ken Stone came sliding in there as if he was trying to nail down a triple and slid in on the football and recovers at the Houston 49, first down with 1:12 to play in this ball game. The Oilers have 2 timeouts left, as you heard Bill say. The Cardinals have a total yardage gain on the scoreboard up here, which I assume must be official, 445 yards. The Oilers 219. And as our statistician, Jerry Trupiano, tallies up very quickly, his are dead on, perfect, dead solid perfect with those up on the scoreboard. He's done an outstanding job for us. Wide to the left side, Tilly. Childs wide right. Tight end on the right is Pears. This was not over yet. At the 49 of the Oilers, they give off up in the middle to Willard Harrell. He skips to the left side, got up to about the 46-yard line, finally driven down. Forced out of there. Coming up, Vernon Perry from the secondary to help drive him down along with Curly Culp. They'll mark it at about the 46-yard line for a gain of 3, and the Oilers use up one more of their timeouts. They have 1 left. Gain of 3 yards on that play, and the Cardinal total offense is at 448 yards.
And they're going to have to handle the football. Jim Hart just can't fall on it yet because the Oilers still have another timeout that they can use. So the Cardinals would be best advised to get a first down. That would really seal it, but that's not going to be that easy. It's easier saying it than doing it. So Jim Hart is over talking now with Bud Wilkinson on what their strategy is going to be. I know one thing he's going to say when he gets back into that huddle is put both arms around that football because the Oilers are going to be snatching at it. Been several great days by some people out there from football Cardinals. O.J. Anderson fighting off that leg problem, played extremely well. Steve Little kicked extremely well. O.J. finished with 19 carries for 109 yards, and Wayne Morris had 16 for 60 yards. But Otis Brown also had some key third down conversions coming in there too. He has become the Cardinals' third down specialist, and he has been ramming in there. He got a touchdown also, and this has been a tremendously good game for Jim Hart too, who completed 23 of 38 for 252 yards.
So the last timeout has been used at the 1-minute mark. The last Houston timeout has been used. 1 minute to play in this ball game. The Cardinals come back in with a third down and 3 situation at the 42-yard line of the Oilers.
And a first down should do it.
Woo. They come out. They have Willard Harrell and Otis Brown in the backfield. Pat Tilly comes wide to the right side. Childs goes wide to the left side. Harris is tight on the left side. The back shift into the eye behind Hart on this 3rd and 3 situation of the Oiler 42. Long count by Jim. Takes the snap, gives to Harrell, hit by Bingham behind the line. Whoa! Right at the point of the handoff, fell into the arms of Ted Washington. They lost about a yard to the 43, and the Cardinals will take all the time they can to punt it out of there on a 4th down and almost 5. They lost almost 2 yards. Bingham came in and blasted Willard Harrell so close to the point of the handoff, Bill, that it was very, very near causing a fumble. That's how close he was to banging into Harrell at the point of the handoff.
The only club that's held Earl Campbell to fewer yards than the Cardinals have was the Pittsburgh Steelers, who held him to 38. The Cardinals have held Earl Campbell to 53 yards on 13 carries.
It is now 13 seconds to play, and the Cardinals take the penalty for delay of the game, move the ball back to the 48-yard line. The Oilers have never beaten the Cardinals in a regular season game. Very strange stat when you consider the success of the Oilers recently, because they haven't played the Cardinals in a regular season for 3 or 4 years, I guess it is. Steve Little in to do the punting. They have one man back. 13 seconds to play in this ball game. Little stands back at his own 37 to take the snap and handles it and steps in and hangs it up nice and high. It's going to be fielded at the 12. Taken at the 12 and trying to get away. Zellender finally hit down. What good reaction and what good comeback by Green. Roy Green missed him the first time, Bill, slid off of him, and then came back and got him at the 15-yard line. 3 seconds remaining, and this will be the last possession, perhaps, of Houston, as they will get a first down from their own 15-yard line. Roy Green came sailing down there, banged into him, slid off. Ellender kept his feet, and then Green came back to get a piece of him and knock him down at the 15-yard line. 3 seconds remaining in this ball game. 24-17 Cardinals.
Oilers have 3 wide receivers stacked on the right side.
Pastorini back to throw and has time and squirms out to the right side, setting and looking deep. Time has run out. He fires deep and up into the middle, and it is missed by Kester off the fingertips, and time has run out, and the Cardinals have won it. That's the end of the game. We'll be back to recap today's action here at the Astrodome in Houston, where the final score was the Cardinals 24 and the Oilers 17.
NBC Sports presents the best of the National Football League, the American Football Conference. Brought to you by Chrysler Corporation. See the mileage makers at your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealers. By Anheuser-Busch Natural Light. When you want a smooth, clean taste and a great light beer, just say natural. By Lincoln National Life Insurance Company. We're easy to remember. And by America's full-service bankers. Ready to serve you where you see this symbol.
And we welcome you back to Candlestick Park in San Francisco. This is Marv Albert with Mike Hafner as we await the San Francisco 49er kickoff. The deep end, Tony Green, in his first Seattle appearance. He is wearing number 34. Number 32 is Jeff Moore. This is Ray Wersching. And here's Moore at the 10. Jeff Moore out to the 20. To the 25. Breaks a tackle of Wersching. Able to tackle Moore. So Ray Wersching, the kicker, in on the stop.
You won't see that happen very often, Marv. Usually the field goal kicker runs off the field.
The Seahawks with Jim Zorn at quarterback, Sherman Smith and Dan Dornick are the running backs. McCullum, Logic, and Peets, the receivers.
They ought to have big days. The San Francisco defense isn't that tough. There's the offensive line. Nick Bebout back in the starting lineup, along with Bob Newton, who has replaced Ron Coder.
And a look at that front four of the San Francisco 49ers as the Seahawks go to work on first down. And this is Dornick getting the call. Short pickup for Dan Dornick. Ted Vincent, the left defensive tackle, making the stop, and some over-aggressive play by the 49ers, but the crowd eats it up.
When you have a collective record of 1-9, Marv, tempers are a little bit short. There's the defensive line, Reese, Vincent, Jimmy Webb, and, of course, Hardman, who has been around a long time rushing quarterbacks.
It will be a 2nd and 8 at the 31-yard line. A look at the 49er linebackers. Jeff McIntyre, who was a doubtful because of a sprained knee, is in there today. Willie Hopper on the right. And Boone, the middle linebacker.
Danny Buns, the star of North Dallas 40, or one of them.
All right, Zorn to throw with a penalty marker down. Zorn runs out of the pocket, and he hits the wide receiver McCullum for a first down. Sam McCullum. Taken down by McIntyre and Hopper, but a flag is down, a procedure call against the Seahawks.
Jim Zorn, one of the better scramblers in the National Football League, and he made that play happen, although there was backfield in motion that'll cost the Seahawks.
We will hear it from the referee, Pat Haggerty. Incidentally, the umpire today is Al Conway. The head linesman is Walt Peters. The line judge, Vern Marshall. The back judge, Jim Poole. The side judge is Dick Creed. And the field judge, Bob Lewis.
Illegal formation. Tackle uncovered. Offense.
2nd and 13 for the Seahawks. Back at their 26-yard line. The 49ers secondary. A host of new names in there as we look back to a year ago at this time.
A lot of changes in the defensive backfield for the Niners.
Rabel is to the right and Larkin out left. And this is Smith. Big hole for Sherman Smith. McIntyre makes the stop on Smith.
Sherman Smith now taking up some of the slack again with the loss of David Sims. And Sherman Smith runs inside as well as any running back in the National Football League. You saw the block on Buns, and Sherman Smith took advantage.
It's a 3rd and 2, and the Seahawks go to the double tight end alignment. Brian Peets and Mark Bell come on. Seattle with a record of 1-4. They come off the loss to Kansas City last week by the score of 24-6. That perhaps the most disappointing defeat of the season. Here's Dorning battling for a first down. Close to that first down marker. Melvin Morgan, free safety. Dan Boone, middle linebacker, combining to make the stop. The Seahawks losing to San Diego 33-16. Tough loss to Miami 19-10. Beat Oakland 27-10. They're calling for the Arctics. Lost to Denver 37-34, a game that Mike and I telecast. Seahawks had jumped to that 34-10 lead, and Denver, led by Craig Morton, scored 27 consecutive points.
He's going to be short. Will Jack Patera go for it? He's a gambling type coach, especially on offense, Marv. I don't see a punt team.
No, Patera is going for it, 4th and inches. Seahawks stay with Peets and Bell as the tight end. Fans here in San Francisco trying to urge the 49er defensive unit on. And Dorning tries, but comes up short. So the 49ers appear to have held the Seahawks. We'll have to wait and see. McIntyre and Hartman combining to stack up Dorning. Well, they want the yardsticks once again.
He's got it this time, Marv. They marked it so that he's got the first down. This old special teamer knows when they get him. Not by far, though.
Yes, it is a first down. So the ball, the nose of the football, picking up the first down. And the Seahawks now, first down from just inside the 40-yard line. Rabel is to the right. Largent left in the slot. It's McCullum. The running backs are Smith and Dorning. And the quarterback is Zorn. Play action. Zorn goes sideline and completes to Rabel. First down for Seattle at midfield. Charles Cornelius, the left cornerback, covering on the play.
The offensive mark of the Seattle Seahawks is the play action pass on first down. You fake to the fullback to hold the linebackers. The out pattern to Rabel is wide open, and Jim Zorn on his first pass. He's going to stop those boos in Seattle.
Strange thing, like the 49ers, Seattle usually starts strongly in the first quarter, and then they drop off. Seahawks have outscored their opponents 23-0 in the first quarter. They have died particularly in the fourth quarter. That's Largent in motion. And here's Smith. Looks to turn it. He does. Sherman Smith slipped up, but picked up the first down. Melvin Morgan, the free safety, was able to get Smith, and he just did get him.
And I'll tell you, if Melvin Morgan wouldn't, and he was on the ground when he makes this tackle, outstanding lead block by Coder, 61. And Sherman Smith gets the corner, and that's important in the National Football League. Look at Morgan, 46, laying on his stomach, reaches a hand out, trips him up. Otherwise, Smith had been in the end zone.
It's a 13-yard run by Sherman Smith, who has been averaging 4.5 per pop. First down at the San Francisco 37, 3 minutes in. First quarter, and Zorn goes sideline for Largent down at the 25 and thrown out of bounds at the 20. So the Seahawks moving very well here in the first quarter. Gerard Williams, the right cornerback for the 49ers, made the push out on Largent.
Again, a first down pass. Steve Largent, I'll tell you, one of the finest receivers in the National Football League. And who says you have to have great straight-ahead speed? Largent, not one of your burners, but also one of the best receivers in the NFL.
First down for the Seahawks, just inside the 20-yard line. Largent is off to the right side now. They line up in the I with Smith behind Dornick. McCullum comes left. And here's Sherman Smith off a beautiful fake. Gets inside the 15. Ted Vincent, the left defensive tackle for the 49ers, number 75, making the stop on that man.
And again, you pointed out the outstanding move of Sherman Smith. I said he was an inside runner supreme in the NFL. Look at the little juke that he makes to wait for the hole to be blocked by his offensive lineman. Outstanding job by Bob Newton, who has come in after being injured for the past 2 weeks.
Jeff Moore has come on to replace Smith in the backfield. 2nd and 3. And this is Dornick with room. Dornick is in for the score. Dan Dornick finding a big hole. And the Seahawks take a 6-0 lead.
You learn when you're running back to cut back against flow. Watch Newton, 78. He blocks Danny Buns, the middle linebacker. Dornick back against flow. And when you get those defenders running the other way, Dornick prances in the end zone. And with Sims hurt, Dornick has filled some big shoes.
Efren Herrera with Jim Zorn to hold. Herrera is 9 for 10 on the season. A 13-yard run by Dornick. Herrera with the extra point, and the Seahawks, 4 minutes into the first quarter, have taken a 7-0 lead here at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. We'll be back with the Seattle kickoff in just a moment.
Raphael Septien will kick off, and again, the dangerous Jimmy Edwards is deep for Minnesota, and he has looked good on kickoff return.
He's averaging over 24 yards a shot this year. It's a short kick again by Septien.
This time, it's Robert Miller. He gets out of bounds at about the 28. Let's watch that 33-yard touchdown run by Benny Barnes again.
The man from Stanford. Boy, look at him cutting inside. And look at Harvey Martin downfield trying to block for him. Gets a pretty good block on Swilly. Tell you, Benny may have had himself on the offensive platoon. Now Sammy White, the intended receiver, comes back and dumps him.
28-yard return, or the line of scrimmage is the 28. It wasn't quite that long by Robert Miller. 1st and 10, Minnesota. Kramer straight back, no protection in the form of setbacks at the moment. Oh. Right in the hands of Bob Brunig. Someone deflected it, and Brunig had some clear sailing too.
Chuck Foreman had his hands on it, and you know, Dallas linebackers don't get many interceptions. Last year there was one. This year D.D. Lewis is the only linebacker to have an INT. Take a look at it now, and the Dallas rush is beginning to get very close to Kramer, and he forces it. Was sort of banged off Ricky Young. Maybe his hands are off the linebacker. Oh, Brunig would like to have another shot at that.
I think D.D. Lewis might have gotten a piece of it. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 28. 4:13 left first half. Dallas in command, 23-7. Kramer again drops. And throws to Sammy White. Complete, out of bounds in front of the Viking bench.
A lot of giggling going on when the home team is trailing 23-7. Here's Kramer running a sprint out series. Again, this is something he's not really comfortable with yet. It took Fran 5 or 6 years, right? Then the next 15 he was hell on wheels. But that sprint out's a different type action for a drop back quarterback to learn.
Kramer's 8 out of 12 for 57 yards. 3rd down, 2. Young goes in motion to the right. Kramer's going to throw again, and does for Rashad. Got it. First down. Oh. Good catch. He took a heck of a hit from Aaron Kyle, but hung on.
Rashad is something else. Somebody had an article in the paper up here the other day that said Rashad would only catch a ball in traffic if he was in a Brinks truck. And Rashad said, did they spell my name right? He's a tough guy, and he was a great running back. Formerly out of Oregon at the St. Louis Cardinals, he was a good running back. He can take it.
Went from St. Louis to Buffalo to Seattle, and then has really found a home with the Minnesota Vikings. First down, Vikes. 41-yard line. The line of scrimmage as Bob Tucker slings to the right in motion. The blitz is on. Harvey Martin is the first Cowboy to arrive. Near sack. Referee indicating that his throwing motion had begun, so it's not a fumble.
A lot of people have thought this group is not sacking the quarterback like they used to, but the hurry-ups and the intimidation factor and how they drive a coach crazy during the week just trying to shorten up their pass patterns, they're still very effective.
Briley is the man who's blocking on Harvey Martin. As Thornton checks in now as they anticipate pass again.
Blocking those guys when they're thinking you're going to pass is very difficult indeed.
Front four of Martin, White, Stalls, and Thornton this time. And again, he is going to try to throw, and does. Chased by Randy White, but got it complete nevertheless. And White gets away from a couple and cuts back. Aaron Kyle has a shot at him, but Sammy White all the way down inside the Cowboy 25 to the 22. Dennis Thurman finally tripped him up.
That's the third catch of the day for White, and Sammy White is very much alive. Boy, what a great move he makes after he catches this ball. The rollout gave Kramer some time, and he's being chased by Randy White, who's probably a faster athlete. Watch this move in between here as the two Cowboys knock each other off. I think that was Barnes and maybe Harris. There's Kyle missing. There's Thurman making.
First down, Minnesota. Robert Miller and Ricky Young are the running backs for the Vikings. Take this to Young. The throw for Sammy White. Just overthrown. He couldn't quite hang out long enough to get it. He was open. He had him beat.
The thing people like about young Kramer is that he shows emotion on the field. He's a very outgoing young person. Here's the pass. The receiver's wide open. He overthrows it. And Kramer jumped up and down like, my heavens, how could I have done that? It's a good, honest emotion, and teams like to have their quarterback show that.
21-7. Los Angeles leads New Orleans now in the second quarter as ex-Cowboy Robert Steele is in the game for Minnesota, and now they take a timeout. Tommy Kramer's still upset about that.
You know his problem, Pat. He's got 3 older brothers at home that all were quarterbacks. He's one of 11 kids. He can't sit around the dinner table and get any peace of mind at all. They've got to have a better idea than he does, right?
There's a lot of play calling going on in that situation. How about those Eagles? They beat Washington this afternoon. Again, a reminder that Friday night, 11:30 Eastern Time on CBS, Magic Johnson will make his debut for the Los Angeles Lakers. And if Bill Walton recovers sufficiently from his injury, he'll make his first appearance in a regular season game for San Diego.
Lloyd Free's still down there shooting them from outside the arena, right?
Yeah. And of course, there is a fairly good player other than Magic Johnson for the Los Angeles Lakers in the person of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Hey, looks like Tom Landry's got a new tailor. That's a Tweedy looking thing he's got on there. My heavens.
You mean the hat or the coat?
The coat. The coat. You don't have tweed hats, do you? Oh, you do have.
Yeah.
You said he's a male model. Did you say that he's doing some posing for?
That's right. Dallas.
I'll swear.
I don't know if he wants to be called a male model. Second and 10, Minnesota. 24-yard line, the line of scrimmage. Chuck Foreman down to about the 19. Quick trap almost broke. Thomas Henderson shut it off.
Think back to last year. The last 100-yard rushing day against the Cowboys was by Chuck Foreman last year. Remember the Thursday night when Fran and Foreman came in there with the crazy-looking new offense and beat this team, beat the Cowboys?
Sure, Dallas remembers that. It'll be 3rd and 6 as both coaches get the 2-minute warning. Tommy Kramer goes over to talk to his head man, Bud Grant. 23-7 Dallas.
Armstrong get the first down, and now Denver calls for a timeout with 47 seconds to go. They did not stop the clock after Jensen picked up 5, but now Weiss, in a little bit better field position, Bob, calls for the timeout.
Yes, and I wonder why Red Miller doesn't use Otis Armstrong a lot more. He is not happy with this situation. He wants to play more.
Hey, don't forget, Sports World, new day during football season, Saturdays on NBC, 4 o'clock Eastern Time on Saturday the 20th. You will see 2 of the hardest hitters in boxing toe-to-toe, the WBA Heavyweight Championship of the World, live from Pretoria, South Africa. It'll be undefeated John Tate squaring off against undefeated Jerry Coetzee, followed by, if time permits, the legends of bowling, plus, if time permits again, a celebrity bowling tournament with people like Franco Harris and Gabe Kaplan. All this and more on the October 20th edition of NBC's Sports World. Remember, it's on Saturdays during the football season. What's Weiss Weiss going to do, Star?
Well, I think they'll keep running it. I think they're foolish to throw the football. Or I shouldn't say foolish. I think Red Miller's conservatism will keep them running the football, keep giving it to Otis Armstrong. Go in. I mean, they've dodged 2 bullets. They got to be happy with the way they're playing offensively and defensively. They've got to be happy with a 0-0 tie at halftime.
Dallas blowing out Minnesota in the Twin Cities 23-7. Dorsett 2 touchdowns. Benny Barnes 33-yard run with a fumble recovery. All of them coming up. Scores and highlights at halftime with Bryant and Mike. Quarterback draw. And Weiss didn't fool many people at all as he gets into about the 43-yard line. You can't fool Bobby Horn, the 4-year veteran out of Oregon State. He is underpublicized, but developing into one of the best linebackers in the middle in all of the NFL. Now the hurry-up offense. Weiss to throw it. 2nd and 5. Throws it out here to Riley Odoms, his first catch of the day, and he kills the clock at the 49 of Denver.
That man, to me, is the secret to Denver winning the football game today. Riley Odoms down the middle. He's playing on a 5'9", 180-pound strong safety, Mike Fuller. Now, Fuller's got a lot of guts, but just because of the size difference, he's going to be open a lot. They've got to throw the ball to him a bunch.
He is the 2nd leading receiver in Denver history. 4th in touchdown catches with 29. And I believe his string of completions catching 1 pass in the game has gone to 44 now. Riley Odoms. Weiss going to run again. No, now dumps it off to Armstrong at the 40-yard line, but a big hit from number 29, Mike Williams, the right cornerback. And Denver uses its 2nd timeout of the half. The ball at about the 41-yard line of San Diego. More importantly, there's only 13 seconds to go in the first half, and we'll return to Mile High Stadium right after these messages. The preceding announcement was furnished as a public service by the National Football League, and we thank that gentleman in the background, number 14, Dan Fouts.
5 people could hide behind Louis Kelcher and we'd have trouble seeing him.
Let me take back what I said about Riley Odoms. His streak ended 2 games ago. Upchurch. Out of bounds, killing the clock. He got the first down at the 35-yard line. San Diego will give them that pass for the balance of the half. You can rest assured there's only 8 seconds left.
Okay, I'm not sure what they can do here. We practiced when I played that you need 6 seconds in order to get the field goal team on. So that means that they're going to have to throw the ball to the outside all the time, the outside, or have them run. They have 1 timeout left. They have to get the ball out of bounds. I would imagine they will not try for the end zone just to get to Jim Turner's range.
Weiss, they got him. Flag is down. He's also down at the 45. A penalty marker at about the 43-yard line. That usually indicates holding, as you know by now.
I think that was stuttered on Dean. Dean just ran around him.
15.5 sacks last year for mean Freddie Dean. And he's up to his old shenanigans again here today. He's just an outstanding pass rusher.
And Sam, I want to tell you, this guy plays defensive end in the NFL, and he does not weigh 225 pounds. He does it all with speed. And in defense of young Dave Studdard, this is his first year of starting, holding, decline, couldn't read his lips. There he is. That guy can run around anybody in professional football.
I would imagine he reminds a lot of people of L.C. Greenwood in Pittsburgh.
Exactly. Kind of like Deacon Jones used to be for the Los Angeles Rams, an outside pass rusher with great speed.
Would you say this is the prayer play with 3 seconds left in the half?
Desperation, yes.
Norris Weiss on 1st and 17, but the clock is the factor here with 3 seconds left in the half. It is scoreless. Denver, San Diego. The Broncos 3-2 must win here to remain, or I should say to tie for first in the AFC West. A San Diego win will open up a 2-game bulge for the Chargers. Weiss's prayer down the middle. Bounces harmlessly at the 10. The half has come to an end. It was intended for Haven Moses. We have played a scoreless first half. How about that?
We have?
Well, the players on the field. We'll be back in a moment.
The Rams have scored each time they've had the ball in the second quarter. They lead New Orleans 21-7, and if there's any life left in the Saints, they have 3:51 to show it before the half. Corral kicking to Mauti, and he's the spark plug. We'll see if he can generate some sparks. He's going to be dragged down at the 25-yard line.
Well, you know, then a lot of people probably blame the Saint defense. Part of this is the inability of the Saints offense to move the ball against the Ram defense.
And there's the man who's paid to generate some action, Archie Manning. And remember, the Saints came in here first in the NFL in total yards and first downs and yards gained, third in rushing, but they've been sputtering outside of that one big pass to Ike Harris. 1st and 10 on the Saints' 26-yard line.
They route 35.
Galbraith trying to get under Brzezinski, and Cromwell came up to necktie him at the 29-yard line.
Vinny, you said they came in here first on offense, but again, they haven't played a defense like the Rams.
That's so true. For Manning, it's a question now. Remember the last time he went to the area, he was burned. Jim Youngblood took it away from him. He might be cautious, or then again, down by 2 touchdowns, you think he gambled, George?
He's got to put it up here.
2nd and 7 on the 29. Manning looking to the left side, lobbing to Muncie, no good, screened out by Bob Brzezinski. I don't know if Brzezinski touched the ball, but I think Muncie lost sight of it because of Brzezinski's hand.
Yeah, Brzezinski had perfect position. You want your weak side linebacker to have inside position on the weak back coming out of the backfield. And Brzezinski was inside of him all the way. No chance to complete that ball.
Archie Manning, in his debut way back in 1971, beat the Rams, but overall he is 4-8 against Los Angeles. 3rd and 7 from the 29. Intercepted by Nolan Cromwell. Down the sidelines to the 15, to the 10. Knocked out of bounds inside the 10 by Conrad Dobler, or otherwise he's gone. And listen to the Wolves now. They are baying at Archie Manning.
The Rams were in the nickel defense. They ran a stunt, put a pretty good rush on him. Cromwell was free on it to help on anybody crossing, whether it was the tight end or the flanker. Perfect position for the interception.
And that's Dobler, 66, finally putting a shoulder in him. And for Archie Manning, he had been intercepted 7 times prior to today. That's 9 times.
He didn't read that coverage, Vin. He shouldn't have thrown that ball. No chance to get it in there. No chance whatsoever.
And now the Rams have it 1st and goal on the 7, and they're trying to just blow the Saints right out of the Superdome. Lawrence McCutcheon trying to follow Bryant. He ran out of the hands of Derlin Moore and got inside the 5-yard line. Number 74, Moore, had both arms around him, but it wouldn't stop McCutcheon. McCutcheon, by the way, needs 50 yards today. He would then pass Ken Willard in the 12th place in NFL history. And let's check and see how far McCutcheon has done today.
There's Wendell Tyler in there now. When he comes in, they like to use him.
2nd and goal from the 5. Tyler in motion. Hayden looking in the end zone. Going the other way to Terry Nelson all alone.
Saints, we said the Saints lost their spark. They were disorganized. That last play indicates.
For 111 yards. For Terry Nelson, that's his 2nd touchdown pass of the year. And now Corral hammers it through. And I'll tell you, maybe the Saints came marching in. They're about ready to go marching out with 2 minutes and 6 seconds. It's a runaway. The Rams 28 and New Orleans 7. For Archie Manning, 9 years out of Mississippi, who came in here with such impressive numbers, 6 touchdowns, better than 58% completions, and he has thrown 2 back-breaking interceptions to Jim Youngblood and Nolan Cromwell.
But again, when you face a top defense like the Rams have, they're going to test you.
I'll tell you one thing, George. There is one surprise We know how great Wes Chandler is, and he already threw a big pass to Ike Harris. He hasn't come close to even calling the tight end Henry Childs' number. And as Jimmy Giles, the tight end of Tampa Bay, played such a big part in their upset of the Rams, New Orleans has forgotten Childs.
Well, so far, Archie Manning's lost his poise. He's gambling. He got such an easy score. They took over that first drive. Everything went their way. Since then, everything he's done has been incorrect.
A short kick by Corral, fielded by Wilson at the 15 to the 25, necktied by Joe Harris and brought down at the 34. And Joe Harris, number 51, is one of your special boys.
Yeah, he's a good addition to this football team. Oh, they're on Archie in the offense now. Well,
2-minute warning. They need more than a warning here. They need an admonition.
Well.
With John Brody, this is Don Criqui back at Cleveland Stadium. 2 minutes left to play in the first half. The Browns fell behind 27-0 to the world champion Steelers. Now Cleveland, scoring on its last possession, is driving again. The Browns have the ball at the 34-yard line of Pittsburgh with 2 minutes to play in the half. It's 1st and 10 Cleveland. Logan goes wide to the right. Reggie Rucker is wide to left. He got in the end zone the last time the Browns had the ball. And Sipe is looking at Rucker. Here's Ozzie Newsome, just a little bit long.
I'll tell you, that Donnie Shell did a heck of a job of covering, because Newsome did get one-on-one with Shell. Wagner was out of the play completely, and he stayed right with him. Okay, everybody in the house knows he's going to throw, but to whom? Newsome goes right down the field. Shell's with him man for man, covers them all the way.
The man that Bear Bryant said is the best pass catcher we ever had at Alabama. They asked Bear Bryant one time if they ever retired his number as a college player. He said, nope, because I wore a different one every week. We all did. That's how we sold programs. 2nd down and 10 for the Cleveland Browns. Logan is in. Rucker is in. Flank to either side. Ryan Sipe, a cool man when the heat is on, directing the Browns offense. He takes the drop. Good pass blocking. Here's Calvin Hill open. And Hill goes out of bounds inside the 20-yard line with 1:48 to play in the first half.
Again, they were able to catch Winston one-on-one with a halfback. You know, it's really difficult. People say, hey, if you're a linebacker, you're a linebacker. Sure, we know, but he hasn't played the outside. He's got to play it right now because Cole's hurting, and they've got a couple other injuries to go with him. He's the most experienced linebacker they have at this time, and he's filling in. He's doing the best he can, but it's awful tough to cover an area you're not accustomed to.
That's what the Browns were going to work on. And now you see Zach Valentine goes in. They're going to try another man at that outside position. Zach Valentine, a rookie from East Carolina, is in on the... He's doubling up now on Logan. He's coming over, doubling up along with the cornerback Blunt. Steelers have a mistake in their coverage. The defensive backs are waving at each other. Sipe is looking at it. 1st and 10, end zone throw. Rucker was there. John, you really get the feeling the Browns are going to be able to score. They're getting people open.
Well, that time they had the proper call against the proper defense. Donnie Shell had to watch Newsome all by himself. However, Newsome couldn't get loose. Sipe ended up having to throw the ball away, and it's one thing to call a proper play. It's another thing to be able to execute.
Chuck Noll going with a lot of people on his defensive line. Dwight White, number 78, is now in the game. He is the right end, has been in there. Gary Dunn, the right tackle. Joe Green, the left tackle, and Tom Beasley, the left end, 65. Rucker goes out of the game now. Ricky Feature comes in. It's 2nd down and 10 for the Browns. 19-yard line of Pittsburgh. Sipe looks. Runs it. It's caught by Ozzie Newsome. Touchdown, Cleveland.
Hey, it's tough, Don. When you've had a 27-0 lead, now it looks like you're back within 2 touchdowns of having a problem, and it's tough to get up off the floor.
Ozzie Newsome came across the middle on a tight end release to the weak side. He scooted out behind the linebackers. We'll watch him catch the ball and take it in.
And you can see Mike Pruitt gave him a fine block to help out. Pruitt's on the outside. Newsome cuts behind him. He just upends Thomas, and they're in for 6.
And so now the Browns are on the ball again with 1:35 left to play in the first half. And they're looking for their 14th point. And that missed extra point by Matt Barr could ultimately in this game be a big one. Cockcroft nails it. Gee, if the Browns ever had all the points they should have, this would be airtight. Cleveland turns the game around and gets back in the second quarter. We'll be back with what has turned into a very exciting football game.
Beautifully executed scoring drive by the Seattle Seahawks. 9 plays, 70 yards. Dorning took it in from 13 yards out, and the Seahawks lead it 7-0. The deep end for San Francisco, James Owens at the bottom of your picture. He is the fleet rookie out of UCLA, and the 4-year pro Paul Hofer of Mississippi. And this is Herrera getting set to kick off. Fielded by Hofer to the 20. And Hofer out to the 28, 29-yard line. Don Dufek, backup secondary man, and Peter Cronin combined to make the stop. Final score, St. Louis defeating Houston 24-17. That's the final as you look at that 49er backfield. The quarterback Steve DeBerg, O.J. Simpson, and Wilbur Jackson are the running backs.
The wide receivers for the Niners, Freddie Solomon, who came from Miami and has done very well. Mike Schumann, a young man who Bill Walsh likes very much. And, of course, the famous Notre Dame tight end who was the #1 pick here, Ken McAfee.
Schumann goes left, and Solomon right as DeBerg looks to throw on first down, dumps it off to Jackson. Wilbur Jackson tripped up across the 30 by Sammy Green, 4-year pro out of the University of Florida. 49ers love to throw to the running backs.
They picked on the wrong linebacker, though. Sammy Green is the best.
49er offensive line, Singleton, Ayers, Quillen, Cross, who was a questionable with a sprained hip, is in there, and Fonhorst. 7-0 Seahawks on top, 2nd and 7. And Jackson again out to the 36, 37-yard line. Mano Tuiasosopo, also an injured player coming in. Bad knee, did not practice last couple of days, but in there along with Carl Eller. As you look at that Seahawk front four, Eller, Robert, Hartburn, Hardy, Tuiasosopo, and Bill Gregory.
Carl Eller, his 2nd start.
Linebackers Green, Beeson, and Butler. It is a 3rd down and 2. 49ers out of the eye. Jackson in front of Simpson. And here is O.J. on his first carry. He's got the first down and more across the 45-yard line. Fonhorst, the right tackle, with a good block to spring Simpson as Sammy Green came up to make the stop.
Some of the moves of the juice. He still got him. I know that knee is bad and it swells and he doesn't get to practice all week, but you see the quick feet, and he gets to the corner, even breaks a tackle, a bit of an arm tackle. O.J. Simpson, I'd love to see him gain 100 yards.
Comes off the 89-yard effort last week. There you look at those very impressive career totals. Only Jimmy Brown has gained more yardage. Here's DeBerg throwing long. He's got McAfee out of the 5 inside the 5. All down by Green and Harris.
Outstanding call by head coach Bill Walsh. He wanted to isolate his tight end, Ken McAfee, on the linebacker. And most linebackers are going to have a tough time keeping up with the big tight ends. It was Sammy Green, who usually covers very well on the pass, but McAfee had him beaten by 15 yards. And he's wide open. Quarterbacks love that. And McAfee's all the way down inside the 5-yard line, and this could be a wild afternoon of scoring.
50-yard pass play. It's a 1st and goal down at the 3 as DeBerg asks for quiet. O.J. going outside, trying to get in, but cannot. Stopped at the line of scrimmage. Cornell Webster, the left cornerback, was able to follow Simpson off to the left. Simpson lost his footing, though.
Again, when you do not practice during the week, you tend to take a couple plays before the legs get underneath you. And O.J. slipped right there, and that meant he could never get outside to the corner. Webster had him easily.
It'll be a 2nd and goal at the 3. Phil Francis, rookie out of Stanford, has come on, wearing number 48, replacing Wilbur Jackson. They line up in the eye. That's Francis in front of Simpson. And it's O.J. again, and he's in. Simpson on a 3-yard sprint for his 3rd touchdown of the season, led by Randy Cross and Phil Francis. And the 49ers now trail 7-6.
The reason they bring in Phil Francis is for the lead blocking. Watch 48. He goes in, clears the way for O.J., buries his man, and Simpson has nothing to do but fall across the goal line. And the 49ers are on the board. Here we go.
Well, O.J. has turned up some yardage here in the first quarter in his pursuit of Jimmy Brown. That's going to be, I would think, impossible unless there is a miraculous recovery of O.J.'s left knee. Ray Wuxing putting it right through, and so we are tied with 7:37 remaining in the first quarter. Seattle 7, San Francisco 7.
Well, we're really heating up here in Cleveland. We still might be switching part of our network to Denver and San Diego. They're still in a scoreless tie out at Mile High Stadium as the wind gusts down on the playing field and blows the ball off the tee for Don Cockcroft. 1:35 left to play in the first half. Cleveland scoring on its last two possessions after missing earlier chances. Now trails the Steelers 27-14, and the impetus is turned around. It's in the white shirts now.
This is very untypical of Pittsburgh-Cleveland ball games. Most of them are very low-scoring, hard-fought in the trenches. Everybody's trying to control the ball. This one, the ball is up for grabs.
The Browns' offensive line has really done a good job in the second quarter taking care of Seif. They've given him time to throw, and he has been there with the football.
He's been there for the last 10 or 12 games that he's played with Cleveland. He's turned into an outstanding quarterback.
Don Cockcroft with the ball teed up. You'll recall his last one was hit 9 yards into the end zone. Last kickoff. This one is going to carry now. The gusting wind holds it. Well, Larry Anderson brings it across the 10. He's to the 20. Turns to the outside, and Anderson's across the 30. All the way out to the 45-yard line to the 47-yard line. So Larry Anderson, explosive kick returner, brings the ball back nicely for the Steelers. A 42-yard return. And Bradshaw, the Steeler offense, now has enough time to possibly get something else up. Willis Adams was on the tackle for Cleveland. The ball all the way out to the Steelers' 47-yard line. Bradshaw having a great day throwing the ball. You couldn't have a better one. He's put it up 6 times, has completed 6, 2 for touchdowns. Pump faking. Completion is down to the 42-yard line. John Stallworth came back at the football. Looked like a Brown defensive back. Might have a play on it. But the reception is made. John?
Don, you can see that Bradshaw knows the whole trend of momentum has changed. They have to get back on the offense. They were starting to hold the ball, trying to control it, almost just kind of eating up the clock with a little over 2 quarters to play. Now they know they're back in a ball game. They've got to go and attack.
Sam Ratigliano starting to feel a little better about this. Tonight on NBC, Disney's Wonderful World will be coming up at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Part 2 of the $1 Million Duck, starring Dean Jones. At 8 o'clock, it is a big event. Great. We'll pick up that blitz and sound it back the other way. First and 10 Steelers. They go to a draw play, and Thornton doesn't get much. Shirk playing a brilliant game. Again, fights off the block. Got a piece of Sidney Thornton. And the clock continues to run, and it's going to wind down to a minute now. The Steelers going into formation without a huddle. That is the game clock you see winding down. Second and 10. Bradshaw takes a look deep. Now triggers it to Rocky Bleier. And Bleier is down close to the 30-yard line, very near to a first down. He might have it, John.
Excellent pattern all the way. Bradshaw just kind of looked people off, let Bleier come out, laid out of the backfield. There were no linebackers in the area, picked up a first down, and they're on the move with 46 seconds left.
Now we have a conversation on the sideline as Bradshaw comes over to talk to Chuck Nollers. Dick Hoke, a longtime running back with the Steelers. What are they saying?
I don't really think there's any wisdom going on. It's just they're trying to discuss how to handle their timeouts, what plays they feel they might call at this time. There are probably 2 or 3 thoughts that he'll go out there with. I think Chuck Noll is an outstanding offensive coach.
See the lights on this now very cold afternoon here in Cleveland. Temperature dropping and the wind is picking up in intensity. Right here we see the Steelers, 8th on offense in rushing, 4th in passing, 7th overall. Cleveland grading out as the 8th best defensive team at this point. Charlie Hall goes out and Dave Graff comes in to play linebacker. The wind is really gusting now. It's a very unusual wind. You can't tell which way it's going to come at you from before.
Well, I don't think it's not with Pittsburgh. If there is any wind at all, it's going the other way. 3rd down and a foot. If they do try to pick up the first down, which I think they will, I really think they will, they've still got time. Get back on the ball. Let's get another play. That's what they were discussing, I'm sure, when they went to the sideline.
They break the huddle. They send Jim Smith wide to the right. John Starworth is on the left. Bradshaw goes to the run. That's just what they do. They go for the first down. Thornton runs it down to the 25-yard line and also advances the ball to the middle of the field. 35 seconds left. And the Steelers with timeouts left. They're right into formation. Bradshaw takes a look. Ball was tipped. Alzado was up. Nicky Sims was up. Lucia gets credit for the tip ball because
it was Sims.
Lots of guys were wide open swinging out. Nice patterns being run by the Steelers.
That's, you know, Don, that's really about the only way you can protect against a back coming out of the backfield late after the linebacker has moved into his drop area. You've got to depend on your linemen to get their hands up and get a piece of the ball.
Well, it worked that time for the Browns. That's the first incompletion of the day for Terry Bradshaw. 26 seconds left to play first half. Score, Cleveland trailing Pittsburgh 27-14. Browns defense trying to stave off the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are looking to put up some more before halftime. 2nd and 10. Bradshaw looking long over the middle. Came in short to Benny Cunningham. 3rd down and 10. It's going to be a tough field goal if the Steelers don't advance the ball on this play, on this 3rd down 10 play coming up. Barr, the rookie place kicker from Penn State, was having a lot of problems in pregame and at yesterday's practice getting it through here with the wind.
And he's going a little bit against it at this time.
It's difficult for the college kickers to come into the NFL because in college, as you may know, they use a kicking tee on field goals and extra points. In the pros, you kick it off the dirt or the fuzzy concrete, whatever you're playing on.
Whatever.
Bradshaw on 3rd and 10 looks into the end zone. He's got a problem now. And he throws the ball away. Let's see if they call him on a grounding. They do not. They think they should in Cleveland. 80,000 people up calling the play, but Jim Tunney is the man who makes that decision.
Well, Tunney was sitting there making sure of the play between the tackles, the rush, and Bradshaw. And I don't even think he saw the ball being released by Terry.
Mike St. Clair says, hey, of course, the potential grounding is a loss of down. Now the field goal attempt. It'll be a 43-yard attempt. The wind is blowing. The fans are also trying to work on Barr, and that's not going to get there. It does. It makes the upright. It was held up and came down and crossed the bar. It looked like it was going to come up short. So Matt Barr delivers a real clutch field goal for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they extend their lead to 30-14.
And it's a good distance. It's a long 42 yards, Don.
The wind almost stopped it, but it dropped over the crossbar. The bar 10 feet in the air, and Matt Barr hits an important field goal for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And with 11 seconds left to play in the first half, it is the Steelers 30, the Browns 14, and Chuck Noll said, let's get it on here and get after these guys. Ready to kick off is Matt Barr. Many of our stations around the NBC network will be going to news at halftime. So very briefly, after this kickoff, we're going to update the other scores around the league for you. Matt Barr. Ready to hit the ball. Dino Hall is back deep now for the Browns. He's 5'7" with cleats on and a helmet on. Not too big, but he's not afraid. In the middle he goes, and Dino Hall. Let me at those big guys. I'll whack him.
Boy.
Anthony Anderson finally knocks him down. John?
Don, he just escaped a collision between, and you can see the two Pittsburgh Steelers who are in on the play. Larry Anderson's getting up very slow. Take a look. This is Zach Valentine coming down on the play. Dino Smith runs right through a collision, just barely got through it. We don't see it on the screen, but it happened.
So while a Pittsburgh player is down, we'll review the scores around the rest of the National Football League. San Diego and Denver at halftime have not scored. It is a 0-0 tie at Mile High Stadium. L.A. has now moved out to a 21-7 lead over the Saints at the Superdome, and even as we speak, the Rams get in the end zone again, 28-7. 5 seconds left to play in the first half here at Cleveland Stadium. The Browns have the ball as an injured Steeler is attended to. All right. Tom Graves, rookie linebacker from Michigan State. Is all right. Second quarter score. Baltimore leading the Jets as they did in the first quarter. It is 10-0 Colts. They need a win so badly. They say Marchibroda could be gone if the Colts do not come out on top this week. They go into the game 0-5. Giants won their first game today. They beat the previously unbeaten Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Dallas leading Minnesota in the third quarter, 23-10. Brian Sipe takes a look long. Last play of the half. He's going to throw the home run ball. He better get intercepted. Mike Wagner has it. He's not done yet. Looking for blockers. Looking to lateral. Calhoun don't want the ball at this point. Right now, Wagner takes it across the 45 and gets to the 47. So the first half ends.
2 minutes remaining first half at Metropolitan Stadium, Bloomington, Minnesota. Bud Grant talking to Tommy Kramer, young quarterback.
He hired 2 extra coaches, didn't he, this year?
Yeah.
He only has 7, though. A lot of people have 11 or 12, 10.
3rd and 6. Don't forget at halftime, we'll update all the scores around the league with highlights with Brent, Jane, and Irv from our New York studio.
Jane's doing some scores now.
3rd and 6. Minnesota 2 out of 4 on 3rd down conversion. Tommy Kramer. And now the sun is hidden, and it's turned out to be a cloudy day. Thrown down the middle as Kramer was pressured by Martin and White. Heavy pressure from those two.
And almost at once, it wasn't a very long play developing. It was only a quick 2-step drop back, and he didn't have time. Danemeyer now has kicked 4 in a row. He did against Miami. He's really having a pretty good year. He's 6 for 7. He's a strong kicker, and you like the orthodox kicker on the real grass, huh?
So does Bud Grant. He's always had one. Fred Cox, of course, was here forever. Rick Danemeyer hits another one. Right down the pipe. There's Robert Steele, the ex-Cowboy. He wanted to know before the game how he looked in that strange uniform. Looks okay.
Looked like a Viking, too.
23-10 now, with a minute 53 seconds left in the first half. Danemeyer will kick off when that time comes.
Kramer really has to get things straightened away at halftime about how they want to throw the ball, because the Dallas rush is beginning to get close to being all over him almost at the snap, and Bud Grant will try to work it out. It's not going to be easy. Looks like Dallas wants to get even for last year.
Here's the head Viking.
He looks a lot cleaner this year.
He does, for some reason. I guess it's because of the weather.
He's got a close cut crop this year.
Seattle leading San Francisco 7-0 first quarter score, that is. Against St. Louis, beat Houston 24-17. Right here, the score is 23-10. Dallas leads the Minnesota Vikings. Steve Wilson and Ron Springs deep for Dallas. Danemeyer gets underneath it a little bit. It's going to be Steve Wilson. And Wilson goes down in the grasp of number 80, Terry LeCount, the University of Florida.
Good young receiver.
Just got him from San Francisco. Los Angeles seemingly now moving out with a little bit of ease, 28-7. Over the New Orleans Saints, who had big hopes for that game. They could have tied the Rams for the lead in that division if they could have won today, but the Rams seem at least in command at the moment.
Roger Staubach's would probably just going to play out this last minute and a half. He won't do anything too strange. A game that's apparently under control.
Yes, he will.
Will he?
Get his shotgun. That doesn't mean he's going to try to protect it. Going to run another screen.
Oh, yes.
Preston Pearson, the oldest active NFL running back anywhere. Been in Super Bowls with 3 different teams. Nobody else can say that. He was with Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Dallas. Shotgun again, and they are not trying to run up the clock. They would like to have more. The screen this time outside Dorsett, who spins around, tries to get away, almost did, got 5 yards nevertheless.
Roger is now 9 of 11 for about 94 yards and 8 in a row. Again, the hurry-up offense, a very good drill, no matter what the scoreboard might dictate. Get what you can right before the half. And Roger is using his backs in the offense today as much throwing as I've seen him all year, maybe in a couple of years.
Sure. Number 50, Jeff Seaman. Again, came out from his middle linebacker position to make the tackle. Mike Ditka writing down notes about the first half. Jim Myers over there to the left. And Tom Landry talking to Roger Staubach.
Danny White. Wonder how long White's going to want to be just a good punter and sometimes rusher of the football.
I don't know. He's certainly capable of playing anywhere. Jeff Seaman is the injured Viking.
Seaman, of course, 8th year out of Stanford. Boy, he's been a great player in the tougher games. I don't know, the big games when they would play the Rams or the Vikings would play these Cowboys. Number 50 seemed to play tougher and harder in those games.
Cleveland scored again. Talking about Seaman, who's heading for the bench. I guess certainly one of his best games was in the Super Bowl that they lost to Oakland.
Well, he had to make about 25 tackles that day. Defensive line disappeared.
Super Bowl that year was in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, and that's where it's going to be this year.
Wonder who's going to be there.
I'm going to be there. You're going to be there.
The Cowboys might be there too.
And CBS will furnish you the coverage. Shotgun formation again. Vikings didn't get offside. The snap from Fitzgerald was a little bit low as Staubach fires outside. Preston Pearson gets it and gets out of bounds. Still 1 minute and 12 seconds. No, he juggled it. He didn't have it. They wrote it incomplete. Nate Wright on the coverage.
Preston just acknowledged that he was juggling it. A little bit of a funny snap, and it looked like Rogers' foot caught. It's just a square out by the back coming out of the backfield. And Pearson is so tough, he goes back to Pittsburgh in the offseason and still lives there. That looked like a pretty good catch, didn't it?
He didn't quite get both feet down.
Was that what it was?
Inbounds. I believe that's what the ruling was. You know, let's see if we can watch John Fitzgerald. This is a unique art, snapping that ball if they're in the shotgun this time. He does it one-handed, and he does it not looking. Back to Staubach. See his head up? Watching who he's going to block the whole time.
Mullaney.
Mark Mullaney is the first Viking to arrive and sack Staubach.
The third sack for number 77. That replaced Carl Eller. Big kid is 6'6". Watch the left part of your screen from a 3-man rush. They'll twist. Again, the lanes open up a little bit with that 3-man rush. He just gets on the inside of Cooper and does a heck of a job. Good play by Mullaney.
Danny White has been in punt formation once before, but he didn't kick it. There's a fine young athlete right there with his back to you, Doug Cosby. He is the reason, his training camp and his potential, that Dallas is carrying 3 tight ends this year.
There's Mullaney.
Full grown.
Still single.
It's terrifying. Seattle and San Francisco are tied as O.J. Simpson has just scored for San Francisco on a 3-yard run. The number 1 punter in the NFC, Danny White. I think he probably won't run this time. Rafferty, the center. Danny White won't hurt his average with that one. Jimmy Edwards. Thomas Henderson hit him first, held him up, and Rafferty, who snapped the ball, helped make the tackle. 44-yard punt by Danny White. Again, a reminder that Brent and Jane and Irv will update you on all the activities around the league at halftime today. Highlights of the other games as well. And whatever else is going on in the world of sports. Tommy Kramer.
I think we're going to have a report on the Pope's visit too during the halftime, part of that halftime.
I was in Philadelphia when he was there. I was in Chicago when he was there. What a dynamic,
what a person,
individual, right. Tommy Kramer with another mix-up in the Viking backfield. Has to keep the ball and run with it himself. The flag is down in the background, as you can see. Thomas Henderson made the tackle.
Stahl says it's on Minnesota, the young defensive left tackle. Again, with the rules the way they are, where you can lock those fists and push out as an offensive lineman, it is really hard even for the coaches to look at the films during the week and figure out when you're holding and when you're not.
46 seconds left in the first half. 23-10, Dallas leads Minnesota. Chuck Foreman trots out. Penalty marked off against the Vikes. Chuck Heberling.
Illegal use of the hands. Offense, number 67. First down.
The offensive center, number 67, is Dennis Swilley, who's taken Mick Tinglehoff's place from Texas A&M.
He's an Aggie, all right.
He's also a good center. Straight ahead they run. Dave Stalls was the ball carrier. Was the tackler. Ricky Young, the ball carrier. Stalls was lined up in front of the center and did a good spin out in order to make that tackle.
One thing Bud Grant's always done, especially for a Dallas defense, is to come up with a few special wrinkles. And I would imagine if we let this half go now and get into the locker room, that when he comes back out, he'll say, let's try a couple of these plays and see what the heck happens. So we might see some wild plays in the second half.
The clock running with 14 seconds. Now, this will probably be the last one unless Dallas takes a timeout. Harvey Martin wraps up Ricky Young.
Ricky Young, the ball carrier.
That should do it. And does. The end of the first half at Metropolitan Stadium in Bloomington, Minnesota sees the Dallas Cowboys 23-10 over Minnesota, as Bud Grant will go over and think about some of those changes perhaps that Tom Brookshire was just talking about. Another good half of football, though, coming up. Dallas up by 13 at the moment, but this has always been an outstanding series.
The Rams 28, the Saints 7, 2 minutes left to the half. First and 10 New Orleans on their own 33-yard line. Manning over the middle, and he's got his tight end. They finally threw to Henry Childs, and don't you know he fumbled. Picked up by Osteen. Osteen chased by Wes Chandler and goes out of bounds. So they finally threw to the tight end, and he fumbled. See you later.
That's a smart play by Osteen to get out of bounds and stop the clock. He didn't have much of a chance. Brzezinski forced a fumble, hit him in the elbow. Now watch Osteen get out of bounds. He's not going to make any yardage trying to turn it upfield.
And there is Henry Childs, who waited the whole half to get his hands on the ball and then fumbled it. 6-year man out of Kansas State. We have 1:45 left to the half, and the Rams given another golden opportunity on the 42. A draw to Cullen Bryant. He ran right out of the arm tackle of Reese, and he's finally brought down by Derlin Moore. And now you can see arm tackling and sloppy defensive play.
Besides this great field position that the Rams offense has had, the Saints offense has given them the ball 3 times. 3 times the first half.
28-7 in favor of the Rams. You can see time running out to the half. 1:19, and a disconsolate Archie Manning having a dismal day. And Pat Hayden having a ball. 2nd and 5 on the Saints 37. And Hayden going for broke. It's for Jesse, but there's a flag on the play, and we shall see whether it involved Jesse and Clarence Chapman. Waiting for a preliminary call. The way Jesse acted, it was as if he were guilty of offensive pass interference.
Well, he ran an out and up on Chapman.
That's what it.
And Chapman jammed him, which you can't do.
So it was Chapman who hit him first, and Jesse was angry over Chapman's hit. So the penalty will go against New Orleans. It was 2nd and 5 on the 37. Yeah, we're waiting now for Bob Frederick to make the call official.
Illegal contact, number 24 of the defense. First down.
So Clarence Chapman ran into Ron Jesse, who then pushed him off. It'll be first down for the Rams. The ball is on the 32-yard line of New Orleans. 1 minute and 2 seconds to the half. 28-7 Los Angeles. New Orleans actually led in this game 7-0. But boy, is that a distant memory. Tyler on a wing on the left side. Denard deep right. And Hayden going down the middle to Charlie Young, broken up by Ralph McGill.
Had it right in his hands. Had an interception, and he lost it.
So McGill, who of course played a lot of football for the San Francisco 49ers, you might remember, he was kicked in the head by Tom Dempsey one day at the Coliseum and scared everybody. He's playing on a bad ankle.
Pat threw that right down the middle. Evidently he didn't see McGill because McGill was in perfect position to intercept it.
And McGill again is playing for perhaps the most valuable defensive man in the backfield, who's hurt with a bad knee, Tom Myers. Hayden had hit 6 in a row before that missed pass. And Denard can't hold it. It goes into the arms of Pat Hughes. And Hughes is swallowed up at the 26-yard line. And Ralph McGill was shaken up on the play.
Boy, there's a big play for the Saints. If the Rams got another touchdown there, the game would be over completely. That was a big play by the defense. Pat goes back to pass, scrambles out. He doesn't want to run. He wants to throw the football. Now watch this contact.
Now
right in here, right for the ball. Jarred it loose.
Pat Hughes.
Pat Hughes is on the spot, the old experienced pro from the New York Giants. That ought to give Archie Manning and the offense a shot in the arm.
Preston Denard, who was hit by Ralph McGill. Denard is still down on the 20-yard line. McGill was taken off almost in pieces. It was that kind of a collision that caused the interception.
Denard may have some sore ribs.
Oh, what a lick. And both McGill and Denard got the worst of it, as Pat Hughes winds up picking off the bobbled pass.
You know, an interesting thing, when a quarterback scrambles or rolls out, you never know for sure what the defense is going to be. People come from all areas, and you get hit from the blind side. They're all going to the flow of the play into the ball, and that's what happened.
We're not trying to be callous with a player injury, but we can use the time to just remind you: New Orleans, Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, St. Louis, San Francisco and the Giants, Washington and Cleveland. And then the doubleheader second game, Atlanta, Oakland, Detroit versus Green Bay at Milwaukee. And consult your local listings for the game and time in your area. Some cities will only see a single game due to the NFL blackout policy. And don't forget, all the action begins with the NFL Today, featuring Brent Musburger, Irv Cross, Gene Kennedy, Jimmy the Greek Snyder, and Jack Whitaker. It is 28-7 Rams, 44 seconds to the half. Thanks to the Hughes interception of that bobble by Preston Denard, the Saints have it 1st and 10 on their own 27. Ike Harris and Muncy. 3 receivers on the left side. And Manning throws it out of state.
Well, that's good what Manning did there. He went with what we call a 3 right or a 3 left. They used to call it the outpost. He's going deep. He tried to hit the man out of bounds to stop the clock. This is what he has to do with 38 seconds. Try to get a big play. Try to get a penalty. Maybe a tip ball to get back in the ball game.
It is 28-7 Rams, 38 seconds to the half. Archie Manning is 3 for 9 for 57 yards, and he served up 2 interceptions.
Now here's the same formation. 3 receivers.
Ike Harris, Chuck Muncy, and Wes Chandler all on the left side. Only Galbraith is back there to block. And Manning, under some pressure, running for his life to get away from Fanning. Throwing down the left side, and it was intended for Wes Chandler, no good, with Osteen, Thomas, and Elmendorf all there with him.
You know, Ben, one thing that Archie Manning has done, watching Archie Manning today, they said, well, this guy hasn't improved. When we first defensed Manning, in that particular situation, he would not have thrown the ball. He would have run the football and kept it. Now, he ran, saw a man open, just happened to overthrow him. So he's an improved quarterback. It doesn't show today, but the guy has actually improved a lot. He doesn't have the best offensive line in front of him against that good Ram defense.
So 28-7 Rams, 29 seconds to the half. 3rd and 10 from the 27 of New Orleans. Chandler is left, Harris is right. Archie setting up and throws to Muncie at the 30. Grabbed and down by McLean at the 34-yard line, and time running out, 17.
Then just to show you how the Rams have dominated this was only Archie's third down attempt of the half. Only the 3rd. Now the Rams can go for a punt block. Smart call. Took time out with 15 seconds.
15 seconds to the half, and that's about the only respite that New Orleans can look forward to. A 20-minute half today. 20-minute half time. But the Rams sitting on top of a 28-7 lead. 4th and 2. Young Rick Partridge, who has punted well, including a 60-yarder, but Dick Nolan standing on the sidelines, wrinkling his brow, looking up at the scoreboard, and no matter where he looks, it's trouble. Eddie Brown is deep for the Rams on the Ram 35-yard line. Under a rush, Partridge kicks it high, and a fair catch for Eddie Brown, and Maudy was almost inside his shirt. Boy, that Rick Maudy, number 84, can get down there, but the fair catch nullified his effort.
And he's usually beating 2 defenders to get down there, and he likes to bother the return man. Just get in his way, but not interfere. Just bother him, talk to him.
There is Rick Maudy, number 84, a free agent for the Saints off the campus of Penn State. He was the most valuable player on the special teams, and last year set an NFL record for 27 unassisted tackles on special teams. As we mentioned, his dad has cancer, and he is contributing yardage on punt returns and tackles. He has money for it for the Cancer Foundation. 1st and 10 on the Ram 29. Tyler and Peacock are back there, and Peacock is submarined as he gets to the 30-yard line. Folks underneath there, and time will run out. And listen to the Wolves. So the Rams thoroughly dominating the New Orleans Saints 28-7 after New Orleans had jumped out to a 7-0 lead.
Saints are fortunate that the score is only 28-7.
We had some folks join us late, so we can quickly give you the scoring. Galbraith scored from 3 yards out. It was an 80-yard drive in 7 plays. Tyler, on a 38-yard drive, capped it with a 5-yard run to tie it up. Then on a 39-yard drive by the Rams, Tyler scored from 2 yards out. That made it 14-7. Hayden then passed to Ron Jesse to make it 21-7, and then Hayden passed to Terry Nelson, who was all alone, to make it 28-7. There were 2 interceptions by Nolan Cromwell and Jim Youngblood. There was also a costly fumble by tight end Henry Childs, and all in all, it's been the Rams entirely in the first half.
I think one big thing is that Pat Hayden has taken advantage of the great field position he's had. A couple of those drives, he only had to go 38, 39 yards. He had a short punt from one of them, the interception. And the Saints offense has not been able to make any threat to the Ram defense except for that opening drive.
The only thing, or let's say one of the options we certainly should expect to see, we were talking about it, and they finally did throw a pass to Henry Childs, the tight end. I guess we'll see a little bit more of that in the second half.
Well, the Rams defense has just what they want. Put their ears back, jet charge, don't worry about the run, play pass defense and pass rush, and it puts a lot of pressure on that Saint offensive line.
It's halftime here in New Orleans, and the Rams are leading the Saints 28-7.
On Sports World, the WBA heavyweight title is up for grabs as power puncher Jerry Coetzee battles Big John Tate. Then, great teams and great action in the legends of bowling, plus celebrity poker, all on Sports World, October 20th.
The 49er drive, 6 plays, 71 yards. In 3.5 minutes, the big play, the 50-yard pass from DeBerg to McAbee. Simpson took it in from 3 yards out, and we're tied at 7.
You just got to look at head coach Bill Walsh, one of the finest coaches of the pass offense ever in the National Football League.
You played for Walsh among your many coaches?
Yes, one of my many stops.
All right, the kickoff by Werjing, and here's Green handling it for the first time as a Seahawk. Good low tackle by Eric Johnson, number 24, a three-year man out of Washington State, as Tony Green, a guy who has been around Seattle, his third club of the season, handles it for the very first time. As you look at the scoreboard, Kansas City just getting by Cincinnati by the score of 10-7. Giants have defeated Tampa Bay, led by rookie quarterback Phil Simms, so the Buccaneers lose their first of the season. Philadelphia convincingly over Washington, 28-17.
Upsets continue in the NFL. Amazing.
First and 10 at the 14-yard line. Jim Zorn, the quarterback. Dornick and Smith are the running backs. Now that's Dornick on a straight-ahead move. Stopped by Ted Vincent, the left defensive tackle. Oh, a punch was thrown. Vincent, the left defensive tackle, had some words with Dornick.
And again, 1-9, the collective record of these two clubs, and that makes for short tempers, and we're going to see it all day.
Personal foul against both the 49ers and the Seahawks. The flare-up began on the last series for Seattle. Back to the scoreboard, New England did not have an easy time with Detroit.
Had to score in the last minute. And there's a surprise. What happened to that Buffalo offense? I'll tell you. Rain, hail, every other kind of weather you can think of.
And Atlanta over Green Bay, 25-7.
You'd expect that score after that big Monday night win by Green Bay.
It is a 2nd and 5 at the 19. Steve Rabel now is flanked to the left side. Here's Smith. Got a hold on the left once again. And off the stutter step move, he picks up the first down. The strong safety, Tim Gray, number 30, made the tackle.
I talked to Bill Walsh prior to the game about his linebacking core. He said nothing. And that's the reason for the outstanding inside running. And Sherman Smith takes advantage and makes the defensive back eventually make the stop.
And Mike, a nice block issued by Dornick to set Smith through.
If you haven't got linebackers in the National Football League, you can't play defense.
Lodgent right, McCullum left. We're tied at 7, 6.5 to go, first quarter. Here's Dornick. Time trying to go outside and brought down across the 30 by Jeff McIntyre. I mentioned earlier McIntyre was a question mark because of a sprained knee. He is a rookie out of Arizona State, starting at left linebacker with Scott Hilton out of action. Hilton out with a separated shoulder. Another final score. The Cardinals
upset again.
Do it. Beat Houston 24-17.
St. Louis was 1-4 going into that game. They were due for a good one, though.
It's a 2nd and 5 as McCullum goes slot right. Rabel is to the left. Wide man right is Lodgent. And once again, Zorn hands off, and Dornick is stopped. Dan Dornick stopped at the line of scrimmage. Dan Buns, middle linebacker, right defensive tackle Jimmy Webb, combining to make the play, so it's a 3rd down 5 upcoming.
Webb made an outstanding move that time, and that's the reason Dornick got no yardage. I was a bit surprised. I expected Zorn to throw more than he has, but he's kept it on the ground, and when Sherman Smith is ripping off 13 at a crack, I guess you keep running.
He threw an awful lot against Kansas City last week, 23 for 38, but those are misleading statistics. Many of those completions were dump-offs to his backs. Now Zorn to throw, and he completes it. He's got a first down with Sam McCullum. So Zorn with a perfectly thrown pass as Buns and McIntyre were able to get to number 84. McCullum, a 6-year pro out of Montana State, with his 13th reception of the season, and it's a first down for Seattle at their 43. We're tied at 7. We have 5.5 remaining in this first quarter. Marv Albert and Mike Hafner from Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Rabel left, Lodgent right. That's McCullum moving off to the slot. And a long count by Zorn to throw on first down. Lays it off, but Dornick dropped it. Took his eyes off it. And he's unhappy.
That happens a lot, Marv, especially when you can hear the linebacker bearing down on you. You want to turn around and look quickly so you can make a move on him. And Dornick did it before he had the ball tucked away, and those things will happen. I hate to see receivers drop the ball, though. Oh.
Well, it's something you can relate to. Just kidding.
Yeah, thanks for that, but I dropped my share.
2nd and 10 out at the 43-yard line. Jeff Moore again in for Sherman Smith, lined up in the eye right behind Dornick. And here's Moore. Moore with good acceleration out to the 50-yard line. McIntyre makes the stop. So Jeff Moore carrying the ball for only the 4th time this season. He had come in 3 carries, 20 yards. Has been disappointing in the kickoff and punt return game. That's the reason that the Seahawks signed Tony Green. Green, you may recall, was a Pro Bowler last year with Washington and then seemingly lost it. Picked up by the Giants early this season. Did not do it with the Giants and was picked up just this past week because Moore had been disappointing. We go to the double tight end alignment for a 3rd and 2 out at midfield. Sherman Smith back in, combining with Dan Dornick. Off the fake, it's Smith going wide. Fumbles it out of bounds. He is close to that 1st down marker.
And he slipped in the backfield when he was just getting underway. That might have cost him the 1st down if he didn't make it, but he did. He got past the yard marker, 1st and 10.
It was Melvin Morgan, the free safety, who was able to bump him out of bounds. 4 minutes remaining in this 1st quarter. And the Seahawks and the 49ers are tied at 7. On the subject of that Kansas City game last week, the Seahawks, for the first time in a long, long time, heard boos out of the kingdom. A very young Kansas City defensive unit handcuffing that high-powered Seattle offense. They're trying to come back from that. And here's Zorn. Beautiful catch this time by Dornick. Put it at the hip, but just a short pickup with McIntyre right on the play.
That was nice of Jim Zorn to go back to Dornick on the same pass. He owed him one. This time he made a great catch instead of dropping it. There you see his statistics from last week. 10 passes. That's the Seahawk record. Boy, the running backs are catching a lot of passes these days. Everywhere.
There's Jeff McIntyre, rookie out of Arizona State, the man who caught Dornick, so Dornick only able to pick up a yard. It's a 2nd and 9, and again Jeff Moore is in that Seattle backfield. Largent is to the left, and McCullum goes slot left. Oh, you saw all the movement right there on the handoff, but I don't see a penalty marker down.
Not a flag down. They must say he got back.
We'll get another look at it as Jimmy Webb made the stop.
I don't know if we can see the lineman jump. Yes, there's the nose tackle jumping, but they all got back, did not cross across, make it across the offensive line of scrimmage. I'll get that across yet.
It's a 3rd and 8 now. 49ers go 3-4. Bob Martin has come on as the extra linebacker. And Zorn goes for Largent. He's got him. Steve Largent. 1st down and more inside the 15-yard line. Strong safety Tim Gray pushed him out of bounds.
Zone defense this time by the San Francisco 49ers in their 3-4 setup. Gerard Williams had the short route, and all Jim Zorn did was throw it over Gerard Williams' head and in front of the deep secondary, and it was an easy completion.
A 32-yard pass play as Steve Largent cops his 17th reception of the season.
27 games in a row now with a catch.
Here's Dornick with lots of room on the outside. Dornick inside the 5. Melvin Morgan, the free safety, and Gerard Williams, the right cornerback, make the stop as you look at Seattle head coach Jack Patera.
One of the reasons that the Seahawks are getting outside as easily as they are is because of the linebacking problems the 49ers have had this season. You don't usually get outside in the NFL, especially against today's great outside linebackers. But you got a rookie on one side and an injured Willie Harper on the other. And that makes it tough.
It's a first down, first and goal at the 3. The setbacks of Dorning and Smith. And this is Dorning. And Dorning battles his way in for the score. Dan Dorning was able to break tackles on the way in, led by the tight ends Beats and Bell. And the Seahawks now lead it 13-7.
I'll tell you, Dan Dornick better go over and thank Sherman Smith, because his lead block on Danny Buns, watch 47, right there on 57 Buns, and you can forget it. Touchdown City. That was Eric Johnson who tried to stop it, 24. And Sherman Smith just blew him out, and Dornick, with his good speed and stability, was in the end zone.
So Dorning has scored both Seattle touchdowns with Zorn holding. Here is Herrera to try for the extra point. We have 2:33 remaining in the first quarter here at Candlestick in San Francisco. And it's the Seattle Seahawks leading the San Francisco 49ers by the score of 14-7. We'll be back in just a moment.
This is CBS.
New York, I'm Brent Musburger, along with Jane and Irv and Pete Rose, and at the other end of the telephone right now is a man who's been grinding sausage all afternoon. Earl Weaver, the manager of the Baltimore Orioles. And Earl, what everybody wants to know is, who will you start in Game 1, the left-hander Flanagan or the right-hander Jim Palmer?
Well, I just talked to Bill Worrell and Jim Russo, who have been in the National League for, I guess, the past 15 to 30 days. I don't know how long, but they recommended left-handed pitching, and we're going with Mike Flanagan in the first, Jim Palmer in the second, and Scotty McGregor in the third. We're also looking up our statistics throughout the year as to how Flanagan has fared with 3 days rest. I don't know if I'm going with 3 starters in the World Series or 4, but if it need be a fourth, it'll be Dennis Martinez. If I think Flanagan can pitch 3 games in the series, and it'll just be Flanagan, Palmer, and McGregor.
Earl, are you all surprised with Chuck Tanner deciding to start Bruce Keeson?
Well, no, I guess he feels that we're primarily right-handed power, but
right.
As we talked about earlier, with those 2 switch hitters in the center of the lineup, Singleton and Murray, we're pretty well set for whether it be right-handed or left-handed.
How about no DH in the World Series? Is that going to hurt you at all, you think?
I think so, Pete. Our ball club was set up with the Pat Kellys, the John Lowensteins, the Lee Mays, the guys that give you that extra offense, and it's taking something away from us, but that's the way the rules are set up, and we'll just have to abide by them and do the best we can.
All right, Earl, both Jimmy the Greek and Pete Rose pick you in a tough 7-game series, and we want some of that sausage when Mrs. Weaver gets done, okay?
Well, I tell you, I hope it don't go 7, because last time it did, Pittsburgh got us.
All right, good luck, Earl. Right. And also Chuck Tanner, the other manager. He's a heck of a guy, too, Peter. Let's take everybody around the NFL right now and update all the scores. Chicago runs its record to 3-3. Walter Payton rushes for 155 and scores the game's only touchdown. New England just holds off Detroit 24-17. Scott Hunter has to finish up at quarterback for Detroit as Jeff Comlow is injured. Atlanta 25, Green Bay 7. The Falcons now are 3-3. Keeping an eye on Los Angeles this afternoon. And the Philadelphia Eagles run their record to 5-1. Wilbert Montgomery had 4 touchdowns, rushed 22 times for 127 yards. The big upset, there are no more unbeaten. The Giants, 17. The previously unbeaten Buccaneers, 14. Big day for Billy Taylor, 34 for 144 yards. Kansas City downs winless Cincinnati 10-7. The Chiefs are the surprise team also. They are now 4-2. And a final just in, is the NFC back? The Steelers lose to the Eagles. The Packers pick off the Patriots. Now the Cardinals down the Houston under glass. 24-17 final there. These are now partials at the half. The Rams are on top of New Orleans, 28-7. Hayden has thrown 2 touchdown passes in that game. Wendell Tyler has rushed for a couple. And, of course, the game you're watching, Dallas in command, 23-10. That is at the half. And the Pittsburgh Steelers jumped all over the Cleveland Browns, 30-14, so the Steelers could be alone in first place at the AFC Central if they hold on. The Jets are losing to Baltimore, 10-3. That game is at the half. A couple other partials are in. San Diego and Denver, they are scoreless. They are now in the third period. And O.J. Simpson has scored for the 49ers, but they've given up 2 to Seattle, and they trail it by a score of 14-7. I don't think I've seen a running back all year long who so dominated a game as Billy Taylor did today for the Giants. I know that Walter Payton had a marvelous afternoon for Chicago, but Taylor was something else. He got the Giants in it right here. 27 yards up the middle for Billy, and that seemed to spark the Giants. It rained very hard in this game in the second half. Here's Taylor now busting down to the 3-yard line. And then as they turned around to start the second, it was Taylor for his first touchdown. He's a second-year man out of Texas Tech. And here he is again, just banging down inside that 5-yard line. That came after an interception of a Doug Williams pass. Then it was Taylor up over the top. Buccaneers rallied late in the second. Marvelous catch. Mucker, watch his concentration in the end zone. Stayed right with it for John McKay. Made it 14-7. Now here's Williams again, going for Isaac Higgins. And that got it down to the 10-yard line. And very next play, Doug Williams came right back, hit Jimmy Giles, but Dinello had the winning field goal, 17-14. I'll tell you, Irv, even though he lost, you got to like the way Doug Williams kept bringing the Buccaneers back.
Well, you have to learn under pressure. He's a young quarterback, and a game like that can really help him out a great deal. Of course, we had a big one down in Washington. The Washington Redskins and Philadelphia Eagles going after each other. The Eagles won the ball game by a score of 28-17. And one of the things they wanted to do is keep the ball away from the Redskin defense, who did a great job of taking the ball away from opponents. And they did it by controlling it with a tight end, Keith Prepley. He makes a key catch there. Another way they keep the ball away is, again, throw short to intermediate passes to your running backs coming out of the backfield. Robert Montgomery takes that one in for a score, and the Eagles have a 14-0 lead. Joe Theismann gets the Redskins on the board with a pass to Riggins here just before halftime, 14-7 Philadelphia. Ron Jaworski going to Harold Carmichael, who has now caught passes in 102 consecutive games. Eagles still leading 14-7. Wilbert Montgomery, who scored 4 times, 3 rushing, 1 as a pass receiver, goes over here again, 21-7 Philadelphia. Again, you have a good thing going, keep it going. Montgomery goes over again for his 4th score of the game. Mark Mosley kicks a field goal here to be the all-time scoring leader for the Washington Redskins. The Redskins go over here with John Riggins, too little, too late. Philadelphia Eagles wind up winning at 28-17.
We're going to take a look at the Chicago highlights. They're going to roll them downstairs. Jane, how has Pete Rose done today as a handicapper instead of Jimmy the Greek?
Pete's done pretty good. As a matter of fact, we talked about it before the game started. And what's your percentage now? You've got 4 for 6, I know, a little bit earlier.
4 for 6 ain't all bad.
I'll take it. I'll take it. That's 8 for 12, isn't
Wasn't that easy, boy? The numbers man, Pete Rose. We got time now to show you Chicago. Indeed, let's go to it. Chicago and Buffalo. It was a defensive struggle. Do you believe that the Bears shut out this offense today? Well, it did rain up there, and it was tough. There's the big turnover. Muckensturm on the ball. Now, Walter Payton, here's the game's only touchdown. And taking a look at the schedule next week, Irv, I see that Chicago is home to New England, and meanwhile, Buffalo goes down to Miami. That'll be a big one. Let's send you back to the stadium as we get ready now for Los Angeles, New Orleans halftime. If there's time, we'll see you after the game.
That Summerall with Tom Brookshire at Metropolitan Stadium in Brooklyn, in Bloomington, Minnesota, where Dallas leads 23-10. They're retiring Fran Tarkenton's number. Let's listen.
Got it here. That's the most worried I've ever seen him.
That's Max Winter, who is the chief of this franchise, who's walking out there with him. There's Francis. Bob Lurch.
Ladies and gentlemen,
with him.
The president of the Minnesota Vikings,
Alderman,
Max
Ed
Winter.
Schirachman, Jerry Reichauer, Ursel McBee, and Bill Brown. Viking players. Here's Max Winter.
On this very field, 18 years ago, a third-round draft choice out of Georgia came to the Vikings, electrified the entire football world by beating, in the first game the Vikings ever played, Chicago 37-13. Francis Asbury Tarkenton, a man who set most every record in passing in the National Football League so far. At the time he retired, at the top of his game. We know about his scrambling. He probably made as many yards as any quarterback will ever make. He quit while he was on top. And since then, he has devoted his time to charity and has been very successful in his business. All youth all over the country are wearing on their sweaters number 10. I'm sorry to say, and I'm glad to say, that never again on this field by any Viking will number 10 be on any player's back. And with this, I wish to present to Francis Asbury Tarkenton number 10 to cherish and live with this for the rest of his days.
Shut, baby. Thank you very much, Max. Words don't come easy at a time like this. 18 years ago when I started here, I didn't have a great deal of high goals. I just wanted to be a member of this team and contribute to it for a period of time. At that time, I thought I'd probably play forever. I didn't think anybody ever got old, but I did. And it's done with and over with as of last year. I'm indebted to the people running on this field right now. I'm indebted to the people that stand behind me wearing the purple, because they really were the most responsible for any little success I might have had. I'm indebted to you people who sit in those stands and were back here in 1961, 2, 3, 4, and struggled with us as we tried to build some type of foundation to a football team here, and back then it wasn't easy. And you stayed with us and hung with us, and finally better days came around. I'd like to thank my mother, who's sitting up there, my wife Elaine, who stood by me in times that were tough, my 3 children, Melissa, Matthew, and Angela. They've had to make the biggest sacrifices of all. And thank you all for making this a very special day for me. I'm deeply touched. And Vikings, get it going this second half.
And so number 10 is retired, the most prolific, the most durable quarterback in NFL history. He was great.
Halftime in New Orleans, the Rams leading the Saints 28-7. Here are some other final scores, somewhat of a surprise. The Bears really shut down Buffalo, beat them 7-0. New England knocking off Detroit 24-17. Philadelphia defeating Washington 28-17, a final. The Giants broke the bubble of Tampa Bay. The Giants 17, Tampa Bay 14, maybe the biggest upset of the day. Atlanta over Green Bay 25-7. Kansas City defeated Cincinnati 10-7. Those are final scores. Meanwhile, a final just coming in. St. Louis bouncing back, having been shut out by the Rams 21-0 last week, came back to beat Houston. And we can see Dallas leading 23-10 at halftime against the Minnesota Vikings. Pittsburgh at halftime leading Cleveland 30-14. Cleveland's victory over Dallas now a distant memory. Baltimore at halftime leading the Jets 10-3. And San Diego and Denver, the Orange Crush, shutting down San Diego. No score at halftime in that one. And they're just really at the end of one quarter. Seattle 7 and the 49ers 7. At halftime at the Superdome, the Los Angeles Rams leading the New Orleans Saints 28-7. Right now, let's leave New Orleans for a special report from CBS News on the papal visit.
This is a CBS News special report. Pope John Paul II began his final day in the United States by motorcading to the Shrine of the Immaculate Conception in Washington. Demonstrators protesting his opposition to women in the priesthood tried to block the street but were dispersed by police. 3 were arrested. At the shrine, the Holy Father received a warm welcome from thousands of students.
Perhaps I love you more.
Inside at the morning prayer service, a prominent American nun challenged the Pope to reconsider the issue of women priests.
We have pondered upon these words. Our contemplation leads us to state that the Church, in its struggle to be faithful to its call for reverence and dignity for all persons, must respond by providing the possibility of women as persons being included in all ministries of our Church.
As the pontiff stood to speak, nuns wearing blue armbands stood also in an unprecedented silent protest. The pontiff never responded directly, but he did reiterate his conservative view of the traditional role of the woman in the church.
Who was inserted intimately and irrevocably into the mystery of the church, exercising a spiritual motherhood with regard to all peoples. The woman who is honored as Queen of Apostles without herself being inserted into the hierarchical constitution of the Church.
Then it was off to Catholic University, where John Paul spoke to a gathering of scholars and educators, praising their intellectual honesty, but warning them to be careful about what they teach.
It is the right of the faithful not to be troubled by theories and hypotheses that they are not expert in judging, or that are easily simplified or manipulated by public opinion for ends that are alien to the truth.
The pontiff's final appearance of the day was at the mall between the Washington Monument and the Capitol, where he celebrated Mass for a crowd estimated at 175,000.
I do not hesitate to proclaim before you and before the world that all human life, from the moment of conception and through all subsequent stages, is sacred.
Pope John Paul II is scheduled to conclude his visit to America this evening, boarding a plane at Andrews Air Force Base and flying back to Rome. This has been a CBS News special report.
It's halftime here in the New Orleans Superdome. The Los Angeles Rams 28 and the New Orleans Saints 7. We'll return after these words from your local station.
Tonight on Trapper John.
They told me the job was safe.
A patient is exposed to radiation and Gonzo risks his job to investigate. Jane Kennedy guest stars tonight at 10, 9 Central.
This is CBS.
As you can see on the numbers, the Rams have had the ball more than twice as long as the Saints. George, what about some insights into the half besides these numbers?
Well, Vin, I made a couple of notes here. The Rams had great field position, and they took advantage of it. Number 2, the Saints have turned the ball over 3 times. That shouldn't happen. The Rams ran the ball first and play action second. They've hurt the Saints both running and passing. 4, Pat Hayden's cadence has kept the Saints off balance. They picked up 15 yards on jumping off sides. Now 5, Wendell Tyler is great when that hole is closed. When that hole is closed, he's more dangerous than when he has a hole to run because he's got the speed to reverse his field and make a big play. And then the last thing, the Saints have lost their poise on offense and defense. And they're very fortunate they're not behind 35-7.
Tyler has scored 2 touchdowns. Ron Jesse took a 39-yard pass from Pat Hayden for another. And Hayden also passed 5 yards to Terry Nelson. The only New Orleans score was Galbraith punching one over from 3 after Chuck Muncie did some great running. As far as the quarterbacks are concerned, Manning is 4 for 11, 65 yards, but 2 crushing interceptions by Jim Youngblood and Nolan Cromwell. And Pat Hayden, 9 for 15 for 132 yards and 2 touchdowns. So Hayden, as you said, George, figured to have a big day, and he really is getting ready for Dallas next week.
This second half, all they have to do is grind it out and throw sparingly and not make mistakes. The Saints have to put the ball up to try to get back in the ball game.
So a capacity crowd seeing the Rams leading 28-7. Now let's go to Brent Musburger in New York and the NFL Today.
Back live in New York, I'm Brent Musburger. Thank you for waiting for us. We were attending to business for the Dallas-Minnesota game. And now we have just spoken live to Earl Weaver. He has named Mike Flanagan to open up the World Series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. So it'll be Bruce Keeson for the Pirates, Flanagan for the Orioles. And Pete, what are his pitching plans after that?
Well, I think he's going to go with McGregor in the 3rd game and Palmer in the 2nd game. And he didn't know about the 4th game. He was a little confused about the 4th game. And he just said he's just at the wait and see. He's got Martinez down here that can go back in the 4th game if necessary.
You made an interesting observation. No designated hitter in this World Series.
Yes, I remember in '76 when we played the Yankees, we had a designated hitter by the name of Danny Dreesen, hit 500 and something like that. But Lee May and Lowenstein did a great job for Earl as a designated hitter, and he's really going to miss that offense.
How, Jane, has Pete done as a handicapper today, sitting in for the Greek?
I've been keeping track, and I think he's about 4 for 6 right now. It's better than picking the Phillies.
All right. Let's turn our attention to some highlights. Tampa Bay against the New York Giants. A story there, of course, the Buccaneers lose for the first time this year. One man did him in. Well, actually, give the offensive line some credit, huh? They opened it up for Billy Taylor. This is 27 yards down the middle. And oh, did Taylor out of Texas Tech ever dominate this game. Down to the 3-yard line he went. And that's how it went for 2.5 quarters before the Buccaneers even began to shut this big fella down. So this is one of the reasons why they felt it was all right to let Larry Zonka go. They knew that Taylor might mature into a decent running back. Phil Simms, as quarterback, he spent most of the time handing off, but he didn't fumble the ball away to the Buccaneers. Then, late in the 2nd period, watch this TD catch by Mucker of the Bucks. Williams is a courageous guy. He was about to take a lick, stayed right with it and delivered it. And Williams trying to rally them. The 2nd half, he went to Isaac Higgins. He got his 2nd touchdown right here to the tight end, Jimmy Giles. This is the player they got when they gave up the rights to Earl Campbell, and he may turn out to be a player yet. A Danilo field goal did it. The Giants win for the first time this year. Washington-Philly was a dandy game.
Big game, 28-17. Philadelphia won it down in Philadelphia. And one of the things the Eagles wanted to do was keep the ball away from the Redskin defense because they had been more successful than anybody in taking the ball away from opposing teams. And the best way to do it is use it with control passes to your tight end. Keith Krepfle picks up one here for the Eagles, setting up a scoring opportunity for the Birds as Jaworski fakes inside and hits Wilbert Montgomery, number 31, who goes in for a score. He scored, by the way, 4 times today. The Redskins get on the board just before halftime as Theisen goes to Riggins, and the score at this point is 14-7 Philadelphia. Jaworski going to the air to his biggest receiver, Harold Carmichael, makes a catch. 102 consecutive games now, keeps that catching streak alive. Jaworski inside to Wilbert Montgomery. Touchdown. The Eagles lead 21-7 in the 3rd quarter. Wilbert Montgomery again. Touchdown number 4. And the Philadelphia Eagles take a 28-10
28-7 lead. Mark Mosley's field goal there, Brent, made him the all-time scoring leader for the Redskins. Riggins goes over too little, too late, and the Eagles hang on to win it 28-17.
I was just thinking, Jaworski is a Los Angeles Ram connection. Chuck Knox, a former coach, and his talented offense was shut down today by Chicago. Actually, the weather was not very good in Buffalo either. It rained during this game. This is the key turnover right here. Handoff is dropped. Muckenstern, the linebacker for the Bears, falls on it, and Walter Payton with 155 yards on the day, over the top, and Sweetness has got the touchdown. So we're out of time. If there's time afterwards, we'll have more highlights, but let's send you back now to New Orleans.
Okay, Brent, this has been Scully along with George Allen. Over 71,000 in the Superdome, and most of them are very unhappy unless you put a camera on them. But the camera's been on the Rams all day. They're leading 28-7 at halftime.
And the Broncos, as we indicated, playing inspired football, but they haven't been able to put any points on the board. Artie Owens gets it back to about the 17-yard line. He is one of the better kick return men in the National Football League. Number 24, Artie Owens of San Diego, stopped there by Jim Ryan, number 50. And so San Diego goes on the offense to begin the third quarter. There is no score in the football game. Roy Girella has missed 2 field goal attempts. A third has been blocked. The Chargers have not scored from first and goal at the 5. They have had all of the opportunities, but Denver has played some outstanding defense. Right to the air for Fouts. Over the middle and just out of the hands of Charlie Joyner. Well, the statistics, it was Jefferson and not Joyner. The stats tell a big story in every football game, and this one is no different.
Look at the total yardage between the two teams. 166 for the San Diego Chargers. Only 97 net yards for the Denver Broncos. Time of possession also very telling. And third down efficiency, 1 for 5 for Denver, 20%, 5 for 10 for the Chargers, 50%.
Second down 10 for Fouts. Thomas 22, Clarence Williams 40 of the setbacks. That's Thomas. Pushed back by Reuben Carter. Let's check whether or not Tom Jackson is returned to the lineup. Number 57, the all-pro outside linebacker who suffered a bruise under his right eye in the first half. I don't believe he's in there.
I do not see him.
Larry Evans, 56, is there.
Gradishar is back in the lineup.
Gradishar is back, having undergone surgery earlier this week on his ring finger. He has played a very inspired football game. Number 53, he is not in there at the moment, I don't believe.
Jackson is in the game. Larry Evans is in replacing Randy Gradishar.
All right, you got it now. Thomas in motion.
Joyner.
He's got him at the 30. First down. Upset there by Steve Foley. But since you had him in the open, Trumpy, you take the replay.
Okay, the same thing they did the first half, Sam. They're running a running back in motion. That takes a linebacker with him, and that means there's no underneath coverage under Charlie Joyner. Fouts puts a little steam on this one. Joyner with a good catch, concentration on the ball, Foley on the tackle. They have been able to do that in the first half, and until Denver stops them, they'll continue to do it in the second half.
Nice third down conversion for Danny Fouts. 30-yard line of San Diego. The lone split receiver is John Jefferson, 83. First back is Williams to about the 32-yard line. See who gets up off the bottom. Number 59, Joe Rizzo, the inside linebacker, is the man who made the stop. Gained a very short yardage. Williams has not had a Clarence Williams day.
No, but the Denver defense has allowed just 98 yards per game rushing. They are not going to get a lot of yards, but San Diego is more than happy to plunk it in there for 2 or 3 times in each situation and then throw it, and they seem to be able to complete the passes at will.
Broncos number 1 against the rush in the AFC.
Watch for Joyner here. Here comes the same formation.
Artie Owens in motion. He dumps it off to Williams. 35, 40-yard line. Should be another San Diego first down. Larry Evans was there, and so was Bernard Jackson, the free safety, but not before Clarence Williams got a first down.
And that is the same situation, Sam. Owens in motion. Dan Fouts is taking advantage of single coverage on motion out of the backfield.
Okay, you've been the offensive genius. You told us why Fouts is doing what he's doing. How can Denver stop it?
Blitz. Begin to blitz right now. They got to reestablish that they're a defensive football team that can stop them by the pass.
Fouts has all day to his tight end, Bob Klein. He overthrew everybody. In fact, Bill Thompson had a good crack at it. I don't think he was looking that way. He had his eyes on Klein, cutting over the middle. A flag is down. It's against San Diego, and I believe it is holding. That's the fastest way to slow down an offensive drive.
Other than blitzing, I believe you're right.
You're going to get your blitz in there one way or another.
Well, I do think, here's the call.
Red Cashin, the referee.
Number 70 on the offense, still first down.
That's twice Russ Washington has been caught holding. He did it to end the first half. So the line of scrimmage now becomes the San Diego 30-yard line in a scoreless ball game, and Fouts is confronted with 1st and 20.
The Broncos have to get a turnover. That's why they have to go to the blitz. Their defense makes their offense go with good field position. They got to get the ball. Here we go again.
And they have had only 3 interceptions this entire season. He dumps it off to Clarence Williams. 30, 35. Down he goes. Fumbles. Denver's got it.
Thompson.
Hugh Thompson runs into Fouts and out of bounds at the 10-yard line. The break that Denver has been looking for.
And Winslow is hurt, and that's what Denver feeds on.
Kellen Winslow is down at the 38-yard line of San Diego. The outstanding rookie from Missouri, but you're looking at the hero thus far.
There's Billy Thompson on the pickup, and for years the Denver defense has done this, and now you'll see an entirely different Denver Bronco offense. They'll be a lot more flashy, they'll do a lot more things, a lot less conservative.
You are very prophetic. You called for the turnover, Bobby, and you got it. We'll be right back.
This is an NBC News special report. The Pope in America. Here is NBC News correspondent David Brinkley.
Good afternoon. Here in Washington, Pope John Paul II's last public appearance before he flies back to Rome tonight. An open-air mass on the Washington Mall, celebrated for a crowd of something over 100,000 people. Father Robert O'Donnell of the Paulist Fathers is here with us to explain some of the ritual to those who may not be familiar with it. It's a cold, damp day in Washington, but it was a splendid scene on the Mall. Father O'Donnell, it's the first time we've seen the Pope wearing a green habit.
The vestment is green because that's the liturgical color of today, the 27th Sunday in this liturgical cycle, David. And the Holy Father is to celebrate the same Mass that all Catholic priests throughout the world today will be celebrating. And the theme of the Mass today is Christian marriage.
Next Sunday will be a different color?
Next Sunday will be the same color, but a different theme.
I see. The crowd stretches on 3 sides of the platform, off toward the U.S. Capitol, here in front of the Pope, and again off to his left. The crowd estimate is, they're always unreliable, but it's 100,000 plus. We don't know how many. It's a huge crowd. Some have been here since day before yesterday. The subject for Mass today is
Christian marriage. The theme which runs through the 3 readings of the Mass today, David, from the book of Genesis and from the New Testament, is the marriage relationship of a man and his wife. And the Pope will undoubtedly speak on that subject.
Including children?
Certainly he will have some reference to children, perhaps abortion also. The Pope is now incensing the crucifix, which stands high over the altar. He will then go to the altar and incense the altar itself, which is the symbol.
Speak. That's a...
If
a person's right to life is violated at the moment in which he is first conceived in his mother's womb, an indirect blow is struck also at the whole of the moral order, which serves to ensure the inviolable goods of man. Among those goods, life occupies the first place. The Church defends the right to life. The Church defends the right to life not only in regard to the majesty of the Creator, who is the first giver of this life, but also in respect of the essential good of the human person.
The Pope's last public ceremony on this trip to the United States, to Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Des Moines, Chicago, Washington, the White House, a spectacular journey, and I would say tremendously successful. Father O'Donnell, how would you characterize it?
David, I would say that a prayerful, personable Pope from a far country that is not now free has come to another far country which is fully free, proclaiming a different kind of freedom, a freedom of the spirit, which he found in Poland and which many of us Americans have yet to discover. God willing, some of us may discover it through him.
Thank you. Tonight he flies back to Rome. He goes by helicopter from the middle of the city out to Andrews Air Force Base, takes off, and I must say, after all this travel, he must look forward to it. I've never seen a schedule like this. As he said today, he's ending his visit tonight. Thanks be to God. Thank you, and good night.
You know, when a team gets off to a 27-0 lead, it's almost too much too quick, and a team can't have it. Now, Cleveland has been running the ball, moving the ball in the air effectively. If they continue to do this, we've got a ball game left.
Well, right now, let's go to Brian Gumbel in New York.
Sunday number 6 has been a Sunday of upset and confrontation. Upset for that man, John McKay, coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because of this man, Billy Taylor. For the Giants, he rushed for over 100 yards today, scored 2 touchdowns. The Giants post their first victory of the season. Tampa Bay knocked from the ranks of the unbeaten after 6 weeks. The NFL has no unbeaten teams. In Cleveland, 2 teams battling out for first place, the Steelers and the Browns. Franco Harris having a big afternoon, 70 yards on this play. The Steelers rush into a big early lead. They lead at halftime by 16 points. Hello again, everyone. Brian Gumbel and Mike Adamle welcoming you back to NFL 79. Let's try to get you caught up very quickly on what's happening this Sunday. Kansas City Chiefs, very young, very good ball club. They win their 3rd straight. They beat the Bengals 10-7. Cincinnati still winless.
In the Meadowlands, the New York Giants, it was the first start for quarterback Phil Simms. It didn't matter. He didn't have a very good day, 37 yards. He handed off to Billy Taylor, 144 yards, 2 TDs.
Washington, a loser to Philadelphia today, 28-17. That final, Wilbert Montgomery scored 3 touchdowns.
New England over Detroit, 24-17. They're having problems again. It wasn't until a Tom Owen touchdown pass to Don Calhoun that they went ahead.
Sweet Walter Payton, 39 carries, 155 yards. The Bears turned back the Bills and shut them out 7-0.
Atlanta, a big winner over the puzzling Green Bay Packers, 25-7. 3 Tim Mazzetti field goals, the difference in that one.
You think they're puzzling. Figure this one out. The Oilers dropped to 4-2. The Cardinals beat them 24-17. That's an upset.
Quite an offensive showing in the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. 30-14. That's a score. Terry Bradshaw, 3 touchdown passes. Brian Sipe, 2.
We're not sure what the Broncos and Chargers are doing. Third quarter, there's no score. Is that possible?
I don't know. But halftime in Los Angeles, or in New Orleans, 28-7. 2 Wendell Tyler touchdown runs. 2 Pat Hayden touchdown passes.
Jets, Baltimore, Colts seeking their first win out in front 10-3.
And Dallas, Minnesota up in Bloomington, 23-10 at halftime.
And Seattle leading San Francisco right now 14-7. Remember, the 49ers still without a win this year. We've got a second half of football to come. We'll get to it after this commercial break.
Hi, I'm Drew Pearson of the Dallas Cowboys. I learned a lot about football on a chalkboard, but where you really learn is on the field, making your own decisions. That's what growing up is all about, making decisions. You know, alcohol abuse is a real problem today. Part of the answer is helping young people make the right decisions about whether or not they want to drink. There's a free booklet that can help every teenager make decisions about drinking. Write ECS, Box 687, Denver, 80201. Be a winner.
Hi, I'm Dick Butkus. Just a few years ago, I was the middle linebacker for the Chicago Bears. I loved playing pro football. But my biggest thrill came with my election into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm very proud to be a part of this up-to-the-minute sports showplace where the total pro football story is told in many exciting ways. The Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio is open every day of the year except Christmas. I hope you'll visit here soon.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Football League. Rick Danmeyer set to kick off. Ron Springs and Steve Wilson deep for Dallas. Second half about to get underway. The Cowboys lead it 23-10. Danmeyer then. Line drive kick will be handled by Wilson. Springs trying to get in front to Brock. Wilson breaks to the outside, breaks a couple of tackles, gets to the 30, perhaps to 31. Steve Wilson on the return. A lot of good athletes down on the field, and a very good athlete here in the booth with us, Martina Navratilova, one of the great Cowboy fans.
Big football fan?
Yeah, I have been, and they announced it yesterday at the matches that I was a Cowboy fan, and I got a few boos from the people here, but I don't think they kind of thought about it when I was playing anymore.
Sure. What about tonight? You got some doubles?
We're in the doubles finals with Billie Jean against Betty Stova and Wendy Turnbull in the Michelob Light Women's Tennis Classic right here at the Met Center.
How about your Cowboys so far?
Well, so far I've been playing pretty good. Those turnovers sure helped us. And,
Here's another one.
Well, speaking of turnovers.
Roger Staubach on the tackle. Ball is picked up by Jim Marshall on the recovery. Wow.
I think I better get out of here.
You call that one.
Marshall has played every game that the Minnesota Vikings have played since that first team in 70, or in 60. You can see he was knocked out by Matt Blair. Marshall's down to 220 pounds. He still looks pretty active, doesn't he?
Martina, you say you think you better get out of here?
I don't know. I better quit talking anyway.
Okay. We thank you very much for coming by, and good luck to you. Thank you very much.
The best.
Tommy Kramer and the Vikings have a first down at the Dallas 20. And Kramer is going to throw on first down if he stays away from Harvey Martin, and he does. Benny Barnes on the coverage. The intended receiver was Sammy White.
Kramer was 10 for 17 in that first half for 193 yards, but only 33 yards rushing. The Dallas team, on the other hand, had 132 yards rushing, 86 passing, and appeared to be in pretty much control until that turnover just in the fumble.
Dallas anticipating pass. Ricky Young and Robert Miller, the Minnesota backs. Aaron Mitchell is in the game for Dallas, and Dennis Thurman as extra defensive backs. Just for the Dallas secondary remains the same. Ricky Young swung wide in motion. The handoff is to Miller. Perhaps some running room. He cuts back inside and is chased down by Bruce Thornton, the rookie defensive end.
Good play by big Ron Yeri, number 73. Offensive right tackle. Stayed on his feet and didn't throw, and it's pretty hard for a guy 6'6" to stay out and stay up.
Again, a passing situation arises. Chuck Foreman checks in, among others, for Minnesota into their offensive unit. Robert Steele, the ex-Dallas Cowboy, is one of those. 23-10.
And Rashad has got to draw a crowd of Dallas Cowboys.
The Vikings have 4 wide receivers to match the Cowboy defense. It's a third down situation with 8 to go. Kramer comes straight back this time and throws. Sammy White. Incomplete. Referee says he was out of bounds. Did not get both feet down. He caught the pass.
I think Sammy thought he was probably in better shape than he was. He glided out of bounds. It's a short out. As Pat said, there were 4 receivers. It's just a quick out to the outside. He gets one down, but doesn't get it obviously out of bounds, and Vinnie Barnes was watching.
No question about it. He didn't get him down. And so Dan Meyer again. 1 for 1 from this distance. Paul Krause, who's been bowling for a long, long time.
A straight-ahead kicker.
Straight away. Out of the hole of Krause from 25 yards this time. And plenty good. 23-13. The Cowboy lead is cut to 10. And a lot of time left in Bloomington. Dallas 23. Minnesota 10. Third quarter.
Back in Denver, Sam Nover, Bob Trumpy, and they are helping Kellen Winslow across the field. He was down during that entire timeout, and it's very difficult to tell what the injury might have been.
Well, with the way he has his hand supporting his shoulder, it does appear to be some sort of a shoulder injury, Sam. We'll find out if we are, in fact, doctors from up here. We'll hear from the bench.
Barney Chavis forced the fumble. Bill Thompson picked up the loose ball and raced 26 yards to the San Diego 11-yard line.
Now you may see anything. Rick Upchurch on a reverse. All kinds of things from the Denver offense.
We will still see Norris Reese at quarterback, however. Craig Morton threw before the third quarter. He has still not played in the game. First down, Denver. Reese on a broken play to the 3-yard line. Fumbles the ball, and Denver got it back. Wow!
Just the way you draw it up, Sam. Absolutely the way you draw it up. He missed the handoff, I believe, to Jensen up through the middle. Watch this. Oh, the pulling guard, 62, hits him. Tom Glassick knocks it out of his hand. And he does a one-point landing on the point of his head. Denver ball.
Glenn Edwards forced the second loose ball, and somebody was there. I still haven't discovered who recovered it. There's the ball again going down. Whoever it was saved the day for Denver. Second down at the 3. Reese bootlegging the ball. Touchdown, Denver.
Here's the play again, and this is so characteristic of the Denver offense. They gain a total of 9 yards and come up with a touchdown. That's how Denver got to the Super Bowl. That's Super Bowl 12, with their defense constantly turning the ball over inside the opponent's 20-yard line.
Paul Howard, number 60, led the way for Reese. He escorted him into the end zone untouched. Jim Turner will try to make it 7-0 Denver. Perfect. So as Bob Trumpy has so aptly described, the defense sets the offense up for the touchdown, and they get it. 7-0 Denver.
Seahawks leading the 49ers now 14-7 as Herrera gets set to kick off to the combination of James Owens and Paul Hofer. That's Hofer at the top of your screen. 2:33 left in the first quarter. And again, a bouncer that is fielded by Owens to the 20. Oh, he goes head over heels up near the 30-yard line. Would you describe that, Mike?
I know he was a world-class long jumper at one time in his career, but that looked like a half gainer with a full twist. And again, those bouncing footballs tend to slow up the coverage, but Owens, there he goes. I'll give that a 9.3.
Sammy Green was the man who unleashed James Owens. It's a first down for the 49ers now at the 28-yard line. They are trailing by the score of 14-7. Running backs are Simpson and Jackson. Here's O.J. Nowhere to go. O.J. Simpson cut off by Keith Simpson, number 42, no relation to O.J. Keith, a second-year pro out of Memphis State who has emerged as a starter at strong safety.
And O.J. Simpson, that time you could see where the left knee bothers him. He couldn't make the break to the outside, and that cost him any yardage.
5 minutes and 4 seconds for that last Seattle scoring drive, capped off by Dorning, taking it in for his second score of the afternoon. It's a 2nd and 10 for San Francisco at their 28-yard line. Now DeBerg throwing the middle. Oh, and a beautiful catch is made for a first down by Freddie Solomon. Freddie Solomon, the 5-year pro out of Tampa University. Stopped by middle linebacker Terry Beeson. It's a first down at the 40.
One of the hardest receptions to make for a wide receiver is to come back from the direction he is moving in. And Steve DeBerg threw this behind Freddie Solomon. Solomon had to go backwards. He was coming towards your screen. Had to go back and catch it. That takes great concentration and great athletic ability.
Now Owens is wide right. The tight end is Brewer now. McAfee started the game. And here's Simpson. Trying to pick his way through and does. Nice move by O.J. through a crowd out to the 46. Keith Butler, the right linebacker, made the stop, and a good block by the right tackle, Fonthorst.
O.J. Simpson can find the smallest cracks to get into. He has that great sense, 11 years of running behind great offensive lines and gaining big yardage, and he made the perfect move to gain the 5 yards they needed. 6-yard carry for O.J., who comes off that 89-yard effort last week against San Diego. 2nd and 4. Phil Francis in the lineup, replacing Wilbur Jackson as Owens now goes to the left side. 30 seconds remaining in this first quarter. Here's Simpson again, and he's got the first down. O.J. looking very sharp here in the first quarter. Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker, makes the stop. And again, O.J. Simpson, as soon as he gets a few carries, the knee starts to warm up. And he starts enjoying it when he sees the blocking out front. O.J. Simpson can still run the football even on one leg.
Nice block by the left guard, John Ayers. Time running down in this first quarter, and you have just seen the final play of the quarter. At the end of one, the score, San Francisco trailing Seattle 14-7. We'll be back after these messages from your local station.
So it's 7-0 Denver here in the Mile High City. Here's another final. St. Louis has beaten Houston 24-17. Cardinals an upset. Artie Owens at the 10. 25, and down he goes as he reaches the 27, and a flag down at the 30-yard line of San Diego. Chargers trailing 7-0. The man who scored the touchdown, just an old bootleg, and he fooled our cameraman, at least one of them.
And that's the 3rd touchdown run by Norris Weiss this season. On his hip, Paul Howard, his personal escort, and quite frankly, there's nobody but the tuba player and Mike Williams to stop him. Excuse me, that's Willie Buchanan to stop him. So it's not much of a run.
Penalty is against San Diego. Here's referee Red Cashin.
Holding by the receivers during the run back, number 45.
Holding.
It's first down.
Here's some other partials. Almost to the half. Pittsburgh 30, Cleveland 14. Baltimore leads the Jets 10-3 at the half. The Rams 28-7. Pat Hayden 2 touchdown passes. Wendell Tyler 2 runs. The Rams romping over New Orleans. Clarence Williams trying to get outside, and he reaches the 20-yard line. One other partial, Dallas 23, Minnesota 10, a minute 50 to go, second quarter.
Okay, Sam, I've yet to win a football game as a head coach in professional football. I'll tell you what I think San Diego's got to do, and that is extreme patience. They cannot get excited simply because Denver has scored 7 points on them. They have a very good offensive football team. Stay with the things that work. Don't get fancy yet. There's still 10:24 left to go in the third quarter. Stay with your game plan.
That scoring drive of 9 yards. Weiss with a 3-yard run. Fouts with all day. Throws it down here, and it's caught by his tight end, Bob Klein. The 11-year veteran out of Southern Cal, but the important thing there is that Fouts had all day to throw the football.
And one of the valuable things about an experienced tight end like Bob Klein is that he knows that if he's the 3rd or 4th receiver, he's still got a chance to catch the football. Coverage by Swenson. He goes down, keeps his eye on Dan Fouts, moving around, making sure that he's open, and he's there when Fouts needs him. Nice catch for a first down. I'm telling you, those people who wear 84 can catch the football. They really can.
Who wore number 84 that you know?
Well, I know one guy that wore it for Cincinnati. Never got it dirty in 10 years.
Trumpy. Your Bengals lost today. You know that, don't you?
My Bengals.
Boats throws it over here, and it's caught again by Klein at the 30-yard line. Very, very short yardage gain on first down. Stopped by Bill Thompson. Yes, your Cincinnati Bengals. You haven't divorced yourself yet, have you?
No, they've divorced me, though. Anyway, same formation, using the same motion out of the backfield. And Denver is yet to really adjust to this entire offensive set by the San Diego Chargers. And they have to do something. Chargers are staying with their offensive game plan. You can't panic yet. No word yet on Kellen Winslow and his shoulder injury either.
Well, this team has played very, very well under Don Coryell. They won 8 and lost 4 to finish off the 1978 season, including 7 of their last 8, and they're 4-1 this year. Over the middle, he's got Jefferson, a brilliant catch in front of Louis Wright. What an outstanding catch by John Jefferson right on the 50-yard line. And that is another San Diego first down, and Fouts has him moving again.
From in tight, he's got Louis Wright in single coverage, and most teams avoid Louis Wright like the plague. San Diego's not afraid of it. Fine catch, good concentration on the football, and Dan Fouts threw that right on the money. That is not an easy throw to get in there.
56 catches for John Jefferson in his rookie year. He's out now, and Greg McCrary, a tight end, number 88, is in there on first down and 10 right on the 50. 2 tight ends, play action for Fouts. All day again. Look at the protection he's got. Williams spins to the 43-yard line, knocked down by Tommy Jackson, but not before he got 7 yards. And the interesting thing is that Fouts is throwing in run situations and running in throwing situations.
They're using the same offensive lineup that Oakland used last week to beat the Denver Broncos. That 2 tight end offense. They think they're just as versatile out of that 2 tight end offense with McCrary and Bob Klein and 1 receiver, that receiver being Charlie Joyner. And it might do something psychologically to the Denver defense, and I'm surprised Denver hasn't gone to the 4-man defensive line against it.
Well, they stay in the 3-4 on second down and 3, and Joyner comes wide right. McCrary is split out wide to the left. Throw it again. Throws the home run ball, and nobody was there. Now, there's got to be something wrong there when he overthrows his receiver by 15 yards, and that is twice that Fouts has had nobody in the area that he threw the football.
I'll tell you what, Sam, I think he misread his key. That was the total zone coverage, and I do think he was just overthrowing it to make sure nobody else got it. Kellen Winslow is back. Watch, see him look around. I think he knows he's got nobody open. He knows how to read defenses, but I think he missed his key, and Charlie Joyner was the 2nd or 3rd receiver, so he just threw it over everybody's head.
Well, while we're guessing, I'll disagree. I choose to believe on both occasions his receivers did not run the patterns he expected. Not bad stats, but he hasn't got a point to show for it. 7-0 Denver, 7 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Fumble! And I think San Diego got it back again. But it's 4th down. That's almost as important as a Denver recovery.
That's 3 drives stopped without a point. Randy Gradishar once again in the middle. Here he is. You see the cast on his left hand, reading the quarterback on a blitz. Kind of disrupted things in there. Got to Clarence Williams the same time the ball did. And Fouts made a very important fumble recovery here. Now it's up to West to get it inside the 5.
And he's kicking to Rick Upchurch, who has not busted one yet today. But you never know what's going to come from him. He is such a brilliant return specialist.
And he's going to return this one.
From his 7. Down he goes at the 17-yard line. So even when he's hemmed in, he gets 10 yards on the return. Denver starts deep in its own territory. 42 yards on the punt, 11 on the return.
Well, hello, Cleveland. As we're back now at Cleveland Stadium. Don Criqui with John Brody, ready for the 3rd quarter. The Steelers have come out onto the field. Ryan Seifer's done a good job in the blowing wind. Terry Bradshaw's been even better. As we'll take a look at statistically how this game breaks down, at the Steelers in the lead 30-14.
Well, Terry Bradshaw had such an outstanding first half. Everything came so easy for him. At one time, he was 7 for 7, and he'd thrown 3 touchdowns. Now, it's just been real easy for Pittsburgh. Then they had to get back and do some playing toward the end of the first half. He took them down for another 3-pointer and a 16-point lead. I don't really think those statistics are indicative of the difference in the score. I mean, the Browns actually had the ball longer than did Pittsburgh. They scored so quick when they got it, they didn't have it much.
Art's only great. 30-14 is the score. Lyle Alzado getting taped up. Getting cleaned off. They're going to put a new hoof on there. Off track today. A little muddy down on the playing field.
He's been a big addition since he's come over from Denver, Don, and he's had a lot to do with these guys coordinating their defense. Last week he couldn't play, and it hurt him badly, I think. Today he's playing very well, but their defense has been a little suspect.
I guess you go with whatever works. They start using different shoes. This, of course, is a natural grass field. A good part of it natural mud after heavy rains. And, of course, the baseball infield is still down as the Indians just got done. Steelers will be receiving to start the third quarter. And teeing up the ball is Don Cockcroft. The swirling, gusting wind. Temperature must be somewhere in the mid-40s now. The chill factor from this wind brings it below that. So we're ready to go in the third quarter as the Pittsburgh Steelers, after leading 27-0, now have a 30-14 lead. And momentum was with the Browns before Pittsburgh finally scored on a field goal just before the end of the half. Up back takes it. Coming downfield with the ball is Greg Hawthorne, the rookie #1 draft choice. He's a power back out of Baylor, and he gets the ball across the 35-yard line out to about the 39. Tackled by Randy Rich. Now, sir, as we break down the Pittsburgh Steelers on offense, you see the Cleveland Brown defensive unit come out. The quarterback is Bradshaw, wide receivers 82 Stallworth and 86 Jim Smith. Benny Cunningham, 89, is now in a tight end. He's been alternating with Randy Grossman. The setbacks are Sidney Thornton and Franco Harris. They've both been in the end zone today for Pittsburgh. Mike Webster, an all-pro, down over the ball at center. Mullins and Davis Begars, Kolb and Larry Brown the tackles, and here comes Thornton running out hard. He gets out across the 40-yard line. Mike St. Clair, 74, is at left end for the Browns. Mickey Sims and Jerry Shirk the tackles. Lyle Alzado the end. Robert Jackson backs the line in the middle. Matthews and Hall are the outside backers. Bolton and Davis at the corners. Scott and Darden are the safeties as the handoff goes to Franco Harris. On a 2nd down and 5 carry, he gets close, but not enough for the first down. They do turn football games around. Himmler is now in the game at defensive tackle for Shirk. 3rd and less than 2 yards for Pittsburgh. Grossman goes in motion. Handoff up the middle, and Franco Harris, who you remember took one the distance on a 3rd and short yardage. Remember, he went 71 yards for a touchdown. Sam Davis blocking well for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Sam Davis has blocked well for a long, long time. He's been their offensive captain. He's their workhorse. Once you stand somebody up at the line of scrimmage, you're doing your job.
You've won the collision.
Decline. First down.
Call against the Cleveland Browns has declined. It's a first down on the carry as the ball is advanced down now to the 47-yard line of Cleveland. So the Steelers break the huddle. First down and 10. 13:25 to play in the third quarter. Thornton runs hard to the 45-yard line, and he is knocked down by the middle linebacker Robert Jackson. Short gain on the play. It's going to be 2nd down and a long 8 for the Steelers. 45-yard line of Cleveland. Bradshaw coming out with a conservative offense. He can afford that with a 30-14 lead.
Well, they're doing right now what they thought they could do when they started the ball game. They thought they could trap Cleveland. Their ends come up the field a little bit, and Pittsburgh's been a trapping team since Noel got there, and they've been doing it pretty well.
Bradshaw play fake and looks long. Guns the ball out. Comes in on a 1 hop to John Stallworth. Browns getting back real well in that zone coverage. Matthews, the outside linebacker on the right side, takes a very quick drop.
And you know, Don, Robert Jackson was in the lane very swiftly that time. He's been playing the run much better this week than he did last week against Houston. I think one game really helps a guy get his feet on the ground, and I think at the middle he's played very well. You can see there's quite a congestion in there. A little play action pass. Nobody gets to Terry, but nobody gets open either.
Now the Browns go to extra defensive backs. 3rd down and 8. Bradshaw with a deep drop. Home run ball. Jim Smith going for it. He loses the ball at the 2-yard line. The cornerback, Ron Bolton, was with him stride for stride. They hit the infield, the dirt, and the footing went.
And Bolton felt very fortunate getting away without a touchdown on that or an interference penalty.
Can't tell if Jim Smith is disappointed or he's hurt. Apparently he's injured.
He's hurt.
He's holding his left knee. Jim Smith, the wide receiver, second year, University of Michigan, is down at the 2-yard line where he lost the ball. And that will bring up 4th down. The Steeler punter is out. We'll watch it again here, John.
He's got good time. Offensive line giving him plenty of protection all day long. Nobody's really come close to Terry. He throws the ball pretty well. I think Smith will come up with 2 out of 3 of those.
Right now, Jim Smith is down, though. He is being attended to. He's been playing hurt. He's had a hamstring injury.
I think that one was, I think he got the wind knocked out of him.
That's good. He's okay. He might still ride in the football. Now they're going to take him out for a play. Webster is the punt snapper. There's the deep man. Ozzie Newsome is back to return punts now for the Cleveland Browns.
Oh,
ball. He only got part of that one. It goes out of bounds at the 30, and so the Browns come out with relatively good field position. After this commercial, we'll be switching to San Diego and Denver for an update on that very close football game in the AFC West. At the moment, it is Denver 7, San Diego nothing. There's a timeout in the field here at Cleveland with the Steelers in the lead 30-14.
Back in San Francisco, California, Marv Albert with Mike Hafner. 1 quarter in, and the Seahawks lead the 49ers 14-7. As we pick it up, San Francisco ball, first down at the Seattle 47-yard line. The quarterback is Steve DeBerg. The running backs are O.J. Simpson and Wilbur Jackson as O.J. cuts to the left. And DeBerg swings it out for Jackson. Bumped out of bounds by Keith Simpson.
We're seeing 2 offensive-minded football clubs, maybe because their defenses aren't that good. But throwing on first down is a sign that you are an offensive club, and both teams have done it consistently.
A 2nd and 6 coming up now for San Francisco. Setting that line again. Singleton and Fonhorst at the tackles. Ayers and Cross the guards. The center is Quillen. 2nd down play for DeBerg, 3-year pro out of San Jose State, who has completed 59%. He's tied with Archie Manning of New Orleans as 4th in the NFC. Ground game again for Jackson. Stopped by the middle linebacker, Terry Beeson.
And Terry Beeson is the man against the running game. He plays it very, very well. His weakness has been against the pass, and I would imagine Steve DeBerg will take advantage of that all afternoon.
2-yard pickup for Jackson, 3rd and 4 at the 41. Now O.J. getting a breather.
49ers need this first down for their mental attitude. They can score. They're a good offensive team. They just can't stop the Seahawks today.
Lone setback is Jackson. And DeBerg fires intended for Schumann. Nearly caught by Harris, who did not expect that kind of bullet.
I think Schumann might have caught that one. DeBerg looking over to the sidelines, not wanting Coach Bill Walsh to punt it away. But it went right through Schumann's hands, although it was tipped. And if it had moved off its path, it's not Schumann's fault.
So Dan Melville will come on for the first time. Rookie out of the University of California. As you look at Tony Green. Green, a 2nd-year pro from the University of Florida. The stats on Melville as he gets set. He'll punt from his 45-yard line. A high hop for Green, and wisely lets it go. Not much he could do as Melville puts the Seahawks back within their 15-yard line. And there's a break in the action right here. Opening minute of play, 2nd quarter, with the Seahawks leading it 14-7.
Sometimes we can't see people's problems. It's easy to see the need of a crippled child's braces, or a deaf boy's hearing aid, and medication for a cancer patient. It's not so easy to see the needs of the mentally ill. I'm Pat Hayden of the Los Angeles Rams, and here in Southern California, the United Way works to help the blind, the crippled, the deaf, and many others. And in the 50s, United Way began a program which pioneered treatment for severe mental illness. Treatment that took these people from behind locked doors. Now, at centers like this, they have a chance to come somewhere every day, to be with other people, and it's working because of volunteers, a retired teacher, a housewife, college student. Each week they come to give their help. Hi. Hi. They know it works, as you do. Thanks to them, and thanks to you, it works for all of us. The United Way.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Football League. George, in looking at the stats, one thing that jumps out at you, the fact that the Rams ran off 45 plays in the first half. Is that an inordinate number of plays for a team?
Then 45 to 21. If you play overtime football, when we played overtime football, it was about 90 plays. So the Rams, if they continue at that rate, it's like having an extra quarter on offense against the Saints defense. The Saints have only made 4 first downs, and Hayden has hit 7 out of 9 third down conversions. That's fantastic.
And for Archie Manning, whom you are looking at right now, a miserable afternoon, not necessarily his fault, but it's the old story. The quarterback receives the plaudits of the crowd when the team wins, and the Wolves go after him as soon as the team falters. And the Saints have done more than just falter. They're down 28-7 at the half.
And the Rams just have to play good, solid football, go at them again, just like we talked about at the start of the show. Run at them, mix in play action. The Saints can't try to get it all back in one play, because if they do, Manning's going to be intercepted. They got to play as if the game were starting, but keep in mind that they have to have some big plays.
Pat Hayden has had his share of big plays. He's 9 for 15, 132 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he can more or less rely on the defense now to try and choke off a desperate New Orleans ball club. The Rams will kick off, and of course what the Saints need right now is to be revitalized.
Yes,
they need some kind of a miracle return, something to give them a lift.
They need leadership. It's a test of their character. They need a big play to get them all alive and fired up.
Well, there's the fellow who has provided it for the last year and a half, Rick Mauty, out of Penn State, the spark plug as they call him. Back there with him is Jack Holmes, a free agent, number 45, and Wayne Wilson is on his left. So Frank Corral will tee it up on the 35, and we're about ready to get the second half underway.
You know, Ben, he does something else. For every yard he returns a kick, a kickoff or a punt, he also donates $1 to that American Cancer Society.
Well, there's Corral's kick, and it'll be handled by Mauty right about on the 1-yard line to the 20. Hit, staggers, and falls across the 25-yard line. Everybody likes to get a finger in the pie, and Kent Hill, who doesn't have much playing time for the Rams, 6'5", 260, he made the hit on Mauty, who returned it 26 yards. So the Saints put it in play. 1st and 10 on their own 26, and we'll see what Archie Manning can do after a 20-minute halftime rest. Chandler, who has not had a ball, goes wide right, and Harris is left. Childs is on the left side. Chuck Muncy, chased by Reynolds, grabbed by Brodzinski, and down he goes. Muncy busted one for 19 the first time the Saints had the ball. He has to provide a spark.
That's what they have to do. They can't just throw the football against that good rush that the Rams will put on Manning. They got to run enough to keep the Rams defense honest, whether they make yardage or not.
2nd and 8 on the Saints 28-yard line. Rams 28, Saints 7. Next week the Saints are at Tampa Bay, and next Sunday the Rams are at Dallas. Manning under a heat, got his man Henry Childs, the tight end, Brodzinski and Reynolds, but he fights them off and picks up the first down. And so Henry Childs, the tight end, who was a lost child in the first half, is finally apparent.
Well, one thing that Henry Childs, number 85, does well, after he catches a ball, he's a good runner with it. You watch him. This is just a short, underneath pattern. Now watch him run with the football after he catches it. He breaks a lot of tackles.
Last year he was the #1 tight end in the NFL as far as yardage and average per reception.
I think he's an underrated tight end.
1st and 10 on the Saints 37. Chuck Muncie, and Youngblood can't get him. He's still on his feet, and he gets out across the 45.
Now the Saints are playing good, smart football. You can't try to get things too quickly or get cheap scores. You got to do things that are sound, run, pound it out.
You know, Muncie came into this game with a string of 90 consecutive carries without a fumble. He has not fumbled today, and for a big man who is always fighting for the extra yard, that's a surprise.
That is. That's a big improvement.
Second down and 1 on the 46. And they go to Muncie again, and there he goes, running over people. Boy, he is a magnificent runner.
You see what's happening to the Rams a little bit now is they're playing pass. They got a big lead. They're thinking pass, overrun, and the Saints are running the football. Nice big hole up the middle. They got Reynolds sealed off. Hill, number 52, blocked Reynolds. Opened up the middle.
Look at him driving Elmendorf. It looks like he has the horns of a bull as he goes down with him. 1st and 10 on the Ram 42. They go to Muncie again. And that's once too often. That time they stack him up. Chuck Muncie, 4 years out of Cal. In 3 years for a New Orleans club that has never been known for having a very good offensive line. He's rushed for over 2,000 yards. And he's a big back. He's 6'3", 220. By the way, Wendell Tyler has an upset stomach after scoring 2 touchdowns, and it's questionable if he'll return.
I wonder if he had a hot dog at halftime.
A chili dog. 2nd and 10 from the 42. And a draw to Muncie, and he fumbled, picked it up, and drives inside the 35. So Muncie dropped it, got the bounce, scooped it up like a shortstop, and kept on going.
He got a basketball bounce on that.
And after me just saying he doesn't fumble, right?
It's always that way.
Oh.
Yeah, the handoff was a little bit high on that one. He did a good job of picking it up again.
So it is 3rd down and about 2. The ball is just inside the Ram 35-yard line. Williams and Childs and Hardy, 3 tight ends are in there. And it'll be Muncie driving, but he did not get it. He was hit and did very well to get anything at all.
Yes, he made that on his own. He spun back, came underneath. They have to go for it. There's no question about it. They have to go for it.
The crowd is hollering, go for it. So it'll be 4th down and a yard. 10:43 in the 3rd left, and it's 28-7 Rams. Again, 3 tight ends, and Manning asking for quiet. Muncie is hit by Jack Reynolds head on, and Reynolds stopped him cold.
It looked like the offensive line, the right side, was offside, and he didn't call it.
Right, no play. You can see it yourself.
Watch this. Watch the right side of the offensive line.
There they go. Robert Woods, 65.
Robert Woods, 65, left early.
He left early, and it still didn't help. They didn't get a flag, but Muncie was hit straight up by Jack Reynolds.
Is that Robert Woods any relation to Dr. Woods?
No. Jack Youngblood was at the bottom of that. They're going to measure, but as we said, Reynolds hit him straight up. There was
I'm
no
surprised
way he
officials missed that one. It was so obvious.
Yeah. So with a break, New Orleans still can't get a yard. And the Rams stiffen and take over 1st and 10 on their own 33.
They needed that big play.
The Los Angeles Rams 28, the New Orleans Saints 7, 10:24 in the 3rd.
Rick Danmeyer set to kick off. That sports spectacular will feature some of the best athletes in the world.
Danmeyer does not kick it into the end zone. In fact, every kickoff the past year was run back in some form. So
will this one be.
Yeah.
Wilson at the 5. The wedge forms in the middle of the field. He's trying to get behind it. but nothing doing. The Vikings do an excellent job, led by John Turner. He is the first man to make the hit as Wilson couldn't get behind the wedge.
A young cornerback from down in Miami. He's a good one.
Tom, while we have a moment, the entire world of professional football was saddened by the passing of Bob Peck of the Denver Broncos.
He was the publicity director for the Broncos, and I had known him from the Air Force Academy, but he was really loved, and he loved the game of pro football. You're right, we're really sad.
Set on first down, trying to swing wide to the right and picks up 3 or 4, but that Minnesota defense is fired up. They trail by 10, 23 to 13.
Right now, you would have to feel the tempo is in purple. The Vikings had the turnover, that big fumble recovery by Marshall, and now they're making it tough on Dorsett. And I'm telling you, they really strung that out. A great job by Hannon, the safety man, making that play. Jim Marshall got in on it, too.
Before that carry, Dorsett had carried 10 times, picked up 59 yards, and scored 2 touchdowns for Dallas. Benny Barnes got the other when he picked up a fumble. Larry Brinson is now the lone back behind Roger Staubach. And Larry gets the call, stumbles momentarily, and Larry Brinson, big, burly running back. In fact, the Cowboys say that he is, among the runners, the best one of the 3 fullbacks.
And maybe the fastest in the whole backfield except for Dorsett.
9,500.
Paul Krause made the tackle at that time, and maybe the Vikes are going to try to do it more. They're lining up in a 34 defense so that Seaman and Studwell are both in the game at the same time as inside linebackers. Let's see if they're still in it.
Brinson bowled for a first down. He's been replaced by Laidlaw. And Dorsett gets another carry. Breaks into the clear, and Tony Dorsett breaks out, almost breaks out of another pack, gets into Viking territory. Down to the Viking 49. Boy, he can move.
Watch the block by Laidlaw now, right in the center of your screen. He goes on the linebacker. He leads through. It's a fullback lead. Good block right here. You can see that was the one that broke him. And again, 33 doesn't have to turn it on and overcompensate. He is under control at high speed.
27 yards for Tony Dorsett. Looks like he might be headed for another 100-yard day. 23-13, Dallas leading. They're on the move in Viking territory. Brinson now the fullback. Pearson in motion. Brinson gets the call, and Larry Brinson bowls ahead for about 5.
What Roger is saying is if you want to get in that 34, a defense that you're not used to, you know, we'll show you how to break it. We're going to run straight at you with it. Here comes the new back in with the play.
Scott Laidlaw.
And Roger gets it about a few seconds earlier than he would if it was a guard or a tackle.
John Fitzgerald has been shaken up, Tom, and gone to the sideline, replaced by the Cowboys' #1 draft choice of last year.
From Tennessee, young Shaw.
Robert Shaw. Watching what Shaw did. Didn't turn out too well. Here's Dorsett. He is cut down back to the line of scrimmage by Mark Mullaney with the arm tackle.
But Marshall made the play. Number 70 really got outside. Watch the middle top of your screen. You'll see number 70. My gosh, he just fights off the block by Donovan, who's got to have him by 55 pounds. Doesn't quite make the tackle, but here comes Mullaney. He mops up beautifully.
Loss of 2 makes it 3rd and 12 in the passing situation. Wonder how well Shaw snaps in the shotgun situation.
I wonder if he'll do it blind or if he'll have to peek.
He's got his head up. He'll do it blind. Pearson comes back. Preston.
Oh!
Staubach juggles. Staubach goes down.
Mullaney with that great lateral pursuit chased Roger back. And the blind snap is tough.
Snap that one, Boyd Wilson.
You can watch the blocking now. Of course, Rafferty and company don't realize it's a fumble, and Mullaney does. Roger almost fair caught the snap.
Maybe he should have. You know what? You better hire his own end zone. Flag is already down. White rockets one out of the end zone. Too much time, I think.
That is 4th and 46 or 47 yards to go. Now it's going to be 4th and about 49 yards to go. That's about as much as I've ever seen, I believe, on the field.
4th and 53. You think they'll gamble?
What's the call, right?
I don't believe they'll run a screen pass.
They might even be in a tight punting formation. I wonder if Minnesota's going to come after the ball.
Well, they do very well at blocking kicks and have over the years. Danny White now standing about 6 yards deep in his own end zone. Rafferty is the center, and it's a good snap. This one is not as good a kick. Jimmy Edwards tries to step away, but Thomas Henderson is down in a hurry. He made the tackle. Edwards did not signal for a fair catch, surprisingly. Dallas 23-13 with 9:13 left, third quarter.
Marv Albert with Mike Hafner back at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. We're early second quarter, but Mike being back here must bring back a lot of big memories for you.
I think I dropped a couple touchdown passes here back in 1970.
All right, back to the field where the Seattle Seahawks have a 14-7 lead and a first down back at their 13-yard line. McCullum is slot left now for Seattle. Some movement in the line on that handoff to Dornick. Dan Dornick with a straight-ahead move.
Again, they got back before the snap. Nobody crossed the offensive line of scrimmage. Notice how I got that down now.
Dan Munz making the stop on the play. A 5-yard pickup. It'll be a 2nd and 5 at the 18. Seahawks come in with a season record of 1-4. Last week losing to Kansas City at home by the score of 24-6. They are 3rd offensively in the AFC, 3rd in passing, 5th in rushing. But their major problem has been defensively. Here's Dornick. Tries to cut back. Hit down at the 19-yard line. Vincent and Saraceno combined to make the stop. So it's a pickup of 1, and we'll have a 3rd and about 3.
Bill Walsh must have been listening. His linebackers have been playing horribly up to this point, so he puts Gordy Saraceno in the lineup. First thing he does is stop that sweep that's been killing him.
Ball is placed across the 20-yard line. Mark Bell has come on now as the double tight end. Dornick has carried it 12 times for 49 yards, so he's off to a fine start here in the first half. Jeff Moore stopped by that San Francisco front line. Jeff Moore seen quite a bit of playing time here this afternoon. He's been spelling Sherman Smith, getting a shot in the backfield. Willie Hopper, the right side linebacker, was there to greet Moore.
And again, if they stop the off-tackle and outside running plays, it's because of the linebackers. And Willie Harper, out of Nebraska, the man that made the stop.
Herman Weaver, who had 2 blocked last week by Kansas City. Kicking away to the combination of Dungy and Solomon. And this is Solomon to the 45, and Plowden as he crossed that 45-yard line. The 49ers now will go back to work. 42-yard punt by Weaver. And we have a timeout. We'll be back here at Candlestick in San Francisco in a moment.
They're airing out the laundry here in Cleveland. The Browns fans waving the Browns bags, and the Steeler fans with the terrible towels. You got it all going here. Browns have the ball for the first time in the third quarter. Brian Sipe drops to throw. Deep drop. He's got a man, but he zings it as Calvin Hill ran into one of the officials.
You bet he did. The official was looking at the line play. He got himself fixated to where he couldn't get out of the way of Calvin. Effectively busted up the pattern.
Ran into the umpire, Pat Harder.
That was a good old fullback. He has to get a little action every week.
Tell you, that umpire, he's got to stand in tall against right in the middle of that defense. Referee can play off. It's all be in front of him. It's 2nd down and 10 for the Cleveland Browns. Ball at the Brown 30-yard line. As Sipe gives off on the run, and Pruitt doesn't get much at all. The Steeler defense shoots the gap. Jack Ham, who is projected as a man soon to go, or one day to go, to Canton, Ohio in the Hall of Fame. He's that good. Made the stop at the left linebacker. Gary Dunn, number 67, was also on the stop. Looking at the Steelers on defense, they've been aligning different people. Zach Valentine is now starting the 3rd quarter at outside linebacker. They've got Dennis Winston also in the game. Leo Miller comes in the Cleveland backfield. Ricky Features in as a wide receiver. Sipe takes a drop, looks, he lets her loop. Knocked down by Dennis Winston. He was beaten earlier, you remember, by Calvin Hill. This time Winston is on the play.
Yeah, but he moved into the middle where he's very comfortable. He and Lambert were playing inside middle linebackers, both of them at the same time. And he took a fine angle. The ball was a little bit underthrown, and that's all Winston needed.
So Johnny Evans is in to punt. I don't think we'll see him throw the ball as he did the first time when he had that nice completion to keep a Browns drive alive. Evans, a good throwing punter because he was a good throwing quarterback at North Carolina State.
This is the throw that could have kept the drive alive, would have put them back on the move. They moved very effectively in the first half. Just a poorly thrown ball, really. Kept from getting a first down.
There's the snap. Ball hit end over end, hit fairly deep. T-Bell loses the football and falls on it. Theo Bell loses. I tell you, the wind comes into this booth. Just took John Brody's hat and scorecard and everything. Everything went adios. 11:38 left to play. 3rd quarter. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers 30, the Cleveland Browns 14. We'll be back in a moment.
Not only protecting a 7-0 lead, which is silly to try to protect at this stage of the game, but deep in its own territory, not wanting to give it up.
Sam, there's nothing wrong with being conservative on offense, but it is too obvious to the other teams that they play that they're not going to do anything very fancy. All San Diego has to do is stay in their pass rush lanes, and they're not going to allow Denver a lot of yards. 3rd and 7.
Right on the 20-yard line for Norris Reese. Quick pitch to Larry Canada. Gets outside, and he's out of bounds. He got to the 25-yard line when Fuller gave him a good bump. I thought he had the first down easily. Now I don't believe he got it. The spot.
They got it. Nope. He got it.
Okay, they say that he did indeed. He seemed to be flying by the marker when Fuller approached him and bumped him out of bounds, but they gave him enough yardage downfield, and so Denver on a big 3rd down conversion there.
And Canada out. John Keyworth in with the play from Red Miller.
Keyworth has a good buddy sitting on the other side of the field. Played in the same backfield with San Diego's Bo Matthews, right here at the University of Colorado. First down for Denver, leading 7-0 on a moving clock. Keyworth loses a yard. Freddie Dean, 71, was there. So was Gary Big Hands Johnson. Minnesota coming back slowly but surely against Dallas. Rick Danmeyer has kicked field goals at 28 and 34 yards. It's the Cowboys 23 and the Vikes 13.
Guess what Gary Big Hands Johnson's wife's name?
Little Hands.
How about his baby?
Tiny Hands.
Well, I can't tell you a thing.
Hate a show off, don't you?
Especially one your size.
Let me have my day in the sun.
You got it. Time out.
Now why? Reese didn't like what he saw?
Well, if you're confused, go to the sideline because that's the man that's got it in control, Red Miller.
Sam Nover and Bob Trumpy were back in Denver where it's 2nd down and 10 now. Weiss has had a conference with his head coach, Red Miller. And let's see what came out of that. What would you do, Bob, at the 26 on 2nd and 10? You'd like to fool him a little bit, I know.
Yeah, armchair quarterback. I'd look for a screen to Rick Upchurch. It's a play they've used and used effectively throughout the season. I'll try to get it out to Upchurch and let him run down the sideline with it.
You're on the record. Play action for Weiss. Looking for Haven Moses. Oh, my goodness, he's got the screen. To the 30-yard line, and that's it. Jim Jensen, you had the right play, the wrong man, and I dare say if it had been Upchurch and not Jensen, he might have been able to get some yardage over there.
I'll settle for that. I think that's a good conservative play. Very little chance that San Diego is going to come up and make a big play on it. I didn't really care for the rollout, though. When you throw the ball east and west across the football field, somebody from the other team can go north and south with it.
The only problem is they only gained 3 yards. It was not an effective play, despite all the guessing.
I'll be very honest with you. I come back with the same play.
3rd down and a long 6 for Denver. A possession play. They lead it 7-0. 3:45 to go, 3rd quarter. Pressure on Weiss. Down he goes. He was in the grasp of number 71, Freddie Dean. That's his 3rd sack of the day. And of course, the new rule this year, when the quarterback is in the grasp of the defensive player, the whistle blows. And so he didn't have to go down.
And you know what, Sam? San Diego has not had a lot of sacks. They've had timely sacks. Here's Rick Upchurch. I try to get the ball to him all I could, and he does appear to be open. Norris Weiss is a little jumpy back there in the quarterback spots. You got to hang on to it a little longer and look at your receivers instead of the guys rushing at you.
Here's Prestridge, who's averaged 55 a pop today. That's his worst punt. Good bounce, however. Inside the 35 to about the 34-yard line, and Denver will let it roll dead. So there's no return on the punt by Luke Prestridge, a punt of 42 yards. Don't forget, the next Sunday, another outstanding lineup of exciting NFL action on NBC. It all begins with Bryant Gumbel and Mike Adamle, NFL 79, 12:30 Eastern. A look at Canadian-style football in Calgary. And then most of the country will see the big interconference matchup between the Patriots and the Bears of Walter Payton, who beat Buffalo today 7-0. Also, we'll cover the Buffalo-Miami game, the Seahawks and the Chargers, Denver and the Chiefs, Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. That's where Bob Trumpy and I will be. Bouts on 1st down. Sideliner to Joyner, out of bounds, but he got the 1st down. Now they say he didn't get out of bounds. The clock continues to run. Joyner covered there by Louis Wright, but it's a San Diego 1st down.
Good percentage pass by San Diego. Time pattern. Fouts was reading the strong safeties rotation, went away from the rotation, knowing that Foley would be playing deep. Easy reception for Charlie Joyner.
I got a big question for you coming out of this play, Trumpy. Get yourself ready.
Well, I'll try, Coach.
Jefferson goes wide left on 1st down. Joyner to the right. Fumble! Pile up right on the 45, and I think San Diego got it back again. Fouts has done that twice now in the last couple of series. 3 fumbles on the day for the Chargers. 2/3 of them they have recovered. Here's the question. Denver has played outstanding football. They have kept their offense in this ball game. In fact, they're directly accountable for the 7-0 lead. Do they miss Lyle Alzado playing this well?
Yes, I do believe they do. They have not really gotten to the quarterback yet today. And as I said, Denver's defense is a turnover type of defense. The entire football team relies on the defense to get the football back for them, the defense to get the football back for them, so that the offense has only 20 yards to go. That's the way they've made their living.
They have a 4-man front here on 2nd down and 10. Chavis, Carter, Grant, and Lafleur. Fouts over the middle, intercepted. Thompson has it. Laterals. Bernard Jackson into San Diego territory and out of bounds.
Forced this football in. Winslow on the pattern. Obviously his shoulder's not hurt. He is covered by Swenson and covered well. Fouts tried to get it in there. Thompson on a good interception. And then the rest is, I suppose, football instinct. Running it back. Lateral to Bernard Jackson. And once again, the big turnover for Denver's offense. Now they'll be very versatile in what they're trying to do.
Moses in motion. There's the wide receiver screen to Haven Moses. And he gets about 3 yards. Defense perfectly by San Diego. Wilbur Young had the pressure on. Ray Preston made the tackle. Here's the remainder of the interception and the lateral. Thompson, with great presence of mind, gives it to Bernard Jackson for an extra 15 yards. And do you know, Bob, that was only the 4th interception this year by that great Denver secondary that led the AFC with 31 last year.
And I'll tell you another thing. Bernard Jackson was a running back in college at Washington State. And I do believe Bernard Jackson is the all-time leading rusher at Washington State.
First interception for Thompson, needless to say. The team's only got 4. Vince Kinney in at one of the wide receiving spots now for Denver. Rob Lytle on the pitch to the 45-yard line. Gary Big Hands Johnson is a man who ran him down, along with Woody Lowe, the linebacker.
Good pursuit.
Oh, excellent. San Diego's defense now really getting into the football game. Not that they weren't earlier, mind you, but the offense was on the field so much that the defense really didn't have a chance to assert itself.
Well, they have to, but Sam, that interception does one thing. It takes the field position advantage away from the San Diego Chargers. Even if Denver does not get a first down here or a score, San Diego's going to be backed up starting the 4th quarter.
Jerome Dove in for Willie Buchanan on this important 3rd down play. We'll return. We've ended 3 quarters. We'll be back in a moment.
Pittsburgh Steelers come out. The crowd starts up here at Cleveland. 80,000 on hand at Cleveland Stadium. Steelers leading the game 30-14. Bradshaw, most valuable player in the league last year in most polls, gives off to Thornton, and Sidney Thornton, who comes into the game averaging 5.6 yards a rush, is shut down quickly by the Cleveland defense. Mickey Sims, number 78, was on the stop.
Cleveland's now tightening up a little bit, Don. They've been very tough against the run in the past 2 or 3 series.
Joining us in the booth is one of NBC's new football commentators, Mike Lucci, the former All-Pro middle linebacker for the Detroit Lions.
I helped him.
You got him some votes.
Every time he was going a little bad, I threw him a couple.
2nd down and 8. Running with the ball is Franco Harris. He gets it out to the 40-yard line. And Franco Harris is knocked down. Charlie Hall, 59, and Clay Matthews, 57. The outside backers for the Browns were on the stop. Franco Harris got 71 of those in one fell swoop. Touchdown.
Okay, just a straight ahead block. They've got a combination between Shirk and Alzado. That's their responsibility. Did it very well.
Third down and 3. Here's a pitch back to Franco Harris, who has his first 100-yard game of this season. But he has had many. In fact, he's going to equal O.J. Simpson and Jim Brown as the only back to get 8,000 yards in his first 8 years in the National Football League. Lyle Alzado and Tom Darden were on the stop. It's only his 31st 100-yard game. Boy, he's listed at 6'2", 225. But if he isn't 6'4", 235, he's not a pound.
Our producer, Larry Cirillo, found out yesterday he got in his road. Lucky he could get out here.
Franco ran into him inadvertently in the end zone during a Steeler workout. Right now, it is dark in Cleveland. Ominous skies overhead. Gusting winds continue as the Steelers break the huddle under the lights. 10-10 left to play in the 3rd quarter. Bradshaw steps up on 1st down. Harris goes wide, turns the corner, and he's knocked down to the 48-yard line. He got 5. Oliver Davis, not too big, made the play coming up from the corner, number 21. Oliver Davis and Ron Bolton at the corners. Clarence Scott and Tom Darden the safeties. Hall, Jackson, and Matthews back the line for Cleveland. Be 2nd down and 5 now for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ball at their 47-yard line. Sidney Thornton turns the corner, turns upfield. He's not done yet. He is a truck, this man, from Northeast Louisiana, and Thornton crashes down inside the 25-yard line, and the Steelers are challenging again.
Well, as we watched earlier, we saw he picked up 58 yards on 13 carries. Pretty fair day. He's been just about par for him. He's been doing a lot for this team, coming up with big plays when they need it most. This time he picks up 27 yards when it looks like the defense has stopped the play dead.
Mike Webster makes his first block and isn't done yet. He's going to stay right with it.
Well, Mike is a very active guy, and when your center is as active as Mike is, it allows you to do a lot of things offensively that sometimes you can't do. He's good, got good size, but real good agility. Made a fine play there.
Mike can pump that iron. They've got 3 guys in the Steelers, Kolb and Webster.
Here he goes.
Here goes Franco Harris into the end zone. So Franco Harris takes it into the end zone for yet another Pittsburgh touchdown, and it's 36-14 Steelers.
What Pittsburgh is known most for, their ability to trap right at the heart of the defense, right over the tackles. When Harris broke the line of scrimmage, he was in the end zone. I mean, everything was cleaned out. There was nothing left. Excellent trap block by Davis and the center Webster. When Franco gets out there, it's all over, folks.
Franco Harris with his first 100-yard day of the season. He might have his first 200-yard day before this one's over. Barr tries the extra point. It's good. Let's watch Franco tear it up from ground level.
It's the second play of the day that has gone so cleanly, so smooth. You can see Sam Davis comes out, just handles the defensive tackle before he can come in to close the play. Harris gets into the secondary, and the case is closed.
Touchdown Steelers into the end zone. We're going to have more. It is 37-14. The Steelers leading the Browns.
Doubleheader games next week. The first game's New Orleans at Tampa Bay. Buccaneers lost their first one today.
Philadelphia, St. Louis, and the Cardinals are a lot better than people think they are.
And so is Philadelphia. San Francisco against New York. Giants won their first one today. And Washington at Cleveland. First and 10. We'll finish running down the schedule in just a second. Tommy Kramer, the quarterback, in Dallas territory at their 46 throws on first down, intended and completed to Sammy White.
Boy, D.D. Lewis was right on his back. Note the aggressive blocking now by the Viking offensive line. They'll block it just about like it's a running play. Here's the bad snap. Notice the young center now looking straight ahead at Duck White, the man over him, and just snaps it 10 yards behind Roger.
I don't think even he knew he snapped it poorly.
Roger, he had some bad days over in Vietnam when he was in the Navy, but nothing like that run, huh?
He didn't have a lot of help back there with him, did he?
Nope.
Now the Vikings have the ball in Dallas territory. 2nd and 6. Kramer throwing on almost every down, this time behind good protection. Caught by Ahmad Rashad, who was really wrecked by Aaron Kyle. But Rashad springs right up. He took a wallop.
Again, we told you about Rashad. Spell his name right. He'll catch it in traffic. Good blocking. Double teaming again on Randy White on the left side of that pocket. Rashad takes it, puts it away, and really gets stuck, but holds on to the ball. Kyle really dug it.
First down, Vikings at the Cowboy 27. This is getting interesting. Again, Kramer. No, this time he brings it back to Ricky Young, and Young may not have gotten back to the line of scrimmage.
For the first time, they're calling the plays. Jerry Burns is upstairs. He sends it down to Bud Grant, and Bud Grant helps young Kramer by calling the plays. Of course, when Fran was here, he pretty much did it at the line of scrimmage, I think,
he sort of ran the offense on his own. Bob Brunig, by the way, made that last tackle, first one to hit him. The year he's having.
Arizona State, he played under Cush, didn't he? Cush turned out some good product. There's Fitzgerald.
He has a cut over his eye, which they have doctored, and with all probability, Fitz will be back. 2nd 11. Kramer. Gets Sammy White. White still on his feet. Sammy White. What an effort. Touchdown.
Oh. Look at Kramer, number 9. Because Kramer beat the Dallas blitz. Look at number 9, went down and caught the receiver in the end zone. Watch everybody make a move. As the man in motion goes, here comes the blitz. Both outside linebackers. Ball is softly thrown, and from here on, Sammy White shows you why he's one of the great receivers. Takes a good shot by Mitchell. Bounces back to the sidelines, and Cliff Harris is there to only watch him go in. That's a great play.
Tell you, what an effort by Sammy White. Rick Denmeyer hits his extra point. And you think back to earlier in this game, look at the run again, when Matt Blair blocked the extra point attempt by Raphael Septien. Dallas leads by 3.
I'll show you what kind of a day Archie Manning is having. See the instant replay screens atop the ceiling of the Superdome? Moments ago, they showed Archie Manning doing a commercial, and the crowd booed the commercial. Boy,
bad timing.
Tough day. 1st and 10 on the Ram 33. In motion is Jesse. Cullen Bryant out across the 35 to the 36-yard line. Pick up a 3. That would make it 2nd and 7.
Well, that's the guy to give the ball to. He's a sure ball handler, doesn't make mistakes. Pound it out. Don't take too many chances. You have the game won.
Bryant has already carried the ball 10 times for 40 yards. Go to 2nd and 7 on the 36. Waddy in a slot right inside Jesse. And Hayden down the middle to Waddy, who is hit immediately by Eric Felton and driven back, but he made the reception at the 45-yard line. That's where they will mark it, and that's good enough for a 1st down. It must be so very disillusioning for the New Orleans Saints to come in here knowing that they are first in the NFL offensively and then suddenly realizing it's counterfeit.
This was a big game. Talking to different people, this was a big game for them. They were talking about tying for 1st place.
1st and 10 Rams on their own 45. Denard wide left. Jesse right. Play action fake to Wendell Tyler. Hayden down the left side over Denard with Eric Felton defending.
Now it looks like
is okay. Remember that lick he took earlier
yeah,
from
he
Ralph
came back.
McGill?
You know, it looked like Pat threw that ball high, but 54, Hughes got depth and forced Pat to throw it over his head. Now,
that's Derlin Moore getting his hands up, making Hayden throw high.
Watch the depth 54 gets. Up and over.
Derlin Moore, who had his arms extended, is 6'4", so that's like throwing over a giant redwood. 2nd and 10. There goes Wendell Tyler hitting off the right side, gets out to about the 49-yard line. So Tyler
is back in there.
Back in there despite the upset stomach. They said questionable. The question has been answered. He's playing. Both Tyler and Bryant have each carried for 40 yards now. Of course, Tyler has scored 2 touchdowns and has carried the ball a dozen times to Cullen's 10.
I like to see Tyler when the hole is closed, to see the adjustment he makes.
Waddy and Jesse in a slot left, Denard right. And Hayden hit by Reese as he gets rid of it. And then Denard is really clobbered by Clarence Chapman. And that's the 2nd hard hit Denard has had today.
And Pat had a delivery sack. Pat's going out. He was hit pretty hard.
Don Reese coming in. Right there. Reese is 6'6" and 250.
The ball fluttered. That's the reason he had a chance to hit him from behind.
And they're making sure that Hayden is okay.
Hayden's groggy.
Ken Clark on a 4th and 7. High snap, and he's forced to kick on the run and squirted it down the middle to Maudy at the 20. And Maudy gets about 2 yards on the return. And all things considered, that was a great play by Ken Clark.
Clark showed me something. It was a bad snap. He kept his poise. He ran over away from the rush, kicked it on the run.
Eric Felton there to chase him. However, we'll see now if there is a flag on the play. There's one way back almost at midfield. Clark, of course, once he started a run with the ball, was no longer exclusively a punter. So, of course, Felton could have hit him. It wouldn't have made any difference. But now let's find out about the interpretation from Bob Frederick and company.
Ineligible men on the kicking team downfield. Refused. 3 different numbers unreported. 3 men illegally downfield.
Well, that happens on that type of play. Whenever, anytime a kicker has more time to kick the ball or a bad snap, the men covering aren't aware of that, and they're going to be downfield under the present rules.
Well, if the Saints do anything now, and as you look over there, you see Pat Hayden moving around, so Pat is okay, and so are the Rams. With 8:17 left in the 3rd, they lead 28-7.
Next Sunday, start your day with NFL 79, followed by regional coverage of exciting NFL action. Telecasts include Joe Ferguson leading the Bills against the Dolphins, the Patriots-Bears battle, and Seattle's Zorn to Largent combo challenging the Chargers.
Next Sunday here on NBC, an outstanding lineup of NFL action. First of all, at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, NFL 79 with Bryant Gumbel and Mike Adamle, and a look at Wild West football, Canadian style, in Calgary. The early games, Buffalo at Miami, Pittsburgh at Cincinnati. At 10:30 Pacific time, New England playing at Chicago and Houston at Baltimore. And at 12:30, it'll be Seattle at San Diego and Denver at Kansas City.
That one ought to be a big, important interdivisional game, as will the Seattle-San Diego game.
49ers back to the offense. We're 3 minutes in, second quarter. San Francisco trailing Seattle 14-7. This is Simpson. Bumped with his own man. Penalty marker down as O.J. was able to cut back. Some pretty footwork by Simpson to get to midfield. Dave Brown, the right cornerback, tripped him up, but there is a flag down.
You saw 11 years of experience at running back that time. But it's all going to come back.
We'll get the call from the referee, Pat Haggerty. O.J. in a collision in his backfield with some white and red uniforms.
Number 71, offense, first down.
Keith Fonhorst, the right tackle, is called for the hold.
Let's see if we can see the holding. Again, it's O.J. on the sweep to his right, and the Seahawks play it well, and oh yes, had a hand 2 yards of jersey in his hand. Barnhorst got caught. O.J. sure made something out of nothing.
And it was Fonhorst who Simpson ran into. You see the penalty markers down. Look to be Tuiasosopo. Number 74 will have his number called in just a moment.
You got Tuiasosopo down cold now.
Offside, defense, 77.
He said 77, but our crack camera crew proves that it's number 74, Tuiasosopo.
Phil Francis has come on now.
Defense, number 77, first down.
Well, he says Gregory, number 77, the right defensive end, will stay with Tuiasosopo.
Our cameraman can't be fooled.
And it's a first down. And 15 back at the 41-yard line. Here's DeBerg looking for Owens, and he changes mind and completes to McAfee. McAfee near the first down marker. Keith Butler, the right linebacker, making the stop on the play. Ken McAfee tried to move that football up a couple of yards. Did not work. It is still short of a first down, about 1.5 yards to go.
You saw the classic reading quarterback. He got to look over the entire secondary, and eventually, after great protection, found McAfee for almost a first down.
And DeBerg is now 5 for 6 for 85 yards, so he has those impressive statistics going for him here in the first half. This time, Simpson. And O.J. battles for the first down. He's mighty close. We'll have to see Sammy Green in on the stop. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League, and it's intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the San Francisco 49ers and the National Football League is prohibited. Just short of a first down. It will be a third and this much. Pittsburgh leading Cleveland 30-14 in the third.
Well, what happens when the Steelers get healthy?
That's true. 10.5 remaining. Second quarter. Seattle leads San Francisco 14-7. And yes, a first down picked up by Phil Francis. A diving move by the rookie out of Stanford.
Quick opening play. And Phil Francis, again, a great lead blocker and also a power back. And he finds and dives over. That one I'll give a 9.3. Go for the first down.
Phil Francis, who has had an injury-plagued career, particularly collegiately. Denver leads San Diego 7-0 in the third. Mike Schumann is out to the left side for his first from the 41. DeBerg off the beautiful fake. Solomon on the end around, but it does not click. Bill Gregory was right there to stop Solomon.
The defensive play was for Gregory to stay at home in his defensive position. All that faking and everything, Gregory didn't fall for it, and it cost him. I thought maybe New Orleans would come back this week, but the Rams are definitely in control of that one.
Archie Manning coming off the good day against the Giants last Sunday. Giants today upsetting Tampa Bay with Giant rookie quarterback Phil Simms out of Morehead State leading the attack. It's a 2nd and 7 at the 38 for the 49ers. Here's Simpson with a beautiful move. O.J. short of the first down, led by the left guard John Ayers, was stopped by Beeson and Green.
O.J. Simpson, throughout his 11-year career in the National Football League, has been noted for that burst of speed. He avoids a tackler. Now he sees the hole. There's the burst, and that gave him an extra 2 or 3 yards.
It's a 6-yard pickup for Simpson, and a 3rd and 1 at the 32. Baltimore Colts leading the New York Jets 10-3. Every week we say Ted Marshall-Broda's job is on the line. Every week the Colts lose. This time the Colts in front, but they have been a good club early in the contest. Wilbur Jackson with Sammy Green making the stop. Very, very close.
About a yard to go for the first down, and if I were Bill Walsh, I'd go for this first down. His club needs it for their emotion, and he's going for it. Good call, William.
Francis has come on, replacing Jackson. Dennis Boyd, left defensive end, has come on for Carl Eller. He is just off injured reserve, reactivated, replacing Ernie Price, who was dropped. And Boyd is in there along with Hardy, Tuiasosopo, and Gregory. Here's Simpson, and he's picked up the first down.
Another outstanding call by Bill Walsh. This time Francis was the lead blocker, and they ran misdirection. O.J., all he had to do was dive over the pile for the first.
It is a first down at the 29-yard line. So O.J., who did look good last week after a couple of so-so efforts, looking very sharp here in the first half.
Again, just his presence on the field scares defensive linebackers.
84 Schumann in motion. DeBerg looking the other way, and he's got Simpson. Here's O.J. falling down. He slipped inside the 25. Good block by the center, Fred Quillen.
And he's sitting there saying, oh, if I wouldn't have slipped, I could have got another 15 or 20.
It's a 5-yard pickup. It'll be a 2nd and 5 at the 24. Setting the Seahawks defensively, Boyd, Hardy, Tuiasosopo, and Gregory are up front. A reminder, Sports World, 2 weeks from yesterday, October the 20th, 2 of the hardest hitters in boxing going toe-to-toe for the WBA heavyweight title. Undefeated John Tate going up against Harry Coetzee from Pretoria, South Africa.
Can go either way. I don't know if Seattle was drawn offside or if they jumped by themselves. I'll have to wait for Mr. Haggerty.
Well, offside against Seattle, says Pat Haggerty.
I think it was Tuiasosopo again, 74. It is 75, Robert Hardy. I think both of them jumped, but they caught Hardy. You're talking about that heavyweight championship fight.
Offside, defense, first down.
You and Dr. Ferdy Pacheco will be over there for that one. Ought to be exciting.
It will be. In fact, speculation is that Larry Holmes will go against the winner. Although he says if it's Coetzee, he will not fight him in South Africa. All right, first down at the 19-yard line. And the Burgers wallop. Keith Butler ramming it. Butler with the jarring move, and it was Dennis Boyd taking it all the way down, stopped by Singleton. DeBerg never saw Butler.
Blitzed by the linebacker. DeBerg never saw him coming from the weak side. He wasn't picked up by the running back. A perfect call on defense. The ball pops up in the air, and Boyd is there, Johnny on the spot. But Butler was the main man on the pass rush. You'll see nobody touches him. He's got a straight shot at DeBerg's back. trying to hit O.J. in the flat, and there's Dennis Boyd, who is just back off injured reserve. And I'll tell you, defensive linemen love it when they get a chance to run the football.
Not a bad move for a guy 6'5", 255 pounds.
8:17 left in the third. Vin Scully along with George Allen from the Superdome in Louisiana. It is 28-7 Rams. The Saints have it 1st and 10 on their own 23. Mike Fanning moving around, but he's okay. Chuck Muncie spins away from Jim Youngblood, but Dave Elmendorf cuts him off at the 25-yard line.
You know, Muncie and Galbraith, we've been talking about this, are two fine running backs. There aren't many teams have two backs any better than those two guys. Their offensive line could be a little stronger, and Manning gives them a good quarterback who can run and pass.
You know, the last time the Rams played New Orleans, Muncie gained 4 yards in 13 carries. They just ate him up. Manning under pressure, intercepted by Pat Thomas, and they're going to call him down at the 42. That's the third interception today.
The Rams came in with a safety blitz. Now watch it. And Manning just put it up, threw it away rather than get sacked. Intercepted by Thomas.
First play of the fourth quarter from Mile High Stadium in Denver. It's a 7-0 Bronco lead. 75,000 people. The 68th consecutive sellout here in Denver. 3rd down, 5. Weiss has a very big play. No flag.
Yes,
there is a late flag, and the pass is incomplete. A very late flag on the far side of the field. Norris Weiss very slow in getting up. Freddie Dean had the pressure on him. He's lived in the backfield of Denver today. Let us pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
KOA TV for Denver.
Sam Nover and Bob Trumpy back in Denver. Craig Morton moving around the sidelines, maybe ready to come into the football game. Weiss is being helped off the field, and Morton's on.
The only relief quarterback I've ever heard of in professional football is Craig Morton.
He's doing a real hurry-up job in the bullpen. I can tell you, he threw about 2 pitches, and he's ready to come on.
Well, they got to be that way if we're going to pay him a lot of money to be a reliever.
And again, if you're looking at the black armband on his left sleeve, it's in memory of the very popular public relations director of the Denver Broncos, Bob Peck, who passed away on Tuesday. Just an outstanding man, loved here in Denver, obviously. In fact, loved all around the National Football League. And it's an inspired Denver team playing this game for Peck, obviously.
Sam, I can't tell you what's wrong with Norris Weiss, but I do know that Gary Big Hands Johnson hit him right on the knee. Now, that could be a bruise. It could be a hyperextension. I'm not really sure. But here we go with Craig Morton.
So the offsides call against San Diego gives Denver a 3rd down in less than 1 now, after they missed converting on the pass. Into the pile. He may have gotten the 1st down.
Canada.
Larry Canada, number 35, the ball carrier. And Denver, with Craig Morton at the helm, gets the very important 1st down here early in the 4th quarter. Now Jensen comes into the lineup. They are alternating on almost every play. Ironically, Morton put it up 30 times last week in Oakland, was not sacked, he of no mobility, and Weiss threw it up 11 times and was sacked 5. And he's supposed to be the evasive one. Play action from behind. Oh, look at the hit on Rick Upchurch by Glenn Edwards. And Upchurch is down. Morton was hit by Freddie Dean from behind as he released the football, and Upchurch was buried by Pine Edwards.
And Sam, this is what we call in the business a snot bubbler. From the backside, Glenn Edwards nails him right on the chin. That's a right cross. That hurts, my friend. I mean to tell you, you are looking for error, and there is none.
He's playing the kind of football now in San Diego that he did in the glory years in Pittsburgh, 74 and 75 particularly. He was MVP on the Steelers' Super Bowl IX team and was a tremendously popular football player in Pittsburgh. Upchurch is up, and that is outstanding news. Look at him trot off.
That guy is amazing. With all the punt returns and all the pass receptions he gets, he's going to get hit a lot. He is 5'10" and 170, and he's got to be one of the toughest kids you'll ever run across.
And let me tell you something about San Diego. Bob Trumpy talked about the altitude, how tired it makes players on occasion, or perhaps the fallacy therein. San Diego has gone with the same defense all day in this 85-degree weather. Let's see what happens. 2nd and 10 for Morton. Keyworth close to a first down. Out by Ray Preston, but Keyworth out of the backfield for about 8 yards.
And Morton's amazing. Absolutely amazing. They don't like Weiss. They don't like Craig Morton. They don't like any quarterbacks they got here in Denver. And yet Craig Morton comes in there and does a job like that. There's Norris Weiss.
Who are they?
Those people out there in the orange shirts. They don't want him, Morton, the quarterback. They don't want Weiss, the quarterback. I'd like to see one of them get out there and throw.
3rd down and a long yard. Double tight end. Ron Egloff joins Riley Odom. 13.5 minutes to play regulation time.
Mistake.
Great defensive play.
Mistake.
By number 29, Mike Williams. As Canada tried to go outside for the first down, and Williams was not fooled, was not blocked.
And a guy who is his size and about 6'2", 225, who goes outside, is a big mistake. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line if my geometry teacher was correct. And he should not go outside, and it does appear they're going to go for it on 4th down. Williams to the sideline. I think he got kicked in the eye.
He did indeed.
By Larry Canada.
So on 4th down now and 4, and obviously, I say obviously, apparently out of Jim Turner's field goal range, which would be 50 yards.
No, I do think what Craig Morton here is going to do here is hold him at the line and try to throw him off. Try to throw him off. Doesn't have time. Delay of game. Blew the whole thing.
Yes, they did indeed. 30-second clock ran down, and so now they're going to have to punt it away. And obviously, Morton's intent was exactly what you were talking about, Bob. He never got a chance to really do it as they ran the 30-second clock all the way down. And here's the call from referee Red Cashin.
Delay by the offense.
Well, San Diego has dodged a bullet here. A good drive by Denver.
Luke Prestridge is punting for, I believe, the 6th time in the game. He is averaging 52.5 yards a pop, and he has the wind at his back. Although it is not distance he wants here, Bob. He'd like to put it out inside the 10. You know he could kick it through the end zone without it blinking an eyelash. He's aiming for the corner. Line drive punt.
What an offensive threat.
A great afternoon for Prestridge, 36 yards out at the 1.
Minnesota closing in the touchdown, a 28-yarder from Tommy Kramer to Sammy White.
Sammy White has 6 catches for 94 yards and a big touchdown, his first of the season.
Rick Denmeyer kicks it high in the direction of Turner again. Wilson, I'm sorry. Steve Wilson this time does get behind a wedge, but one of the Viking coverage men really collapsed it. Randy Holloway.
Big defensive end for Pittsburgh, ran right through the wedge. Viking defense has really turned on their entire team. Here's Wilson. There's Holloway.
The capacity crowd at Metropolitan Stadium now begins the defense chant. John Fitzgerald is back in the game at center for Dallas. Dorsett and Scott Laidlaw, the running backs, and Dorsett chased by Mulaney, gets away from him, and Tony Dorsett. He can turn nothing into quite something very quickly.
It's got to be so frustrating, though, to think you're in the right defense. Watch, it's a misdirection. There's the dive by Laidlaw, and he cuts off a couple of defensive linemen. And now it's simply a race that the Vikings cannot win. He makes it look so easy.
Matt Blair, who made the tackle, Billy Joe Dupree through the block just before Dorsett went down. Pittsburgh now 37-14. Cleveland, Baltimore 10-6 over the Jets. Ron Springs and Larry Brinson, the 2 backs for Dallas. Drew Pearson in motion. Picks up again, and Staubach has no place to go. James White led the charge.
And Mulaney made the first penetration by the defensive Vikings. And right now, all of that time and possession of ball by Dallas was in the first half. They haven't kept the ball at all in the second half. Duck White makes the final tackle there.
You thought about the fact that neither Dallas wide receiver, neither Drew Pearson nor Tony Hill has caught a pass?
All been the backs, huh?
All been the backs. Well, Billy Joe Dupree has one. Second 14. Late ball in motion wide to the left. Staubach comes straight back this time. And again, it's Ron Springs this time. In the grasp is number 59, Matt Blair.
You're right, it's a turned-on defense. Watch number 59. He'll come to the left of your screen. Here's Mulaney working on the offensive tackle. Great play by Blair. And we told you the linebackers are as good as there are around. As a unit, they are better than a lot.
Dallas now goes with 3 wide receivers as Butch Johnson is checked in. And so has Drew Pearson, Preston Pearson. Drew is already in there.
Fitzgerald will make the snap without a problem, huh?
Again, he doesn't look. Again, this was perfect from Fitz. Protection is overwhelming. Ron Springs finally is taken down though before he can go too far. Mark Mulaney hustled back. And the defense for Minnesota holds, and Danny White comes on again.
And Tony Dorsett hurt his wrist last time he was involved in the play, and he is on the sidelines right now.
23-20. Dallas leads Minnesota. It looked like a Dallas runaway early in the second quarter, but the Vikings have come running back.
A lot of Dallas players were talking and none of them going off the field. Like what's happening?
Jimmy Edwards deep for Minnesota. They're going to try to block it. They do not get it, and White again really nails it. Edwards signals for the fair catch. Doesn't make it. And the Cowboys will down it at about the 14-yard line. Oh, but Minnesota fired up now. Bud Grant looks on very calmly. He's about the only one on the Viking side that is. Dallas by 3.
We're back and ready to play football once again at Cleveland. The Steelers ready to kick it off. They lead the game now, 37-14. Here is the kick downfield to Dino Hall of the Browns. He's to the 20, 25. He's to the 30, and little Dino Hall is finally swept under by a wave of those big Steelers at about the 33-yard line. Randy Grossman was down along with Valentine. So the Steelers stack up in touchdowns this year. They've been in the end zone 18 times.
Pretty good balance, but you notice their passing stats are just getting a little higher and a little higher and a little higher. When they need to, Terry will get it done.
There's a tremendous football game going on at Mile High Stadium, Denver, Colorado. We'll be updating that game with a report very shortly. And we may be picking up some of the coverage for you. As right now, it is 1st and 10, Cleveland Browns. 8:13 to play third quarter. Willis Adams is in the game as a wide receiver. Swing pass goes to Adams. He can run. Adams gets out to the 38-yard line, close to 5 yards. The starting runners for the Steelers, John, Harris and Thornton, have 219 yards between them.
You can credit a lot of that to the backs, but a lot of it to the guards, because they were given a break at the point of attack right at the line of scrimmage, and that's due for about 130 of it.
The Browns break the huddle. A 2nd down and 5 coming up now for Cleveland at the Browns' 38-yard line. Pruitt turns upfield. Mike Pruitt runs ahead for a 1st down and gets the ball to the 47-yard line. Lambert knocked him down. Jack Lambert, the middle linebacker. Mike Pruitt's getting a lot of work here today for the Cleveland Browns. Burness, Joe Green are the tackles. L.C. Greenwood, defensive end, along with Dwight White. Side swings it out. Here's Pruitt, 230 pounds. Boy, I tell you, some big people hitting head-on out there. Whew. Show cards in those deals. There's no way to go but headlong into each other.
Now, those look like very simple patterns, but actually Pruitt ran a very nice pattern. He stayed away, gave Sipe a good target to hit. Sipe looked down the field long enough so that he didn't tip off where he was coming with the ball. It made it a tough reaction for the linebackers to come back and make the play. Picked up 6, and boy, did they make the play.
Second down and 2. Cleveland Browns on the Pittsburgh side of the field now. Sipe takes a drop. Wind is swirling. Brian Sipe lost it. A man is open. The ball is caught down to the 20-yard line. Reggie Rucker, who caught one earlier for a touchdown, brings the Browns all the way down to the 20-yard line of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That was an excellent throw and an excellent adjustment by Rucker. I mean, when he got by Thomas, he was looking for the ball right now. And it was a double coverage. They short and longed him, and he just beat the coverage. Brian threw it at the right time and put it in the right place.
Well, I'm not sure what short and long him is, but it worked.
Short and long means one goes up and gets him and the other stays back, fella. Except he couldn't get over there fast enough.
He got shorted a little bit. It's now first down Browns as Sipe looks into the end zone. Here's a rush. He throws. He's got a man open. A diving catch, and they lose the ball. Ozzie Newsome had it and lost it when he hit the dirt.
Boy, they have put a real responsibility, Don, on Donnie Shell all day long.
He comes right up on that tight end.
And he's taking him all over the field. And he figures, hey, I better get him right now, get what I can, because a little later it's going to be tough. And he's been following him all over the football field very effectively.
Once again, we look ground level as you see Newsome grab it. Now, this is an earlier one to Rucker. This one went for the first down to the 20. So now the ball is at the 20. It's going to be second down. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
This is WIC-TV, your new spirit station in Pittsburgh.
Sipe lofts it into the end zone. Rucker's going for it. Too much on the ball. It'll be third down and 10 for Cleveland.
You know what? The defense for Pittsburgh, those cornerbacks have been put in a bind. They've forced them to play man-to-man all over the field, trying to give their linebackers a little more help. And in doing so, it really puts a burden on both Blunt and Thomas. So far, they've been up to it.
They have. They've played good football. At blitz comes, those corners are in single coverage.
Well, not even the blitz so much, Don, as it is they're trying to keep their safeties in to help their linebackers because they've been picking on the linebackers. Winston's playing a position he's not too familiar with, and they're going to him when they can. And this is their way of handling it.
As you see, it is third down and 10 now for the Cleveland Browns. Sipe with a drop, 4-man rush from the Steelers. He swings, he hits Logan, and Dave Logan is down inside the 15. It'll be well short of a first down, and it'll bring up fourth down. Donnie Shell playing up tight. Watch him cover Newsome.
Again, he's got a tough job to do. He makes a fine play on Newsome, pushes him to the outside, and then recovers to come up and make the tackle on Logan.
Shell is one of those real finds. Free agent that makes all pro. That was Dave Logan's first catch of the day. Fourth down and about 3. Almost 4 for the Cleveland Browns. They're inside the Pittsburgh 15-yard line. Sipe throws. He's got Calvin Hill open. He'll go into the end zone. Touchdown, Cleveland. Big play. Sipe standing in against a big rush, and Calvin Hill was not picked up coming out of the backfield.
Well, it was a blitz. Calvin Hill beat it. He got out. There was nobody on him. When he did so, Sipe just had to lay the ball over to him, as he did. I don't know if there was a man responsible for him, but my gut reaction is that they sent more men than they thought they could pick up at the quarterback. As a result, he's running all alone for 6.
Here's Calvin Hill turning up the sideline, and into the end zone he goes. So now Don Cockcroft will try to point after. Dan Rutigliano now sees his team put up its 3rd touchdown of the game. Good hold by Dave Logan on a high snap. Cockcroft's kick is up and through, but there are 2 penalty markers down. The attendance, over 81,000 for this game. It's the biggest ball yard in the NFL, and they fill it a lot of weeks, always, when the Pittsburgh Steelers come to town.
Point after touchdown was complete. 12 men on the defense will carry over to the goal to the kickoff.
It's across the 45. At the bottom was Ray Brown, on top Ralph McGill.
We talked then about trying to get it back too quickly. And that's what happened there. He tried to get rid of the ball, hit a bomb against the safety blitz, and just put it up for grabs. You got to play good, sound football against a team like the Rams.
So it is 2nd and 6 on the Ram 47. Hayden sends Jesse and Waddy in a slot right. Here comes Wendell Tyler behind Cullen Bryant. Ray Brown stacked it up, and Ken Bordelon brought it down. Bordelon has something extra, number 50, going for him. He's the only native New Orleans.
Yes, and he showed some good football sense there, good defensive sense. The Saints have contained the sweeps pretty well today. When they've been hurt is because of a spontaneous play like Wendell made down the goal line, reversing his field. They've gotten across and penetrated, which you have to do.
Fetterspiel and Bordelon come out now. The Saints in a nickel defense looking for pass. 3rd and 7 from the 46. Both backs go out. Hayden under a rush, got away from 2 men, throws one, and it is intercepted by Don Schwartz. Schwartz goes out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Don Schwartz out of Washington State. We hadn't seen his number all day, and he picked it off.
You know what, Ben? Under the new rule, I thought they were going to whistle Hayden down here. This is what the new rules put in for. You see that? But Pat wiggle loose. And again, when a quarterback is running around, you don't know where all the defenders are. We talked about that. That's when you get your interceptions on scramble plays, rollouts.
Well, now let's see if the Saints can do anything. That's been the biggest play since Muncy ran for 19 yards in the first time they had the ball. 1st and 10 on the Ram 30, and there goes Muncy following Galbraith. Got down to the 27-yard line, and then they drove him back.
When a defense makes a play like that, if that doesn't give that offense a shot in the arm, then those guys on the field aren't doing their job. That's the way it has to be. They've been floundering around. Now the defense has made a big play. They got to put it over.
So it is 2nd and 6 on the 26 of the Rams. Chandler and Harris go left. Henry Childs, a tight end, on the right side. Muncy. Muncy still on his feet to the 20 and stepped out of bounds at the 15-yard line, but he picked up a 1st down. Wouldn't you like to see him with a big offensive line?
Oh, he'd be great. You know, Ben, the way he's running now reminds me of Jim Brown. We used to try to defense Jim Brown. Jim Brown had all of this plus more.
Jim Brown, the greatest running back to ever play this game.
But that is individual effort.
The Chuck Muncy carries just shy of the Rams' 16-yard line. It is 1st and 10. New Orleans trying to capitalize on the Schwartz interception. Galbraith straight ahead inside the 15. Muncy has carried the ball 13 times, Galbraith 6, and that's been it.
Seattle leading 21-7 over San Francisco in the 2nd quarter.
They mark the ball almost on the 13-yard line, where it is 2nd and 8. Wes Chandler wide right, Ike Harris wide left. Manning looking left, and Harris is going the wrong way.
Well, here's what happened there, Ben. Manning read blitz. The Rams faked the dog. He called an audible for Harris to run an out and up over on the right side, the tall man against Osteen. Harris didn't pick the audible up.
And of course, that must be very difficult, picking up audibles, especially here in the Superdome.
It is. You don't want the crowd to yell when your team's on offense. You want them to yell when your team is on defense.
Well, and they've been yelling all day. We have 4:31 left in the third. 3rd and 8 on the Ram 13. Muncy, and they bury him right at the line of scrimmage, and the one man was Larry Brooks, who hit him head on and decked him, number 90.
That's too much of a gamble, Ben. You're behind 28-7. You got to throw the football.
Well, everything Manning tries to do turns to ashes.
You aren't going to run a fast trap against a good defense in there. They're going to be ready for it.
So it is 4th and 9, and Garo Yepremian will be coming in to try and kick it. 2 field goals of 18 yards and 38. He now has 18 consecutive. That's the NFL record. Like, he's kicked 194 in his brilliant career. So Yepremian with a spot on the 22. It's a 32-yard field goal. Burns, a quarterback, making the hold. The kick is up, and it's a small measure anyway. Somewhat sarcastic applause for New Orleans. 28-10 Rams.
Ron Singleton, the left tackle for the 49ers, the man who made the stop on Dennis Boyd, obviously shaken up and helped to the sideline. And that was ruled an interception, so DeBerg is picked off for the 9th time this year, but it was the jarring move on the blitz by the linebacker Keith Butler, setting up the Seahawks in excellent position right here on 1st down. Penalty marker down as Rabel picks off that Zorn pass down at the 30-yard line.
Holding against the Seattle Seahawks offensive line. There's Pat Haggerty. Good call by Zorn. You get a turnover, you want to go up top. Nobody was open deep. Well, he dumped it off, but the holding penalty will cost the Seahawks.
Just under 6 remaining of the first half, and Seattle leading San Francisco by the score of 14-7. This is the 4th penalty against the Seahawks. And here's Haggerty.
We have holding, number 61, offense, 1st down.
The left guard, Tom Lynch, 3-year man out of Boston College, is called for the hold. It puts it back at the 48, and it'll be a 1st and 20. Dan Dorning has scored both Seattle touchdowns, 13-yard run, and then the short pop from 3 yards out. O.J. Simpson took it in from 3 for the 49ers, following a 50-yard pass play between DeBerg and the tight end McAbee. All right, Dorning, as Zorn tried to cross the 49ers up, is hit for a loss. Al Cowlings and Dwayne Ford coming in from the right side, and obviously the 49ers were not fooled.
A little misdirection will work if you've got the defensive club moving away from the carrier each time, but that time 49ers weren't fooled, as you said, Mark.
It's a 4-yard loss. It'll be a 2nd and 24 out at midfield. Now Lodgett to the left, Rabel is right, McCullum is in the slot. Smith and Dorning are the running backs. And Zorn on the run is able to fire a leaping catch made by Largent. Steve Largent picked up the 1st down. He was pushed back the other way. That was a beautifully executed play.
Jim Zorn on the scramble, and that gives your receivers time to get depth against the defensive backs. And then, like all great receivers, Steve Largent coming back to his quarterback who is scrambling. And when you come back to the ball, it's no chance for the defensive back. The one problem, though, is Largent may have hurt his ankle on that play, limped off, and he's been replaced. There he is. He's telling the trainer, I turned it outside. It hurts.
1st down at the 27-yard line. McCullum is now to the right side, but the handoff for Dorning. Short pickup for the 2nd-year pro out of Washington State, who's averaging better than 3 per carry. Ted Vincent, left defensive tackle, linebacker Gordy Saraceno combining to make the stop.
Sherman Smith had the lead block that time, and he couldn't find a man to block, and he got in the way, and that cost Dornick some starting speed.
Picked up about a yard, 2nd and 9. Number 86, Jesse Green, recent addition to the Seattle roster, has come on now as the extra wide receiver. Green is to the right, and Rabel left. McCullum in the slot. count by Zorn. Here's Smith. Found some running room and then try to cut back the other way. Saraceno and Vincent stopping Sherman Smith. Right here, we pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
This is KING-TV, Seattle.
It'll be a 3rd and 5 down at the 22. This is Marv Albert with Mike Hafner from Candlestick Park, San Francisco, California. 3 minutes, 12 seconds remaining in the first half. And the Seahawks on 2 touchdowns by Dan Dornick lead the 49ers on a touchdown by O.J. Simpson by the score of 14-7. And Zorn to throw. Throws to Dornick. A wobbly pass pulled down by Dornick, and it's a 1st and goal for the Seahawks. Dornick stopped by Saraceno, but a 1st and goal is set up.
Tremendous control and poise by Jim Zorn. Watch the great pressure on him. I mean, they got the whole 49er front 4 in on him, and he just barely got it away to Dornick. But Dornick proved last week with 10 receptions that he's the man to look for when you're in trouble.
It is a 1st and goal down at the 7. John Yarno leads the Seahawks to the line. Zorn is now 7 for 8, 111 yards. So off to a superb first half.
No more boos in Seattle.
Here's Smith. Shed 1 tackler inside the 5, and he's in. Smith just getting in the right-hand corner. Melvin Morgan, the free safety, could not stop him.
And again, the 49er linebackers were caught up in the big mishmash at the line of scrimmage. He breaks to the outside, and there isn't anybody there to stop him except defensive backs, and they're not expected to stop the running game. They're there to stop the pass. Watch Sherman Smith. A missed tackle there. Now he breaks to the outside, and where are the linebackers? All stuck up inside, and Smith prances in.
Seahawks now lead it 20-7 as Herrera will try and make it 3 for 3 on the day. Zorn is holding. Penalty marker is down. The kick is good, but there is a flag down. And the officials will talk it over.
Ball start, offensive tackle.
False start by the Seahawks. They will kick it again.
It was Bebout who jumped before the ball was snapped. And on an extra point, there are no signals. You say ready, set, and you don't move until you see the ball snap. And Bebout's been out on injured reserve. He doesn't have the timing down, and it cost him.
They move it back, and Herrera will try once more.
He gets the natural turf now to pick it up instead of the pitcher's mound.
And Herrera puts it through, so the Seattle Seahawks now lead the San Francisco 49ers by the score of 21-7. 2:46 remaining in this first half. Back in a moment.
They had to do it again, and this time it was returned to about the 15-yard line. So Prestridge's outstanding punt that went out at the 1 was nullified by the penalty. This time he punts at 36 yards, and Fuller returns at 9. So San Diego with obviously better field position, and there is a timeout on the field as you look at Luke Prestridge, the great rookie out of Baylor.
Well, that first kick he had, Sam, was absolutely phenomenal. That's exactly what your punter to do, what you want your punter to do.
Coming up Saturday, October 20th on NBC Sports World, and don't forget Sports World is on Saturdays. It's the WBA World Heavyweight Championship fight. John Tate, Jerry Coetzee from Pretoria, South Africa. It will be live on NBC. From the 16-yard line, Fouts down here to Jefferson. He overthrew him. Oh, and 2 Denver Broncos collided. Steve Foley and I think Bernard Jackson. Jefferson just got out of the way in the nick of time.
And that was just simply overthrown by Dan Fouts. I would imagine he wishes he had that one back. But the linebackers of Denver are the guys who are causing Fouts the most trouble. They're very active. They get deep in pass coverage, and he's got to throw it over the linebackers and underneath the defensive backs. And, I mean, gravity prohibits you from doing that.
You know, before we get too far away from Prestridge, who's had a great day, that rookie beat out the veteran Bucky Dilts. Sent him packing out of Denver, and then Dilts found a home in Baltimore. Jackson, 57, who probably is every bit as quick as Mike Thomas, if not quicker.
Well, as I told you, the Denver defense is the part of the Denver football team that makes everything go. Here you see Russ Washington trying to get Barney Chavis on the ground. Chavis, Jackson, Louis Wright, all of them out there, nowhere to go. Now they have not come back to that motion formation out of the backfield and throwing underneath it. San Diego has not.
Jackson very critical of himself and his teammates after the shellacking in Oakland last Sunday. He said, "We are overconfident, but it will not happen this Sunday." And thus far, the Broncos have shut the Chargers out. Home run to Joyner. Great catch. Single coverage by Steve Foley. Joyner came back for it like a good receiver has to be able to do.
Sam, it's taken me this long to realize it, but Denver is going with Foley on Charlie Joyner all day long and Louis Wright on JJ. And this is just a great catch by a veteran receiver who comes back for the football. Foley never saw the football, trying to keep up with Charlie Joyner, and my goodness gracious, what a play. That really got San Diego out of a hole.
And what you didn't see was the blitz by Tom Jackson, who belted Danny Fouts to the ground, and Fouts kind of hobbled his way downfield. He is still limping as he approaches the line of scrimmage. First down, San Diego trailing 7-0 at the 47 of Denver. Thomas.
Whoa.
40, 35, and down he goes. Tripped up by Bernard Jackson, but the Chargers are in business. They have gone from their own 16 to the Denver 33.
In 2 plays. And I'm telling you, this guy makes moves, Mike Thomas, that no coach can take credit for. Rookie of the year in the 1975. Washington's second leading rusher behind Larry Brown while he was there. And how they got him, San Diego, for a 5th-round draft choice is beyond me.
First down, they spot the ball right on the 33 of Denver. Artie Owens now in the backfield, number 24, along with Clarence Williams. Play action for Fouts. Throws it out here. He's got Artie Owens wide open. 20, 16-yard line. First down, San Diego, and Fouts has really opened it up. Randy Gradishar made the stop. Minnesota has scored. Tommy Kramer to Sammy White. The Vikings now back within 3 of Dallas. It's 23-20. The Rams are blowing out New Orleans 28-10. That's late in the 3rd quarter. Pittsburgh 37-21 over Cleveland. Ryan Sipe has thrown 3 touchdown passes. Likewise, Terry Bradshaw. And Seattle leads San Fran 21-7. Baltimore 10-6 over the Jets. Baltimore looking for its first victory. The screen to Jefferson. Down he goes. Not a bad play by Louis Wright.
Also, Tom Jackson wasn't fooled a bit, saw the offensive lineman pulling out in front of him, and we got a flag, and I think it's a clip on somebody out there. Jefferson faking downfield. Watch Jackson come into the picture, number 57 on your left-hand side. That's Russ Washington, and I think they're going to call him for a clip. Great play by Tom Jackson.
It was more Jackson than Louis Wright, and I gave Louis all the credit.
A clip. I think it's against Russ Washington. Sam, Dan Fouts is 21 for 32 and 244 yards, and I can't understand why they're going to the fancy stuff down here. Here's the call.
Flipping by number 70 on the offense.
It has not been a good day for Russ Washington. 2 holding penalties, 1 clip. He has accounted for 35 yards in penalties himself. 12-year veteran out of Missouri. Denver now back at the, San Diego back at the Denver 32-yard line. Look at the stats on Fouts. You'd think he'd have 4 touchdowns on the board, but he has no points. All day, throws it in there, and it's complete at the 25-yard line. Bob Swenson making the stop on John Jefferson, and he got back some of the yardage, but certainly not enough on a 2nd down play.
And I'm not sure how he got that in there. John Jefferson was in amongst 5 or 6 Denver Broncos. Randy Gradishar was right behind him, and because of that cast on his hand, he couldn't stick his hand up to try to catch it. Watch this. Jefferson coming from the right. They're all over him. Great catch, great concentration on the football. That was Rizzo that couldn't get his hand on the football. Well, they got back half of it. That's what they wanted to do.
Norris Weiss with a knee injury will return only to hold for placements. Morton is on for the duration at quarterback. Unless, of course, he should go down. Good pass, Kellen Winslow. And hanging on is Steve Foley at about the 16-yard line. But that outstanding rookie out of Missouri gets back some of that lost yardage again. And now San Diego is down deep with a 3rd down and about 8 yards to go. Kellen Winslow, who went off earlier in the 3rd quarter but has come back and shows no effects of the injury.
Considered by many in the college draft last year as the best tight end there was. He's got, coming into this game, he had 17 catches, 2 touchdowns.
Biggest play of the game for San Diego. And if you're looking for a big play guy on the other line, on the other side of the line of scrimmage, watch number 57, Tom Jackson. He'll make it time and again. Oh, just out of the reach of John Jefferson. And again, the coverage by Louis Wright, and the pass about 6 inches too tall from Danny Fouts.
That's the point, Sam. Coverage by Louis Wright on John Jefferson. And every time Denver's been in a crucial situation, they have put Louis Wright on John Jefferson to try to neutralize him. And Louis Wright has done an excellent job. And I do think if Dan Fouts had thrown a tight spiral on that, J.J. might have caught it.
Girella will attempt his 4th field goal of the day. The hold by Fuller at the 24. It'll be an attempt of 34 yards. Girella has had 1 block, 1 hit the upright, and 1 go wide to the right. He is 0 for 3. Sends this one out to the right, hit the upright, and missed that one. I do not believe it. Roy Girella has hit 2 uprights in this football game. It's Denver 7, San Diego nothing. We'll be right back.
For 213 yards and 3 touchdowns, according to Joe Costanza, who keeps the numbers for us, and very well.
Yeah, normally that's enough to get you a win. Now he only needs 17 more points, and that may not do it.
Here's a high spinning kickoff by Cockcroft. Moving up on the ball is Anderson. He's at his 10-yard line. Turns to the outside, and the blockers for him. Anderson gets out across the 30, out to the 33-yard line. They talk about the players getting bigger, but if there's anything that stands out, you notice more and more, John, is the speed in this game. Boy, it's just like a track meet in these kickoff returns.
And when you're talking about speed, you talk about Greg Hawthorne, the kid from Baylor. He's in the ball game now. We haven't seen him carry the ball very much. I think you'll see him put his hands on it and do something.
Cliff Stout, the backup quarterback for Youngstown State, and Kruzek. Stout just keeps the chart. He can play, though. Broke all of Jaworski's records. Hawthorne is in the game, 225 pounds. He comes out of the blocks like a sprinter. Number 27 in the Steeler backfield. Frank goes with him. They go to Hawthorne. See what he can do. Takes a couple of shots. Advances the ball out to the 35-yard line to the 36 they're going to give him. And the clock runs. 4 minutes and 14 seconds left to play in the 3rd quarter. Steelers 37, Cleveland 21. 81,260 is the official attendance. 15,000 here from Pittsburgh. Steeler fans will go out into the night, won't they, John? We'll play that music at 4 o'clock in the morning. Bradshaw cocks his arm, just gets rid of it. Ball was tipped. Cleveland had a play on it. Goes as an incompletion. Shirk was on Bradshaw.
And I'll tell you what, Clay Matthews was all over Hawthorne. Yeah. Terry would like to have gone to him, but he couldn't beat the linebacker. Jerry Shirk having a fine year. Teaming up with Lyle Alzado on the right side. They play a little game. He finally does get to Terry, and Terry can't find anybody open.
We've not had a sack in the game yet. Clinton Burrell now comes in the game along with Ricky Jones as they pull the middle backer and the outside back on the left side. Jackson and Hall come out. Browns with 6 defensive backs on a 3rd down and 8 play. Bradshaw just checked off. He went to another play at the line of scrimmage. He throws. He bailed dives. Did he get the ball?
I think he got the ball, but he went out of bounds.
So it's an incomplete pass. And the Steelers now will punt the ball as Newsom drops back for the Cleveland Browns with 3:39 left to play in the third quarter. Newsom standing back inside his 25-yard line. Colquitt will hit the ball somewhere around the 28. There's Ozzie Newsom awaiting the punt by number 5, Craig Colquitt. A knuckleball downfield and takes a hop back up towards the Steelers, and they down it up to 33, 32. So the fifth fight on October 20th on NBC Sports World. Brian Sipe drops, cocks his arm, lets it rip. Long Newsom is there. Ozzie Newsom has the football, and he's out to the 30-yard line. So the Browns start to mount another challenge, John.
That's an unbelievable throw. I don't even think he should have thrown the ball because there were 4 people sitting in the area ready to break it up or intercept it. It was thrown so perfectly, it just kind of hit Newsom right on the dead run. Look at this. Lambert is back in a great drop. Donnie Shell comes over. Wagner comes over and almost picked it off. It's a big play. It's the kind of play Cleveland needs to get back in this ball game.
So now the Browns fans have something more to cheer about. Their team down 37-21. First down and 10 Cleveland. 30-yard line of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hand off to Pruitt. And hit from behind. Pruitt is inside the 25-yard line. John Banaszak hit him. It drove him ahead a couple of yards.
And here's another problem. Dennis Winston is going off the field, which necessitates a replacement in an area where they can least afford it.
Well, they're going to go with a rookie. Tom Graves comes in the game, number 50, as Sipe counsels his team in the offensive huddle of the Cleveland Browns. Second down and 5 is coming up for Cleveland. Rucker is wide to the left. Blunt right up on him. At the top of your screen, Dave Logan. With a linebacker on him, now he moves out wider and goes one-on-one with J.T. Thomas. They go to the run. And the carry is down inside the 25-yard line. Calvin Hill got it to about the 23. Gary Dunn knocked him down. The third down and about 2 yards to go for the first down, John.
Very big drive. They now have enough time to where they can run it or throw it. They put themselves in a position where they have to get it in on this drive. Even 3 points puts them within 2 touchdowns. And they've got more than a quarter to go.
And the way touchdowns have gone up on the board in this game, there could be a lot more. 1:25 left to play in the third quarter. Third down and 3 for Cleveland. Big play inside the Steeler 25. Calvin Hill did not get there, and so the Browns have to go to the 4th down play. They will go from scrimmage on 4th down. There was actually a little loss on the play. Ball will be spotted about the 23. It's going to be 4th and 3.
You notice Jack Ham was in on the tackle.
Yes. Logan is wide to the left. Setbacks are Pruitt and Hill. 4th down and 3 for Cleveland. Big play for the Browns. Sipe rolls out. He runs. Oh, he takes a hard shot. He got down to where he had to go, the 20. Now to see where they spot the ball.
I think he... Well, it's really close.
Steelers think they stopped him, but we don't know till we see the chains come out and the measurement made. He really was stood up hard on a driving tackle. Wagner hit him, and Graves, number 50, also got him.
He slipped just a little bit coming out. He tried to make a move up a little quicker, and it just cost him the 6 inches he was short.
So the Steelers, fists raised in the air, go off the field. The defense holding on 4th down, and Pittsburgh takes over the ball. 32 seconds left to play now in the third quarter.
Take another look at it. You see, he just kind of slipped when he tried to cut upfield.
You don't want
6 inches short.
You don't want your quarterback taking those shots on the shoulder. Something's got to give. It's usually the quarterback. First and 10, Pittsburgh. Bradshaw takes a look and goes to Franco Harris. He's tearing it up today. And Harris runs the ball out across the 25-yard line before Nicky Sims knocks him down. Next Sunday, there's an outstanding lineup of exciting NFL action on NBC. First at 12:30 Eastern Time, NFL 79. With Bryant Gumbel and Mike Adamle, and a look at Wild West football Canadian style. Then most of the country will see the big interconference matchup between the Patriots and the Bears. Other key games include Buffalo at Miami, the Seahawks and the explosive San Diego Chargers, Denver versus Kansas City, a team that's now 4-2 after a win today. Check your local listings for the game and time in your area. And now the third quarter comes to an end here at Cleveland. with the Steelers in possession of the ball and a 37-21 lead. We'll be back in a moment.
On NBC's Sports World, it was Muhammad Ali's title. Now it's up for grabs as South African power puncher Jerry Coetzee battles Big John Tate for the World Boxing Association's heavyweight crown. Live from Pretoria, South Africa, October 20th.
A reminder coming up in 2 weeks, Saturday, October the 20th on NBC Sports World from Pretoria, South Africa, undefeated Harry Coetzee and John Tate. They go toe-to-toe for the WBA Heavyweight Championship of the World. Also action with the legends of bowling, plus if time permits, a celebrity poker tournament with people like Franco Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers and Gabe Kaplan. All this and more, October 20th on Sports World. The kickoff by Efren Herrera. And this is Owens, and decides to stay right there, and here's it from the crowd. He had a lot of running room, Mike.
I don't like that. You've got a chance to score a touchdown if you can break it. You can't score when you got your knee down in the end zone. Not a wise choice.
Rookie out of UCLA, James Owens, who has been a disappointment.
Take a look at from the end zone, and you'll see how much room James Owens had. And I'll tell you, if I was a young rookie out of UCLA like I was once upon a time, I'd have been running like the wind.
21-7. A slow win, says our producer, Roy Hammerman. Good, Roy.
You saw me play, huh, Roy?
Here's DeBerg off the play action, going deep downfield for Solomon. And let's see who has the football. It's ruled incomplete. Cornell Webster and Freddie Solomon battling for it, and it's incomplete.
The tie goes to the receiver if it's caught. But I think that ball bounced on the ground. Out of Denver, we have a report that Norris Weiss, the starting quarterback, has been replaced by Craig Morton. We saw that 2 weeks ago. The Seattle fans will remember it. Weiss has an injured knee.
2 weeks ago, Morton came on and threw 3 touchdown passes within 2.5 minutes, leading to that incredible come-from-behind victory over the Seattle Seahawks. 2nd and 10 here for the 49ers. 2.5 left. In this first half, San Francisco trailing 21-7. And DeBerg to throw again. This time lays it off. Bill Francis stopped by Larry Pulowski as Francis came out of the backfield, and it's spotted out at the 27-yard line, setting up a 3rd and 3.
And in that Broncos-San Diego game, it's Denver 7, San Diego nothing. San Diego, one of the better offensive clubs in the NFL. The Bronco defense must have come alive.
We are approaching the 2-minute mark. And now the indication. So with 2 minutes remaining here in the first half, the Seahawks lead the 49ers 21-7.
I didn't know if we're televising that tournament or not. You know, I didn't know we're not. Wow.
Tonight on CBS, 60 Minutes. Archie Bunker's plays one day at a time. Alice, the Jeffersons, and Trapper John. Now, what about 60 Minutes?
That's that James Bond type thing about how dangerous the communist agents are, huh?
We'll tell you more about that in just a sec. Right now, it's Viking first down. Their own 14, and the reverse is to Ricky Young. With a blocker in front, Randy Hughes tries to play him off. Brunig finally makes the tackle. The middle linebacker was not fooled. There's Tony Dorsett on the sideline. I would assume he'll be back. That 60 Minutes is a real live whodunit, by the way, right out of the pages of James Bond. This one involves communist agents, a murder with a poisoned umbrella.
A poisoned umbrella?
Broad daylight in the heart of London. That sounds interesting. 60 Minutes.
Dorsett's just under 100 yards rushing, 98, and he's got a bruised thumb. And I imagine will return and carry on.
2nd down. And reverse got 7 yards. Here's Chuck Foreman. And Foreman running like the Foreman of old. Stopped by Cliff Harris, but Minnesota picks up the first down.
That looked like Foreman running about 5 different directions at once. A very hard guy to tackle in the past. Randy White runs around the block a little bit. Let's see where they... Looks to me like number 67, Swilly, the offensive center, got a good block on the linebacker.
Outside the 30. At the 31, 1st and 10. Pittsburgh 37, Cleveland 21. Browns just scored on a touchdown pass from Brian Sipe to Galvin Hill. 2:30 left. There is the Dallas defense showing its authority. Randy White stopped Chuck Foreman.
There's the flex. The flex this time is on the weak side. The weak side flex. You can see Harvey Martin and company, and Stalls that time went under, and Brunig went over the top. Your middle linebacker should make probably 60 to 70% of the tackles in that flex.
You realize Dallas has only had 3 middle linebackers in the history of that franchise. The first one's on the coaching staff now, Jerry Tubbs. The second one, of course, was Leroy Jordan. And now Bob Brunig.
Quite a tradition, huh?
Kramer rolled out right, looking for a place to go. Got away from one, and finally smothered by Dave Stalls. Harvey Martin and Larry Cole forced him to make that move.
Young Tommy Kramer is still hot about it. There's Stalls from northern Colorado. Let's see how Stalls makes the move. It'll come from the left of your screen. 65. Pretty good battle. Young Kramer now gets out there. Just too good a coverage by the secondary. And he can't quite do that like number 10. Not yet. He doesn't tiptoe as well as Fran used to.
He doesn't have eyes in the back of his head yet. 28-10, L.A. over New Orleans now. Minnesota back in that setup when they have 4 wide receivers, so to speak, in the game. They run a draw play. Ricky Young breaks a couple of tackles. I beg your pardon. It was Robert Miller, not Ricky Young. Dallas saying we recovered. What happened?
They did.
And they're right. Fumble that we didn't see at the bottom of that pile, and look who's the last to get up.
Crash Harris, and he tried to throw it back into the Minnesota huddle. A good play. Let's watch the blocking. Swilly goes over and blocks. Pretty good move and a good tackle up there. It looked like Hughes might have been the one that caused it underneath the pile.
Right. Got his arm in there and braked it loose. And Harris made the recovery. There's Cliff, who has a history of making big plays. Dallas has the football at the Minnesota 31 with a chance to add to their lead, which at one time was commanding but no longer is. Jay Saldi goes in motion to the left. The handoff is to Dorsett. Tony gets around the outside and he'll go all the way. Tony Dorsett, his 3rd touchdown of the day, 31 yards away.
Bad thumb doesn't bother him. And you know, the defense made a pretty good initial move on that play. Tight end came out in motion. They ran to the tight end side. He's already gone by to the left. Watch the penetration by the people on defense.
Herbert Scott out in front.
Boy, good block on the outside.
And did Dorsett ever set up that block?
I believe that was Pearson. I believe that was Drew Pearson on the outside.
He got the first block. Herbert Scott got the second one. And Dorsett did the rest.
3 touchdowns and 127 yards for Tony D.
29-20. Dallas up. Raphael Septien trying to make it 30-20. Good. There was some doubt for a minute. He didn't hit it very well. Here's the touchdown run again.
You're right behind the Seaman, the middle linebacker. Looks like they almost have him, but the speed, and again, it's all with control. He sort of turns it on here, but it was sort of a 3/4 glide. I guess he's conserving energy like everybody else.
He's so deceptive, you know, when
Yes,
he changes speeds. You think he's going all out, and all of a sudden he's got another gear.
But the Vikings did get their attention.
They've still got it. 60 minutes immediately following football. Tony Dorsett, 3 touchdowns. He had none going into this game. Now he's got 3. And how many yards did you say?
127 on 14 carries. And he's been stuck a few times, too.
Yes. 30-20. Dallas leads as the discussion goes on with Raphael Septien.
By the way, Raphael's father was one of the great soccer players in Mexican history down there. He was on their world-class soccer team.
He's a fine athlete.
Sure is.
Bought a house from Randy Hughes. I don't know if that makes him a fine athlete or not.
He better not find water in his basement, huh?
That's right. Here's Robert Miller with some room. Short kick by Septien. Out to the 40, so the Vikings again have a pretty good spot from which to operate. Next week, the first game's on CBS. New Orleans, Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, St. Louis, San Francisco against the New York Giants, Washington at Cleveland. And the doubleheader games would be Atlanta at Oakland. That shapes up to be a big one. And Detroit at Green Bay.
We're going to be in Oakland for that one. And for some reason, the interconference games are a little extra. They pump a little life into it.
We haven't been to Oakland in a long time. What if they're ready for us?
I doubt it.
Kramer on first down. Has to run. Over the line of scrimmage now, perhaps. Intended for Rashad. He might have cut it loose just before he stepped over.
There's no flag. There's no flag, but he did get their attention.
They've still got it. 60 minutes immediately following football. Tony Dorsett, 3 touchdowns. He had none going into this game. Now he's got 3. And how many yards did you say?
127 on 14 carries. And he's been stuck a few times too. Hard.
Yes. 30-20. Dallas leads as the discussion goes on with Raphael Septien.
By the way, Raphael's father was one of the great soccer players in Mexican history down there. He was on their world-class soccer team.
He's a fine athlete.
Sure is.
Bought a house from Randy Hughes. I don't know if that makes him a fine athlete or not.
You better not find water in his basement, huh?
That's right. Here's Robert Miller with some room. Short kick by Septien. Out to the 40, so the Vikings again have a pretty good spot from which to operate. Next week, the first game's on CBS. New Orleans, Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, St. Louis, San Francisco against the New York Giants, Washington at Cleveland. And the doubleheader games would be Atlanta at Oakland. That shapes up to be a big one. And Detroit at Green Bay.
We're going to be in Oakland for that one. And for some reason, the interconference games are a little extra. They pump a little life into it.
We haven't been to Oakland in a long time. What if they're ready for us?
I doubt it.
Kramer on first down. Has to run. Over the line of scrimmage now, perhaps. Intended for Rashad. He might have cut it loose just before he stepped over.
There's
no flag.
There's no flag, but he did cross the line of scrimmage and got away with the pass. That's usually loss of down. But they didn't drop a flag on it.
A little discussion going on to that effect.
Look how long the legs are on Rashad. I always thought that he's like 6'2", but he's got the legs of somebody like 6'7".
Sometimes it's hard to figure out when an athlete is that good as Rashad is, and he bounces around to 4 different teams, and all of a sudden it all comes together as it has for him here in Minnesota. Denver 7-0. Young in motion. Kramer drops. This time he has a little more time. Tom Landry looking on as the pass was complete to Chuck Foreman.
Anderson on the tackle. Kramer gets through making the passes. You can see there is concern, always concern, but pretty emotional about it. Young Kramer runs down and is almost the one helping the receiver up after a pass. And that time Randy White came very close to smothering him.
3rd and 2. And the extra Dallas deep defenders come in. Aaron Mitchell and Dennis Thurman.
It's nickel time.
Still have 4 down linemen. Take the trap. They throw, and Bob Tucker should have the first down. He does. Tackled by Randy Hughes, but he struggled just barely for enough. That's the end of the 3rd quarter with the score. Dallas 30, Minnesota 20. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Franco Harris having a big day, and the U.S. Olympians getting set for a big summer. 1980 Moscow. We're going to give you that Olympic address again. We'll give you a chance to write it down. Here is Bradshaw. Quick screen on the flat goes to Jim Smith. Wide receiver screen. He gets ahead to about the 29-yard line. He'll be short of a first down on a 2nd and 4 play. Here's that address again. You can send your tax-deductible contribution to help our American Olympic athletes to U.S. Olympics, Post Office Box 1980T, Cathedral Station, Boston, Massachusetts, 02118. Franco Harris, as we mentioned, has his 31st 100-yard game. O.J. Simpson in his career had 42 so far. Jim Brown's the all-time leader. Played 9 years and had 58. 3rd and 1. Up the middle, and again, they break it open. Rocky Bleier, the former Notre Dame captain. He's not supposed to be fast, but he just played the Cleveland Browns behind him. That was like a dog chasing a car. That's about as much chance they had of catching Rocky.
Well, once he got by, you see a short yardage situation, you've got everybody committed to filling a hole. They put a break for the 3rd time today right in the middle of the defense. Once you do that, the back is long gone. Grossman coming over, there's nobody in pursuit. Once you break the line of scrimmage, you've gone. Couldn't come at a better time for Rocky. He's having a little trouble getting back in the lineup because Sidney Thornton is playing so well.
Got a pretty good rushing average today, doesn't he?
He's got a pretty good rushing average every day.
Rocky Bleier, the longest run from scrimmage in his pro career. And the Steelers have yet another touchdown. With 14:05 to play, they lead 43-21. Extra point is up and good by Matt Barr. So the Rock busted one loose for the Pittsburgh Steelers. There's a more popular guy on the team. And Rocky says, hey, how about all that? Longest rush of his career. Rocky Bleier takes it into the end zone, and we'll be back at Cleveland Stadium with more of this Pittsburgh 44-21 lead at the moment.
Steve DeBerg, 7 for 10 thus far, 97 yards. He's going with a backfield of Wilbur Jackson and O.J. Simpson. 2 minutes left, first half. Seahawks lead it 21-7. Seahawks during preseason play walloped the 49ers by the score of 55-20. It was 55-0 at one point.
Had a whole new defensive backfield, and Jim Zorn took advantage.
All right, DeBerg on the run's got Jackson. Jackson with open field with the first down or more. Run out of bounds near midfield by the left cornerback, Cornell Webster.
I'll tell you, Steve DeBerg could have run and gotten that much yardage, but they paid Jackson to run the football and catch the football. DeBerg did the smart thing. No knee injuries when you're not carrying it. And he caught him in that prevent defense, and the short pass goes then. And Jackson did a wise thing. He got out of bounds and saved a timeout. Could be important.
In fact, that play took only 7 seconds, setting up a first down. They spotted at the 47-yard line. Solomon is out to the right side. Here's Simpson, though, and Simpson gets to the 50. That sets up a 2nd and 7. As O.J. picked up 3 on the play. Hurry-up offense being utilized now by the 49ers. The left guard, John Ayers, led Simpson. 1.5 minutes remaining in this first half. And DeBerg will put it up. Now he swings it again for Jackson, and Jackson lunges out to the 45. Short of a first down, and now the 49ers call for time. Timeout called by San Francisco with 1 minute and 24 remaining in this first half. And the Seahawks leading it by the score of 21-7. We'll be back right after these words.
Gary Yepremian kicking off after his 32-yard field goal gives the Saints 10 points to the Rams 28. Yepremian kicking it down the left side, juggled by Drew Hill, and he juggled it out of bounds at the 15-yard line. George, what about the field goal from Yepremian?
Well, I imagine Coach Nolan was thinking, we've been down here twice, we didn't get anything. It's 3rd and long yardage. Let's at least come away with a chip shot field goal, get some points on the board, and sometimes it's a little easier to score more points after you put up 3. Give the offense a little confidence. I imagine that's what his thinking was.
And of course, the big play, as you call, that bad call of sending Muncie on a trap with Larry Brooks just there to eat him up. Look at Rick Maudy trying to get down. Now watch the Rams put the squeeze on him. Joe Harris along with Kevin McLean. But it's 1st and 10 on the Ram 15. And there goes Eddie Hill, and down he goes at the 15. Barry Bennett got him from the bottom.
You know, the Saint defense, this second half is playing pretty well. The Rams haven't hurt them too much. The Saints defense is, if they continue like this, they have a chance to make this ball game fairly close.
3:08 left in the 3rd. It is 2nd and 10 from the 15. Eddie Hill who is the third man behind Bryan and Peacock, getting in a little work, number 24, and he's in there with Peacock. And there's a draw to Peacock, and he bounces off people, and he's upended at the 16-yard line. Derlin Moore and Barry Bennett stacked him up, and then Pat Hughes finally brought him down.
And the fans are coming to life now.
Well, because of Drew Hill fumbling the kickoff, the Rams had it 1st and 10 on their own 15. They've picked up 2 yards. It's 3rd and 8. So here's another big play, and Don Schwartz is going back in there along with Mathis. Schwartz is the man who picked off the Hayden pass a few moments ago. The Rams have converted 7 of 11 third down situations. Hayden has it juggled and dropped. Ray Brown and Ralph McGill were double teaming Terry Nelson.
They had double coverage on Terry Nelson. Ray Brown had it in his hands.
So Ken Clark will have to punt.
Double coverage on 83, Terry Nelson. They had the right guy covered right there. 27, Ray Brown had it in his hands and lost it.
Of course, look at Ray Brown's arms. They're both heavily encased in tape. Clark hits a low line drive, and Mauti at his own 38, trying to get away from Eddie Brown, and he maybe gained 2 yards. Flag on the play, however. That was a great coverage for Eddie Brown. He does so many things well.
Oh, he does everything well. Doesn't make mistakes.
Ineligible man downfield on the kick, I believe, against the Rams. I think that'll be the call.
If it were my decision, I'd make him kick it over again.
Well, let's see. It was 4th and 8, and we think ineligible man downfield. It might even have been Eddie Brown. He was the quickest man down there.
Well, again, that's a rule, then, where it's very difficult. A man can be down the field 6, 7, 8 inches, and they'll call it. Sometimes they won't call it.
Well, Ken Clark, who kicked a line drive and still got away with it because of the ineligible man downfield, will have to kick it over again.
I think they're going to go after this and try to block it.
It was a 4th and 8 on the Rams 17.
Mauti handles punts very well. He has sure hands.
Well, they mark it back to the Ram 12. And here's the call.
Number 52, the kicking team, ineligible downfield.
All right, that, of course, is the first-round draft choice of the Rams, George Andrews, who was too early downfield. 1:45 left in the third. Now, Ken Clark kicking from
they're going after it.
And the Saints are coming. He got it away. And now Mauti will play the hop. Stayed in bounds? No, his toe went out. And again, right down there with him was Eddie Brown. So with 1 minute and 47 seconds to the end of the third, it is 28-10 Rams. Meanwhile, Dallas leading Minnesota 30-20 in the third. Pittsburgh leading Cleveland 37-21 in the third. Baltimore leading the Jets 10-6 in the third. And Denver finally got on the boards, leading San Diego 7-0. The Saints 1st and 10 on their own 43. Second man is Muncy, and he got away from Larry Brooks, but he didn't get away from Freddie Dreyer.
Well, you know, Muncy doesn't have a hole to run. He's making most of this on his own. When you got a back like that, boy, if you give him any type of an opening, he's going to go.
You know, it's interesting seeing Muncy and Galbraith today. If you're a history man, 28 years ago today, Marion Motley and Dub Jones went for over 100 yards each against L.A. when Cleveland won it. 2nd and 10 on the 43. Manning down the middle to Childs, and it is picked off by Pat Thomas. His second interception, and the Rams 4th.
Well,
they're going to call the play dead, but Pat Thomas takes it away from Henry Childs at tight end.
You know, Pat Thomas, in my opinion, there's no better corner in the league. These guys still try to throw on Pat Thomas. He's tough, he can jump, he's got good hands. Now Manning threw into a crowd here. Now watch the coverage there. No way he's going to complete that pass. He's not reading the defenses properly.
This has to be the longest day in Archie Manning's career, and of course he's had a few dandies down here, but this one really hurts because the Saints thought they were better than they have played. 1st and 10, Rams on their own 39. Elvis Peacock, Joe Fetterspiel, the middle linebacker. Fetterspiel, who is still hustling.
I like this 58 Fetterspiel. I think he's a good, aggressive football player. Watch him fill. They're in that brown set where the fullback's in the fullback spot. He comes right through and makes a tackle. He's a good football player.
The Rams have come up with 4 interceptions. Youngblood, Cromwell, and Thomas 2. Don Schwartz intercepted once for New Orleans. It's 28-10 Rams. 30 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Jesse in motion. Play action fake and an end around to the tight end, Terry Nelson. And Eric Feldon just drives him out with an assist from Pat Hughes at the 32.
On that particular reverse, the tight end reverse, watch Terry Nelson come around. If there's any depth, any penetration, the play is dead. And that's what happened. We had penetration by Reese, number 60. And then the corners and the linebackers can come up and fill and run them out of bounds.
So that makes it 3rd and 17. The ball is on the Ram 32. 17 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. The Rams leading the Saints 28-10.
Pat went to the tight end last time in this situation. Was almost picked off. Let's see what he does.
Slot right. Denard goes left. Waddy is inside Jesse. And Hayden is sacked inside the 25. And the big man to get him, Alois Grooms. Number 78, the 2nd sack against Hayden today.
We've said that this defense has come alive. They're playing well enough to get this team back in the ball game. It's the offense that has not done anything.
You folks might remember 2 years ago, Alois Grooms scored a touchdown on a fake field goal on a pass from Tom Blanchard. Grooms, who is playing, scored that touchdown 2 years ago. And now the 3rd quarter is history. So that's the end of the 3rd quarter. The score, the Rams 28, the Saints 10. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Attendance today, 47,572. No empty seats at the Met.
Young Kramer, by the way, has pretty good stats, too. You can see Tony Dorsett's. But young Kramer is 15 of 25 for 140 yards and is moving pretty well against a tough defense.
Tommy Kramer fires deep for Sammy White, and he had him. If he had let him upfield instead of throwing it out of bounds, he had 6.
Out and up by Sammy White. Sammy doesn't have the overpowering speed, but a lot of people say that he runs up on you and then suddenly he can get an edge and hold it. He's a very smooth gliding runner and a great pass receiver.
Dennis Thurman and Aaron Mitchell check into the Dallas secondary again. Bruning and D.D. Lewis go out, the 2 linebackers. They leave Thomas Henderson in.
You think it blitz on 2nd down and a dime?
We got Mitchell up close to the line and Henderson standing right in the middle. A blitz is entirely possible. They run instead. Chuck Foreman struggles for a couple. Henderson involved with the tackle along with Dave Stahl.
Dallas is blitzing more this year from their regular formations. From the 3rd down, the nickel defense, they always blitzed a lot, but they're blitzing a lot now from the basic 4-3 and even from the flex, which is a sort of a departure for Stautner's group on defense.
Stalls goes out, and Larry Bethea is about to see his first action of the day. 3rd and 7, Tom Landry with his notes under his arm. Thornton is the nearest Dallas defender. And Thornton is the man who makes the tackle. 3rd sack for Dallas, Bruce Thornton.
It's the 4th sack by the rookie from Illinois. Boy, somehow the Dallas computer figured it out, number 77. The Illini didn't win too many games, but this guy was the best rusher in the Big Ten, pass rusher. He took the inside on a stunt. Somehow they scraped off the offensive tackle, which was Yerry.
Coleman, number 8, lines one. This is Steve Wilson, who has some time to return it this time, but has no place to go. Penalty flag back up the field. See what happened. Indicate that somebody might have gone downfield a little bit early. Chuck Heberling, the referee.
It was dropped very early. It was dropped even before the Coleman kick, so it wasn't blocking or roughing the kicker.
Looks like Dallas is going to refuse it. Bruce Huther, captain of the special teams, discussing it. And now we'll get the call.
Number 56, illegally down the field on the kicking team, refused. First down.
What? Tomas? Tomas Henderson?
Dave Huffman.
Oh, Huffman.
Here's the punt. And down he goes.
Never laid a glove on him either.
Never touched him. 13:54 left in this contest, and Dallas leads by 10 points.
7:08 to go in regulation time from Denver. Jarrella 0 for 3 that count, 0 for 1 that did not count because of a penalty.
And he's hit the bar twice. Place kickers may apply. San Diego Stadium, San Diego, California.
He's a nice man, too. Had some great years in Pittsburgh. Here's Craig Morton. This is the big week for him. Hand off to Otis Armstrong. Stringing it out. San Diego. Armstrong breaks a tackle to the 29-yard line. The reason, Bob, it's a very big week for Craig Morton, his lovely wife, Susie, gave birth to a baby girl, Craig's first child. So I'm sure it's a very, very thrilling week for him. And now relieving Norris Weiss, he'd like to get a drive going.
Now, Sam, I do not understand this. After Otis Armstrong runs the ball like that, Red Miller sends in a reserve tight end, Rob Lytle, John Keyworth, and Otis Armstrong comes out. Wait a minute. What are we doing here?
I could not agree with you more, sir.
Is that team that specialized?
Mr. Miller will have to answer that. Gain of 8, second down at 2. Straight ahead, Keyworth puts his head into the 30-yard line. I don't believe he reached it. Big number 99, Wilbur Young, met him head on and stacked up the play, and I think they'll spot this ball a little shy. Well, there's Miller. Why don't you ask him now?
Well, he's got more important things on his mind, but that was a short yardage situation. But for the life of me, I do not understand why. There goes Otis Armstrong back in the ball game. If you've got a guy who can gain the kind of yardage that Otis Armstrong can make the corner, and you got running backs in Jensen, Keyworth, people in Canada that weigh 230 pounds, you need an Otis Armstrong in the backfield to get you outside yardage.
Well, they got the first down. Keyworth got his head into 30 just enough. Moses and Upchurch are split left. The clock, a very important factor with 6:17 to play. Armstrong, look at this. 40, 45, midfield, and down he goes. And if he keeps doing that, the critics here in Denver, and there are many who question why Otis doesn't play more, will be all over Red Miller.
Well, I do think he's stating his case, and as I just said, when you've got big running backs who can get it for you up the middle, why not give the ball to Otis Armstrong? Went to Purdue, gained 1,400 yards in 1974. He's had hamstring injuries and nagging injuries, but he still appears to be able to run the ball with a great deal of verve.
Second all-time leading rusher for the Denver Broncos is Otis Armstrong behind Floyd Little. 6 carries, 53 yards. He's had himself a day. Armstrong through the middle to the 49-yard line. A flag is down. The reason that ball was spotted back in Denver territory, while he reached the San Diego 43, they ruled that he stepped out of bounds, and so he lost a considerable yardage, but it was still an excellent carry.
Holding on Denver coming up here.
Oh, my.
And Denver can ill afford that. Now, you see what it does now. Otis Armstrong is coming off on the sideline. Because he plays so little the first 5 games, he's already out of breath. I'd put that guy in my backfield, except for short yardage situations, I suppose, and I'd give it to him 25 or 30 yards, 30 times a ball game, and take my chances with him. But then nobody's called me from Denver for the head coaching job.
Or anywhere around the league.
Number 60 on the offense, still first down.
Well, my number is unlisted, Sam.
Well, you know the reason. People are so impressed with the job you do as a broadcaster, they don't want you to leave the business.
Well, nobody in their right mind wants to grow up and be a head football coach. I know that for sure.
From the 31. So as San Diego did earlier, a holding penalty really stops the momentum of the Denver Broncos here. Lord knows the Chargers have had a ton of those. Morton, play action. Throws it down here for Riley Odoms, and it just off his fingertips. Craig threw it a little high. At about the 35-yard line, a flag is down again, and that's in the backfield of Denver. We could have back-to-back holding calls, and the Broncos are going to be in real trouble here if that's the case. Along with Bob Trumpy, Sam Nover in Denver, Colorado. You see referee Red Cashin walking off 10 yards. The second straight holding call against Denver. They lead at 7-0. 5:58 to go, regulation time. It has been a titanic defensive struggle, to say the least. The Broncos' only touchdown coming following a fumble recovery by Bill Thompson. Norris Reese bootlegged it in from 3 yards out. He has since been injured, and Craig Morton is on. First down and 30, and Rob Lytle has the football. Very little yardage at all. We welcome those of you who are watching the Pittsburgh-Cleveland game. It is a 7-0 Denver lead at this point, but the Broncos have run into back-to-back holding calls.
Sam, you said it was a defensive struggle, but wait a minute. San Diego has missed 4 scoring opportunities, 3 missed field goals by Roy Girella, numerous holding calls on San Diego, 5 penalties for San Diego, 6 now for Denver. There's number 9, Mr. Roy Girella. His first week at work in the 1979 season, maybe his last.
But before you castigate him, 2 of his 3 misses have hit the upright.
So what?
Unfortunately for him, they bounce the wrong way. Morton throws it out here to Riley Odoms. A great catch at the 48. And right over the linebacker, Raymond Preston.
Sam, going into this game, I thought he was the guy who was going to be the key for Denver. Riley Odoms, 6'4½", 235 pounds on 5'9", 170-pound Mike Fuller. Craig Morton almost stumbles, but this is a well-thrown football. A good arch on it, gets it over the linebacker's outstretched hands, and he catches the ball and stays in bounds.
5:11 to go here in the fourth quarter. It's 7-0 Denver. Now Morton's got to work on the clock, and as Bob pointed out to you, while the score does not indicate an offensive game at all, Danny Fouts has moved this team up and down the field. He's thrown for over 250 yards. They got him. Down he goes back at the 40. Charles DeJournay and 79 Big Hands Johnson. But it is not as if Morton did not have plenty of time. The San Diego secondary, excellent coverage.
Tell you what, Sam, that was an important play for Denver. They needed to keep that drive alive. And for you people who just joined us, San Diego has not won in Denver since 1968. They are trying to break a 10-year-old jinx.
You're looking at Mike Fuller, number 3 in the AFC in punt returns. Luke Prestridge, who has averaged over 50 yards a punt today, kicks it for the 7th time. Fuller. Down he goes at the 11. Glenn Hyde, the former University of Pittsburgh star, made the stop. And Danny Fouts is 89 yards away from a tying touchdown. 50 yards on the punt, 1 on the return. We'll be right back.
Thanks to the sack by Alois Grooms, the Rams are faced with a 4th and 24 on their own 25. Ken Clark going back, standing on his 10. And deep will be Rick Maude, standing on the Saints' 32.
Let's watch this snap by Rising. Good snap.
And Maude will handle it at the 36. Gets by Eddie Brown. Still on his feet, and Eddie Hill neckties him out of bounds at the Ram 47-yard line.
You have to be so careful on your blocking that you don't block somebody from behind. That was sort of a pushing contest, that block on Eddie Brown.
So Rick Maude got it into Ram territory, with the Rams are leading 28-10.
Welcome back to a magnificent day in the mile-high city of Denver. 85 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. So far, a pretty good day for Denver. They lead San Diego 7-0. From their 11-yard line, Fouts. Down here to Artie Owens, and he dropped the ball at the 30-yard line. He had to come back for it, but it's still no excuse.
That is no excuse. That is dead in his hands. He should have caught that. Artie Owens is a good receiver. Once again, San Diego taking advantage of that single coverage when they run a back in motion. Look at that, 260 yards, no points.
And updating that Pittsburgh score, the Steelers leading the Browns 44-21. A great day for Bradshaw, 3 touchdown passes. Likewise, Brian Sipe. Franco Harris, 2 touchdown runs of 71 and 26 yards. Of course, all the details and the highlights with Bryant Gumbel and Mike Adamle on the NFL report following this game. And this one is a long way from being over. 4.5 minutes left. Fouts intercepted and dropped by number 56.
Tom Jackson. Tom Jackson hit it up in the air, Sam.
And then Evans dropped it.
Evans almost had it, replacing Randy Gradishar, who was out with minor finger surgery, has played a lot of the football game, but Larry Evans played the entire preseason for Randy Gradishar, did an excellent job. Fouts had nobody open, and I do believe that the guy he throws it to is about his 4th receiver. Looking desperately for Clarence Williams over the middle. That almost cost him another turnover.
I think we gave too much credit to Jackson. I think Evans deserves all of it. He's the one who tipped it,
You may be right.
Here's a big play for Fouts. 3rd down and 10 at his 11-yard line.
Jefferson.
He's got him at the 30-yard line.
Oh, that kid's sensational.
An outstanding catch by Jefferson, but remember what we said about Danny Fouts. Quoting Bill Walsh, the head coach of the 49ers, Fouts is the best leader in the NFL. How's that from leadership from the 11-yard line?
And this guy is only in his 2nd year of professional football, Sam. He's a clutch receiver. Fouts is very comfortable going to him in a very tight situation, and he makes the catch 1st and 10 on Denver's 30.
Joyner wide left, Jefferson to the right. Under 4 minutes to play in a 7-0 Denver lead. Owens, down he goes at the 37-yard line, but that was good for 6. Stopped there by Bill Thompson, the strong safety. So now Fouts has got a 2nd down and 4. Could probably do most anything. What are you owing about?
Here comes Larry Burton in, 87. You see him right on the right edge of your screen, an Olympic sprinter. Legitimate 9.2 speed. Put him on Steve Foley and send him the distance. We'll see what happens.
And then throw it to Joyner.
Put it full trajectory. No, I'd throw it to Burton. Full trajectory. We got Burton on free safety, Bernard Jackson on the bottom of the field.
Single coverage. The handoff to Artie Owens after a defensive play. That is Randy Gradishar's replacement, Larry Evans, the 4th-year pro out of Mississippi College at 6'2", 214. And as Bob Trumpy pointed out throughout our entire telecast, they've got one linebacker who weighs more than 220, and that's Gradishar.
And the rest of them can run with any running back there is in professional football. And that's what Denver tries to do. They get their linebackers in the defensive coverage. Here comes Burton down on the bottom of the field again with Bernard Jackson.
I love it. 3rd down is 4. Fouts another must-convert situation. Sends Winslow in motion. The home run ball for Larry Burton. He's down there, and I don't know. It's wrestled down and incomplete. For what seemed an eternity, Burton hung up in the air with Bernard Jackson, and when they came down, the ball trickled to the ground.
You know what? I think Larry Burton had to slow up in the middle of that pattern so he would not outrun the football thrown by Dan Fouts. Watch this. All he's got, and Burton still has to come back for the football. Good coverage by Bernard Jackson. I thought they'd get it done, but obviously Dan Fouts just simply couldn't throw it far enough, and I do believe they'll go for it on 4th down and about 4.
2.5 minutes to play in the 4th quarter of a 7-0 Denver lead. And to say that the 75,101 are a little edgy at the moment is an understatement, and the Chargers want to talk it over. So Fouts heads for his head coach, Don Coryell, and I think there'll be a lot of contemplation before they decide to go on 4th down from their own 35. We'll be back in a moment.
San Francisco ball as we resume following their timeout, and the 49ers have 2 timeouts remaining, 1:24 left in this first half, and the 49ers have a 3rd and 1 at the Seattle 44.
There's no better coach than Bill Walsh for this 2-minute drill. I saw him in his days at Cincinnati and at San Diego. He can do it. He knows how to get the yardage and save the timeout.
Sullivan left, Schumann right. DeBerg goes to the ground. Wilbur Jackson able to break a tackle and picks up the first down right near the 40-yard line. Right cornerback Dave Brown makes the stop again. The 49ers in their hurry-up offense. 1:10 remaining now in this first half. And DeBerg will throw, fires from the right. Schumann, the intended receiver, nearly intercepted by Cornell Webster.
Cornell Webster, an outstanding athletic move. Dove through the air and batted that away, and coaches will tell cornerbacks, you can make that diving interception or knockdown, but you better get the football, because if you don't, he's in the end zone.
2nd and 10 at the 40 with 1:02 remaining. I mentioned that preseason wipeout by the Seahawks over the 49ers. These two clubs have met only once before during the course of the regular season, that back in 1976 in Seattle, and San Francisco won it 37-21. They have met 4 times in preseason, and Seattle has won 3 of the 4, including that 55-20 victory this past preseason. Now DeBerg went, looked short and then went the middle, short of a first down though. Sullivan, the receiver, Beeson stopped him. Clock is running, 50 seconds remaining. 49ers do have the 2 timeouts remaining. And now again over the middle, and Francis has the first down and much more. Should have gone out of bounds to stop the clock, but did not.
Bad move by Francis. He got wide open. He was tight roping down the sidelines. He should have stepped out and again saved another timeout, but his feet slipped out from under him. Again, the way to beat the prevent defense is underneath. And now you see Francis, he tripped himself. Nobody even touched him, and it cost him a timeout. It cost his club a timeout by not keeping his feet.
San Francisco now calling for time, so they have 1 left. With 37 seconds remaining in this first half, a break in the action. We'll be back in just a moment.
In this room, there are usually 9 or 10 infants playing, laughing, learning what it feels like to be loved. We can't show you their faces because they are victims of child abuse and neglect. I'm Archery Beeman of the Seattle Seahawks, and this is the Seattle Day Nursery, an agency supported by United Way. Here, they give love back to little children whose parents have agreed to seek help. In many cases, they were often abused or neglected themselves as children. No one knows how many abused children there are, but here in Seattle, there's a small ray of hope, thanks to a lot of volunteers who want to share the meaning of love. Thanks to them, thanks to you. It works for all of us, the United Way.
The preceding announcement was furnished as a public service by the National Football League. San Francisco now with 1 timeout left, 37 seconds remaining in the first half. Seattle leading it by the score of 21-7. And a first down for the 49ers down at the Seattle 17-yard line. DeBerg swings it off to Linville Elliott and not able to come up with a football. Carl Eller was covering on the play.
They sent all their receivers on crossing patterns to the left, tried to set it up for Linville Elliott, who came over from Cincinnati, and Bill Walsh remembers him when he coached the offense in Cincinnati.
Elliott spent 6 years with the Bengals, 7-year pro out of Northeast Missouri State, and a good receiver. He has caught 10 for 78 yards.
Not a good throw that time, though. Tough to catch those. Down low at your feet behind you.
DeBerg is 11 for 16, 144 yards. Has Schumann now to the right side on the 2nd and 10 at the 17. Goes the middle, nearly picked off. Solomon not able to hold on, and Beeson had a crack at it.
Again, a poor throw by Steve DeBerg. Solomon, they tried to hide him from a split-end spot. He's in real tight. You'll see him fake a little bit of a block, and he's trying to sneak under the coverage. But watch DeBerg's throw. It's way behind him, and those are tough to catch. We talked about that in the first quarter when Solomon had DeBerg throw it behind him.
A 3rd and 10 and a timeout called by the 49ers. Bill Walsh wanted to talk it over with Steve DeBerg, so the timeout is called.
And what he's saying to Steve is, give us the opportunity for points. He doesn't want the interception. Obviously, they're not going to run the football, so they won't fumble. But DeBerg has had problems throwing into a crowd. Now they'll talk to Terry Beeson and say, you be in that line.
A look at tonight's lineup here on NBC. Starting at 7, it'll be Disney's Wonderful World, Part 2 of The $1 Million Duck, starring Dean Jones. On the big event, Gray Lady Down, Charlton Heston, David Carradine, and Prime Time Sunday with Tom Snyder coming up at 10 o'clock tonight. All here on NBC. 28 seconds remaining in the first half. Terry Beeson, who nearly picked off that pass that Solomon was not able to hang on to, as you saw just a moment ago, chatting over at the Seattle bench. As DeBerg returns, Steve DeBerg spent all of the past off-season rehabilitating, had an injured knee that was actually suffered in the final game of the season last year.
And it's cost him. His feet have been slow, and that doesn't help you when you're throwing.
Here's a 3rd and 10 for DeBerg and the 49ers. Movement and a penalty marker down. Off the reverse. Owens goes to the left side. Owens able to keep going. Owens with a spectacular move. But we'll have to wait and see what that flag was all about.
James Owens, a UCLA alumnus out there running the reverse. And you better tackle that young man. Again, I mentioned he was a world-class long jumper, so you know he's got the powerful legs. What'd they do, Pat Haggerty? What did they do?
Defense, number 71, offside, decline.
Well, it's the old pro, Carl Eller, offside. There it is.
Our camera crew right on it again. Eller jumped offside. There's Simpson on the fake sweep. Now back to Owens, and watch this young man. You don't think he's an athlete? Look at these moves. Great quick feet there to beat Keith Butler, the outside linebacker, and he even beat him twice. Bill Gregory couldn't hold on to him. Now the 49ers are knocking.
1st and goal at the 6-yard line. Here's DeBerg looking to throw on the run. Can't find anyone. And the clock is running as Bill Cook covered up. They'll try to get the field goal unit in. Now the clock has stopped with 9 seconds.
Because the quarterback was down. Every time the quarterback is sacked, and they count that as a sack, now the clock starts up.
This will be a 25-yard attempt, and Wershing is able to hit it. Ray Wershing with 0 remaining on the clock, able to hit the 25-yard field goal. Well, the 49ers nearly blew an opportunity for a score, as DeBerg could not get it in on 1st and goal from the 6, but they leave the field now trailing the Seahawks by the score of 21-10. At halftime, Seattle Seahawks 21 and the San Francisco 49ers 10.
Tomorrow night on CBS, White Shadow, followed by Madge, Radar saying goodbye. And then be sure not to miss the 13th Annual Country Music Association Awards with the host, Kenny Rogers, all on CBS tomorrow night. Roger Staubach is still the quarterback. Hands off on a reverse to Billy Joe Dupree, and he's got some room. Billy Joe still on his feet, spins. Dallas 1st down yardage out near midfield down to the 47. Fred McNeil made the tackle.
Great ball handling by Staubach. He fakes the Laidlaw so well going up the middle. Watch this fake, and watch the Minnesota defense freeze. They all, now the reverse is on the outside by the tight end. A good block coming back. It must have been Drew Pearson. But the outside receivers, Tony Hill and Drew Pearson, have not caught a pass yet. Looks like Jimmy Carr's defensive secondary is doing a pretty good job.
They cut down Randy Holloway. That was the key block. Halftime score you just saw. Here's Dorsett being caught from behind this time. See, that happened very often. That's Randy Holloway. Jeff Seaman also.
There's young Kramer on the bench. He's been facing the barren waste, boy, going against that Dallas defense. It's tough for a young quarterback, and he's fared very well. He looks extremely poised, doesn't he?
He does. Of course, he spent his collegiate career in a strictly passing offense at Rice. Pittsburgh 44-21. Rocky Blyer just scored for the Steelers. Steelers must be angry at somebody. 2nd and 13. Pass rush is adequate. Billy Joe Dupree dives, but can't get it. Covered by Jeff Seaman, but he was open.
Roger Staubach had a lot of time. The pocket let him really wait for the big tight end to clear. Again, the linebackers are kicking to the outside, helping on those dangerous outside receivers. So he's been using his backs. Dorsett's caught 5 passes. But everybody in Dallas is having to work hard today.
Ernie Startner is making sure that that's the truth. And his defense gathered around him. 3rd and 13 as Butch Johnson is in the game. Tony Hill and Drew Pearson split wide to the right. And Butch Johnson comes wide to the left. Shotgun formation. Here comes Preston Pearson back next to Staubach, and he stays momentarily into block, and now he goes out.
Oh.
Deep for Tony Hill. Got it. Had it. Dropped it. Tommy Hannon on the coverage. Look at Tony Hill.
The most dangerous receiver that Dallas has after he catches it didn't catch it. And Hannon showed up late. The ball should have been put away. And I don't know if you could throw any better from the shotgun and hit the inside receiver clearing straight up. Must have cut in and then turned it straight up. Good pass protection. You just can't drop it over the shoulder any better than that.
Perfect throw. Here is Danny White. And again, a high kick from Danny. Edwards signals for a fair catch. Dallas 30-20. We get 60 minutes right after football. 12:09 left to play.
This is Don Criqui with John Brody. And the kickoff is returned by Dino Hall. Now for reporting that exciting game in Denver between the Chargers and the Broncos, here's Sam Nover. Now you in Cleveland and you in Pittsburgh, we're going to stay right here at Mile High. They're at Mile High Stadium, part of our network. We're at Cleveland Stadium when last we looked, and it is 44-21. Rocky Blyer went the distance from 70 yards out, longest run of his career. Ryan Sipe now takes a look, dumps it off. Pruitt has the ball, and he's knocked out of bounds at about the 37-yard line, stopping the clock with 13:48 to play. Well, we got 65 points up so far, John. How many more do we get?
Well, there's no telling. Right now, every time Pittsburgh gets the ball, something good has happened for them. They've been able to break big plays. How many times have you ever seen a football team run from the line of scrimmage 70 and 71 yards? I've been watching Pittsburgh a long time. I have not seen them run one play that far. And they've got 2 of those today. Their offensive linemen have to be credited. They've just knocked some holes in there. They've given them backs an opportunity to get out and go.
Steelers say they've only had one good performance this season when they blew away Houston 38-7. Well, they've had another one today. Sipe takes a look, fires hard over the middle, and Ozzie Newsome, who will catch it in the crowd, takes it at the 49-yard line. Cutting back, he's knocked down at about the 48. It'll be a first down for the Cleveland Browns. Donnie Shell finally knocked him down. Pittsburgh has over 300 yards rushing, John, and they're averaging a carry. This is unbelievable. 15.3 yards. That will get you there.
How sweet it is. The quarterback can be brilliant. You know, Cleveland has had a very good day offensively. It's just they can't keep pace.
Right. Usually in pretty good shape. You just get 21 up with a lot of time to go.
Against Pittsburgh.
They got 21 up and they're not even in it. Sipe takes a look. Lost it long. Newsom is there. Intercepted. Mike Wagner picks it up. The Steelers' zone coverage closed in on the receiver, Ozzie Newsome, and Mike Wagner picked it off as, again, Brian Sipe was intercepted for the 3rd time.
You remember when Ozzie Newsome went right down the seam a little earlier on the drive before? We mentioned that's a very tough pass to hit, and you're not going to fool Mike Wagner more than once in a day. He's already got his one charted up, and Wagner's just been baiting him, hoping this play will come back. He's got the ball all the way. Take a look.
Yep, he sure does. So Mike Wagner takes the ball, the free safety, back there playing center field on the long pass yardage play, picks it off, and now the Steelers come out of the huddle, and they're going to be running the ball right at the Cleveland Browns. Looking to run the clock. Nate Hawthorne carries the ball and gets out across the 20 and out close to the 28-yard line. Updating some of the other scores around the league as Hawthorne carries. Denver is leading San Diego in the fourth quarter, a big game in the AFC West. LA continues to lead the Saints at New Orleans 28-10. Now the Jets have scored, but Baltimore still holding on to a 10-6 lead as the Baltimore Colts look for their first win of this season. Dallas up by 10 over the Vikings, fourth quarter, Bloomington, Minnesota. Seattle over the winless 49ers, 21-10 in San Francisco.
Been a long year, Johnny.
Hand off to Hawthorne. He goes right at the Browns defense. He does not go down easily. He runs the ball right into the heart of the Cleveland defense, gets the ball ahead, and advances it close to the 35-yard line. A pickup of 5 yards on the play.
You're watching a running back, Greg Hawthorne, that you may see an awful lot of in the future at Pittsburgh. #1 draft choice. Big, 220 pounds, lots of speed, and they really just haven't had an opportunity to insert him in the lineup.
Big backs are so fast. You don't need the breakaway scat backs when you got 230-pounders who could do that 100 inside of 10 seconds. Here's Hawthorne. Had it and lost it. Lawrence Johnson wants to fool everybody like he's got an interception, but he got it on the one hop.
Well, you know, Tom Darden thought he was going to pick the ball off. However, he came up there and fell down, and Hawthorne almost picked it and ran off. There probably is a lot of speculation right now. You notice that Bradshaw is in the ball game. They've got a 23-point lead. They've got 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. It's the philosophy of Chuck Noll. Terry, you start the ball game and you finish it. I agree with it because you can get a lot of conversation going if you put another quarterback in. He starts to have a good day. The first time you're a little off, they start yelling for him, and it really, in my opinion, fouls up the whole routine.
Yeah, the Steelers put up their points. Here is a blocked ball. Grossman was near to it. St. Clair appeared to tip it. Mike St. Clair, the left end, number 74. That's how the Steeler offense has scored on the top line, how their defense has given up points in the fourth quarter. You don't beat Pittsburgh. Now their fourth quarter statistics through this game are 59-7 as they have outscored the Browns 7-0. First quarter was a big one for Pittsburgh, 21-0. Dino Hall is back now to return the punt. Colquitt in the game for the Steelers. Hits it well downfield. Dino takes it at his 20. Looks for some help. Goes to the outside, gets a couple of blocks, and Dino Hall's across the 40. He is across the 50. Look at this guy go. He's out inside the 35-yard line.
They got him for tripping. Colquitt, it's the only way he can stop him, and Burl Toner is right on it.
Penalty marker down. It signals against, you're right, the Steelers. Get in any way you can. But that one is illegal. Punt was 45 yards. The return was 57. So Dino Hall, who's replacing a great injured kick returner, Keith Wright, does a big job, and here's some more penalty yardage tacked on.
He's almost broken 3 or 4 today, and he's had an awful lot of action.
Tripping the runner. 10 yards, tack on, first down.
Let's watch Dino on the ISO.
Okay, we mentioned several times he's come close to breaking them, and when a team's scoring 44 points, you're going to get a lot of special team work. Here he gets out around the wedge. It formed for him. You see, he tries to cut to the inside of Colquitt. When he did, he got tripped.
Dino Hall does a good job. Sight throws to the end zone. We almost had a reception, then we almost had an interception. We had a loud out, incomplete, as he went to go to Calvin Hill again. We'll watch the trip again. You'll see Colquitt, the punter, come in and get him with a leg.
All right, we mentioned the wedge. It just set up perfectly. You see all those fellows over there didn't even have anybody to block by the time he got around it. As he goes down the lane, Colquitt's in a good position, playing him all the way. As he cuts inside, he just sticks his leg out. It's about the only play he had. He'll take the 10.
You can wrap him as best you can anyway, but you can't trip him. Anderson a little shaken up on the play for the Steelers. Now the Browns are down close, 2nd down and 10. Sipe takes a look. He lost it in, and down it's incomplete. Swinging out and downfield was Reggie Rucker with 11:35 left to play in the game. So right now, it will be 3rd down and 10 coming up for Cleveland. Forced to pass because of the disparity in the score. The Browns have come up with a lot of 3rd and long yardage plays. L.C. Greenwood jumped in early, so Sipe gets a free one. He lost it into the end zone. Logan goes up, J.T. Thomas goes up, and it's an incomplete pass.
At least it'll be 3rd and 5 instead of 3rd and 10. You can see L.C. tried to get a little jump. Usually the quarterback gets into some sort of rut. By this time in the ball game, those defensive linemen all know what it is. That time he jumped just a little early.
Since the Steelers got cooking in 1972, there is Matt Barr. Doesn't have much age on him yet, does he?
You get it quick kicking.
3rd down and 5 coming up for the Cleveland Browns. Sipe stands in, looks it up in the air. Incomplete. Dennis Winston was covering Calvin Hill on the play. So it's an incomplete pass. And it brings up another 4th down. It'll be 4th down and 5 now, as the Cleveland Browns work hard to get it back into the end zone.
As many points as Pittsburgh has put on the board today, 44. Cleveland has let 3 scoring opportunities fail. One time when they were on the 2-yard line, then they missed a field goal. The last time on 4th and 3, they weren't able to keep their drive alive, and now they've got it down here again. So they haven't had any problem moving it, just putting some points on the board.
Get an idea how good this AFC Central Division is against the rest of the league starting today's play. They were 9-1, AFC Central team. Sipe fires in the flat. Oh, Calvin Hill had it and lost it. And the 4th down play comes up short. And so on 4th down, the Steelers hold and take over the ball, leading the game 44-21 with 11:19 left to play. So we'll be returning to Cleveland Stadium in a moment with the Steelers en route to their 5th win of the year, the way it stands at this point.
1st and 10 Vikings at their own 25. Dallas leads 30-20. They retired number 10, Fran Tarkenton's jersey, in halftime ceremonies here today. The only Viking shirt to be retired. Francis is with us, and we're going to be talking to him in just a minute. 1st and 10, Tommy Kramer, his successor, throws high to Sammy White, off his fingertips.
You split that zone a few times, didn't you, Fran, that way?
Well, we tried. You know, with receivers like Rashad and White, you got a lot going for you, and both of them have played well today and have all year. But this is a tremendous football game. The Vikings have come back the second half, I think, with a lot of emotion, a lot of spirit, and made a game out of it, and it's still in the balance.
Which is the most competitive, football or television?
I don't know. I think down there it probably is, Ricky, as you know. That's tough down there.
2nd down. What do you think of Tommy Kramer?
I think he's playing very well today. A very good controlled game.
Like his future.
I really do. He's got Sammy. He's got Sammy.
Got him open. And he's got it.
Does he ever have Sammy?
You know, I believe that head talk you gave him at the half must have helped.
I don't know, but you know, Sammy's kind of taking a back seat. You'll see the play here again. You'll see Sammy come over from the left, and watch the free safety. He's gone with the role of Kramer, and Tommy puts the ball in here in good shape. He had to keep it low. If he doesn't keep it low, it's intercepted.
Now, Kramer sort of shortened up his strides running around the pocket. Do you think he studied your films and picked that up?
I don't know, but any quarterback's got to have quick feet and short, choppy steps back there, and he does. And
a lion's heart?
Yeah, you need that. They got something going here, looks like.
1st down, Dallas 38. Stu Boyd starts in motion to the left. Kramer again drops. In the direction of Chuck Foreman.
Are you surprised at Chuck Foreman's performance this year?
Well, Chuck's a great player. You've got to use Chuck out of the backfield as a pass receiver to make you most effective. And they haven't really gotten the ball to him a lot, but they've gotten the ball down the field a lot to Rashad. And But Chuck's a tremendous athlete coming out of the backfield, and you really need to get the ball to him more than they have this year, I think, to fully utilize the great abilities that he has, because he can run with the ball, as both of you know, once he gets it. I think they've got to come back and throw again here.
Dallas thinks so because they've got the extra defensive backs in, Mitchell and Thurman.
They got Thornton in, too, the big defensive left end.
He was a factor the last time. They do the same stunt, but this time the Vikings almost pick it up, and they do. They intended for Rashad, who is saying he's being interfered with, but no flag.
That was good defensive play.
Benny Barnes can be in the closest, tightest plays of any defensive back I've ever seen.
Watch Tommy here move around, Brookie. I think he made a pretty good move here. You don't need to move much back there, but he got a little pressure off to his right, comes back to the left. Good play, got a position to throw. Now set your feet, good. Can't ask him to do any more. Threw a little bit behind him, but I don't think he had anywhere to throw at that time.
They're rushing the football a little bit more than you probably did, Fran, right?
Well, you know, their offensive line, they feel, has played really well for them this year, and they're coming off the ball good in there, but they're not rushing much today.
3rd and 10. Passing situation, and Tommy Kramer wants a timeout. Fran, I know you're not supposed to work on Sunday afternoon. You work on Monday night. Thank you so much, and good luck in whatever endeavor might come your way.
Thank you, Patrick. I've always enjoyed you, and Brookie, you do a great job, and thank you very much. Good visiting with you.
How does it feel to get in a few words sideways up here with us, all right?
It's nice. I'm finally an expert after all these years.
Congratulations.
Good luck, Fran. Thank you, Brookie.
Thank you so much. Tommy Kramer over talking with Bud Grant, and the man leaving our booth spent a lot of time talking to Bud Grant, Fran Tarkenton. Nobody did it better.
28-10 Rams over the Saints. 14:50 left in the ball game, and the Saints have it 1st and 10 on the Ram 48. Ike Harris is left, Wes Chandler right, Galbraith and Muncy are in there all day behind Manning.
Allen sucks.
A draw to Muncy, and he gets to the 44-yard line, brought down by Dave Elmendorf and Bob Brzezinski.
I just made a note, Vinny, that I'm surprised Manning hasn't run more draws and screens. He has to do something to get a big play. They usually screen very well to 89, Chandler. This is a good area of the field to run a gadget.
Wes Chandler, outstanding wide receiver, number 89, but we really haven't seen him get his hands on the ball today. 2nd and 6 on the Ram 44. An end-around fake to Childs, and then a little flip to Tony Galbraith to the 40, to the 35-yard line. So there was your gadget play, George.
Very good call in this area of the field.
And they picked up a 1st down on a fake end-around to the tight end, Henry Childs.
And listen to this. Rocky Blyer just ran 70 yards. People don't think he has any speed. Pittsburgh 44, Cleveland 21.
Cleveland living on that Monday night victory over Dallas, and it is receding in history now. Seattle, meanwhile, beating San Francisco 21-10 at the half. 1st and 10 on the Ram 35. They picked up 9 on that last play. In motion is Harris. Manning to the left side to Ike Harris, knocked out of bounds by Pat Thomas inside to the 24-yard line.
Now, then I was wondering when Manning was going to do that roll out, sprint out, get away from the rush. Watch the Rams blitz here now. That's smart football. Get away from the rush.
George, when we were coming out to the ballpark this morning, you were saying that Manning is going to roll out a lot, and here it is with 13 minutes left in the game, he finally does. So 1st and 10 on the Ram 24. New Orleans taking a long time before they can find any possible flaw. Manning flicking high. Chandler can't quite make it. He got a hand on it, but he was already going out of bounds.
And then I would not work on Pat Thomas. I'd work on the other side. Pat Thomas, look at the great position Pat Thomas has. Not that Osteen isn't a good football player, but he's practically a rookie. He's inexperienced. You put 82 or 89 on 33.
So Archie Manning brings him out, and there is Osteen, number 33. We'll see if they pick on him. 2nd and 10 on the 24. Here comes Muncy. And Muncy gets inside the 20 down to about the 17. Eddie Brown came up to bring him down.
If they're going to get back in this ball game, they have to score a touchdown. They can't be fooling around with another field goal.
So they've gotten down to the 18-yard line, and it will be 3rd and 4. The Saints have been notoriously poor on 3rd down conversions today. Let's see what they do. A little screen to Galbraith behind Dobler. And he's still on his feet to the 9-yard line. 1st and goal for the Saints. George, you said it about 3 minutes ago. You were looking for a gadget play. We saw that. You were looking for a draw and a screen, and you're calling the shots.
Well, he's playing smart football now. He's taking advantage of what the Rams do well right now in this field position.
You know what? It's a joke you're not coaching. It's a joke. All right, 1st and goal from the 9. Play action fake to Galbraith. The pass into a crowd. Broken up, intended for Chandler, and there were 3 Rams. Cromwell and Elmendorf and Reynolds, and he's taking gambles again.
He is so fortunate that wasn't intercepted. He's throwing the ball right into a crowd. Now watch this. We got a good shot here. Tony Verna has a great shot here. Now watch him coming across. There's 3 men right there. No chance at all to get it in. A miracle if you get it in.
So it is 2nd and goal from the 9.
What a good call right here is a quick screen to one of those wide receivers.
Manning asking for a little quiet, but he's not going to get it. He is hollering so that his wide receivers can hear him. Under a rush, a quick release, and he's got it to Ike Harris against Osteen at the 6-yard line.
Well, the Rams were in the nickel, and they dogged him on this, and that's about all he can get. Now, he drove him off a little bit, but Osteen was right on him.
So it is 3rd and goal.
He didn't have time to throw any more than that. He was fortunate to get that ball off.
So it's a completed pass, but it only measures up for about 2.5 yards on the completion. 3rd and goal. The ball is just across the 7-yard line. Manning on a quick lob in the corner, no good. He was looking for R.C. Owens.
Yeah, bad pass. He threw it behind him. He's got to lead him. Now, Owens had that ball, had a chance to catch that ball, but I don't know whether we can see it again. He threw the ball behind him, no chance to catch it.
Remember now, the Saints had 1st and goal on the Ram 9. They have it 4th and goal on the Ram 6.
Well, again, the Rams are dictating to Archie. They're dogging him. They're forcing him to call audibles to get rid of the ball in a hurry.
11:34 left in the game. It is 28-10 Los Angeles. Childs, the tight end, is on the right side. Manning lobbing to Childs. Touchdown.
Roll out.
I don't know where he was in the first half. We've been looking for him since the national anthem.
That's exactly right, Ben. Now that's smart football. Roll out, get away from the rush, give yourself time, send Childs on a corner. Cromwell lost position on him.
A perfect pass to Henry Childs, and he had beaten Cromwell. Now, Garo Yepremian, who at one time in his career kicked 125 consecutive point-afters, drills it. Well, maybe we got something left here as we look at Archie Manning on the sidelines. We got plenty of time, 11:30, 28-17 Los Angeles.
And Dick Nolan made a good call.
Sam Nover and Bob Trumpy were back in Denver. You see the importance of this football game. If Denver can hold the lead, a 3-way tie in the AFC West, Kansas City, Denver, and San Diego will all be 4-2.
Sam, would you believe that with 560 yards offense for the two teams, 7 points are on the scoreboard?
I am dumbfounded.
357 for San Diego, 203 for Denver. Denver leads 7-0, 2:27 to go in the game.
4th down and 4 at the San Diego 36.
Joyner
over the middle, wide
Great
open.
Play.
45, 50, 45 of Denver and out of bounds. An outstanding call by Coryell, or maybe it was Fouts on his own.
Or Jim Hannafin, the offensive coordinator and assistant head coach. A great play. They send Jefferson in motion from left to right. Charlie Joyner just sneaks across behind the line of scrimmage, and he is standing there wide open. Watch this play. See if you can see Joyner sneaking down at the bottom. You can't really pick him up, but there's nobody covering him. 1st and 10, San Diego on the Denver 44.
And one of the great trades that owner Gene Klein has made for veterans over the year, that was the Coy Bacon deal to Cincinnati to get Joyner. They've also acquired Ed White from Minnesota for Ricky Young, picking up Willie Buchanan for a draft choice this year. Fouts wants it all.
Oh!
Intercepted. Joe Rizzo. Out of bounds at the 45 of San Diego. Second interception by Denver today, and what a big one that was.
That's what we were talking about earlier. The linebackers for the Denver defense are the most active in professional football, and we got a fight on the field and a flag, but who cares?
The guys who were fighting care.
Well, that's why I'm up here. Fouts, a poorly thrown pass. Rizzo is standing right there, intended for John Jefferson. And with 2:09 left, Sam, it's looking mighty slim for the Chargers, and it's going to go 11 years without a win in Mile High Stadium, Denver, Colorado.
They are still talking about this little fracas at the 45-yard line now of San Diego. Face mask against Denver. That was the first indication I saw from Cashin. Now, we may have a bit of confusion here because there perhaps was something that happened after the play. And as we've mentioned, the Broncos, Bob just said it, the Broncos haven't lost to San Diego since December 1st of '68 here at Mile High.
And the quarterback for the San Diego Chargers, 1968, John Hadle, threw 4 touchdown passes to Lance Allworth. The quarterback for the Denver Broncos, Steve Tinson. Here's the call.
It's a post-possession play, obviously. Denver keeps the ball.
Personal foul, face mask, number 36 of the receivers.
Got it wrong.
Happened after he was out of bounds. It's 1st and 25.
Oh, I see.
Bill Thompson, number 36, is the man. Now, he must have done something away from the football because Rizzo obviously carried the ball out of bounds safely. Nothing was done to him. Denver with the ball now at the 40. And 2:09 away from a great victory that'll put him into a first-place tie with Kansas City and San Diego.
Wait a minute, Sam. I'm going to tell you something. If it's face mask on Billy Thompson, that's a personal foul. That should be 15 yards.
Cashin wants the mic back again. Let's give it to him.
The distance is 1st and 10. 1st and 10.
Okay, it was 15 yards. I understand.
Well, if you do, explain it to me.
Well, it was a personal foul because he can't be a face mask because his team had the ball.
So from the 40-yard line, the bottom line is that Denver has the ball back again on the second interception of the day by the Broncos. And they give to Otis Armstrong. 45. Down he goes, about the 47-yard line. Stopped by strong safety Mike Fuller.
Shades of the Denver Broncos a few years ago with Floyd Little on the sweep.
This is a long way from being over. We have reached the 2-minute warning. 7-0 Denver. Stay with us.
Steelers 44, the Browns 21. And Pittsburgh has the ball 1st and 10 at the Steeler 18-yard line. Hawthorne runs free football. It does draw a crowd. Who's got it? Well, Lawrence Johnson thinks that Cleveland does.
He put in a claim anyway.
Got a lot of good NBC people bringing you this game. We have 6 cameras here today, 3 replay machines, and a lot of other equipment. And one of the many fine NBC technicians responsible for this is electronic maintenance man Al Buckner. So to Al and everybody on the NBC crew, our producer Larry Cirillo, our director Ted Nathanson, Thank you once again.
And here we go again. Hawthorne trying to get through on a trap play. He does break it at the line of scrimmage. Alzado gets his hand on the ball. As he does so, he jams it loose, and Cleveland's got a turnover.
The lights are on. The temperature has dropped here at Cleveland. Gusting winds as Sipe looks into the end zone. First down throw. Logan, touchdown Browns. We're not done yet. 11:03 to play.
They're not done yet. Every time people want to quit, Sipe brings them back with some sort of a throw. 27-44.
71 points on the board. The Browns. Steelers had only given up 71 in the previous 5 games.
All right, here goes Sipe. Good, excellent protection. Sipe didn't have this kind of protection last week against Houston. And Logan made a fine move down the field. Look at Winston. He can't get on him. Logan cuts underneath Mel Blount. He's kind of lost once he lets him get to him that quickly. As he does so, Sipe puts it right where it had to be thrown.
San Ratigliano calls Logan a Gary Collins with speed. The extra point is up and good. So it is a big touchdown day here in Cleveland, and we've got a long way to go. 11:03 left to play. Pittsburgh leading 44-28.
Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire with 11:05 left to play in this contest. Dallas leads 30-20. It's 3rd and 10 Minnesota at the Cowboys 38.
Sammy White's caught 7 for 131 yards.
Sammy White comes in motion. Tommy Kramer goes back. Blitz is on by Henderson. He misses him. But Thornton takes him down. The rookie on the good recovery.
Thornton is really all over the place, but a good movement in the pocket by Kramer. This is what Fran was talking about. The young quarterback is beginning to put it together. There's the delayed blitz by Henderson. Look at this battle by Thornton. 216, he lays out and makes the tackle. Sammy White may have been open down on the post.
You know, there are not many linebackers in this league or in football anywhere fast enough to blitz in a delay like Henderson does it. Coleman into the end zone. Coleman went down again at midfield, making believe he was roughed. Watch it.
He had 3 inside the 20-yard line last week. He's going through all kinds of gyrations.
Mike Hegman was number 58 of Dallas.
We are at halftime at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. For Seattle, 2 touchdowns by Dan Dornick, 1 by Sherman Smith. And for San Francisco, a 3-yard TD run by O.J. Simpson. And just before the final gun, a 25-yard field goal by Ray Worthing. So at the half, the score, Seattle 21 and San Francisco 10. And we'll be right back after these messages from your local station.
The Saints kicking off, and Yepremian kicking it to the right side, and it'll be fielded by Drew Hill. Eddie Hill almost caught it, and little Drew is off to the races. They knock him out of bounds at about the 37-yard line. Archie Manning now has thrown a touchdown pass in his 10th consecutive game. This was a pretty painful day for him, but he's trying to regroup, and he now has it Rams 28, Saints 17, 11:20 left in the game. Drew Hill returning the kickoff 27 yards. So the Rams will put it in play, 1st and 10 on their own 38. There you can see the number of plays. It took him 10 to finally get it over. Wendell Tyler, and he sees daylight. He gets by McGill, stumbles, keeps going, and is finally dragged down by Pat Hughes. When he cut on McGill, that's when he stumbled. He would have really been flying.
Remember, Ben, we said Wendell Tyler had a chance to make some big plays today. Look at that hole up the middle. Look at that hole. Look at the blocking. Wendell just turns it on. As he tried to cut, he slipped.
20 yards for Wendell on that one big gulp. Tyler has run for 59 yards. Bryant for 44. 1st and 10 on the New Orleans 42. Eddie Hill is in there now with Cullen Bryant. And it's Cullen Bryant stacked up at the 40-yard line. Fetterspiel and Barry Bennett making the tackle. Interestingly enough, on that first down picked up by the Rams, it was only their second first down in the second half.
The pressure's on the offense now to come alive and put some points on the board. The Saints are back in this game now.
2nd and 8 on the Saints 40-yard line. Eddie Hill is behind Cullen Bryant. And it'll be Hill following Bryant, and he ran right into Alois Grooms. Grooms, of course, number 78, was the man who made the big sack of Hayden earlier.
That last play, and blocking, is the type of play where Wendell wouldn't have stayed with the block, and he'd have bounced outside and maybe got something out of it.
3rd and 7. The ball is on the Saints' 39-yard line. And in a sense, the Saints now are making a last-ditch battle. They have to stop the Rams. They can't give up any more points.
Big down here, both ways.
3rd and 7 on the 39. Waddy goes left, Jesse right. Eddie Hill behind John Williams and Dan Rysick, and Pat Hughes broke up the play. A big play by number 54, Pat Hughes, despite the fact the Rams had their guards pulling. Rysick, number 54, couldn't get the block.
And that was a good call against their nickel defense. Hughes made a good recovery. He was outflanked and came back and made the play.
Well, Ken Clark will be asked to punt. Rick Maudie standing on his own 10-yard line. Clark will be punting from midfield, try to angle it from the sideline. He has punted 5 times for a 43-yard average today. Low snap. He just did get it away. George, there's a reason for that low snap.
Well, Danny Rysick is not used to playing regular, and he's playing in there at guard. He's taken a beating, and he's always been either a regular center or a backup center.
This 1979 National Football League game is brought to you by Schlitz. Make the most of now. From the life you live to the beer you drink. Go for it. By Radio Shack, the nationwide supermarket of sound. By Chrysler Corporation. See the mileage makers at your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealers. And by Ryder Truck Rental, the best truck money can rent.
Mike, right at the end of that first half, in fact, with 0 on the clock, 49ers able to get on the board on the 25-yard field goal by Ray Wersching. Do you think that will have any effect at all in the second half?
Certainly it will. Anytime you score just before halftime, that will help you coming out in the third quarter emotionally. 49ers need all the help they can get.
All right, 49ers trailing at halftime to the Seattle Seahawks by the score of 21-10. Right now, let's go to NFL 79 in New York for an update from Brian Gumbel.
Sunday number 6, a Sunday of frustration for some NFL coaches, particularly for this man, John McKay, head of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Billy Taylor over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Giants upset the Buccaneers, gained their first victory of the year. After 6 weeks, no team is unbeaten. Meanwhile, down in Houston, Bum Phillips had to look on as his Oilers came up empty against the Cardinals, 24-17. St. Louis a winner. Wayne Morris right here, one of their scores. The Oilers had a chance to move into a tie for first in the AFC Central, but they have missed that chance. Hello again, everybody. Brian Gumbel along with Mike Adamle. Let's get you all caught up on just what is happening week number 6. The young Kansas City Chiefs moved to 4-2, win their 3rd straight, beat the Bengals, who remain winless.
In the Meadowlands, Phil Simms, his first NFL start, didn't have a great day, only 37 yards passing, but it didn't matter because he had Mr. Taylor to hand off to.
Well, the Philadelphia Eagles moved to a 5-1 record, get 4 touchdowns from Wilbert Montgomery, beat the Redskins 28-17.
New England Patriots, they continue to be hard to figure. Another tough game today, 24-17 over Detroit.
How good is Walter Payton? He's all the Bears have. 39 carries, 155 yards. The defense shut out the Bills, 7-0 Bears.
And the Green Bay Packers, they're as big a puzzle as the Patriots. Today they laid down against Atlanta 25-7. 3 Tim Mazzetti field goals, the difference in that one.
As noted, the Oilers came up empty at home. That's a tough one to figure. Big upset. St. Louis a winner 24-17.
The battle of 4-1 teams, and on Lake Erie, Pittsburgh versus Cleveland, 44-21. Franco Harris, 71-yard touchdown run. Rocky Blyer, a 70-yard touchdown run.
The Chargers are averaging 28 points a game, but they're coming up empty. Against Denver, it's 7-0 in the fourth quarter.
Los Angeles, New Orleans, 28-17 in the fourth quarter. 2 Pat Hayden touchdowns, the difference here.
The Colts are still searching for victory number 1. They're on top right now, 10-6 in the fourth.
Dallas, Minnesota, 30-20, that game also in the fourth quarter.
And Seattle against San Francisco. San Francisco still winless through these weeks. Seattle's out in front, 21-10. That ball game is at the half. You are caught up on Sunday number 6. We've still got a second half of football to come, and we'll get to it right after this commercial break.
Timeouts remaining could be a very important factor for both sides as we enter the last 2 minutes of regulation time and a 7-0 Denver lead. Morton's got a 2nd down and 3 now from his own 47-yard line. And Otis Armstrong, the leading ball carrier, 60 yards, 7 carries. And we still can't understand why Red Miller doesn't use him more often.
I don't want to put the kiss of death on Denver, but they've had 9 fumbles in 5 games, so this game is a long way from being over.
Long count by Morton. Gives it to Armstrong again. Cuts inside, a good block to the 45, 40. First down at the 41 of San Diego. He got a great block from Tom Glossick back at the 47-yard line. And they have run that sweep very well. Actually, it's not a wide sweep. He cuts it up.
It's a power sweep. He also got a great block from Keyworth and Riley Odoms at the point. Armstrong finally getting a chance to show why what he said in the paper that I should be playing more may have some truth to it.
And another big first down for Denver as they reach the San Diego 36-yard line, protecting a 7-0 lead. Otis has had himself a day. 2nd leading ground gainer in Denver history behind Floyd Little. A minute 53 to go. Fourth quarter, I formation. And Jensen dives to about the 34-yard line. Gary Johnson and Bob Horn, the middle linebacker, combined to make the stop. We talked earlier about the altitude and the wear and tear it has on football players. And one observation was that San Diego had gone basically with the same defense all day, very little substitution, with the exception of Willie Buchanan, who was injured. And maybe, Bob, and I say just maybe, it's starting to take its toll.
But, Sam, you can't really put the tag on the altitude for the San Diego Chargers having their problems today. They have missed 4, 5 opportunities to score, and when you do that against Denver, you're not going to win the football game. I don't care if you're playing at 35,000-foot elevation.
Don't forget, also next Sunday, another outstanding lineup of exciting NFL action here on NBC. Bryant Gumbel, Mike Adamle get us started 12:30 Eastern Time with NFL 79. Nice feature on Canadian style. In Buffalo 7-0. Other key games, the Buffalo-Miami battle, Joe Ferguson against Bob Greasy, the Seahawks and the explosive Chargers, and Denver versus the surprising Chiefs. We ask you to check your local listings for the game and time in your area. We got a pretty good football game in Cincinnati, Bobby, you and me. The Steelers and the Bengals. 2nd down and 8 from the 34 of San Diego. Denver 7-0. Armstrong to about the 32, has the ball stolen, but I believe it came after the whistle. And the
no, they gave it to the Chargers.
No, I don't believe they have yet. I haven't seen an official signal from Red Cashin.
He's pointing his arm the other way,
He
Sam.
is now. He is now. He waited a very, very long time, but how's that for a turnover? 1:33 to go, and the Chargers are not dead.
Well, that's what we said. 9 fumbles so far in 1979. They've recovered 5 of them. He gets a good hit. Yes, sir, that's a legitimate fumble. Dejournay made the fumble.
Wilbur Young, all 300 pounds of him, and Armstrong lost the battle there. 34-yard line. Let's see if Fouts can march him down. He's got 2 timeouts and a minute 33 on the clock. Loops went out here for Artie Owens, but he caught it out of bounds.
1 foot. Good call by the official.
He has had himself a day. Danny Fouts has thrown for over, I find it incredulous to even say it, over 300 yards. And when you look at the stats, if you didn't know the score, you'd think that San Diego had at least 4 touchdowns on the board. They have not a point.
Total, the 2 teams have over 600 yards now, Sam. 7 points. 126.
It's even more amazing that Fouts hasn't got a point on the board when he's got half the total yardage in the air. Throws this one down, intercepted by Thompson. Right into his hands. Out of bounds at the 32-yard line. A minute 15 to go. Third interception, second by Bill Thompson. Well, this crowd tells you a lot. Tremendous reaction. Jefferson, the intended receiver.
I don't blame him for trying to get the ball to J.J., but Clarence Williams underneath J.J. was standing wide open, Sam. You saw the double coverage that J.J. got. Thompson just standing back there in center field. It was thrown right to him. He was wide open. That's his third interception, as Sam said.
Danny Fouts had but 4 interceptions in 5 games, entering this one 3 today. Rob Lytle hits the pack at the 30-yard line and is shoved back. And San Diego now will have to exercise a timeout with 1:06 to play in the 4th quarter, trailing Denver 7-0.
Sam, I said that you get normally 6 opportunities to score in a football game. Roy Girella missed 3 field goals, and Dan Fouts has thrown 3 interceptions, 2 to Billy Thompson. That's your 6 chances. No wonder they don't have any points, and I don't care if they got 1,000,000 yards on them.
However, I'd hardly say they had scoring chances when he was intercepted from his own 30 and 36.
Yes, but when you start an offensive drive, you figure you got 6 to score.
33 seconds. They did not stop the clock. Morton back at his 32-yard line, covered by DeJournay and Big Hands Johnson. And now they use what I believe is their last timeout. So it'll be 3rd down, Denver. San Diego has no timeouts left. They trail by 7.
Time left in the game, 8 minutes and 23 seconds. It is 28-17 Rams. The New Orleans Saints, before a full house of over 71,000, will put the ball in play 1st and 10 from their own 13-yard line. Archie Manning has Muncie and Galbraith. Chandler goes left and Harris right. Childs, the tight end, on the right side. In motion is Harris. Galbraith behind Dobler's block. Fumble. The Rams recover. Fumble again, and Dobler recovered it. Can you imagine Conrad Dobler blocking and recovering his 2nd fumble?
That's the 2nd one he's recovered today. He had a hole here. Looked like he was going to make some yardage. They're running inside of Brzezinski. Reaches in by the elbow. Jars the ball loose. Cromwell had it, lost it. And old Conrad Dobler.
So Conrad recovering his 2nd fumble, saving Galbraith's bacon twice today. That makes it 2nd and 13. The ball is back on the 10-yard line. Dreyer, he just avoided a safety. Complete to Harris, and he fumbled. Childs fell on it. They rule it. No pass. No pass.
I thought it was a completion and a fumble. A great play by Archie Manning. Fred Dreyer has him dead to rights. He wiggles loose. That's the Archie Manning of old now. Throws a strike. A great catch by Ike Harris. A good hit.
That's Childs.
Childs recovers.
Nolan Cromwell really stuck him now. As you can see, there's Dreyer, who once had 2 safeties.
Tremendous play by Archie. And he throws a strike, and this is what Ike Harris does real well.
Watch Cromwell. Wham!
Right there. I thought he had possession of the ball.
Well, he didn't. It's 3rd and 13 from the 10. Manning right through the hands of Henry Child and almost into the hands of Eddie Brown.
Well, the Rams have a good rush on him. They're putting pressure on him. He can't take time to set up and throw like he wants to.
So that was a big hit by Nolan Cromwell. It might very well be lost with all of the detail of today's game. But Cromwell sticking Ike Harris and knocking the ball loose and breaking up what would have been a big 1st down.
Now the Rams should have good field position after this punt.
So Partridge kicking from the end zone. Eddie Brown is standing on the Saints 45. And he arrows one. And Brown backpedaling at the 35. Now he goes back to his own 30. Wilson drops him at the 33.
Great punt.
Boy,
Great
Rick
punt.
Partridge.
Boy, 4.2 hang time. Boy, but the length of the punt. 61 yards. That's what you want.
Back in San Francisco, Marv Albert with Mike Hafner. Seahawks leading it by the score of 21-10 as we get set for the kickoff.
And I talked to O.J. Simpson prior to the game about that celebrated knee injury of his. Let's talk to O.J. O.J., everybody in the country wants to know about the knee. Give us a background on it and how it's feeling.
Well, it's feeling pretty good. I have some problems with it because it swells up. Like after the game, it'll swell up if I work real hard during the week. Wednesday is our big offensive day, so I work hard on Wednesday, so it swells up a little bit, so I can't work too hard on Thursday. So I try to keep a balance. I try to get enough work in on Mondays and Wednesdays and try to lay off it a little bit the latter part of the week so the swelling to go down. It hurts my conditioning somewhat, but it's what I got to do to play.
Thanks, partner.
Thank you.
And O.J. has looked sharp in the first half. 37 yards, 10 carries, averaging just under 4 yards per carry. However, his club is trailing here, 21-10, as we await the kickoff from Efren Herrera. And the ball is toppled from the tee, so he'll have to tee it up once again. Back deep for the San Francisco 49ers, Paul Hofer and James Owens, as you look at the halftime statistics.
Fairly even time of possession, right close together. 216 yards for the Seahawks, 209 for the 49ers.
And the kickoff is a short one taken by Owens to the 20. With a surge, 2 men are back as Owens races to midfield. Well, I said earlier it's been a disappointing first year for James Owens, but he has had 2 sparklers here today.
And again, we see a kicker who saves the touchdown. Owens, tremendous speed, a great sprinter, world-class sprinter out of UCLA, a running back who has been moved to wide receiver. He breaks to the outside. Steve Rabel and Efren Herrera make the tackle. I haven't seen 2 kickers make the tackle in one game in a long time.
A 41-yard run by James Owens. First down for San Francisco at the Seattle 48-yard line. Beautiful fake, Wilbur Jackson. Off the fake from DeBerg for the first down and much more. So Jackson, the 5-year man out of Alabama, who's been averaging about 3 per carry, adding to the stats right there, setting up a first down at the Seattle 34-yard line.
Good call by Steve DeBerg. They've been going outside with very much success. This time just a quick handoff and fake the outside pitch. Wilbur Jackson found a hole, and he's got the speed to get in the secondary.
Simpson and Jackson are the running backs. The tight end is Brewer as we reset the San Francisco 49ers. Again, it's Jackson. 4-yard advance, makes a 2nd and 6 out at the 30-yard line. In the first half, the Seattle scoring on 2 touchdowns by Dornick, one on a 13-yard run, the other on a 3-yard plunge. Sherman Smith scored the other Seattle touchdown. O.J. Simpson for the 49ers, and the 25-yard field goal by Ray Wersching closed it off with 0 on the clock. O.J. Down to the 26-yard line, Sammy Green, number 56, making the stop on the play.
We talked about the emotion advantage that San Francisco would have coming out at halftime because of that field goal with no time left. They get a great return to the kickoff. They've had 2 excellent running plays, one by Jackson, one by Simpson, but they must score on this drive to keep that emotion up.
It is a 3rd and about 1. Phil Francis, number 48, has come on to join Simpson in the backfield. Here's O.J. picking up the first down and more inside the 20-yard line. John Harris, the free safety, making the stop. Randy Cross and Keith Monhorst leading it off the right side.
It's kind of like Arnold Palmer in golf. It's O.J. Simpson running the football. Every time he gets his hands on it, I get goosebumps because the man still has the moves. Despite 11 years of bruising tackles, and serious injuries.
And you have to wonder about O.J.'s knees on this very hard artificial turf. Although the last couple of weeks he has looked just fine. Wilbur Jackson got the call right there.
Artificial turf will run anyone out. Of course, this is prescription athletic turf, natural grass, and that's an advantage for O.J. He played on artificial surface all the time at home when he was in Buffalo. Here he has natural turf, and that will help his knee.
Jackson might have picked up a half yard as you look at the Simpson story for the day. 12 rushes, 50 yards. 2nd and 9 outside the 16. Francis back in, combining with Simpson. Backs are split now. And here's Francis off the big hole. 1st and goal for San Francisco. Free safety John Harris making the tackle. Left guard Ayers, center Pullen, opening up that big hole for Phil Francis.
One of the reasons that Francis got into the secondary so quickly, they faked the pitch out to O.J. Simpson. It drew the linebackers, and then Francis was able to pick his way.
A hand for Francis, 7th round draft pick. Rookie out of Stanford, who had carried the ball only 6 times coming into today.
Bill Walsh remembered him. He coached at Stanford and brought him to the 49ers.
1st and goal. Now Simpson to the 5. So a 2-yard advance. It'll be a 2nd and goal at the 5-yard line, and Francis returns to the lineup, replacing Jackson.
And again, the reason for Francis in the backfield is to block for O.J. Simpson. Another reason they fooled the Seahawk defense when Francis broke that inside running play.
We are early 3rd quarter, and the 49ers looking to get on the board, trailing by the score of 21-10. Here's DeBerg, and it's intercepted, picked off by Sammy Green, and a foot race now, being chased by DeBerg, and DeBerg is bumped away, and Green will go all the way. Sammy Green with his first interception of the season, and a big one because the 49ers were on the move.
91 yards. And we talked to Bill Walsh prior to the game about Steve DeBerg trying to force the football into a crowd, and this is just a bad throw. There's no other way to explain it. DeBerg made a great fake inside to Francis, didn't even look to see who was covering O.J. Simpson in the flat. Sammy Green steps in front. Now comes the foot race, and watch Cornell Webster. That's a guy that's hustling. Helped his linebacker out. Sammy Green, 91 yards. Oh, he'll talk about that one for the rest of his life.
Seahawks now lead 27-10. And Herrera with Zorn holding. A huge turnaround play by Green, make it 28-10 to the Seahawks. 10 minutes and 13 seconds remaining, 3rd quarter. A huge turnover. The intercept by Green to take it in, and the Seahawks lead 28-10.
3rd down 11 for the Broncos, 32-yard line of San Diego. San Diego has used all of its timeouts. Morton falls on the ball at the 35. The clock will run out, and San Diego will have lost for the 11th straight year here at Mile High Stadium. Now, while you're watching this great celebration, Brian Sipe has thrown 2 more touchdown passes in Cleveland. The Browns trail Pittsburgh 44-35 with 9 minutes to play in that one. Some unbelievable football being played around the National Football League today. This one is over. 7-0 Denver, and they can thank their defense a whole lot, I would say, Bob.
Sam, when we started this football game, we told everyone about the dedication of the football team to Bob Peck with the black armbands on 3 of the players. Bob Peck, the publicity man for the Denver Broncos, died last Tuesday. He was loved by everybody on the football team. It may have been the difference.
Well, the statistics have yet to be compiled, but you can rest assured that San Diego outdistanced the Denver Broncos a great deal today in total yardage, but it counts on the scoreboard, and the Broncos had the big turnovers. The fumble recovery by Bill Thompson that he ran down to the 11. 2 plays later, Norris Weiss bootlegged the ball in the end zone, so Thompson's got to be your star. 2 interceptions of Dan Fouts, and he also had the fumble recovery that set up the lone touchdown in this ball game. 7-0 Denver.
White was being attended to on the sideline a minute ago, but it looks like there is no problem with him. I don't think it's possible to hurt him. 1st and 10, Cowboys at their own 20. Dorsett and Laidlaw, and Dorsett takes the handoff. Flag is down. Holding is going to be called against Jay Salvi, I think, or Donovan maybe. That's all right.
Might have even been a crackback block. It looked to me like Holloway sort of flopped over on his back very quickly. And those are good rules that they've written into the NFL rule book. Take that crackback away, and there are a lot of knee surgery jobs prohibited every year that used to put people out of action and back on the street.
But you know, I can remember back when we were playing, if you had a knee operation, you might have been through for forever.
Yeah.
Holding, offense, number 57, 1st down.
It was called on Donovan.
It was a knee first and then psychotherapy later because it would drive you crazy trying to get a knee to come back.
Just about could forget about it. Now they do marvelous work. 1st and 10, 1st and 20 after that penalty. Staubach gives on the draw play to Preston Pearson. Just saw the 6 flash for a minute.
Preston Pearson, the ball carrier, and another tackle.
Goes Hannon. Cleveland is still playing against Pittsburgh. That score remains the same. Pittsburgh 44, Cleveland 28. Washington lost to Philadelphia today, 28-17. And Dick Vermeil has done one outstanding job with the Eagles.
With hard work, there is no substitute for it. Young Hannon, by the way, is out of Michigan State in his 3rd year. He is just right at 192 pounds, not quite 6 feet tall, and has really battled to make this team. The last couple of years he was in there and suffered. People picked on him, and he's under his own power, but he needs the help right now.
Nate Wright moves into the backfield and moves out onto the corner. Keith Nord is taking Tommy Hannon's place at 2nd and 9. Staubach throws down the middle to Billy Joe Dupree, who's wide open. Billy Joe out near the 50-yard line.
Roughing the passer, too, on Staubach. Dave Roller came through late and really stuck it to Roger.
Tommy Hannon on the sideline. It didn't take Roger to go right to work on Keith Nord, did it?
Before you get loose and warm, the new guy gets tested.
He replaced Hannon. This penalty will be tacked on at the end of the game.
Take a look now. You'll see that Pearson stepped up and took the blitzer. We may not be able to show it. There's the good catch by Dupree, who had good downfield depth and distance. He must have been 19, 20 yards in the line of scrimmage.
At least.
Unnecessary roughness, roughing the passer, number 60.
I forgot who it was.
It's Dave Roller.
70's looking for his number now.
And Roller's trying to hide it.
We don't want to make any mistakes on who it is.
Defense, 1st down. 76 defense, 1st down.
It was Dave Roller, 76 on the defense. Ex-Giant, ex-Packer. Enthusiastic. At the Minnesota 36, Dallas 1st down. Drew Pearson faked in motion. Staubach faked to Dorsett. Tony Hill can't hang on. Again, he juggled it and then dropped it.
That would have been a fantastic catch. He tried to get control of it quickly and get the feet down, but he was really under a full head of steam. The blitz now by Studwell doesn't get there. Picked up beautifully by Dallas. This ball is right on, but this one would have been almost an impossible catch.
He was juggling as he went out of the end zone, so it would not have been complete anyway, and then he dropped it. John Turner was the Viking defender.
There's Hannon walking around. He's trying to find out what the score is, and I'm not laughing at him, but I went through that a lot where they thought it was the 1st quarter and it's almost over. You know?
It's the 4th, and it's 30-20. You'll find out. 2nd and 10, the handoff is to Dorsett, who's looking for a hole. Breaks a couple of tacklers, and they finally get him down after he picks up a couple of yards. Fred McNeil, number 54. Danny White loosening on the sideline. Perhaps he'll play the next series.
You know, we've done this before about his father, but it was Wilford Whizzer White, the Arizona State All-American, sort of in our era in the 50s. That was his father. not the Supreme Court judge. Byron was your White. That's enough to confuse everybody, including Danny, I think, but...
Fine baseball player is Danny White as well, or was. Tommy Hannon is back in the game, number 45, who was knocked around a minute ago in that helmet collision. Here's Staubach operating from the shotgun. Throwing, he'll have a first down. Matt Blair, the tackler, and I'm not sure who caught the pass yet.
No quarterback on this side of Fran could look away and ad-lib better than number 12. Watch Staubach looking deep, looks one way. Now the ad-lib parts from now on. His deep receivers are covered. Watch him move a little bit and then find that second or third receiver. And of course it's Pearson.
Preston, that is. And still, neither Tony Hill or Drew Pearson have caught a pass. Neither one of his fine wide receivers. And they both had caught at least 3, I believe, in each game so far. Here's Dorsett. Inside the 20 to about the 18. Staubach is 13 out of 19 for how much?
For 135 yards, which is a rather conservative day for him, but I think he would settle for it. Young Kramer, meanwhile.
It'll be 2nd and 5 as we check what Kramer is.
16 of 30 for 189 yards. And, of course, the great Sammy White touchdown catch.
2nd and 4 for the Cowboys.
Tony Dorsett has scored 3 touchdowns on the ground for Dallas. Benny Barnes got the other one as he picked up a fumble. Here comes Dorsett in motion. 2nd down. Brinson will get the carry. And Brinson will not get anything. Fumble. And Minnesota has it. Scott Studwell. Brinson is down.
That's the second fumble lost. The Cowboys came in with 9 fumbles, and 8 of them they lost, so that's 10 fumbles they've turned over. Really hit by Holloway, the big Pittsburgh University All-American of a couple of years ago.
That is Larry Brinson. And now the Cowboys really, as you think about this, if this is serious, are down to 1 fullback. Brinson is off, and this is another injured Cowboy. Brinson appears to be okay, except for his concern about that fumble. The NBA, don't forget, starts on CBS Friday night at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The Los Angeles Lakers against the San Diego Clippers.
Lakers with a new coach, Jack McKinney.
Right.
Same center, pretty good player. It's Fitzgerald again.
John Fitzgerald's had a tough day. He was taken out once before.
Almost a TKO. We only say that because Fitz is the kind of guy that plays with most injuries that put guys in the sidelines. He plays every game like that. He's such a tape up and do the job attitude person. He's having to leave again. I couldn't see where he got it in there.
I don't know if we have the 2 knockdown rule, do or not, do we?
That's right. Standing 8 count for Fitz. Let's see.
First and 10 for the Vikings, and they're 18.
Seattle 28, San Francisco 10. First and 10 for Minnesota Vikings. 7:13 left to play as Tommy Kramer again drops to pass and throws complete to Rashad. Aaron Mitchell on the coverage and tackle.
Interesting philosophy among the Minnesota players now. They give Rashad the ability to run anywhere he wants to on this sprint out type play and find his own opening. If it's up or if it's a deep sidelines, he can change it in the middle, and the quarterback with a sprint out just reads what he does and tries to react to it. Rashad decided to run the deep sideline. He is some receiver.
That takes a pretty good quarterback to be able to do that. Roger Staubach warming up with Robert Shaw, the center. How about this contest? Cleveland just scored again. They have just over 3 minutes left in that 44-35 screen pass. Ricky Young gets away from a couple of tacklers. Aaron Kyle and D.D. Lewis finally stopped him.
You don't see Brunig miss many tackles. Watch number 53 get a real good shot at Ricky Young, the fullback, number 34. Here's the fake. The screen is forming to the left. Watch number 53 come in. He beats the blocker and just misses. Now Ricky Young continues, and Kramer is now 18 of 32 for 202.
final score, Denver beat San Diego 7-0 on a run by Norris Weeks, the quarterback.
Hard to beat the Broncos at Mile High Stadium.
Certainly is. That'll tie them for first place with San Diego as Kramer throws back across the field. The shot couldn't quite hold on as Aaron Kyle tried for the interception and just knocked it loose.
Kyle starts running about 10 yards away and thinks he has the INT. Here's Fitzgerald. He went to Ernie Stautner's old school, Boston College. That's how they got a line on him. Was a defensive lineman, has become one of the great offensive centers.
He's been down twice today. He may be looking for another sport. Third down. 10 yards to go. 5.5 minutes left to play. Dallas 30-20 at the moment.
Third and 10 for the Vikings at their 31.
3 sacks on young Kramer.
From their own 31, Minnesota operates again. Dallas does the studding up front. Ricky Young makes a one-handed grab. It's finally knocked loose and called incomplete.
Boy, that Harris.
Crunch.
Harris having a fight with Kramer, the quarterback. Crash Harris came across and made that contact right as the receiver was trying to put it away.
Coleman again in to punt for Minnesota. He might have ideas of throwing it or running it with time running out now. And Dallas owning a 10-point lead.
He's been trying a little bit of everything.
This time he catches it. Steve Wilson chased all the way back to his own 16. Looking for a place to go and almost getting around the corner before he's knocked out of bounds by Scott Studwell. A 52-yard punt. One of the Vikings is now down.
Pittsburgh Steelers, Bradshaw thrown into the end zone 3 times. Onside kick. It touched the Steeler and the Browns have the ball.
Tell you, Don, you game isn't over. There's still almost 11 minutes of play left.
Ricky Jones recovered. So we're not done yet. Jim Smith apparently touched the ball. And the ball will be at the 45-yard line. Here it is. Cockcroft gives it a little swipe. And coming up with a football for the Cleveland Browns.
Ricky Jones.
That's actually Ricky Jones who grabbed it on the run on the one hop. It hit a Cleveland up back. And there was a free ball then. Sipe takes a look. Home run ball. Rucker's out there, and he is incomplete at the 5-yard line.
Woo!
And there's a penalty marker down in the Pittsburgh secondary.
Well, let me tell you, Brian Sipe just got rid of that ball before the lights went out. Dwight White was flying after him. There's a penalty on the play right in the middle of the field.
Browns don't look too happy about it. Here's the call.
Double foul. Hold. 63 offense. Holding. 31 defense. Play goes over.
We shall do it again.
Well, Donnie Shell, we mentioned he's been on him all day long on Ozzie Newsome. You get in the middle of the field and it's a one-on-one situation. Now he goes with the play, but he was holding on to him. I guess it was ruled earlier before we could see it.
Brian Sipe needs just 4 more yards, John, for 300-yard day passing. He also needs 17 points.
Right?
So it'll be first down and 10 now for the Cleveland Browns. The ball at their 45-yard line. Rucker comes wide to the right. Logan's on the left flank. You see the lights on at Cleveland Stadium with over 81,000 attendance for one of the most celebrated rivalries in the NFL. The Ryan Sipe took the hard hit from Dwight White. Ozzie Newsome with the intended receiver. This wind has blown a lot of things on the field. It's amazing how well they've thrown in the gusty wind.
You can just see Sipe is rather disappointed because that screen was pretty well set up. It's a timing situation with the tackle. You have to get a little bit more of the defensive end than Deacon got that time. And
still a lot of time left with a 44-28 score on the board. Steelers in the lead. 10:44 to play. Sipe takes a drop, takes a look, lets her go. Logan has the football. Browns at the 31-yard line. This thing is something else.
Cleveland forgot to quit. How many times did they come back at home? In the last 10 games, it must have been 3 or 4. Now, if they come back today, it's a miracle, and they're playing the best defense in the National Football League. But they are moving the ball on it. Okay, Dave Logan, we saw him just a little bit earlier, catch a touchdown pass, get him within 16 points. Runs the same pattern, only pulls it up in there, well thrown, right at the spot of the move. Picks up a first.
Logan would be your basic athlete, drafted by the NBA, by the Major League Baseball, as well as by the Browns. Here's a throw, Logan, what a catch, down to the 13-yard line. And we've still got a lot of time left, 9:50 to play.
All right, let me tell you something, Don. These balls are pretty easy to complete. You can see the lanes the Sipe has to throw in. It's because Lauren Payne, Robin Cole, the linebackers are hurting. It causes rookies to play linebacker. Tom Graves may be an outstanding football player later in his career, but he's still young. It's very difficult for him to start cutting off patterns.
So Logan has been the guy down the stretch, and Sipe has been there to him. So it is 1st and 10, Cleveland Browns, 13-yard line of the Pittsburgh Steelers. 9:15 to play. Sipe looks, lofts it into the end zone. Touchdown, Cleveland! Dave Logan! Unbelievable, huh? I'm loving all this. This is great.
There's still 9 minutes and 10 seconds left, and all the mo has gone toward Cleveland. So I think Logan only caught 3 balls in a row right there on that drive. That last one was a beauty.
I've never seen anything like this.
Well, this is like the old days of the AFL, you know. Whoever gets the ball last wins.
Last at bat, just like a highlight reel.
351 yards for Sipe so far today. There's still 10 minutes left to play. His team is 10 down, trying to make it 9.
Cockcroft knocks it through. Boy, you think back when the Browns didn't score, when they had a 1st and goal at the 2, and then they missed the short field goal. They had those 10, we'd really have something.
Yeah, you think back, that's history, though.
That's right.
You think ahead, see what you can do now.
Guess we've all got 20/20 hindsight. The Browns are up and cheering their players. Brian Sipe has thrown the ball 41 times. He has completed 22 for 351 yards and 5 touchdowns. 9:10 left to play, so we've got a long way to go. Beautifully thrown ball and a great move by Logan to take it.
These guys will not buy that they're beat, Don. Okay, Sipe makes an excellent throw. The only place it can be caught. Logan plays the ball all the way. Never really gave Mel Blount a chance to know when it was going to be thrown, and that was the secret to the touchdown.
Boy, this is something. If you joined us late, we've got a show going on at Cleveland. The Pittsburgh Steelers and their awesome defense and the Cleveland Browns moving through them. The Steelers holding to a lead at this point, but it has not been easy as the Browns keep rallying back in the game. 44-35.
With 9+ to go.
Go to the triple-digit scoreboard. This time, kicked off downfield. Anderson loses the handle. He's got a problem right now as the Browns get him. Willis Adams throws him down inside the 10-yard line. 9:01 left to play. This is great. Willis Adams, and there's penalty markers also down on the play. What a game. Against the Steelers, the play goes. Cliff against Pittsburgh, that will set them back still more.
They have got to get it out of this hole. It'll be interesting to see. This is the 3rd time that it looked like Pittsburgh had a comfortable lead. You can see Chuck Noll. He's a little concerned. Terry's got to rally him again. It's the toughest thing in football to do. Once you think you've won a ball game, the other team comes back. Now you've got to get your group reorganized.
Look at Chuck Noll, boy. He is unhappy about this turn of events. This awesome Steeler defense that has taken this team to 3 world championships has been riddled by the passing of Brian Sipe. And now Bradshaw, who's had an even more effective day than those statistics would indicate. Hands off, and the Browns close it down. I tell you, Cleveland is playing football right now.
You think the offense scoring touchdowns doesn't pump the defense up? They seem to be playing better right at this moment than they have all throughout the game. This is Robert Jackson filling the hole. You noticed a few times earlier, they made big gainers on that little trap play. That time he was in it.
Well, the bunch just crunched him on that one. Clock running, 8:29 left to play. Browns trail by 9. Second down and 9 for the Steelers, way down in their own area of the field at the 6. Handoff. Alzado put the smashing tackle on. And also on the stop was the middle linebacker Jackson and Dimmler, 92. That's how Cleveland breaks down offensively and defensively, scoring and turning points throughout the 4 quarters of play coming into this game.
Okay, here we go. Another shot, just like the halfback looks at it. That whole close pass.
Now Franco Harris is in the game. Here's a pitch back to Harris. On a 3rd down carry, he puts his head down, and it looks like Franco Harris might have the first down. He had to get the ball to the 16-yard line.
He knew right where he had to get it, and he got it there.
A big play for the Pittsburgh Steelers as their lead has been cut to 9, 44-35. 7 minutes and 25 seconds left to play in the game. The clock is running here in Cleveland. The wind is blowing and over 81,000 are standing as we have had one of the most exciting games in the National Football League this season. The Browns falling way behind, then rallying back as Brian Sipe has thrown for 5 touchdowns. And now the world champions looking to hold their lead. Come out of the huddle, 1st and 10 at the 16-yard line. Bradshaw gives off to Franco Harris, and he's chopped after a gain of less than 2 yards. And the clock runs. 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. John Brody.
That was a big 7-yard gain that Harris picked up. He's run one for 71 today, but that 7 yards was more meaningful. That's right. He's quieted this crowd down. He's given his team a little room to operate with. They want to control the clock. The only way they can do it is pick up a 1st down.
Second down and 8. Pittsburgh Steelers with the ball. Cleveland's defense digs in. Handoff. Franco Harris. It's not there. It'll be 3rd and long yardage. He got to the 20. It'll be 3rd down and about 7. Jack Gregory came in. Number 81 and made the stop on Franco Harris.
All right, we look at the offensive line has been having the best of it all day long, both sides of the field. However, during this drive, Cleveland looks up to the task.
There's the big guys digging in. Gregory in at left end, number 81, the veteran. Who started his career here at Cleveland, went to the New York Giants for 7 seasons, then came back to Cleveland. 3rd down and 7. Pittsburgh Steelers with the ball. The Cleveland Browns looking to get the football back. Bradshaw, look, arcs a pass, and it is caught by John Stallworth for a Steeler 1st down. A superb connection by the Steelers when the pressure is on.
What a superb pattern, John. This pattern was run just as well as you can run it. He got inside the defense. When he did so, it allowed Bradshaw to have a lot of room throwing it to the outside. You notice when he did throw it, Stallworth has given him a lot of room to throw it in. A lot of sideline to work with. He picks up the 1st down, and it just quieted down everybody in the house.
The clock is running. 5 minutes left to play now. It's down to 4:58 and running. 44-35. Pittsburgh with the ball, and the Steelers with their all-pro quarterback Terry Bradshaw pulling the trigger against the 1st down yardage on 3rd down. 1st and 10 Steelers. Bradshaw goes to Harris. They're giving him less and less. Franco Harris has over 150 yards running the ball in this game. He got 71 in that one shot up the middle on a 3rd and short yardage play when he took it into the end zone. At that point, it looked like a laugher for the Pittsburgh Steelers. 4:25 left to play. At Municipal Stadium, Cleveland, Ohio, this is Don Criqui with John Brody. We have 4:14 left to play in the game. It has been a most remarkable football game as the Steelers are holding to a 44-35 lead. The Browns, falling way behind, keep rallying back. And now they're trying to get the football back from the world champions. Ryan Sipe, the Cleveland quarterback, has thrown for 5 touchdowns in this game. Best day of his career.
And Pittsburgh has been up to the task because 9-point lead and there was 9 minutes to go in the ball game. They've just run off about 5+ of those. Bradshaw's run his team from his own 6-yard line out to the 42-yard line. One fine throw, an excellent run by Franco Harris. This is a big drive. Pittsburgh keeps coming up with it.
The champions come out of the huddle. 3rd down and 6 at the 41-yard line of Pittsburgh. Steelers with the ball. 3:25 left to play. The clock is running. Bradshaw takes the drop. He takes a look, gets it away. It's complete to Benny Cunningham, one of his tight ends. And he's down to the 45-yard line of Cleveland. It's a 1st down Steelers.
He just hangs in there and fires it where he has to. It is a very difficult thing. Once a team thinks that they have won a football game, for a quarterback, the whole team is kind of let down all of a sudden, like Franco Harris had even come out of the ball game, okay? And it looked like everything was well in control. All of a sudden, they've got to regroup. Bradshaw did it easily.
It is a gusting, windy day here in Cleveland. Temperature in the 40s. Winds have been swirling, but the passing has been superior despite the weather. 1st down and 10, Pittsburgh Steelers, 44-yard line of Cleveland. Thornton, a big back who got a lot of yardage early, but has been quieted by the ground defense as of late. Drives ahead, but right now the Steelers are doing what they want to do most, and that is control the clock with this running game. 2:20 left to play. Pittsburgh holding to a 44-35 lead with 2:13 to go.
Well, Seattle coach Jack Patera certainly enjoyed the 91-yard intercept return by Sammy Green. That is a Seattle club record. It's the 2nd longest of all time against the 49ers, as we are informed by our statistician Jack Prote. 91-yard interception return by the 4-year veteran out of the University of Florida, Sammy Green.
And again, a poor throw by Steve DeBerg. He set it up for Sammy Green. He took advantage.
Efren Herrera to kick to James Owens and Paul Hofer. And it's Owens out to the 10. And this time, good work by the Seattle special team led by Don Dufek. And Owens is contained. A reminder coming up in 2 weeks on Sports World. That's Saturday, October the 20th, the WBA World Heavyweight Championship fight between undefeated knockout specialist John Tate and Harry Coetzee. That'll be live from Pretoria, South Africa. You'll also see the legends of bowling with a top pro shooting for Sports World's Big Money Split. Plus, if time permits, women's gymnastics from Moscow and celebrity poker. A blockbuster lineup, October the 20th on Sports World.
I know you're doing the fight. Can I jump in your bag and go along with you?
That will be an interesting and long trip.
Yes.
Here's DeBerg on 1st down, and he's got Lenville Elliott. Short pickup. Keith Simpson, the strong safety, in on the play. Boy, does that big play by Sammy Green take the stuffing out of a ball club.
I told you that the 49ers had to score because they had the motional edge. That interception by Green has just taken it away from the 49ers.
Wild one between Pittsburgh and Cleveland. 9 minutes left in the ball game. Pittsburgh leads at 44 to 35. Ryan Sipe just hit Dave Logan on a 13-yard touchdown pass. Sipe has thrown 5. Incomplete. Francis backpedaling, not able to hold on. He was covered by Green.
Again, not a very good throw by Steve DeBerg, and the Boo Birds are out in San Francisco.
The backup to Steve DeBerg is the rookie out of Notre Dame, a 3rd-round draft pick, Joe Montana, who has been utilized as a holder thus far during the regular season. He has thrown only 1 pass, and that on a fake field goal attempt. And Montana had a good preseason.
Till the last game,
yes.
Barb. And again, Bill Walsh said he didn't want to throw him in there to the Lions, much like Phil Simms at New York.
So DeBerg, who has come on very well, won the job. And this time able to hit Elliott. Lenville Elliott near the, he picked it up out to the 30-yard line. Larry Pulowski, extra linebacker, making the stop. Left guard John Ayers with a good block. As Elliott picked up that 1st down off a good second effort.
And Lenville Elliott, again, played under 49er head coach Bill Walsh at Cincinnati. Bill knows what he can do. It's the slip screen. There's Ayers, 68. The outstanding block on Kerry Justin, and then the second effort. And that will keep you drawing your salary on Monday afternoon.
Is that when they pay? Get the check on Mondays, huh?
That's it.
First down from the 30, and here's Elliott on the sweep. And Elliott with a nice move again out to the 40-yard line. Randy Cross led it. Keith Butler made the stop. And it's another first down picked up by Elliott. You look at the stats on DeBerg, and once again it can be misleading. We mentioned that about Zorn in his effort last week against Kansas City. Look at the records and it looks very impressive, but you look at DeBerg's statistics, he is number 4 in the NFC as you see that final Denver beats San Diego. But DeBerg has made a couple of real big mistakes here today, so you can wipe out all those statistics. Plus he dumps them off like there. Wilbur Jackson out to midfield, and of course those short passes, the swing passes, will add to the statistics.
Look at total yards and average yards per gain, and DeBerg is not up there among the leaders.
That's his story today. And again, you pick up the paper tomorrow and you see statistics like that and you say, hey, not bad. But a couple of real big mistakes, and the 49ers, who were on the move just moments ago, could have been taken out of the ball game on an intercept by Green. No gain at all for Phil Francis. So it'll be a third and about 1. Beeson in on the tackle along with Boyd.
It's really disconcerting to the 49ers when they blow a 74-yard drive and it turns right around to be 7 points for the Seahawks. That's tough to overcome.
It is a 3rd and 1 at the 50. San Francisco with Singleton and Fondhorst at the tackles. Cross and Ayers at the guards, pull on the center. Second back coming through. Elliott picks up a first down. Linville Elliott with the first down. Peter Cronin, middle linebacker, makes the stop. It is a first down for the 49ers at the Seattle 47-yard line. San Francisco now trailing 28-10. 7.5 remaining in this third quarter.
Can't really count the 49ers out yet, but this drive better result in something besides a 91-yard return with an interception.
The lone setback, Francis cutting to the right side. Penalty marker has been thrown down. Larry Pulowski making the stop on Francis. Holding penalty indicated by the referee, Pat Haggerty.
And it's against the 49ers, and that'll stop a drive every day of the week.
So they will move it back. San Francisco with a record of 0-5. They do have one of the more difficult schedules in the National Football League, and we're involved in some close
holding number 71 offense.
Involved in some close ball games with Minnesota and Dallas, and LA, and New Orleans. Beaten severely last week by San Diego. They have the Giants, who come off the upset win over Tampa Bay today. Next week at Giant Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. And the Giants are going to be tough next week off the win. DeBerg with some time and completes to Schumann. Mike Schumann, second-year pro out of Florida State, brought down by a combination of Cronin and Pulowski.
Seattle Seahawks secondary has done a very good job of keeping DeBerg from going long. We've got an injury.
It is Schumann. Schumann was jarred as he made that catch at the 45-yard line. And he is being attended to right now. A break in the action will return after this.
Time left in the game, 7 minutes and 6 seconds. The Rams leading New Orleans 28-17, and a big series for New Orleans going awry because of Nolan Cromwell's hard hit of Ike Harris. So now, after a 61-yard punt by Partridge, the Rams put it in play, 1st and 10 on their own 34. Charlie Young is the tight end on the right side. The running backs are Tyler and Bryant. Jesse in motion. Second man is Wendell Tyler. And he did that on his own, starting one way and cutting back against the grain.
It's very difficult for one man to bring Wendell down. He's so elusive, he's so quick, and he's got speed with his quickness. Some players are just quick, some have straight track speed. Wendell has both. He has speed and quickness.
Tyler has carried for 2 touchdowns for 59 yards. We have 2nd and 6, the ball on the Ram 38, and of course time becomes a Ram ally now. 6 minutes and 35 seconds. Time is running out for Archie Manning. Play action fake, and Hayden under a rush, setting up a screen to Wendell Tyler. And Tyler will be brought down shy just about the 47-yard line.
Look at this Pittsburgh score. Pittsburgh 44, Cleveland 28. Brian Sipe just hit Dave Logan with a 30-yard touchdown pass.
So the Rams, moving handily, pick up the first down on the screen to Tyler. 1st and 10. Then they'll spot the ball on the Saints 46-yard line. And Ray Malavasi 5 minutes and 50 seconds away from a victory. And next week, Dallas. 1st and 10 on the Saints 46. Preston Denard, slot right inside Jesse, now in motion. Cullen Bryant got right by Alois Grooms and finally stacked up by Ray Brown and Ralph McGill.
Well, that's Brian's effective formation, the Brown set, where Bryant lines up right behind the center in the fullback spot. They give him the ball, and he runs usually weak side and reads the blocking and either can cut back. And he's done a great job with that today.
Tyler has run for 59. Bryant has run for 52. Muncie has run for 85. And Galbraith 17. 2nd and 4 on the 40. Cullen Bryant stacked up by Pat Hughes, who was coming. And Hughes just met him head on. We didn't expect to see Hughes play today.
No.
He has a bad hamstring, but he was able to meet Cullen Bryant and bring him down.
Same formation, same ball carrier.
And you can see time running out. And what has turned out to be the biggest single play in the second half was Ike Harris unable to hold on to that pass on the hit by Nolan Cromwell. 3rd and 3 from the Saints 39. On a 3rd and 3, Hayden is going into Ray Brown territory and riding Charlie Young's back to break it up.
3rd and 3 is a good call here. Watch Charlie Young release outside and then come underneath. Good defense by Ray Brown, 27.
So
knocked it out.
4th and 3.
Good pass, good call.
Ken Clark is in there to punt again.
They have to go for a block, Vin. With the time, 4:12, they got to go after it.
Rick Maudy is all alone on the 10. 6 punts for Clark, averaging 40 yards, but most of them angling for OB, and he will kick this one into the end zone. So it'll be a touchback, and the Saints will put it in play 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. Archie Manning taking the field with 4 minutes left, trailing by 11. On that punt by Ken Clark, and it would appear to be against the Rams. So with 4 minutes and 5 seconds, Rick Maudy, the captain of the special teams, along with Emmanuel Zanders over there to get the information from Bob Frederick.
Again, I repeat, Vinny, too many penalties on the punting game, on the kicking game.
Eddie Brown is shocked.
Ineligible member.
There it is.
25 of the kicking team downfield. Refused. 1st down on the 20.
So that's why Eddie Brown was shocked. He was guilty of being downfield too soon.
See, it's a judgment call.
How 4 minutes left. And the Rams leading by 11. And Archie Manning ready to go to work.
There would seem to be a lot of points to be leading a football game by in this league with 2 minutes left to play. But this has not been a normal National Football League game.
It's a whole lot more points than it was 7 minutes ago. And Cleveland hadn't had the ball back since they did score and get it to within 9. Really, this is the best driver we've seen all day, and it's been fine execution by Bradshaw, 2 real fine runs by Franco Harris. It's not over, but it's looking pretty thin if you're a Cleveland fan.
Cleveland has 351 yards passing, Pittsburgh has 351 yards rushing. Everybody's getting their numbers up in this one. And this game will decide the leader in the American Football Conference Central Division. The St. Louis Cardinals upset the Houston Oilers today. New England beat Detroit 24-17. Kansas City over Cincinnati 10-7. Chicago beat Buffalo 7-0. Atlanta over Green Bay 25-7. Philadelphia beat Washington 28-17. The New York Giants upset Tampa Bay 17-14. The Steelers break the huddle. 2nd down and 8 coming up. 43-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. Bradshaw takes a look. Lets her go long. John Stallworth is there. He catches the ball inside the 15-yard line for Pittsburgh.
Bradshaw never ceases to amaze me. 2 minutes to go. They've got a 9-point lead. He just comes on and says, thank you very much. Think we'll pick up 30 yards and fires the ball. Now, maybe that's why he is as good as he is. I mean, you just have to be oozing with confidence to be able to do that at this time in the ball game.
So we have a break in the action here at Cleveland Stadium. 1:53 left to play, and now the Steelers are down close once again.
Tommy Kramer in conference with Jerry Burns in all probability, who's up on the level we are in the press box calling plays down. But right now, Roger Staubach, still the Dallas quarterback, has Larry Brinson. I beg your pardon, it's Scott Laidlaw and Tony Dorsett. It's Laidlaw with the ball. Fumble! And Dallas got it back.
If there's one niche in the armor, not being able to hold on to the football. We've seen that happen in Cleveland. We've seen it happen against the Chicago Bears. We've seen it happen today, really.
Debris on the recovery. Dallas has fumbled 5 times and lost 2. I've been corrected from our producer, Bob Stinner, about some misinformation that we got on the Cleveland-Pittsburgh game. Steelers lead at 44-35. That was correct. But there are about 8 minutes left instead of 3. So the Browns have put on some sparkling comeback.
Hey, John Fitzgerald's back at center.
Run another screen pass, or try to. Laidlaw sees it bounce by him.
The Vikings have their #1 draft choices, Mulaney, Holloway, and they are beginning to be fine young defensive linemen. There's Duck White coming up the middle. See Holloway making him throw it over too high and can't get the Laidlaw reception on that. Screen was pretty well set up, too.
Duck White is another one who has started to develop. It'll be 3rd and 9 for Dallas.
See, this team lost Fran Tarkenton, Mick Tingelhoff, Carl Eller all in one season. So they're a young team coming around now.
4th quarter score, 28-17. The Rams over New Orleans. Dorsett and Brinson now, and this is Dorsett behind Brinson. Dorsett cuts back inside, breaks a couple of tackles, and gets enough for a Dallas first down. He looks almost unstoppable today.
As long as he is set up to take the tackle, he doesn't look like he's in danger of fumbling it. It's when he's just about to break for one of those long ones that he sort of swings the arm out a little bit. But that time he was in perfect control and looked very strong as he ran through a couple. What does that say? CBS, I read that, but...
From Killer and Kim.
Where's the DA range?
I don't know. Dorsett, 18 carries for 143 yards. Salvi goes in motion. Dorsett now in motion. And Dorsett down in the arms of Big Mark Mulaney.
Good play by Matt Blair, number 59. He came across and peeled some interference down and sort of fouled up the flow. You're right behind Roger. The snap, the old power sweep. Look at this. That's all disturbed. Here comes Mulaney. Tell you, he is really agile for a guy 6'6", 255.
He is huge. I saw him walking through the lobby of the hotel last night.
The trouble is, they're such nice guys, too. You know,
I wanted to speak to him, but I was afraid. 2nd and 12. All back. Blitz on. Billy Joe Dupree had it and dropped it. Staubach faked Jeff Seaman, or Jeff Seaman back on the coverage. He faked one of the Minnesota rushers.
Let's see what happens. Dupree doesn't drop many passes. You can see the big rush and the blitz by Blair. Good throw, actually behind Dupree a little bit, and looked like he just hit him on the forearm instead of the hands. And how can you miss the hands? You know, they look like two suitors.
Third down. 13 to go. 3 minutes exactly left to play. Clock stopped at the moment. Dallas leading by 10, 30-20. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire in Bloomington, Minnesota. From the shotgun, and the snap is good. So is the protection. Drew Pearson, his first one of the day, perfectly thrown from Staubach, lofted over the linebacker in front of Turner, and the first pass caught by a wide receiver for Dallas today.
And a dangerous throw by Roger, but well done. Look at the time he has from the shotgun to wait for Drew Pearson to run a deep inside pattern and then break it back to the sidelines a long way. That had to be a 3.5-second pattern. Well done.
First down for Dallas at the Minnesota 46. They'll just try to keep the ball now. Run the rest of the timeout. Just saw how much is left. Dorsett lines up now behind Laidlaw. And Tony gets the carry. Right straight ahead to about the 43. Harvey Martin over on the sideline with Dave Stalls, and there's Randy White.
Which one of the Cowboys that doesn't have his own radio or television show? Doesn't everybody on the team just about has their own show?
I don't think Randy White does.
Harvey Martin has one, and Henderson has one that they play. Hooray for Hollywood is the intro music, right? Right. Drive Time Doug, the PR man, has one. Doug Todd.
Drive Time Doug is some man.
Tex Schramm.
Doug Todd, that is.
Yes. Tex Schramm has his own show, right?
Landry has one.
Landry has one.
Frank Gleber pick the games every week. I don't know who's winning that contest. Here's Brinson breaking tackles. And Brinson near a first down for Dallas. Some of the crowd, in fact, many of the crowd now starting to file out. 2 minutes left to play. Dallas will go to 5-1. It would appear, and be tied with Philadelphia for the NFC East lead. 2 minutes left to play.
28-17 Rams, 4:05 left. The Saints have it 1st and 10 from their own 20. And Manning, hooked by Brooks, got away from him, got away from Youngblood. Archie scrambling and looking and finally throwing under the gun, and Pat Thomas intercepts his third. 3 interceptions by Pat Thomas after Archie Manning twice avoided a sack.
Well, Archie had great individual effort here. Takes a fine athlete to do what he's doing here. He's under heavy pressure. Actually, they could have called him, blew him dead under the new rule to protect their quarterback. However, you don't put the ball up for grabs, and that Pat Thomas, I've said, is one of the finest defensive backs in all of football. Now he throws that ball up for grabs. A great interception by Pat Thomas. Tremendous.
5 interceptions plus a fumble recovery for the Rams, and they take over 1st and 10 on the Saints 40. Cullen Bryant running through a rather dispirited New Orleans defensive team now. I think the offense has broken the defense's heart.
Yes, they have. Final score, Denver 7, San Diego nothing. And listen to this, Seattle 28, San Francisco 10, a 91-yard pass interception by Sammy Green. DeBerg threw the ball.
By the way, it is the 2nd time in Manning's career that he has 5 interceptions against him. That equals the Saints record they just as soon not talk about. Atlanta picked off 5 against Archie back in 1973. 2nd and 5 on the Saints 35. And a whistle blowing it dead.
Yeah, too much time.
So what a day for Pat Thomas. 3 interceptions. Jim Youngblood has 1. Nolan Cromwell has 1. Last year, you know, Pat Thomas had 8 interceptions the entire season.
The 2 games that we did, Ben, Tampa and this game, New Orleans, Pat Thomas has played superb football. And they still keep trying to throw over there.
Interestingly enough, he did not have an interception going into this game because most quarterbacks stay away from him, as you pointed out. But today he picks up 3. Elmendorf has 2. Youngblood with 1 today has 3. Cromwell with 1 today has 2. 2nd and 10 from the 40. Play action fake to Tyler. Caden to the right side to Jesse, who is hit immediately by Chapman and knocked out of bounds at the 24-yard line.
Well, Pat's letting them know, I'm not going to sit on this. I'm going to throw the ball. That's good.
2:50 left in the game.
The pass that Pat threw was fairly safe. If he's covered, he can throw it out of bounds.
So 1st and 10 on the Saints 24. The backup quarterback waiting his turn, and it's not going to be today. Bobby Scott out of Tennessee, and Archie Manning just to his right, kneeling up front. 1st and 10 on the Saints 24. Wendell Tyler got out of the grasp of Ray Brown, only to be swallowed up at the line of scrimmage anyway by Pat Hughes and Ralph McGill.
Boy, is he quick. You have to tackle him high. You can't tackle him around the shoe tops.
In case you wonder, the 3 interceptions by Pat Thomas ties a Ram record held by 14 others. And with that, we have the 2-minute warning. 28-17 Rams.
Apparently Mike Schumann is all right, as he was really walloped in making that last reception.
Watch his head as he gets sandwiched between the 2 linebackers, and his head drives into the ground. I think he was out cold for about 15 seconds.
Back live, 2nd and 8 at the 45 as DeBerg swings it again. And this is Wilbur Jackson, and the fumble came after the whistle. Pulowski with a hard hit.
Linville Elliott, I'll tell you, his second effort on his last 3 carries really been exciting. He's been the spark plug so far in this drive for the 49ers.
It is a 3rd down play and 8 at the 45. And that Denver 7-0 win over San Diego, we're just talking about quarterback statistics and how they can be deceiving as you look at O.J. Simpson pacing the sidelines. Dan Fouts of San Diego was 27 for 44, 305 yards, and the Chargers did not score.
Statistics are for losers.
And here is DeBerg throwing and broken up. Intended for Owens down at the 30. John Harris, the free safety, covering on the play. And it is a 4th down punting situation. Dan Melville comes on as Steve DeBerg goes over to the sidelines.
And again, DeBerg tried to force that one. He didn't see John Harris back there. He almost got it picked off.
Tony Green is back in single safety. There is Green in his 2nd year out of Florida, former Washington Redskin, former New York Giant. And Melville will kick from his 40.
You get the feeling that Green is going to break one of these times. He certainly is due.
Well, there is Green. He started to call fair catch. Explain that one. Then stepped out of bounds and tried to run. All right.
You got to know where you are on the football field. That's important.
Well, a timeout called with 5:53 left, 3rd quarter. Seahawks 28, 49ers 10.
Let's regroup.
Get that snap down. Bradshaw goes. Thornton runs, and Sidney Thornton turns upfield, and Thornton is down inside the 10-yard line. He stops the clock as he gets down inside the 5-yard line. Tom Darden finally knocked him down.
Remember, this drive started on their own 6.
That's right.
With everybody yelling. Now they're on the other team's 5, and nobody's saying a word.
You recall that 3rd down play when Bradshaw threw the strike for the 1st down, and the Steelers kept it going. They take over the line of scrimmage on this drive, and now with 1:48 left to play, the clock stopped. The Steelers have the ball at the Browns' 4-yard line. Next week, the world champions go to Cincinnati. And the Cleveland Browns will be back here at home to play the Washington Redskins. 1:48 left to play. And we've got 79 points on the scoreboard. Franco Harris turns the corner. Not going to get there. Tom Darden, the free safety, grabbed him and held on. There's a penalty marker, though. Tom might have grabbed something he wasn't allowed to, the face mask.
Personal foul, face mask on against defense.
When you're trying to handle Franco Harris, you grab anything you can get. This time Franco thinks maybe he can get around the corner. He got him by the head. Pretty clearly.
I don't think there was much
Pretty clearly illegal.
So the penalty stops the clock with 1:42 left to play. Steelers will have the ball inside the 5-yard line at about the 3. The players cloaked on the sidelines in jackets, capes, as the wind swirls. It has been all game long, but now the temperature's down lower here at Cleveland. Lights have been on since the very beginning. Bradshaw sets his team with 2 tight ends. Sidney Thornton up the gut. Got down to the goal line. Did he cross it? No signal. So apparently he's going to be ruled down just short of the touchdown line.
Another good trap block. Davis, Webster.
Clay Matthews hit him head on, and Matthews a little slow getting up.
We've seen him break 3 of these at the line of scrimmage. Matthews fills the hole very well that time, but Thornton just does a great job of running and picks up 3.5.
Clock is running now. It's down to 1:08 left to go and running. For those of you who have just joined us, due to the length of today's game, we will join Disney's Wonderful World Part 2 of the $1 Million Duck right after this game. Steelers break the huddle at their leisure.
Here we go again. We see the trap block. Davis pulling. Webster doing a fine job at the point of attack. They've got the ball on the 1-yard line.
Bradshaw using all his 30 seconds that's allotted between plays. Handoff. Thornton, touchdown, Pittsburgh. That'll do it.
Same play. Nobody was there to handle it.
50 points on the board for Pittsburgh.
94-yard drive. It took about 8.5 minutes. Is that impressive? Okay, this time Sam Davis again, moving those tackles out of there. Let's take another look. Webster seals off. Davis comes in. That's a big hole.
So there's a break in the action as the Cleveland Browns lead this game 51-35. We're not over yet. 36 seconds to go.
The Los Angeles Rams 28, New Orleans 17, 2 minutes left in the ball game, and the Ram defense thoroughly throttling Archie Manning with 5 interceptions. The Rams also recovered a fumble, so there have been a half a dozen turnovers, and the Rams are a better ball club than New Orleans by far anyway, and to give them 6 turnovers, you can forget all about it.
You can't even beat an inferior team. 5 turnovers, your chances of winning are maybe 30%.
What would you say the bottom line is that you're on thin ice from after 2 turnovers?
3.
3. So it is 2nd and 10 from the 24. They are readjusting the clock. So we've had a little bit of a delay to get sync with the time. 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Pat Hughes trying to come, but they pick him up. And Hayden going deep to Denard. Broken up by Eric Felton. And Hayden did well, and so did the Rams, to pick up that blitz by Pat Hughes.
Yeah, they dogged up the gut. Hayden made a good throw. Was almost intercepted.
Hayden has had a big day. A dozen for 24 for 174 yards and 2 touchdowns. One to Terry Nelson, the other to Ron Jesse.
And I believe he's 7 out of 14 on 3rd down conversions, which is excellent. That 7 out of 15, excuse me.
A reminder, the NFL on CBS. The first games next week: New Orleans, Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, St. Louis, San Francisco Giants, and Washington, Cleveland. And then the doubleheader: Atlanta, Oakland, Detroit, Green Bay at Milwaukee. Consult your local listings for the game and time in your area. And again, a delay of game as the officials had a little bit of trouble with the clock. And there are the gentlemen who have done what has been basically a penalty-free game. There have only been 9 penalties in the game, and most of them either for the ineligible receiver downfield, or in the case of a punter, getting an eligible man down, or offsides.
What the defense has to do here, they're thinking, I would imagine, go for the ball, tackle the ball, dog, do everything to try to force a turnover. Use your timeouts. If you miss a tackle, so what? You got to go for the football, try to jar it loose.
3rd and 10 for the Rams on the Saints' 24-yard line, with the Rams leading 28-17 and 1:56 left in the game. Charlie Young is the tight end on the right side, and Eddie Hill is behind Cullen Bryant. And Hayden down the middle, and he's got Jesse, and he's got 6. Ron Jesse catching his 2nd touchdown pass today.
Big day for Jesse.
Jesse did not have a touchdown pass going into the game, and he picks up 2 today. He took a pretty good lick. Ralph McGill hit him along with Ray Brown, and he limps off the field with his 2nd touchdown reception.
Saul went off limping there. He got a pretty good lick also.
34-17, and Corral trying to make it 35. Hayden now has passed for 198 yards and 3 touchdowns. And Corral kicks it through. And how about this? The Rams have now scored more than 12,000 points since they entered the NFL as the Cleveland Rams 42 years ago.
Back at Candlestick in San Francisco, there's O.J. Simpson, who missed the last San Francisco series, as the Seahawks now go to work. 1st down at their 9-yard line.
Nothing wrong with O.J. They like to give him a rest.
Smith and Dorning, the setbacks. That's Largent in motion. And Zorn with time. Sherman Smith out near the 20-yard line. Again, a beautiful fake by Jim Zorn. Willie Hopper, the right linebacker, making the stop. And it is a 1st down for Seattle.
We're looking at Mike Schumann on the bench. He's obscured there a bit by the doctors. The report is a slight concussion, and they don't know whether he'll be back today or not. You don't want to take any chances with a concussion.
1st down for Seattle at the 20. Mark Bell, the rookie out of Colorado State, is now in at tight end for the Seahawks. The work out of the eye. Dorning, straight ahead move. Picks up 3 on the play. Buns and Vincent combined to make the stop. The 49ers defensively have Archie Reese, Ted Vincent, Jimmy Webb, Cedric Hartman up front. The linebackers, Dan Buns, Gordy Saraceno, Willie Hopper, the cornermen of Charles Cornelius and Gerard Williams, and the deep men Tim Gray and Melvin Morgan. It is a 2nd and about 6. As you look at the 3rd down situation.
It's only 2nd down, though.
Yes, our people a bit ahead of the game. Maybe they know something here. As Dorning is able to make the reception at the far side. Strong safety Tim Gray on the tackle. Well, now we have a 3rd down.
Yes, it is. 1 yard short of the first. Now we can look at those 3rd down conversions. Huh?
All right. 3rd and about 1.5 yards upcoming. Out at the 29-yard line. 4:20 left in this 3rd quarter. Seahawks lead at 28-10. A big turnaround play with the 49ers driving here earlier this 3rd quarter. Sammy Green picked one off and ran it in from 91 yards out. The longest intercept return of the history of the Seahawk franchise. Dorning has picked up the 1st down.
Seahawk offensive line had an outstanding day in the 1st half against the Denver Broncos 2 weeks ago, and today have been dominating San Francisco's front 4.
Coming in today, Seattle 3rd in the AFC offensively, 3rd in passing, 5th in rushing, but defensively a solid number 10. Very poor against the pass.
can't win in the National Football League without defense. You can have all the offense you want.
McCullum is now to the right side, and Largent is left. First down for Seattle at their 30-yard line.
Come on, Lockie!
Off the play action, Zorn looking for McCullum, and it is incomplete. McCullum covered by the free safety, Melvin Morgan.
A timed corner route by Sam McCullum. Good throw, just maybe 2 inches off the mark.
It's been kind of a conservative day for Zorn. He's thrown only 11 times, but he's 9 for 11 for 127 yards and has been just fine right throughout.
One of the reasons he hasn't thrown that much is they've been getting to the outside with the rushing game. Dornick and Smith have been running the ball well. Why throw it up when you're running good?
Jesse Green has come on, replacing Sam McCullum at the wide receiver. Green to the left, Largent is to the right side. The setbacks are Dornick and Smith. 3.5 left, third quarter. Seahawks lead at 28-10. And Zorn dumps it off, but Smith actually was impeded by his own man, number 78, Bob Newton, and could not work his way free for that pass thrown by Zorn. So we'll have a 3rd and 10 upcoming right here. Let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
This is KING-TV, Seattle.
Marv Albert with Mike Hafner from Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Seattle Seahawks leading the San Francisco 49ers 28-10. The big play, a 91-yard intercept and a run for a touchdown by Sammy Green earlier this third quarter, with the 49ers threatening. A poorly thrown pass by DeBurry. That time Zorn was just able to get it away. Intended for Dornick with Buns covering. And we'll get another look at that last play as Seattle is stopped by San Francisco.
The guy who made this play an incompletion was Jimmy Webb, number 74, the defensive right tackle. Tremendous pressure on Zorn. Zorn didn't want to take the sack, so he threw it up. The Buns was all over Smith.
Back live, Herman Weaver punting from his 15-yard line. Brett Sullivan and Tony Dungy are back deep. And this is Solomon. Solomon with nowhere to go as he crossed the 25. Larry Pawlowski, backup linebacker, in on the tackle. 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the third quarter. The Seahawks leading it 28-10.
Again, everyone, Brian Gumbel reporting from NFL 79 in New York, and reporting to you the Colts have managed the victory. What you're seeing here is Bucky Dilts. No, he is not lacking in courage. He is taking a safety intentionally to preserve a Colt lead. That made it 10-8. They punted the ball to the Jets, but they ran out the clock. Ted Marchibroda's troops, for the first time in 6 tries this week, get themselves a victory. Let's go back to Cleveland. Join Don Criqui and John Brody.
Back at Cleveland, Dino Hall has just run back the Pittsburgh kickoff across his 25-yard line and out to the 30. Dwayne Woodruff, a rookie, made the hit.
Although this is a very short yardage situation, we've seen Pittsburgh break it at the point of attack several times during the day, and it's the same exact play. You see Sam Davis pull out. He takes care of Robert Jackson, and the hole is just too big. Nobody's closing it down. They've broken 7 or 8 on this very same play.
I'd like to thank our spotters, John Beshko and Pete Halbin, and our statistician, Joe Costanza, as we have 31 seconds left to go at Cleveland. It is a very unlikely score, 51-35, that we read you. And an unlikely game. Up the middle, the Browns go to the run. Mike Pruitt carries, gets it across the 35-yard line, and apparently that will be the final play of the game as Cleveland lets the clock run down. 17 seconds left to go. They've not stopped it yet. And apparently they're not going to trailing 51-35. So you see the final seconds tick away in a game that was really like a highlight reel. More spectacular plays than you'll see in half a season. And that is the ball game. The Pittsburgh Steelers extend their record to 5-1, and they take over sole possession of first place in the AFC Central Division, as today the Houston Oilers were upset by the St. Louis Cardinals. A final score 51-35 here at Cleveland.
The Rams 35-17 over New Orleans now. Los Angeles would up its record to 4-2. Atlanta's already won. They are 3-3. They'll be out in Oakland next week.
When Dallas and the Eagles, my old team, get together, that's going to be a couple of good shootouts. And that's a little later on in the year that they have their confrontation.
Cowboys got to play each other twice. The Vikings 36. Minnesota has the New York Jets next week. All back, Gibbs to Laidlaw. Laidlaw plunging straight ahead, protecting the football now. The Rams will be at Dallas next week. There are no weak sisters on that Dallas schedule.
There's just no team in the NFL now you can take for granted. If Tampa did that with the Giants, you know, they're eating at the drive-in tonight. You've got to prepare every Sunday like it's the last game of the season.
Everybody was saying that Tampa Bay had such an easy schedule from here on in. They've won the 5 straight and beaten some people they weren't supposed to beat. And now they up and lose to the Giants. Here's Tony Hill. His first pass reception of the day. Still on his feet, still running. Matt Blair finally gets him out of bounds. A minute and 12 seconds left to play.
You want to see some good wheels on a receiver? Watch number 80 run with this. Good call by Roger. Fakes inside, just lobs it. Just get it to number 80 and try to get out of his way. A high stepper from Stanford. And he's working now on his upper body strength, doing a lot of Nautilus action and all. And Paul Krause just got spun off of him. Now one of the big fellows comes along and swats him down.
By the way, that was Jim Cooper who got out there in front of him and threw that key block.
Jim's doing a good job at that tackle. He's played center, guard, left side, right side.
And he's found a home now. At right offensive tackle. 4 Irishmen in that offensive line. There's Laidlaw cutting back inside to about the 11. Tommy Hannon made the tackle. Clock continues to run with exactly a minute left to play, and the Vikings call a timeout. Minnesota has 1 timeout remaining. They'll probably call it after this play. Here's Dorsett cutting back to the inside. Doug Sutherland made the tackle, and the clock continues to run. Minnesota takes another timeout, and that's all they've got.
Got to be very careful, though, not to embarrass the defensive players that are on the field when you have a victory in hand. But points mean something later on should it come to a coin toss. But that defensive team, they're yelling out things like, okay, you guys, don't worry. One of these days it'll be on the other foot. You got to be very careful.
We're going to play again someday.
That's right.
Broadcast directed by Sandy Grossman. Associate producers Clarence Anderson. All of those guys, of course, do such a terrific job.
Bob Stenner brought us our health food dinner last night.
And he's been the producer today.
Lychee nuts and whole grain cereals.
That's what you had?
Yep.
I'm glad I was at the other end of the table.
How come it costs $1,000, right?
For John Brody, this is Don Criqui as Sam Ratigliano offers congratulations for another job well done to Terry Bradshaw.
San Francisco 49ers take over now. First down at their 27-yard line. Owens split to the right, and Sullivan left. O.J. Simpson is back in, combining with Wilbur Jackson. And DeVert will throw on first. Again, the dump off. This time Simpson lost his footing.
It's a shame that the skinned infield from the baseball diamond is still here. It will be sodded in next week, but that doesn't help O.J. today because he slipped on that stuff.
Robert Hardy was able to cover up on the juice out at the 30, so it's a 3-yard gain, a 2nd and 7 for the 49ers. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this third quarter. Once again, Solomon left and Owens right. Here's Jackson. That's tough running there. Just picked up a couple. That is really rough. Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker, making the stop.
And that composition turf down there, the dirt for the infield, is very granular because of the winds here at Candlestick Park. And if you fall on that stuff, it's like falling on an emery board. How about that? Baltimore's not undefeated anymore. The Jets are so up and down. They're the most yo-yo team in the NFL, I think. They got their first win. The Baltimore Colts. Teddy saved his job for another week.
Yeah, the Jets have been a very strange ball club. Here's Simpson. Penalty marker down as O.J. got outside. O.J. Simpson out inside the 40-yard line. But a flag is down. Keith Simpson was able to finally get to the juice. And this could be a big disappointment. Yes, they're calling it back.
Illegal formation, offense.
It is a procedure call against the 49ers.
Illegal formation. Let's see if we can see it from the snap. Evidently somebody was in motion, but O.J. still got the moves. He gets to the outside quickly. You see the flag go down, and then that great burst of speed, and just tripped up for O.J. to gone all the way, but it all goes for not Simpson. Not very happy.
The hand is for Simpson as he comes back to the San Francisco bench. It's been a solid ball game for O.J., and as you mentioned earlier, Mike, Coach Bill Walsh just wants to spot Simpson at times because, as he put it, wants to have him for the entire schedule, wants him for the 16 games. But O.J. has looked very, very well here today.
Even on one leg. He's still one of the greatest.
It is a 3rd and 8 now, back at the 28-yard line. Picks up on that fake by DeBerg, who went stumbling back as he handed to Francis. Pisa, the middle linebacker, hit on the tackle.
Pittsburgh and Cleveland, I'll tell you, defenses stayed home for that one.
Steelers do it 51-35. Right here, the 49ers not able to do it. And a punting situation as the rookie out of University of California, Dan Melville, gets set to punt away to that man, Tony Green.
I still say he's due, Marv.
You're talking about Green.
Yes.
Well, the rap against Tony, and I'm sure it's been written in Seattle as he awaits this good hang time punt, is that he is shied away from traffic, and now he's in trouble with lots of traffic. And down he goes. The Redskins could not figure it out after the excellent year he had last season, making the Pro Bowl as a rookie. Came to preseason training camp and was not looking to get involved where there were a host of tacklers around, and the same thing happened with the Giants. They had him for a while and dropped him. Thomas Seabrook in on the tackle of Tony Green. Coming up in 2 weeks, Saturday, October the 20th, from Pretoria, South Africa, John Tate and Harry Garcia on Sports World, right here on NBC. First out at the 17-yard line, Sherman Smith out across the 20. We have 40 seconds remaining. In this 3rd quarter, Seattle Seahawks 28, San Francisco 49ers 10. A 4-yard advance for Smith. It'll be a 2nd and 6. Setting the Seahawk line, Bebout and August at the tackles, Newton and Lynch at the guards, and the center is Yarno. The running backs are Dornick and Smith. Second back is Smith. He tried to follow, but he could not. Try to follow Newton. There was a fumble on the play. The 49ers claimed that they recovered, but the whistle had blown.
His knee had touched. Whistle had blown.
And now the gun has sounded, and that's it for the 3rd quarter. So 3 in here at Candlestick with the score. Seattle 28, San Francisco 10.
The Rams 35, New Orleans 17, a minute 50 left. Bourbon Street is on the rocks, and the Rams are kicking off to the Saints and Rick Mowdy deep. We're waiting for Corral. And he kicks a knuckleball down the left side, fielded by Wayne Wilson at the 13, to the 25, to the 30, to the 35, and Kent Hill brings him down at the 42-yard line, where the Saints will put it in play 1st and 10.
And then Pat Thomas has a chance to break that record now, that interception record.
By the way, We'd like to thank our producer, Perry Smith, our director, Tony Werner, for sending us all the fine pictures, Dr. Robert Woods for the statistical work, along with Jimmy Byrne working on our left and his numbers. This is Vin Scully along with George Allen, almost ready to wrap this one up. 1:42 left. And Manning hits his tight end, Henry Childs, who had trouble holding on to the ball, and gets to midfield. Joe Harris in there brought him down. Usually don't see Joe except in special teams.
Saints have 2 timeouts left.
And the Rams have 3. 2nd and 2 from the 50. Manning has Muncy and Galbraith. They've gone all the way in the backfield. Muncy has rushed for 85 yards and Galbraith 17 yards.
Galbraith's had a bad game today.
He's fumbled twice. Manning over the middle to Tony Galbraith, and he is grabbed by McLean and then finally swallowed up. Jack Reynolds finally brought him down. That will be enough for a first down, but of course it's rather academic at this stage. 50 some odd seconds left. 35-17 Rams. He looks for Muncy and he's got him. And Muncy, best he can do is go out of bounds, which stops the clock at the 39-yard line of the Rams.
They'll probably come with that outpost, 3 receivers to one side and put it up for grabs and hope you get a tip ball or a penalty.
We have 42 seconds left. Don't forget the Rams play Dallas next week and the Saints will be at Tampa Bay. 2nd and 6. The ball on the Ram 38. And Maudie is in there now as a wide receiver on the right side. Chandler on the left. Manning over the middle, and he's got Tony Galbraith, and so is Joe Harris. And that's the end of that story at the 35-yard line.
That's what the Rams want. Let them throw short 6-7 yards. You aren't going to get anything on that.
34 seconds left in the game. The Superdome was sold out by this morning. 71,300 people came out hoping to see New Orleans do what they have done so well in the past, play the Rams tough here, but not today. And now the 71 is probably half of that left in the stadium. The Rams scoring after Tony Galbraith got on the scoreboard first. Tyler scored on a 5-yard run. Tyler scored on a 2-yard run. Hayden hit Jesse for 39 yards for a touchdown. Hayden hit Nelson 5 yards for a touchdown. Then Yepremian came back with a murmur of a 38-yard field goal. Manning passed to Henry Childs for a touchdown. Undaunted, the Rams bounce back. Hayden to Jesse, a 24-yard touchdown pass, and the Rams are leading New Orleans 35-17.
They have to go deep and take a chance.
Archie Manning, rock bottom today, throwing 5 interceptions to Jim Youngblood, Nolan Cromwell, and 3 to Pat Thomas. In fact, Manning is 14 for 23 for 137 yards. Over the middle, and he's got Henry Childs, but it's too late now. We were expecting them going into the game to use the tight end. They didn't get to him until late. Now they're throwing to him, and there's 20 seconds left. So from the 30-yard line, they pick up the first down, and with 14 seconds, trying to salvage a little pride.
Look how much time they're taking here.
Yeah. 9 seconds left. And a desperate pass into a crowd and out of the end zone.
They put 3 receivers on one side.
And mercifully, time has run out. And Ray Malavasi and a happy band of Rams can climb on the bird and go back. The Rams beating New Orleans 35-17. Vin Scully for George Allen. The Dallas-Minnesota game is still very much alive, so let's switch there.
Wouldn't you think that Roger might want to rest a few minutes of a quarter or something and think about his family or something, just go over and sit down, but he just likes to stay right on?
Oh, he said he thought about his family when he was in training camp. Final score we just got. Baltimore got their first victory today. They beat the New York Jets 10-8. Starting to get rid of the padding already. That was D.D. Lewis. And there might be 2 more plays. And there might even be a touchdown. There he is from Preston Pearson. Cowboys have gotten 4 rushing touchdowns today. 3 from Dorsett, and now 1 from Pearson. Watch it. Good run for Preston. He's run hard today.
First touchdown rushing for Pearson. Here's a fella that didn't even play collegiate football. Illinois was a good baseline jump shooter. All Big Ten. Makes a pretty good football player, doesn't he?
Clutch pass receiver. Who will ever forget that performance against the Rams a few years back in the championship game? Raphael Septien will try to make it Dallas 37-20. And does not. That kick would not have been good anyway. He kicked it low. Matt Blair plugged it, but it wouldn't have gotten high enough to get over the crossbar anyway. Los Angeles 35, New Orleans 17. Last touchdown from Pat Hayden to Ron Jesse, and we'd like to welcome those of you who saw that Ram victory to Metropolitan Stadium in Bloomington, Minnesota. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire, and the score here is 36-20.
There's Harvey Martin now. He's trying to bring Fitzgerald, who's been KO'd at least twice, bring him up to date on what time the charter leaves. Things like that, right?
That score we had on the screen just then was incorrect. It is 36-20, by the way. There it is. Had some problems with the score today. I had it wrong once. Scoreboard had it wrong once.
Well, there have been a few blocked chip shots, as they say, and a few things like that. Your kickers have made it very difficult.
No. Kickers will tell you, any kicker will tell you, there's no such thing as a chip shot. There's a foot shot there. The Vikings finally managed to fall on it. They have no timeouts left. They will have time for 2 or 3 plays.
Ron Yeri was trying to do a Pele imitation.
Yeri stopped it with his foot. Don't forget 60 minutes right after football. Real live whodunit.
Guy has a poisoned umbrella in that. This is true, right? It's real?
Well, I don't know.
Bona fide?
Right out of the pages of James Bond, it says. Is that true?
They say.
All takes place, that murder with a poisoned umbrella in broad daylight in the heart of London.
60 minutes.
That's we leave here. Let's run and see if we can get a chance to watch that. 51-35. That's the final. Here's Chuck Foreman being tackled by Harvey Martin and Guy Brown, I believe. Block runs.
A lot of supercharged people on that Dallas roster, and the thinness or the depth of a team is going to really count down the stretch. Bud Grant's team by November, if it's not nicked too much, might still be in this divisional race.
Clock running and Kramer taking his time. This one is in the L column. There's Thomas.
He told me his name is now Tomas Henderson. Tomas.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. He doesn't like Hollywood anymore.
36-20. Dallas defeats Minnesota. Their record is 5-1. And so from Metropolitan Stadium in Bloomington, Minnesota, this is Pat Summerall saying goodbye for Tom Brookshire. The NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
The race for the 1980 Olympics has already begun. The games in Moscow are just the last lap of a long, grueling race that's going on right now. We've got the talent, but we need your support. Because America doesn't send athletes to the Olympics, Americans do. Don't let our team get caught short. Send a contribution to U.S. Olympic Committee, Box 1980P, Cathedral Station, Boston. For $10 or more, you'll receive this Olympic stick pin. This message sponsored by the U.S. Olympic Committee and NBC.
Start of the the fourth quarter with the Seahawks leading it over the 49ers 28-10.
I don't think Bill Walsh was very happy about that fumble recovery. He wanted that one to go his way, and he complained about it, too.
Seattle with a 3rd and 6 at the 22-yard line. That's McCullum out of the slot, peeling right. And Zorn off the short set hits McCullum. Tim Gray, the strong safety, ran him out of bounds. So Sam McCullum picks up a first down. All right, once again, that address, U.S. Olympics, Post Office Box 1980P, Cathedral Station, Boston, Massachusetts, 02118. First down out of the 32-yard line. Again, the Seahawks go slot left. Off the play action, Zorn for Rabel. Well, the official holding that marker got out of the way in a hurry. A wise, swift move over at the far side. Carlos Cornelius, the left cornerback, made the stop, and it's another first down for Seattle. Final score, Dallas Cowboys 36, Minnesota Vikings 20.
It's like Dallas and Pittsburgh, the inside track to the Super Bowl again.
First down at the 42-yard line. Time permits, following the 49ers and the Seahawks. NFL report with a complete rundown of the day's activities in the National Football League. Largent, the intended receiver, Gerard Williams, covered him well, and Zorn got the idea, threw that one away.
Well, I think it was more the fact that Steve Largent slipped when he was trying to make his out move, and that threw the timing of the pass off.
Zorn is 11 for 16, 147 yards. We are in the opening minute of play, fourth quarter. And the Seahawks lead at 28-10, led 21-10 at halftime off 2 touchdowns by Dornick and 1 by Smith in the first half. Big play in the third quarter, 91-yard run off the intercept by Sammy Green. And that with the 49ers threatening, looking to move right back into this ball game. Dornick twisting and turning his way across the 45-yard line. Dan Buns, number 57. Second-year pro out of Cal State Long Beach, making the stop on 33, Dan Dornick. It is a 3rd and 5 at the 47. Dornick, 52 yards, 17 carries. Now, once again, Jack Patera inserts Jeff Moore for Sherman Smith. He's done quite a bit of that here this afternoon. Moore, the rookie, out of Jackson State. McCullum in motion. Intended for McCullum, but underthrown by Zorn. McCullum covered by Tim Gray.
Jim Zorn has been conservative in his throwing today, and this is one of the first times. There you can see him setting his man in motion. He didn't see the move of the knee the first time. He finally got his attention. And then not really a great throw afterwards.
Herman Weaver to boot from his 30-yard line. Solomon had it drop in front of him, and Rabel downs it.
Heavy rush that time by the 49ers, and that caused Herman to try and get it off quickly in a poor punt.
13:49 remaining fourth quarter. We'll be back after this.
Next Sunday, start your day with NFL 79, followed by regional coverage of exciting NFL action. Telecasts include Joe Ferguson leading the Bills against the Dolphins, the Patriots-Bears battle, and Seattle's Zorn to Largent combo challenging the Chargers.
Next Sunday here on NBC, an outstanding lineup of NFL action. Starting at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, NFL 79 with Bryant Gumbel and Mike Adamle, and a look at Wild West football. That's Canadian style in Calgary. And then the action, Buffalo at Miami, Pittsburgh at Cincinnati. Those will be the 9:30 starts. At 10:30 Pacific time, New England and Chicago and Houston and Baltimore. And later on, Seattle, San Diego, and Denver at Kansas City. The completion to Wilbur Jackson makes his way out to the 30-yard line. Sammy Green on the tackle. So Jackson, the receiver, is Steve DeBerg in his third year in the NFL, coming off a knee injury in the final game last season. DeBerg was born in Oakland, grew up in Anaheim, California.
With the 49ers down by 18 points, obviously, by the computer, they need 3 touchdowns. It can be done. I've seen it done, but it's going to be tough.
2nd and 8 for the 49ers. The swing for Jackson. Good hard tackle out of the 34 by Autry Beeman.
It's good to see Beeman back in there making those tough tackles. He lost his job to Simpson at the strong safety spot. He'll be knocking people down for the next couple of weeks trying to earn his job back.
They mark it just inside the 35, so that sets a 3rd and 3, 12 and a half left in the 4th quarter. 49ers to the line, led by their center, Fred Quillen. And Simpson, nice second effort by O.J., but comes hobbling off to the sideline as he picked up that first down.
You can see him protect that knee. But again, O.J. Simpson with the great glide. You remember the old days when he had that burst that he'd always save. Here he glides, jumps over a tackler. Again, breaks another tackle. But watch at the end of the run. Hobble out, don't hurt that knee.
61 yards, 14 carries for O.J. First down for San Francisco at their 45-yard line.
O.J. on one leg, averaging over 4 yards a carry. It's incredible.
Owens is split to the right. That's Simpson in motion. And DeBerg dumps it off. A juggling act by the wide receiver, Freddie Solomon. Butler and Green converging to make the tackle as we check the NFL scoreboard. Kansas City over Cincinnati, 10-7. Upset at Giants Stadium. The Giants do it to Tampa Bay, so the Buccaneers finally lose a game. Philadelphia over Washington, 28-17. New England beat Detroit, 24-17. Right here, a 2nd and 2. And DeBerg to throw, goes the right side, diving catch made by Solomon. Let's see how they roll it.
He caught it.
It is a completed pass. Seahawk players were giving it the incomplete side. Cornell Webster covering up on that tackle. As we said, Patriots beat the Lions 24-17.
In the last minutes.
Chicago over Buffalo. That in the hail that Mike mentioned earlier.
That's why Buffalo had no pass offense. Joe Ferguson saw the Green Bay loss. St. Louis beat Houston. Another upset.
Right here, first down at the 34. O.J. Simpson. And again breaks tackles to get inside the 25. Butler and Harris combine to make the stop. The left tackle, Ron Singleton. You'll see number 67 unleash O.J.
I wonder if the Seattle defense now will stop looking at O.J. hobbling around off the field, taking rests, because the guy still got it. I mean, he does this all on his own. Broke 3 or 4 tackles, and he gets a round of applause even if he walks off the field. They're going to measure to see if he made that first down. While they're measuring for this first down, maybe we can get some more finals. They did make the first down.
So it's a first down at the 23. There's that wild ball game between Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Steelers winning at 51-35. Denver over San Diego, despite the fact that Dan Fouts had haywire statistics. L.A. leading New Orleans in the third, 28-7. Here's DeBerg with some time. The tight end McAfee on the reception as Butler, the right side linebacker, made the stop inside the 20. So it's only a pickup of about 4. And that brings up a 2nd and 6 for San Francisco. There's the second-year pro out of Notre Dame. His dad played for Alabama and was a fine player for the New York Giants over 5 seasons. Ken McAfee. Baltimore beating the Jets 10-8. Dallas over Minnesota 36-20. It's a 2nd and 6 right here. Wilbur Jackson down to the 10. Inside the 10-yard line. So a 1st and goal for the 49ers. Beeson and Webster on the submarine tackle of Jackson.
And again, Steve DeBerg has been using the short routes all day. I think the only deep pattern he's thrown was that turn in earlier to Freddie Solomon. The rest, the dump off to the running backs, the quick ins to the tight end.
9 minutes remaining, 4th quarter. 49ers 1st and goal at the 9. There's a final. The Rams beating New Orleans 35-17. Second back, Linville Elliott. Elliott with a good second effort to take it home. Linville Elliott. And the 49ers now trail 28-16.
Linville Elliott made this run all on his own. Watch how he jukes at least 3 potential tacklers. The fake inside to Jackson held 1 linebacker. Now here, Cornell Webster, forget it. He faked him. Now Simpson has a shot at him. No chance. Spins around. Dave Brown says, why tackle him? He's already scored.
So the 49ers showing spurts of success, and this drive was one of them. Really damaged by that. We go back to it again, that early 3rd quarter interception. 91-yard return for Sammy Green. Montana the holder, and Worthing puts it through. A timeout called, 8:54 remaining 4th quarter. Seattle now leads San Francisco 28-17. Back at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, Marv Albert and Mike Hafner as you check out that last 49er drive. 9 plays, 72 yards, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Tapped off by Elliott, running it in from 9 yards out. Here's Jeff Moore for Seattle to the 20, 25, down at the 30-yard line. Gang tackle led by Tony Dungy, the backup safety man. Brody Saraceno also involved, and the Seahawks now 1st down across the 30-yard line.
The 49er defense, if they hope to keep their offense in the game, have got to stop Seattle. No 1st downs on this drive.
Seattle sending Green to the right side, and now, no, he's going to the bench. They had 12 men on the field. That's why. Green to the right and to the bench. Lodgett out to the right side. That would have been an effective play. This is Jeff Moore out to the 37-yard line.
Yes, this is not the Canadian League where they use 12.
Hardman and Reese, the 2 outside men combining to make that stop. San Francisco with a front 4 of Reese, Vincent, Webb, and Hardman. The linebackers are Buns, Hopper, and Saraceno. In the corners, Cornelius and Williams, and Gray and Morgan on the deep man. 7-yard pickup. It's a 2nd and 3. Here's Dorning. Trapped. Trying to cut back. Could not. Dan Dorning had no running room at all. Cornelius, the left cornerback, combining with the left side linebacker Saraceno.
Gordy Saraceno strung that out well and gave a chance for Charles Cornelius to push Dornick out of bounds.
Ball is placed at the 38, and it is a 3rd and about 1.5 yards.
Big play.
They go double tight end, Peets and Bell. 49ers want that ball back.
They're on the dirt part of the infield. They're not going to get the good footing.
crowd urging the 49er defense on. And Zorn throws. He's got Largent for the first down. Steve Largent on a 3rd and a yard and a half. Coming up with a key reception, stopped by Gerard Williams.
I'll tell you what, Jerry Rome up in the box must have been listening, because it's tough to get your footing on a running play at 3rd and 1.5 in that skin part of the infield. So he went to the pass, and he saw that Gerard Williams was off of Largent. That's as good as a running play any day of the week.
6:45 left in the 4th quarter. McCullum is left and Largent right. First down for Seattle at their 48-yard line. A couple of people jumped right there. Looked to be Steve August, the right tackle. Brian Peets, the tight end. We'll have to wait and see. Penalty markers all over the field.
I like your second choice.
Offside.
88.
Offense.
He didn't even give us the number. We know it was Brian Peets. The tight end jump.
Offsides. Number 88. Offense.
Right.
Decline.
Thank you, Pat Haggerty.
Penalty is declined because they lost a yard on the play. It'll be a 2nd and 11. Al Hunter has come on for his first play from scrimmage, replacing Dan Dorning. So now a combination of Hunter and Moore. You have to wonder about Sherman Smith, and that he is not in on this series. All right, Zorn off the short setup. Steve Rabel. Rabel to the 45, and he and Gerard Williams get involved. Rabel obviously felt that he was not down, and Williams wanted to make sure.
I think Williams a little upset. That's 2nd time in a row he got burned on that quick pitch pattern. Once for the first down by Largent, this time by Rabel. He's still short of the first down, though. An important 3rd and 4.
And Dorning returns. So Hunter departs. It is a 3rd and 4 now at the 46.
Dorning, the good pass receiver. That's why he's back in this 3rd and passing situation.
And Zorn looks to throw. And goes incomplete, intended for McCullum. So the Seahawks are forced to give up that football.
49ers played that well. Gordy Saraceno was all over Dan Dorning, and that was the primary receiver for Jim Zorn. He was covered. He had to throw it away.
Herman Weaver setting up back behind his 40-yard line. And back deep, it's Fred Solomon and Tony Dungy. 6:21 left 4th quarter. And the 49ers now with a chance to get back in it. Good hang time by Weaver. Misjudged, but recovered by Solomon.
And it's not easy to judge them in Candlestick Park. It blows around up there.
Well, a timeout has been called. When we resume, the 49ers will take over.
Next Sunday, start your day with NFL 79, followed by regional coverage of exciting NFL action. Telecasts include Joe Ferguson leading the Bills against the Dolphins, the Patriots-Bears battle, and Seattle's Zorn to Largent combo challenging the Chargers.
All right, check your local listings for the game in your area. San Francisco now starting out back at their 12-yard line, 1st and 10. They are trailing 28-17. 6:12 left in the 4th quarter. And here's DeBerg with problems, gets it away and overthrows Wilbur Jackson. Carl Eller was just lurking and waiting to make the kill.
I'll tell you, here's the old veteran, 71. He gets fooled a little bit on the bootleg pass, but he recovers well. And look at DeBerg. He says, who is this number 7? Looks like looking in a mirror. He's 17, looking at 71. Let me get rid of this football now, and he did. Just threw it away.
It's a 2nd and 10 back at the 12. We've received word that Sherman Smith injured his wrist in the first half, but apparently Jack Patera said that Smith is all right, just wants to get a look at some other people in the backfield. That's why he wasn't in there the last couple of series. Paul Hofer on the completion, hit down though across the 15 by Keith Simpson.
Now you know why Keith Simpson has won his job at the strong safety. He's beaten out Autry Beeman. He reads pass well. And I'll tell you, the 49ers hit it with Hofer just sneaking out of the backfield, but they didn't fool Simpson. Perfect tackle right at the knees.
It is a 3rd and 6.
That's the 8th different receiver the 49ers have thrown the football to today. It's tough when you're trying to play catch-up.
James Owens now split wide to the left side. And this is Hofer trying the left side. Simpson able to bring him down across the 20-yard line, but he's got the first down.
Going to be close over there. I think he's short. He marked it way back. Yes. Oh, and the 49ers are not happy where that ball was placed.
Yes, you're right. It has been marked right across the 20-yard line, so it is short of the first down. It'll be a 4th and about 1.
And they're going for it.
Coming up next, NFL report following the Seahawks and the 49ers, and we have 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this 4th quarter.
Here's the ball game right here. 4th down, a little over a yard to go. If they don't make this, we can start singing goodbye.
Jackson and Hofer are the running backs. Penalty marker thrown down. It's completed to Hofer for the first down, but we'll have to wait and see.
Delay of game, offense.
Delay of game. They didn't get the snap off. That's the quarterback's fault. He's got that 30-second clock staring him right in the face. He should have gotten it off. Now they'll have to punt.
Delay of game, offense, 4th down.
There's that 30-second clock. And off the delay of game penalty, 49ers are forced to punt.
Mental errors will kill you. I can hear Bill Walsh now, the 49er head coach.
There's Dan Melville back at his goal line. That's Tony Green in single safety, so we get a 10-man rush. And Melville just does get it off. Here's Green at midfield with great coverage by the 49ers, and Green able to get away. Green down to the 20 and pushed out of bounds.
I had a premonition. He finally broke one, almost fumbled it, though.
He ran past that coverage. They were all over Green. Owens and Francis combining to push Green out of bounds.
Here's what Tony Green hadn't been doing. He wasn't ready to challenge the tacklers, and this time he just took off. Look, he almost loses the ball right there. Now his great speed, and he's pointing out blockers. Get that man for me, and I'll go all the way. And he's pushed out of bounds by 2 of the 49er defenders. Bill Francis, the main man.
And a timeout has been called. We'll be back right after these words. On the 30-yard punt return by Tony Green, the Seattle Seahawks now 1st and 10 down at the San Francisco 21-yard line. 4 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter here at Candlestick in San Francisco. Marv Albert with Mike Hafner. And Zorn lines it up out of the eye. He has Jesse Green to the right, Steve Largent to the left side. Jeff Moore. Jimmy Webb, the right defensive tackle, makes the stop on the play. It is a advance down to the 17-yard line. It'll set up a 2nd and 6.
Seahawks in this situation want to see that clock running and running, and it is.
Right now, the Seahawks with Al Hunter and Jeff Moore as the running backs. So Jack Patera continues to shuffle in that backfield. Long count by Zorn. Here's Hunter. Turns the corner. Al Hunter making the move on the outside with Buns and Morgan. Finally able to collar him. And they mark it down at the 11-yard line.
It's a first down, but I'll tell you, Al Hunter will hear from his offensive backfield coach. He wasn't supposed to run out of bounds on that one.
First down at the 11, 3:28 remaining in this 4th quarter. McCullum is to the right. The tight end is the rookie Bell. And Hunter and Moore remain at at the running back position. Hunter down to the 5-yard line. Hunter, the 3-year pro out of Notre Dame, the first man in Notre Dame history to rush for 1,000 yards in a single season. He was selected in that supplemental draft a couple of years back, stopped by Gray and Morgan. And it'll be a second down at the 5-yard line for the Seahawks.
You can tell the defensive problems for the 49ers when you start mentioning safeties making the tackle on 5-yard runs.
49ers with all kinds of shuffling in that secondary throughout the year. 2nd and 5, and Zorn wants to talk it over.
I messed up the signals and called timeout, a kind of a wasted timeout.
A reminder, the lineup for tonight here on NBC, starting at 7. It'll be Disney's Wonderful World, Part 2, The $1 Million Duck, starring Dean Jones. At 8 o'clock on the big event, Gray Lady Down with Charlton Heston, David Carradine. And at 10, Prime Time Sunday with Tom Snyder, all here on NBC. And keep in mind, following the Seahawks and the 49ers NFL report, Bryant Gumbel and Mike Adamle. Seahawks leading at 28-17, 2:45 remaining in this fourth quarter, and a Seattle timeout. So Zorn gets some extra time, talk things over.
I don't know if they really want to put the ball up here, but if they want to score, that would be the call. And you and I did the Oakland and Seattle game where they scored on with no time left on the clock on a pass.
Now we're set to resume. It is a 2nd and 5 coming up from just outside the 6-yard line. That's Peets setting up as the tight end on the right side. Here's Al Hunter making his way inside the 5. Brian Peets, the tight end. That time was tossed down by one of the 49ers. It was Peets who led Hunter on that move inside the 5. Tim Gray, the strong safety, making the stop.
Outstanding passing day for Jim Zorn. Conservative throws, again hitting his backs, but no interceptions.
It's as if he has changed his personality. Actually, the Seahawks had a definite philosophy coming in, but the game has also dictated to that philosophy as we get the 2-minute warning. As a result, it has been a solid game for Jim Zorn. 2 minutes to go, fourth quarter. Seahawks leading at 28-17. Crowd of 44,592 at Candlestick. They had 5,100 no-shows. So 44,000 on hand. 2 minutes to go. It's a 3rd and 1 down at the 2. That's Lodgen peeling off. And Zorn on the roll. And Zorn will try to take it, and he does. Jim Zorn nipping the left-hand corner. Just able to beat Willie Hopper, the right side linebacker. And the Seahawks now take a 34-17 lead.
Jim Zorn, I said a passing play would get them a score, and Jim Zorn had the option here. Fakes inside to Jeff Moore. He's looking for someone open, but sees that he can beat Willie Harper to the corner. 59, steps into the end zone, and no more boo days for Jim Zorn, at least not to this point.
Efren Herrera, who has been perfect, will try for the extra point with Zorn holding. The Seahawks have taken a 35-17 lead. So a minute 55 remaining, and we'll be back after this pause.
Tuesday, Lobo and Perkins Shanghai some strippers.
I got a proposition to make.
Turn them into cheerleaders.
The Panhandle Pussycats.
And kick off some of the wackiest action you've ever seen. As as the Orly football team and the Panhandle Pussycats team up on the misadventures of Sheriff Lobo. Then Ron Howard, Cindy Williams, and Suzanne Summers star in American Graffiti, a night of non-stop laughter, Tuesday on NBC.
Efren Herrera now will kick off for Seattle. The Seahawks leading it 35-17. There's Herrera. It's not kind of a low-key day, just placement kicking. It's
Stand
nice.
right in there and boom them through.
Takes the pressure off. Hofer and Owens are back. Seahawks will move on to play the San Diego Chargers at San Diego next Sunday.
Going to be very, very interesting in the AFC West, as everyone predicted going into the season. Might be the toughest conference in all of the National Football League.
49ers will move on to play the Giants, who upset the Tampa Bay Buccaneers earlier today. Line drive kick by Herrera, and takes a tricky hop. Hofer able to field it. And Hofer with nowhere to go. Cornell Webster able to get to him after Dufek could not bring him down.
Like a 9-iron shot. Hit at the 10-yard line and stuck within birdie range. And Hofer had no chance because coverage was down there to swamp him.
49ers first down at their 18-yard line, a minute and 48 left. Seahawks lead it 35-17. 2 touchdowns by Dornick, 1 by Smith. The big one on the 91-yard run off the intercept by Green. Zorn ran it in just moments ago. This is Hofer. And we've had some interesting hits here this afternoon. OJ has been involved in a couple of them. That time Keith Simpson sending Hofer flying. Obviously, with this ball game out of sight for the 49ers, Bill Walsh just using it for clinical purposes as you take a last look.
And again, Hofer has been watching the dives. There's another 9-pointer. He got an extra 3 yards jumping up in the air. You can get hurt like that, though.
2nd and 3 out at the 25-yard line. Running backs are now Lenville Elliott, number 35, and Wilbur Jackson, number 40. This time DeBerg will throw, and he's got Elliott. Elliott pushed back the other way by the right linebacker, Keith Butler.
I think they'll mark him down. First down yardage, though. Good tackle by Butler.
Cronin and Butler in on the stop. First down is picked up. 49ers now in that hurry-up offense that we saw at the end of the first half. A completion to James Owens. Try to scramble for some more. Another first down for the 49ers. Clock is running. A minute 5 remaining. So Steve DeBerg fires again. He's got Owens right near that first down marker. And DeBerg, we're told, has now clicked with 9 different receivers here today. Another first down was picked it up. Well, we have an opportunity. Let's thank our statistician, Jack Prote, our spotters, Alan Cusick, and Bob Coffey.
I'm expecting DeBerg to throw one to head coach Bill Walsh any time now. He's running out of people to throw to. James Owens, I might mention, was a running back when he came to camp. They switched him to wide receiver. Then there were injuries, back to running back. Now back out to wide receiver. He's still learning.
Owens is out to the right. Slingshot pass completed to Solomon. And he's to the 30-yard line. Another first down for San Francisco. 40 seconds remaining in the ball game. The Seahawks leading it all the way. They lead right here 35-17. Clock continues to run. Penalty marker is thrown. Beautiful catch by Owens. Another first down, and now a timeout called by San Francisco. So James Owens, who I mentioned earlier, had been having a disappointing rookie season, is having his finest game. Here's the call, though, an offside.
And you know who it was against? James Owens. He jumped before the snap.
The executive producer of NBC Football is Don Ohlmeyer. Our coordinating producer, Ted Nathanson. The telecast of today's game produced by Roy Hammerman, directed by Barry Stoddard, technical director Rick Lombard, and the associate director Ray Benassi.
And I want to congratulate our crew. They did a heck of a job today. Right on the spot as usual.
Mike, you're just appreciative that they spelled your name right, earlier. 27 seconds remaining. Off the offside called on Owens, it'll be a 1st and 15 back at the 35-yard line. And keep in mind, NFL report upcoming with Brian Gubble and Mike Adamle. Quick rundown on the National Football League from this afternoon.
I think there are a few people that might be interested in a couple of scores. Bryant and Mike will give it to you all right after us.
49ers with 1 timeout remaining. San Francisco got off to a 0-5 start in 77, 0-4 last year before picking up a first win, going on to 2 up and 14 down, and Bill Walsh with another very long season in front of him.
They're already talking about that great draft position they're going to have next year.
They will finish today 0-6, while the Seattle Seahawks will make it 2 up and 4 down. Well, Dwight Clark, number 87, a rookie out of Clemson, teammate of Steve Fuller at Clemson, has come on for the first time. He is flanked to the right side. And here is DeBerg looking left and then throws way off the mark, but a great leaping catch was made. Freddie Solomon in a crowd with 17 seconds remaining in the game, and a San Francisco timeout is called.
I'll tell you, Steve DeBerg knew where Freddie Solomon was supposed to be. And again, he kind of slingshotted it because he was under pressure. And watch Solomon with a great concentration. Excellent job in front of Dave Brown, the cornerback. Solomon, I didn't even see him. He's so short. He snuck in between and in front of Brown and made the reception.
Freddie goes 5'11", 188, out of Tampa in his 5th year. 49ers have just utilized their final timeout. 17 seconds remaining in the game.
35-24 sounds better than 35-17. I think Bill Walsh wants to score.
49ers come off the loss in San Diego last week, 31-9. And their 4 previous defeats, if that's any consolation at all, were closer. But I tell you, when you're 0-6, you're dying no matter what the scores.
That's right.
Death. Here at the Candlestick, you see 17 seconds remaining. Not too many folks out in the seats in that area under the scoreboard, although we did get 45,000 on hand here today. A lot of time here on this timeout, and they can't blame this one on a television commercial. Folks, it's not us.
We're still here.
We're not trying to duck one in. Now we're set, I think.
Steve DeBerg's got 3 shots at this touchdown. He's just inside the 10-yard line. He can throw all 3 times. They have 1 timeout remaining.
The rookie Clark flank left side, and Owens to the right. And DeBerg with much time goes short to Francis. Francis near the goal line. Phil Francis with time running down. 6 seconds remaining, and he is hurt.
He got sandwiched at the goal line, and I can feel the ribs right now. That hurt.
In an official timeout as that ball is placed at the half-yard mark.
Francis says he wants to stay in the game. Well, he's going to stay. No, he's going to come out now. But he gets a big round of applause. That was a gutty run to the 1-foot line.
And it will be a 2nd and goal from that spot. There's Phil Francis.
got one shot at it now. If you're going to run, you've got no timeouts left. If he doesn't make it, the clock's going to run out.
Francis replaced by Lenville Elliott. They go double tight end with Brewer and McAfee.
In this situation, though, I would roll out and give my quarterback the option to throw or run, much as Jim Zorn did on the last touchdown for the Seahawks.
Well, DeBerg throws in the crowd, and McAfee, he caught it. Oh, a spectacular catch by Ken McAfee.
I tell you, Steve DeBerg threw it up and hoped that McAfee caught it because he was well covered. But that was just a great catch by the former Notre Damer and #1 draft choice of the Niners.
No time remaining, and McAfee with a tremendous effort.
Again, Steve DeBerg has the option to run or throw, and you'll see the coverage. They're all over McAfee. He jumps up in the air, almost loses the ball, regains control, touchdown.
Well, McAfee caught one for 50 yards earlier. It has been no secret that he has been a major disappointment, but he's had a good one here today. Now Joe Montana will hold. Here's Ray Worthing. And that's the ball game. So the 49ers ended with the score. And the Seahawks have defeated the San Francisco 49ers by the score of 35-24. 49ers at 0-6, Seattle at 2-4. This is Marv Albert with Mike Hafner saying so long from San Francisco. From Candlestick Park in San Francisco, let's go to New York for NFL Report with Bryant Gumbel.
Again, everyone, welcome back to NFL 79 in New York. About time to turn out the lights. We'll give you all the finals of today. Let's start with Kansas City, Cincinnati. The Chiefs a winner 10-7.
In the Meadowlands, the New York Giants upset the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 17-14.
Philadelphia Eagles got 4 touchdowns for Wilbert Montgomery. They beat the Washington Redskins. Final there 28-17.
Another scare for New England, 24-17 over the Detroit Lions.
The Chicago Bears came up big today, beating the Buffalo Bills, who had been averaging a whole bunch of points a game. Walter Payton, 155 yards. Bears a winner, 7-0.
Green Bay has been a real mystery. They killed the Patriots last week. Today they lost to the Falcons 25-7. 3 Tim Mazzetti field goals in that one.
Very big upset in the Astrodome. The St. Louis Cardinals beat the Houston Oilers 24-17.
How about this one? 86 points scored in this game on Lake Erie. Steelers got the most of them, 51 to be exact. 5 touchdown passes, however, for Brian Sipe.
Going to have a tough time figuring out the San Diego Chargers. They had been averaging 28 points a game, but today the Denver Broncos shut them out, 7-0.
Well, the Boo Birds will get off Pat Hayden for a while. He threw 3 touchdown passes. Los Angeles beat New Orleans 35-17.
The Jets in Baltimore, the Baltimore Colts finally come up with a victory, their first in 6 weeks. Final there 10-8.
And a big day for Tony Dorsett, 146 yards, 3 touchdowns. Dallas beats Minnesota up in Bloomington 36-20.
And our other final, as you just saw, Seattle beat San Francisco. The final there was 35-24. Don't forget to join us next week here on NBC. We'll have a full day of NFL football. Mike and I will get it started at 12:30. Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Buffalo, Miami to follow. After that, we'll have football throughout the day. Brian Gumbel for Mike Adamley and all of us at NFL 79. Thanks and good night.
NBC Sports. Join us this February when the world comes to America for the 1980 Winter Olympics.
ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. The Miami Dolphins against the Oakland Raiders. 43 seconds remaining in the half. Has the distance. And it's wide. Wide to the right.
I think it was tipped. Did you think it was tipped on? I thought I saw somebody tip the ball.
Well, I really didn't, Ben. I don't know, but he could have. If he had tipped it,
good eyesight.
He tipped it, they would have kicked it out of the stadium because he had a lot of foot in it. Seed-minded football teams have goose eggs on the scoreboard, and we'll be back with highlights and interview from Baltimore. Following number 20's block, that's Leroy Harris, a former Dolphin. Montgomery's in the end zone. The Eagles out in front 7-0. In the second quarter, again, it's Ron Jaworski going to the air. And again, it's Wilbert Montgomery on the end of this touchdown pass. 14-0 Philadelphia. They go on to win it 28-17. They're locked with the Cowboys in the NFC East with 5-1 record. At Giant Stadium, it was scheduled to be rookie quarterback Phil Simms' day. as the #1 draft pick, opened a quarterback for the winless Giants against the undefeated Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But it turned out to be this young man's day. Billy Taylor, a 4th-round draft pick last year out of Texas Tech, ran for 144 yards, scored 2 touchdowns on runs like this. He gained the most yards by a Giant in 12 years. And in the previous 5 games of this season, Billy Taylor had managed only 48 yards on 12 attempts. He lugged it 34 times yesterday. That touchdown run put the Giants out in front, 7-0. Then in the second quarter, with the Giants out in front, 14-0, Tampa Bay's Doug Williams drops back and looks for Larry Mucker, number 87. Williams puts it on a line. Mucker gets the touchdown to make it 14-7. But the Giants go on to win 17-14 as they knock Tampa Bay out of the undefeated ranks. There are no undefeated teams in the NFL.
He'd probably drown in this season. On second and 10.
Had a duck and would probably drown.
Whoa! Raymond Chester, touchdown, Oakland, a great catch. Raymond Chester. He was being covered by Foley. Foley is 6 feet tall. Raymond Chester is 6'4". He went up and came down with it. Is the holder, Jim Breach. Pounds it, and it's no good. He just flat missed it. It wasn't blocked. It wasn't touched. He was just wide, and now we have a little scuffle on the field. On first and 10. Oh! Hendricks, who's done it many times, and Greasy threw it right in the arms of the Stork, Ted Hendricks. His 23rd career interception is an Oakland touchdown.
Well, he ran such a good route. I don't much blame him for hitting him, Fred. He was really wide open. He didn't break stride. Let's see if Dave Pear comes in and gives some trouble. You mentioned Pear, number 74. He really didn't. That ball was, I thought maybe he might have blocked his due. What can you say about that one?
He's been doing it for so many years. It all began. Now Tipper's out there tonight. Oakland has the lead, 13-0. We'll be back in a moment.
Affirmation that they can get that to Delvin Williams.
Third, less than a yard. Offside. It looked like it might have been a Dolphin. You saw the flags fly.
I think you're right, Frank. It might have been Kuchenberg over here on the left side.
Greasy has the tie.
Tight end. Nope.
Throws into his tight end, into Bruce Hardy. Bill Piano was back there, 41. Good defensive play. Consideration. Von Schaumann, a rookie from Oklahoma, for the field goal attempt from 23 yards.
Right through the middle.
And Miami has erased their goose egg from the scoreboard. They now trail the Oakland Raiders 13-3. They missed a golden opportunity, however, for 6. Right now, Miami has a 4th down and almost 2 yards.
And see what they're going to do.
Long count, hoping to draw Oakland off. They're going to go with the pass.
Oh!
And forget it.
Reggie Kinlaw.
Reggie Kinlaw once again.
Oh, my God.
Where did he come from?
Nobody touched him.
Well, I don't really,
well, the first down at the 33. Now on second and 10. Greasy has the time and no receiver.
Oh, my goodness.
Picked off Lester Hayes. I believe it's Lester Hayes. Yes, it is. Greasy just hung it up. Thank Andy Sedaris, who joined us tonight in relief of Chet Forty, who, as I mentioned before, is in Baltimore with Uncle Howard for the telecast of the World Series tomorrow night.
Uncle Howard, what is that?
2. Miami, they drop back into a tie with the New England Patriots in the Eastern Division of the AFC. And Don Shula, he'll always be there. And he'll be there at the end of the year. Taking the long stroll, the one that he does not like, on the losing end of the football game. We'll be back. Certainly was not a Pittsburgh-Cleveland game where they piled up over 900 yards of offense yesterday. These two teams tonight, both struggling, both having their problems. In any event, Miami loses. They fall back to a tie with New England in the AFC's Eastern Division, while the Oakland Raiders are back in the thick of it again in the Western Division of the AFC. We'll see Miami and New England later, and we'll also see San Diego and Oakland. All right, once again, the final score, Oakland 13, Miami 3. Join us next Sunday for a special edition of ABC's NFL Football. The Los Angeles Rams against the Dallas Cowboys from Texas Stadium in Irving. Then on Monday night, the Minnesota Vikings take on the New York Jets from Shea Stadium in New York. We'll be there also for that one. The executive producer of ABC Sports, as always, is Bruce Arledge. ABC's NFL Monday Night Football, produced by Dennis Lewis and directed by the round one, Andy Sedaris. Our technical director is Joe Nisi. The
Associate Director Rob Feiner will be with us this week for the 1979 World Series. It'll begin tomorrow night at 8 Eastern Time. The Pittsburgh Pirates versus the Baltimore Orioles from Memorial Stadium in Baltimore. This is Frank Gifford along with Don Meredith and Fran Tarkenton saying so long from Oakland, California.